Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In this world filled with mystery and adventure, our protagonist, Chen Shu, appears to be an ordinary high school student but secretly possesses immense power. His story is a thrilling tale of an underdog's rise to greatness. The story begins when Chen Shu awakens a contract spirited golden slime with a potential rating of only FBI chance. Despite his humble beginnings, he gradually makes a name for himself on the path of a beast master through unwavering determination and relentless effort. His journey is fraught with challenges and hardships, but also sprinkled with surprises and miracles. At school, Chen Shu single-handedly challenged the authoritative Zhang Nan brothers and outsmarted them, gaining widespread fame. His actions, while stirring some discontent and jealousy, also earned him respect and admiration from many. As Chen Shu's strength continued to grow, he not only repeatedly won Beastmaster competitions at school, but also became a legendary figure in the black market under the alias De Ligu due to his exceptional potion-making skills. His potions were considered top tier in the black market, driving countless Beastmasters wild with desire. However, Chen Shu's rising fame also attracted the attention of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. In an unexpected turn of events, he was mistaken for a fake potion dealer in the black market and pursued by the Bureau. Faced with this sudden predicament, Chen Shu did not retreat, but bravely confronted the situation. Using his wisdom and courage, he cleared his name and even secured a position within the Spirit Suppression Bureau. During his adventures in different dimensions, Chen Shu showcased extraordinary bravery and intelligence. He successfully hunted down the powerful Ice Rabbit Lord and, in the perilous Qingyuan Forest, led his Beastmaster team through numerous dangers, ultimately returning triumphant. That concludes the recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy today's Part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are intrigued by this story and are tuning in for the first time, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's begin the story of Part 2. Let's get some food first, Chen Shu said nonchalantly, rubbing his growling stomach. The three of them cautiously entered the cave in the mountain wall behind them, planning to use it as a temporary shelter. Be careful, there might be fierce beasts inside, Chen Shu warned, his expression serious as he took the lead and ventured into the cave. The walls were lined with a strange blue-green stone that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the interior. Suddenly, Xie Sunan whispered, "There's a beast." My insect sense detected its presence. Chen Shu nodded slightly and summoned his recently cooled down slime. The massive slime nearly filled the entire cave, leaving only a narrow gap for them to pass through. With this giant creature blocking the entrance, the three of them felt a sense of relief. Chen Shu's sharp eyes spotted 3 sleeping icefang serpents in the depths of the cave. Sleeping icefang serpents? Looks like we've got lunch sorted, and it's a family meal, he said with a grin, giving the other 2 a knowing look. The 3 of them quietly exited the cave, leaving the snoring slime behind. A brutal battle ensued inside the cave. The slime, thanks to its durable body, easily shrugged off the icefang serpent's ice attacks and crushed the serpents repeatedly. Half an hour later, the fight was over. The trio re-entered the cave and began their tasks. Chen Shu skillfully assembled a barbecue grill. Xie Sunan sharpened a butcher knife in preparation for cutting the serpents, and Su Xingxing pulled out a psychiatric patient's gown from her bag, prompting Chen Shu and Xie Sunan to chide her. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you wearing that in broad daylight? Go set up the tent." After another half hour of busy work, everything was ready. Chen Shu skewered the sliced serpent meat and placed it on the grill. However, he suddenly realized with embarrassment that he had forgotten to bring a lighter. The atmosphere turned tense. Xie Sunan couldn't help but complain. "You brought the grill, the seasoning, and the charcoal, but no fire?" Their eyes collectively turned to the corner where a mutated thunderbird was sitting. The poor bird was forced to spit saliva onto the charcoal in an attempt to ignite it, but its futile efforts only made them more frustrated. With no other options, Chen Shu walked out of the cave and shouted to the sky, "Teacher Shen, come down and join us for a barbecue." When Shen Wushuang appeared and learned they were missing fire, he burst out laughing. "Shen Pai, I'm not laughing at you, but seriously, you brought everything except the fire? Only the infamous bandits of Nanjiang would do something like this." In the end, Shen Wushuang generously tossed them 2 pieces of red flint. Watching the fire finally ignite, the 3 of them felt like primitive humans seeing fire for the first time, tears streaming down their faces. The aroma of grilled serpent meat soon filled the air. The 4 of them devoured the delicious food, finding rare comfort in the cold environment. After the meal, the trio changed into the psychiatric gowns and crawled into their tent for a nap. Shen Wushuang shook his head in resignation and left, leaving the slime at the cave entrance to block the cold wind while the insects stood guard. The mutated thunderbird drank water continuously to replenish its lost fluids. An hour later, the trio woke up feeling refreshed. They quickly packed up their gear and prepared to continue their adventure. The 3 of them left the tent and packed everything into their backpacks. Shu also recalled his slime, calculating the time needed for the next summon. The trio waited tensely in the cave, knowing that the slime was their only combat power and must be ready at all times. Pai, where are we heading next? Su Xingxing asked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shu decisively replied, straight into the depths of the canyon. There must be good stuff there. Confident in their protection, he eagerly wanted to venture deeper into the ice canyon. If we can find a basic level mutant beast, we'll secure the top spot, won't we? Sunin reminded, most mutant beasts are of the black iron level. Only if the species' bloodline is very poor would they be at the basic level. After a moment, Shu stood up, signaling that he could summon the slime at any time. The three quickly mounted the mutant Thunderbird and flew towards the depths of the canyon. Shen Wushuang quietly followed behind them. As in Glass Ice Luan, catching up to the mutant Thunderbird was effortless for him. He was impressed by their courage, but chose not to intervene, merely keeping a distant watch. Even if they encountered a lord-level beast, his strength would allow him to escort the trio out safely. Soon, they reached a depth of 500 meters, beyond the boundary Shen Wushuang had set. Why do I feel like the temperature just dropped suddenly? Su Xingxing shivered and quickly pulled out a sweater from her backpack. Shu nodded slightly, scanning the surroundings. Layers of thin ice had formed on the canyon walls, and descending further would thicken the ice. This was the origin of the ice canyon's name. Be careful. Shu's expression turned serious, shedding his usual playful demeanor. The three maintained low-altitude flight, with Su Xingxing equally focused, ready to have the mutant Thunderbird use its escape skill at a moment's notice. Sunin's insect butterflies continuously released a scouting energy field, detecting all traces of nearby beasts. She quickly reported, 8 beasts ahead, around level 8. There's a herd of monsters to the left, number unknown. 2 black iron-level monsters in the left front. Their coordination was impeccable. Despite being trainee beast masters, they navigated the ice canyon with ease. Shu decisively ordered, head towards the black iron-level beasts. Fly higher. There's a good chance we might find medicinal herbs among them. The mutant Thunderbird turned towards the left front. Sure enough, they soon spotted 2 ice apes pacing back and forth. Between them, 3 blue spirit plants were growing. Hey, ice leaf flowers? Shu raised an eyebrow. It was one of their mission targets. At this moment, 3 options appeared before Shu. 1. Ignore and leave quietly. Reward, moderate beastmaster power. 2. Take a chance and steal the ice leaf flowers. Reward, explosive potion. 3. Defeat the 2 ice apes with strength. Reward, slime's attributes 5. Shu frowned. The third option offered the greatest reward. He turned and asked, Old Xie, little Xing, do you think my slime can take down those 2 ice apes? The two were taken aback. Sunin patted his shoulder with a look of sympathy. Su Xingxing seriously said, I'm going to report you. Report me? What for? Shu looked confused. Report you for feeding yourself to the beasts. Su Xingxing said irritably. Shu's mouth twitched, feeling indignant. So none of you believe in me, huh? Sunin raised an eyebrow and countered. You want to prove us right with facts? No need to prove. Actually, I don't believe in myself either. Shu admitted. Xing, get ready to steal the herbs. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden slime descended from the sky, landing not far from the 2 ice apes. Initially, the ice apes showed disdain, not paying attention to the slime. But in an instant, the slime's body enlarged, transforming into a giant creature. Xiaohuang, give me a roar to scare them off. Shu intended to use the slime to distract the ice apes, allowing the mutant Thunderbird to steal the herbs. The slime glared with its big eyes, trying to look fierce. Then it let out a terrifying roar. Goo goo. Goo goo. The 2 ice apes were bewildered. Although they didn't feel threatened, they wouldn't allow such a massive creature in their territory. They roared in anger, charging instantly. Who? The slime immediately used its sleep attack, falling into a slumber. Now! Shu shouted. The mutant Thunderbird's eyes flashed with lightning, and its wings glowed blue. With these 2 skills activated, its speed surged dramatically. You were hiding this skill all along? Shu was surprised, remembering that the Thunderbird didn't have this skill during its fight with the Wind Beast. Su Xingxing proudly explained. Got it customized after the competition? Well, that explains it. Shu was speechless. The mutant Thunderbird turned into a blue streak, and before the ice apes could react, the 3 ice leaf flowers were stolen. The ice apes were enraged, their bodies covered in ice armor, but they couldn't catch up to the Thunderbird's speed. Get close to the slime. I need to recall it. Shu shouted. The mutant Thunderbird made a sharp turn, hovering above the slime. Shu quickly recalled it into the beast's space. Despite being attacked by the ice apes, the sleeping slime could hold its ground for a short while. The trio flew away on the mutant Thunderbird, leaving the furious roars of the ice apes behind. Before leaving, the Thunderbird cheekily spat and wiggled its tail in mockery. Watching this, Chun Shu couldn't help but wonder if the Thunderbird's cheekiness was innate, perhaps not entirely influenced by Su Xingxing. Don't provoke the fierce beasts for now. Let's wait until I can summon the slime anytime. Chun Shu patiently waited for the cool-down period to end, and the three of them resumed their adventure. Using this tactic, Chun Shu and his team navigated the ice canyon effortlessly and fearlessly. 6 days flew by, and they harvested 3 rare herbs, drawing the attention of a group of ice scorpions below, who could only watch in frustration. Chun-Pai, our harvest should be pretty good, right? Su Xingxing asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Absolutely. Chun Shu responded confidently. We're definitely in first place. In 6 days, the herbs we've collected are worth at least 2 million. Other teams would have to hunt a Lord-level beast to surpass us. He continued, but Lord-level creatures are different from mutated ones. Even if their lineage is inferior, Lords are always of the Black Iron rank. The entire special training class couldn't take down a single Lord-level beast. They'd just become its meal. As night fell, the trio set up camp in a cave. Chun Shu, wearing his hospital gown, comfortably lay in his sleeping bag, enjoying the thrill of leveling up. After a delicious barbecue, the three gathered in a tent to play a game of Fight the Landlord, Call Landlord, Rob the Landlord, I'll rob again. Amidst laughter and joy, Chun Shu and his friends played cards, unconcerned about the Black Iron level Jinling army guarding their safety outside. At this moment, Shen Wushuang had already taken over the watch from another Jinling army member. A Black Iron 3-star Jinling army beastmaster stood on a flying creature, overlooking the cave below. This was at Shen Wushuang's request, claiming that a Black Iron 1-star might not be able to protect the trio. They seem like normal students. Is old Shun being overly cautious? The Jinling army member muttered to himself. Inside the tent, the card game was in full swing. A3. Chen Shu called out triumphantly. Bomb. Su Xingxing played her cards expressionlessly. Chen Shu was stunned. A3? Are you crazy? Why use a bomb so early? Have you ever seen Ultraman start with a laser? Su Xingxing shrugged. I wanted to make a strong impression. Fine. Chun Shu gritted his teeth. You play. I don't believe you can beat me with 17 cards. Airplane with 3 pairs. Su Xingxing laid down all her cards. Silence fell. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. Did you really beat me with 17 cards? Just then, Xie Sunan suddenly stood up and made a shushing gesture. She frowned, as if listening to messages from insects and butterflies. Quick! Someone's approaching. Xie Sunan warned in a low voice. The three quickly gathered their important items, and Chun Shu put away the slime. They swiftly moved outside the cave and climbed onto the back of a mutated Thunderbird, ready to take off at any moment. Which direction? Chun Shu asked nervously. 300 meters to the left, Xie Sunan replied. They're moving slowly, coming straight at us. They must be planning an ambush. Due to the fire, the cave's light was clearly visible from outside, indicating it was occupied. According to the rules of the Ice Canyon, other Beastmaster teams usually wouldn't approach unless they had malicious intent. Hold on, Chun Shu whispered. Moments later, 6 figures appeared outside the cave, clearly a Beastmaster team. Looks like you have a scouting contract spirit. Huh? The leader, a burly man, said in surprise, not expecting to be detected so soon. Greed flashed in the 6 pairs of eyes. Kid, you've had a good haul these past few days, haven't you? The burly man sneered. Hand over all your herbs, and you can leave. Xie Sunan tried to reason, sir, we're from the special training class. There's a Jinling army member right above you. The man's expression changed as he looked up, vaguely seeing a shadow in the sky. After a moment of thought, he said, hand over half of your herbs, or your training ends here. You want the herbs? Fine, Chen Shu grinned, opening the bag containing the herbs. Come and get them yourself. The man's eyes gleamed with greed, but were also filled with caution. He slowly approached the trio. Just as he was about to reach them, a dazzling green light descended on his head. The scene fell silent. Boss, your head. One of the Beastmaster team members muttered, his expression complicated, torn between laughing and holding back. The burly man suddenly looked up, his gaze as sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the large hat glowing green. Anger flared in his heart, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Kid, you're asking for it, he growled through clenched teeth, his fists tightening with a crackling sound. At this critical moment, Chun Shu's lips curved into a slight smile, a cunning glint in his eyes. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a massive slime appeared out of nowhere, descending like a giant blob of jelly, heading straight for the 5 men behind him. The 5 men were still mesmerized by the strange green glow atop their leader's head, oblivious to the impending danger. It wasn't until their contract spirits let out sharp warning cries that they snapped back to reality. Not good, someone shouted in alarm. They looked up in terror to see the enormous creature almost upon them. Boom! The 5 contract spirits simultaneously sprang into action, trying to fend off the sudden attack. However, their efforts were as futile as paper against the slime, which crushed them in an instant. Contract spirits below the level of black iron were no match for this colossal entity. Although the contract spirits bought them a moment's respite, 2 men couldn't escape in time. The slime landed heavily, crushing their legs beyond recognition. They weren't killed on the spot, but without immediate medical attention, excessive blood loss would be life-threatening. Kid, you're dead meat. The burly man roared as he heard the screams behind him. He turned sharply to see his 2 companions lying in pools of blood, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets in rage. Catch you later. Chun-Shu sneered, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He quickly recalled the slime into his beast space and leaped onto a waiting mutated thunderbird. With a powerful flap of its wings, the thunderbird shot into the sky like an arrow, even spitting at the burly man in defiance. Take care of Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, the burly man bellowed, summoning his own contract spirit, a giant bird with pitch-black feathers. The black bird took to the sky, chasing the thunderbird relentlessly. High above, the spirit guard watched the spectacle unfold, a wry smile playing on their lips. That kid's got some nerve, they thought, secretly impressed. Meanwhile, the mutated thunderbird remained unperturbed, even wiggling its tail mockingly at the pursuing burly man, further infuriating him. Damn it, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, the burly man snarled, seething with rage. Although no one had died, the severe injuries to his 2 companions meant a hefty medical bill was on the horizon. For a beast taming group already struggling to make ends meet, this was a devastating blow. The burly man vowed to settle this score. A loud cry echoed from the black bird beneath the burly man's feet. Its body was instantly shrouded in a deep, dark light, blending seamlessly with the night. The bird's speed surged, leaving behind an elusive trail in the darkness. Xie Sunan furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with tension. It's catching up. Chun-Shu snapped back. No kidding, we can all see that. Behind them, a piercing green light cut through the pitch-black canyon like a sharp blade. The light was so dazzling, embodying life and love, impossible to ignore. No worries. Su Xingxing's voice was surprisingly calm. Suddenly, a pair of wings formed from blue light extended from the sides of the mutated thunderbird. Though ethereal, they propelled the bird's speed even further. Chun-Shu clung tightly to the bird's feathers, his lips twitching. Are all your skills just for running away? Su Xingxing replied matter-of-factly. Of course, survival is the top priority. My family fully supports me. The mutated thunderbird remained unhurried, occasionally wiggling its tail, maintaining a constant distance from the burly man, as if mocking him. Chun-Shu shouted back, I advise you to back off. The night in this alternate space is more dangerous, with many nocturnal beasts on the prowl. The cold wind howled, and the burly man's roar pierced the night. You brats will pay today. The green light above his head stood out starkly in the darkness, attracting danger around him. As the chase continued, Xie Sunan suddenly shuddered, a look of panic flashing in her eyes. Damn. Run. A horde of beasts is approaching. Su Xingxing nodded, commanding the mutated thunderbird to accelerate forward. Chun-Shu's eyes narrowed as countless blue orbs appeared in the distance, too many to count, resembling ghostly flames suspended in the night sky. Shit, it's a swarm of ice bats. Chun-Shu exclaimed. Countless black bats circled in the air, their eyes glowing with a deep blue light, filled with ferocity and violence. The top nocturnal predators were on the move. The ice bat swarm was one of the most dangerous threats in the ice canyon. Even the most experienced beast tamers dared not face them heeding. In the sky, the spirit guard looked grave, his contracted spirit beast ready to intervene at any moment. Damn, what terrible luck. The burly man cursed. Today's fortune was at its worst. Worse yet, countless ice bats were fixated on the green light above his head, their eyes gleaming with greed. Both looked at Chun-Shu. Shinpai, what do we do? There are definitely Lord-level ice bats among them. 3 options suddenly appeared before Chun-Shu. Option 1. Use your immense strength to annihilate the ice bat swarm. Reward, promotion to Black Iron level Beast Tamer. Bonus, an immortal tombstone. Option 2. Boldly shout, we quit the competition. Reward, moderate amount of beast power. Option 3. Head deeper into the canyon, using even fiercer beasts to deter the ice bat swarm. Reward, 1 charge skill. Chun-Shu's lips twitched, cursing the system's twisted sense of humor. He quickly made a decision. Head down into the canyon. By now, the 3 had descended below 500 meters, and further descent would inevitably lead to encountering more powerful beasts. The mutated thunderbird screeched, its speed skyrocketing as it deftly maneuvered between the cliffs, temporarily shaking off the ice bat swarm. In the sky, the spirit guard hesitated, stroking his chin. Should I stop them? These three are fearless. Eventually, he chose to stay put. Hurry, Shu urged. The mutated thunderbird still had a large group of ice bats in pursuit. Meanwhile, the burly man was in a worse situation, with most of the ice bats attracted to the green light above his head. You win this round. The burly man gritted his teeth, commanding his contracted spirit beast to change direction and flee upwards. Shu and his team continued to descend. The night grew darker, and visibility shrank to just 5 meters. Fortunately, Xiesunen's insect butterflies could scout for the beasts, and with the thunderbird's speed, they managed to avoid danger for now. These bats are insane, Shu muttered, glancing back to see the ice bat swarm still in hot pursuit, including some black iron level ones. Moments later, Xiesunen's expression turned serious. There's another beast horde directly below us. Let's check it out, Shu commanded. The mutated thunderbird accelerated downward, and the temperature around them plummeted, sending shivers down their spines. Whoosh whoosh, thunderous snores echoed from below, as if countless beasts were in deep slumber. Shu's eyes lit up, spotting nearly 10 brilliant blue lights below. Whoa, level 2 ice leaf flowers. Xiesunen and Su Xingxing exclaimed. How can you see that from this distance? They asked incredulously. Talent, it's all talent, Shu explained, his eyes gleaming with greed. Level 2 ice leaf flowers are precious materials for crafting black iron level ice attribute potions, worth several times their weight in gold. Stay quiet, let's go pick them. The three were thrilled, ignoring the potential consequences. The mutated thunderbird landed silently, and they finally saw the beasts on the ground, massive ice frost wolves. Without hesitation, the thunderbird moved closer to the ice leaf flowers. Shu roughly plucked them, knowing it would reduce their potency but having no other choice. Sensing the disturbance, the nearest ice frost wolf slowly opened its eyes. It stared blankly at the scene before it. Huh? Where's the herb? The ice frost wolf's limited brain capacity left it momentarily puzzled. After a few seconds, it finally howled. A war. The wolf's howl echoed through the canyon, waking countless slumbering ice frost wolves. Ice leaf flowers not only make potions but also enhance a beast's ice attribute power when consumed. Losing their guarded herbs enraged the ice frost wolf pack. A war. A war. The howls intertwined, turning the canyon into a terrifying place. Steal and run. What a thrill. Shu and his team, exhilarated, sped away on the thunderbird. The ice frost wolves immediately blamed the ice bat swarm above. Violent by nature, the wolves locked eyes with the equally fierce bats, silently challenging each other. What are you looking at? Looking at you. And thus an epic battle erupted. If you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see who gets smashed first. The two beast hordes clashed, plunging the canyon into chaotic warfare. The tranquil valley suddenly erupted into chaos. The swarm of ice bats, initially hunting down the burly man, sensed the danger to their comrades and immediately abandoned their prey, diving towards the bottom of the gorge. The man heaved a sigh of relief but then frowned as he glanced at the injured black bird under his feet, inwardly lamenting the impending high medical expenses. At that very moment, the two dominant beast clans of the Ice Canyon began a fierce battle. Shu and his two companions hid outside a cave, listening to the distant roars and cheering, completely enjoying the spectacle without a care. Above, the spirit guard soldiers looked on helplessly. They hadn't anticipated that Shu and his friends could so easily disrupt the order of the Ice Canyon. One member of the spirit guard stroked his chin, pondering whether to establish a blacklist, considering how these three apprentice beast tamers were already so reckless. If they ever became truly powerful, the entire otherworldly space would be in chaos. As time passed, the brutal fight between the two beast clans finally subsided. The valley floor was filled with a pungent stench of blood, and no one knew how many beasts had perished. It's over. No more show to watch. Shu shrugged, turning his gaze to the cave beside them. Just as the three were about to enter, two eerie blue lights suddenly flared up inside. Holy crap! There's a beast! Shu exclaimed. Old Xie, why didn't you give a warning? A massive frost wolf, 7 or 8 meters long, emerged from the cave, exuding a terrifying aura as the temperature around them plummeted. Damn, it's a leader! Shu reacted quickly, and his slime instantly expanded to block the cave entrance. However, blue frost spread over it, freezing the slime into an ice sculpture. The three hastily mounted their thunderbird and fled, with Shu hurriedly retrieving the frozen slime. The frost wolf leader slowly stepped out, radiating an oppressive presence. Yet, the mutated thunderbird seemed unfazed, oddly shaking its tail at the leader. Stop shaking. Get going. Shu was hopping mad. The frost wolf leader roared, and a blast of frost instantly froze the thunderbird's tail. Only then did the thunderbird panic, its speed surging as it fled into the distance. Your bird has no sense of self-preservation, Chen Shu grumbled. The trio quickly escaped the danger zone, while the spirit guard above silently thanked their luck for not intervening. They marveled. Are these really the top students from Nanjiang number 2 high? They're insanely bold. Eventually, the three found a safe cave. Chen Shu set up a barbecue grill, but this time, he wasn't grilling beast meat. He was thawing the frozen slime. Nearby, the mutated thunderbird pitifully edged its frozen tail closer to the fire. Chunpai, we should head back tomorrow. It's too dangerous, one companion suggested. No way. Chen Shu shook his head, waving a gray potion bottle in his hand. I'm going to blow up the frost wolf pack. His companions stared at the potion in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Chen Shu casually explained, don't worry, it's just a little thing. Suddenly, the bottle emitted a large amount of white vapor, and Chen Shu quickly stashed it back into his system space. His companions, bewildered, asked, where did it go? You mortals wouldn't understand. My hands are just that fast, Chen Shu brushed off. The three stayed awake all night, planning their next move with dark circles under their eyes. Chen Shu was adamant about blowing up the wolf pack, and though his companions had doubts, they were eventually convinced. We'll act tonight when the wolves are asleep, Chen Shu said, yawning as he crawled into his tent. In the sky, Shen Wushuang stood on his ice phoenix, completely unaware of how insane the trio's plan was. And Chen Shu had no idea that the explosive potion from his system was far more powerful than he imagined. These three kids seem off. Shen Wushuang stood on the ice phoenix, stroking his chin, feeling a sense of unease. His gaze swept over last night's battlefield, where the carcasses of fierce beasts had been devoured, leaving only large patches of congealed blood on the ground, silently telling the tale of the brutal fight. Seizing the daylight, the beast-taming groups in the depths of the frozen gorge began to retreat, clearly sensing the danger from last night's beast battle. Shen Wushuang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking that these three little guys had actually scared off a group of black iron beast tamers. He began to doubt whether bringing them to this alternate space was a mistake. As night fell again, a black iron 3-star spirit guard came to the depths of the gorge to relieve Shen Wushuang. However, Shen Wushuang insisted, no need. I'll keep watch tonight. His eyes glimmered with vigilance. Despite the soldier's advice that staying up all night was bad for his health, Shen Wushuang remained determined to keep the night watch. After the soldier left, Shen Wushuang felt his heart racing. His eyes were fixed intently on the cave where Chen Shu and the others were. Inside the cave, an intense game of Do Di Zhu was underway. Chen Shu raised his cards triumphantly and declared, straight. Just 2 cards left. Xia Sunan calmly responded, pass. Suddenly, Su Xingxing threw down a pair of jokers. Chen Shu looked at the remaining 3 of a kind in his hand and fell into deep thought. Eventually, he reluctantly tossed down his cards and announced he was done playing, swearing he'd never play Do Di Zhu with Su Xingxing again. With the game over, the 3 quickly prepared and stepped outside the cave. Chen Shu, full of excitement, said, this is the beginning of our domination of the frozen gorge. We must seize this opportunity. The 3 exchanged determined glances and nodded firmly. They mounted their rejuvenated mutated thunderbirds and approached the territory of the frost wolves again. Using their flashlights, Chen Shu was surprised to find that the wolf pack was not asleep but densely gathered together. Suddenly, howls broke the silence of the gorge. In the distance, countless blue lights floated in the air, eerily. Chen Shu immediately recognized them as a swarm of ice bats. At the same time, more beast hordes appeared on the ground, including the massive snow bears. Beasts were converging from all directions, as if for a grand gathering in the gorge. Each beast horde had a lord overseeing it. A colossal frost wolf lord howled at the sky, signaling the impending battle. Countless ice bats circled in the air, their blue eyes piercing the night. The ice bat lord also let out a fierce screech, heightening the tension between the 2 species. Not far away, other beast hordes watched the imminent battle leisurely, as if waiting for the show to begin. It turns out that the love for a good spectacle isn't exclusive to humans. Chen Shu, Su Xingxing, and Xia Sunan crouched in the distance, watching a thrilling battle between ferocious beasts unfold before their eyes. Xia Sunan swallowed nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Chin Pai, how about we leave? With so many fierce beasts, my small frame can't handle this. Chen Shu shook his head firmly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. No way. If we don't blow this up tonight, I probably won't sleep well. Blowing it up might bring regret for a moment, but not blowing it up will bring regret for a lifetime. He turned to his companions, his gaze intense. What you need isn't just courage, it's a shout from deep within. Tell me, do you want to be a coward for life or a hero for a second? Su Xingxing was visibly shaken by his words, as if he had found a kindred spirit. However, Xie Sunan's mouth twitched, clearly unimpressed. Give me a break. I just want to stay alive, not go insane. Chun Shu nodded calmly. All right, old Xie, you can leave. Xiaoxing and I will stay. Xie Sunan's face darkened. Are you kidding? Without the Thunderbird, how am I supposed to leave? You guys are really dragging me onto this sinking ship. Chun Shu patted his shoulder, his tone light. Relax, we'll run as soon as we set off the bombs. In the distance, the battle between the beasts grew more intense. The mutated Thunderbirds and insect butterflies, being relatively weaker, failed to attract the attention of the fierce beasts. The ice bats and frost giant wolves were locked in a brutal fight. Several ice bats teamed up to bite a frost giant wolf, instantly freezing its blood and taking its life. Another wolf, its claws gleaming with cold light, shredded an ice bat with a single swipe. On the battlefield, the combatants went back and forth, locked in a deadly struggle. The two Lord-level beasts displayed their full array of ice abilities, creating a spectacular scene. Chen Shu and Su Xingxing watched with great interest, looking like typical bystanders. Xie Sunan, however, was still fearful, and the insect butterflies were trembling so much that they didn't even dare to use their scouting skills. Chen Pai, what are you waiting for? Xie Sunan couldn't help but ask. Chen Shu, eyes glued to the battlefield, answered excitedly, wait a bit, this is too thrilling. I want to watch a bit more. It's non-stop action. Xie Sunan's mouth twitched again, helplessly looking at his two companions engrossed in the battle scene. You two are really risking your lives just to watch the show. At this moment, high above, Shen Wushuang's expression was as serious as it could get. His brows were furrowed, almost knitting together, as he kept patting his chest, his heart pounding as if it might leap out at any moment. You three ancestors, why aren't you running yet? Shen Wushuang shouted in his mind, but dared not approach, fearing he might disturb the ferocious beasts below. Chen Shu, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying himself. Suddenly, a vial appeared in his hand. Swinging his right arm a few times, he hurled the vial with all his might. Bang! The vial hit a rock on the battlefield precisely, and the gray liquid inside spilled everywhere without emitting any smell. The surrounding frost wolves and ice bats, locked in fierce combat, were oblivious to it and continued their battle. The three of them were already perched on the back of a mutated Thunderbird, ready to take off at any moment. Chun Shu pulled up the hood of his black winter jacket, turned around with a cold expression, and said, "It's over." He threw a firestone behind him as he faced away from the beast horde. However, moments passed, and there was no reaction. Chun Shu frowned in confusion, only to see Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing staring at him with strange looks. Can you stop trying to look cool? That firestone is at least 1,000 meters away from the liquid. Xie Sunan said helplessly. Chun Shu coughed awkwardly and took out another red firestone. Snap! This time, the firestone, imbued with intense heat, accurately hit the gray liquid. The mutated Thunderbird erupted instantly, its wings vibrating, blue light filling its eyes, and its body extending wings made of light and shadow. Most astonishingly, blue gas spurted from its tail like a jet engine. The Thunderbird shot forward at an unbelievable speed, reaching Shen Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Before Shen Wushuang could finish saying, "You guys," his expression froze. He immediately rode his ice luan and ascended rapidly, his eyes wide in shock as he looked down at the canyon. The pitch-black ice canyon suddenly turned white-hot, blindingly bright as if a sun had fallen into it. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying heat swept through in an instant, melting the snow and ice into boiling water that quickly evaporated into sizzling steam. The entire canyon turned into a massive steam pot. The roars of countless ferocious beasts echoed but were quickly silenced, clearly annihilated in an instant. A horrifying explosion created an enormous, seemingly bottomless hole in the canyon. The right side of the canyon collapsed with a thunderous crash, boulders tumbling down, shaking the earth far more violently than the avalanche a few days ago. This terrifying scene shook the entire alternate space. The beast tamers in the ice canyon were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them. Tonight, no one would sleep. The ice luan and the mutated Thunderbird sped away, quickly flying above the canyon. The terrifying scene below continued, and Shen Wushuang, eyes wide with shock, stammered, You guys? We don't know what's going on either." The trio feigned innocence, though Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing couldn't help but glance at Chen Shu in shock. Shen Wushuang took a deep breath, as if he might need a quick-acting heart pill at any moment. Finally regaining his composure, he asked, "Where did you get a nuke?" Chen Shu's mouth twitched, thinking, "A nuke? Seriously?" He explained, "Mr. Shen, have you lost it? Tech weapons don't work in the alternate space. Look over there." Following Chen Shu's pointing finger, Shen Wushuang saw the opposite side of the canyon, now a wasteland, with countless collapsed rocks piled high. "Tell me this isn't a nuke?" Shen Wushuang swallowed hard, unable to accept the scene before him despite all his speculations. 3 interned beast tamers had blasted the ice canyon to smithereens? This was beyond absurd. Chen Shu immediately distanced himself. Sir, it wasn't me. I'm a peace-loving person who would never do such a thing. He spread his hands in denial, thinking, what do the crimes of the Nanjing bandits have to do with Chen Shu? The beast tamers in the alternate space were all stunned, staring at the canyon's ruins in utter disbelief. Oh my god, what did I just witness? How did the ice canyon collapse? We just had an avalanche a few days ago, and now the entire canyon is gone. Is this some kind of divine punishment? Someone exclaimed. I suspect there are terrorists researching nukes in the canyon. Another beast tamer speculated. Not only the adventuring beast tamers, but also the station's spirit guard troops were completely bewildered, unsure how to respond to this sudden disaster. Across the entire nation, they had never heard of such a situation. Shen Wushuang swallowed hard, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Lowering his voice, he told his companions, remember, if anyone asks, we know nothing. The 3 exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to deny everything. Shen Wushuang calculated in his mind. A standard-level rift wasn't a threat to the country. Rather, it was a valuable resource for training beast tamers. As long as they all stuck to their story, no one would suspect they were the culprits. Just then, a series of chilling howls echoed through the air. A wave of blue frost swept in, freezing the ice phoenix under Shen Wushuang's feet. Not good, he muttered to himself, realizing he'd been careless. Below, 2 massive and intimidating frost wolf lords howled at the sky, spewing blue frost from their mouths. At the same time, a frostbat lord, its eyes filled with venomous rage, swooped down from the front. Holy crap, we're surrounded, Xie Sunan exclaimed, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The 4 of them snapped back to reality, glancing around to find 7 lord-level beasts glaring at them menacingly. Hatred burned in the beasts' eyes, signaling a fight to the death. Chen Shu cursed inwardly, we just wanted to throw a party, and now you're trying to wipe us out? He noticed dark blood stains on the beasts, evidence of injuries from the earlier explosion. Chen Shu's plan was supposed to be foolproof. The explosive provided by the system had indeed wiped out all the beasts except the lords. But they had never expected to be hunted by not 1, but 7 frost wolf lords. Teacher Shen, what do we do now? Chen Shu asked, swallowing hard as he realized the situation was far worse than anticipated. Shen Wushuang's face was grim, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, I just wanted to hunt 1 lord, and now we're facing a supersized challenge? The bomb was so powerful it nearly blew up the entire ice canyon. Yet it didn't kill these lords? Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Faced with 3 choices, Chen Shu didn't hesitate and chose to run. In the next moment, the mutated thunderbird soared into the sky, blue exhaust trailing from its tail, and sped towards the Jinling army base. Seeing this, Shen Wushuang immediately rode his ice phoenix in pursuit, but his speed slowed as he was attacked by a frost giant wolf, gradually widening the gap. Chen Shu looked back and shouted, Mr. Shen, hang in there. We'll find someone to rescue you. Shen Wushuang cursed inwardly, thinking that by the time they returned, he would likely already be dead. As the 3 were fleeing for their lives, the Ice Bat Lord's venomous gaze locked onto Chen Shu. Its wings spread wide, flickering blue light, and instantly caught up with the mutated Thunderbird. Chen Shu felt a chill run through him, wondering if the creature had recognized him as the one who threw the bomb. Suddenly, the Ice Bat Lord bit down on the Thunderbird's tail. The bird's speed plummeted, and its blood nearly froze. Su Xingxing, in a panic, quickly retrieved the near-dead Thunderbird. The 3 of them plummeted from the sky, and the Ice Bat Lord opened its massive jaws to swallow them. At the critical moment, a large yellow ball accompanied by a thunderous snore appeared. The 3 grabbed the slime's nostrils, barely managing to put some distance between themselves and the Ice Bat Lord. However, their escape plan failed again. The Ice Bat Lord relentlessly pursued them, its sharp fangs piercing the slime's defenses. At the moment of crisis, Shen Wushuang's black and white giant python suddenly appeared and forced the Ice Bat Lord back. The 4 stood on the Ice Phoenix, surrounded by 7 lord-level beasts. Shen Wushuang said nothing, took out a piece of white paper, and began writing his will, even handing it to the other 3. When Chen Shu saw the first 2 words, his heart sank. The black and white giant python battled the 7 lord beasts, but quickly fell into a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, Chen Shu took out a bottle of red potion and suggested giving it to the Ice Phoenix. Though Shen Wushuang had doubts, he agreed to try. After the Ice Phoenix consumed the potion, its body began to emit white steam, and its aura rapidly increased. Seeing this anomaly, Chen Shu and the others quickly descended to the ground. As the Ice Phoenix's condition worsened, they even started discussing the possibility of tasting its glass Ice Phoenix, which infuriated Shen Wushuang. At that moment, white mist swirled around the Ice Phoenix, Its aura continued to surge, and the situation remained uncertain. Shen Wushuang looked at Bingwan and was astonished to find that the potion had actually worked. Bingwan's aura surged, its eyes turned blood red, resembling a beast on the verge of rampage. The 7 Lord-level beasts instinctively felt fear, but their hatred kept them rooted in place. Suddenly, Bingwan unleashed its innate skill, Ice Ring. A terrifying ring of ice with a radius of 20 meters instantly formed around it, 10 times larger than usual. Shen Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself, what kind of potion is this? Super fertilizer? 3 of the Lord-level beasts were caught within the ice ring. 2 Frost Wolf Lords lunged at Bingwan, only to be pierced by eerie ice spikes that appeared above them and shot down instantly. Boom! The spikes accurately impaled their bodies, sending blood splattering. The originally 2-meter defensive ice ring had now become a deadly 20-meter weapon. The Ice Ape Lord barely managed to withstand the ice spikes with its innate skill, Frost Armor. Realizing the danger, the 3 lords quickly retreated from the ice ring's range. Seeing this, Shen Wushuang's confidence soared. Although Bingwan looked crazed, its power had indeed increased significantly. Just as Shen Wushuang was about to shout, I can take on 10 of you, Qin Shu reminded him, Mr. Shen, we need to save the black and white python first. Only then did Shen Wushuang notice the Ice Bear Lord trampling the python's head and hurriedly recalled it. Bingwan let out a long cry and charged at the 7 lords, the terrifying ice ring moving with it. The lords exchanged glances and seemed to reach a consensus. The Ice Ape Lord roared and launched an attack, while the other 6 chose to retreat, leaving the Ice Ape Lord dumbfounded. Qin Shu sighed. Seems like there are honest beasts too. Inside the ice ring, ice spikes rained down again, shattering the Ice Ape Lord's frost armor. But Bingwan ignored it, targeting the 6 fleeing lords instead. With a spread of its wings, hundreds of sharp ice feathers formed around it, creating a fearsome sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice feathers shot out like arrows, piercing the bodies of the 6 lords. Blood blossomed like red flowers on the snow. Despite being hit by dozens of ice arrows, the 6 lords continued to flee desperately. Mr. Shun, chase them, Chen Shu urgently called out, clearly unwilling to miss this rare hunting opportunity. Shen Wushuang smiled slightly, as Bingwan's eyes flashed blue. In the next moment, a series of explosions resounded. Boom, boom, boom. The ice feathers inside the fleeing lords exploded, severely injuring them. Just as Shen Wushuang was about to celebrate the victory, he noticed something wrong with Bingwan. Its eyes were blood red, and it crashed into the snow, its body twitching sporadically until it finally lay motionless. Chen Shu couldn't help but ask, is it dead? While subtly touching the seasoning in his hand with a hint of anticipation. Dead, my foot. Shen Wushuang quickly retrieved Bingwan. Although it wasn't dead, it was completely exhausted and unable to continue fighting. He turned to Qin Shu and asked, what on earth did you give it? It's so powerful. Qin Shu shrugged and replied, a hen I found it in a public restroom. A public restroom? Shen Wushuang was dumbfounded. You carry stuff from restrooms with you? He silently vowed to get Bingwan a full checkup after leaving this otherworldly space. Qin Shu glanced at the heavily injured 6 lords in the distance and smiled. Mr. Shun, you take a rest. Leave the rest to me. A round, chubby slime appeared again. Despite the frost still clinging to it, its combat ability was unaffected. The slime quickly inflated and rolled towards the 6 lords. Boom, boom, boom. It specifically used its rear to crush each lord's face, dealing damage and adding insult. At that moment, a 100-person squad arrived rapidly, all riding flying contracted spirits. It was the Zhenling army. The squad leader was about to speak when he saw the slime tormenting the lords in the distance and was stunned. Seeing this, Qin Shu immediately put on a mysterious air and shouted loudly, a mere 6 black iron lords dare to challenge the bandits of Nanjing? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Next time, I'll crush 10 silver lords. Shen Wushuang, Xie Sunan, and Su Xingxing exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, we've never seen someone so shameless in our lives. Old Shun, what's going on? The captain of the spirit guard recognized Shen Wushuang immediately, his tone urgent. Shen Wushuang frowned slightly and gave a brief explanation. It's about the explosion earlier. It killed 6 lord-level beasts. He thought to himself, this kid is bluffing, but he didn't dare to tell the truth. Chen Shu's rampage potion was just too overpowered. The captain nodded and continued to ask, by the way, do you know anything about the explosion? The 4 of them were visibly shocked and responded in unison. We have no idea. The captain didn't seem suspicious and simply said, the ice canyon may need to be temporarily closed for a while. You should leave now. We need to investigate and ensure there's no further danger before reopening. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched as he gave Qin Shu a deep look, thinking to himself, this kid comes in once and shuts down an entire alternate dimension. Qin Shu pretended not to notice and quickly ran over to the lord-level beast. With a butcher knife in one hand and a bag of fertilizer in the other, he skillfully started dissecting the beast for valuable materials, muttering to himself, "I'm gonna be rich, so rich." The spirit guard team didn't linger and prepared to head to the scene, while also notifying other beast tamers to evacuate as soon as possible. "Let's head back to the base." Shen Wushuang led the three of them away. Qin Shu, carrying his backpack, asked, "Why are we walking back?" "Let's ride a bird." Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched again, and he reluctantly summoned the ice Luan. The once majestic creature now lay on the ground in a pitiful state, looking like a half-dead dog. "Forget I said anything." Qin Shu quickly changed his tune and started walking toward the base. On the way, Shen Wushuang suddenly asked, "By the way, only that ice ape survived earlier. The other 6 lord-level beasts that fled all died. What lesson did you learn from this?" He wanted to use this as a teaching moment about not abandoning comrades. "I know." Xie Sunan was the first to answer. "You can't trust the character of fierce beasts, just like you can't trust Qin Shu." Shen Wushuang was speechless. "Old Xie, you really lack understanding." Xue Xingxing chimed in. "I think it means we shouldn't gather in crowds for parties. If they hadn't gathered, we wouldn't have taken them all out at once." Shen Wushuang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "All right, enough. Let's just go back." "Teacher, aren't you going to let me answer?" Qin Shu interjected. "You? I'm afraid my heart can't take it." Shen Wushuang quickened his pace, abandoning the idea of educating the three. Chen Shu's eyes flashed with contemplation. "Actually, I did learn something." Shen Wushuang turned to look at him, a hint of expectation on his face. Chen Shu said seriously, "I think the explosives weren't powerful enough. Next time, we need to up the ante." "Oh?" Shen Wushuang was dumbfounded. "Was that my point?" Xie Sunan and Xue Xingxing gave him a thumbs up. "That's our Qin Shu, the bandit of Nanjiang." Despite the Ice Luan's severe injuries, the black and white giant python managed to hold its ground. 2 days later, the 4 of them safely returned to the Spirit Guard base. The atmosphere there was noticeably different, with increased patrols and teams being dispatched frequently, creating a heavy and tense mood. Chen Shu thought to himself, "This seems pretty serious." "Teacher, teacher." The students of the special training class were waiting patiently. Shen Wushuang scanned the 21 students and nodded. "As long as no one was hurt, that's good. Qin Shu, you 3, rejoin the team." Qin Shu and his 2 companions returned to their group. Tang Lai stared at Qin Shu with clenched fists, filled with resentment. Once again, he had been tricked by the guy, starting with an avalanche that wiped them out. "Qin Shu, I want to ask you something," Su Xiaoyu said softly. "Hmm? What is it? Be honest. Were you the one who caused the explosion in the ice canyon?" Xia Bing and Wang Qinghan also looked over, wanting an answer. The 3 of them had been happily hunting when a bomb scared them away. "Me?" Chen Shu shook his head repeatedly, wearing a helpless smile. "Do you think it was me? Would I, Qin Shu, do something like that?" Su Xiaoyu and the others nodded emphatically. If anyone had the guts to do something like that, it would definitely be Qin Shu. Give him a nuke, and he might just blow up the whole planet. The training in the alternate dimension has to end early because of someone's actions. Shen Wushuang said, his tone full of reproach. "This is something only a terrorist would do. I think they should be punished severely. What do you think, Qin Shu?" Chen Shu's mouth twitched. "I think." He paused, thinking, "How am I supposed to answer that? Criticize myself? I think the rampage potion was flawed. Why didn't it take out your Ice Luan completely?" Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow. "Qin Shu, do you know that person? Otherwise, why are you so hesitant?" "That's not like you." Qin Shu thought for a moment and then said seriously, "Sorry, teacher, I don't know how to curse people." The whole class turned to look at him with strange expressions, as if they were saying everything without saying anything. "Can't curse people, but can beat them up, right? All right, leave the ice canyon." Shen Wushuang didn't press Chen Shu any further and led everyone out of the alternate dimension. Before leaving, Chen Shu glanced back and whispered, "I'll be back." Whack. Shen Wushuang gave him a light smack on the head. "On behalf of the nation, thank you. Please don't come back. We don't have many alternate dimensions left for you to blow up." The group arrived at Ice Valley Town, planning to rest for the night and return to school the next morning. Shen Wushuang was busy calling parents to assure them their kids were safe, while the others had free time. Most of them returned to the hotel, feeling exhausted after the tense atmosphere in the alternate dimension. However, Qin Shu and his 2 companions eagerly headed to the Beast Tamer Association. Task completed. Chen Shu waved his hand energetically, holding the fertilizer bag in his other hand. The beast tamers in the hall all turned to look, who wouldn't with such a loud voice. When they saw the fertilizer bag, their eyes widened and their mouths twitched. Is the Beast Tamer Association accepting local specialties now? The staff meticulously checked Chen Shu's identification documents, then looked up and asked, "Are you here to submit the ice leaf flower collection task or the lion roar hunting task?" Chen Shu was taken aback and shrugged. turning to his companions. Old Xie, Xiao Xing, have you heard of these tasks? Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing both shook their heads in unison, with Su Xingxing adding, who would take on such low-level tasks? The staff member's forehead creased with a few lines, thinking to themselves, isn't this the task you guys took earlier? Chun Shu, noticing the reaction, calmly said, we're here to submit the Frost Wolf Lord task. The Lord? You actually completed it? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. Piece of cake. Chun Shu confidently pulled out a heart wrapped in special paper from a fertilizer bag. Instantly, a chilling cold swept through the hall, causing all the beast tamers to stand up simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the heart in Chun Shu's hand. Is that really a frost wolf heart? Someone exclaimed. A bunch of trainee beast tamers actually succeeded? Are students this skilled nowadays? The staff member swallowed hard, thinking this was a $4 million bounty. Just then, Chun Shu frowned and pulled out another heart from the fertilizer bag, looking puzzled. Which one should we submit, this one or this one? The entire task hall fell into dead silence. The staff member was so shocked they could hardly speak, finally squeezing out, are you guys wholesalers? Chun Shu sighed, put the hearts back in the bag, and carefully tied it up. The beast tamers in the hall stared at the bag filled with rare materials, eyes burning with fervor and greed. Forget it. We're not submitting it. Chun Shu suddenly changed his mind. Please inform the employer that each heart in my possession is 5 million. No bargaining. This audacious statement made everyone present gasp. Chun Shu was secretly pleased, knowing the employer was wealthy and obsessed with mastering the Frost Wolf's innate skill. With the recent incident in the Ice Canyon potentially leading to a temporary closure, the value of these rare materials was bound to skyrocket. After leaving the task hall, Chun Shu began calculating the total value of the materials in the fertilizer bag. Just the materials from 6 Lord-level beasts were worth over 20 million. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Xiao Xing did a lot, so she can get 100,000. Old Xie's reconnaissance skills were crucial, so he can also get 100,000. Teacher Shun's support was excellent, so she can get 200,000. I'm the main force, so the rest is mine, fair and square. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing widened their eyes upon hearing this. Why are you staring at me? Qin Shu asked, puzzled. We're seeing how thick-skinned you are, they replied in unison. You plan to take over 20 million for yourself? At that moment, Shen Wushuang entered, clearly here to claim her share. Xie Sunan immediately stood up to complain. Teacher Shen, please deal with this shameless guy. He wants to pocket 20 million himself. Without a word, Shen Wushuang dashed forward and snatched the fertilizer bag from Chen Shu. She sat down beside him and started analyzing the situation. Now that the ice canyon is temporarily closed, the value of the Lord materials will increase significantly. Suddenly, she turned to Qin Shu. Did you plan the explosion in the ice canyon to drive up the prices? Qin Shu just shrugged, saying nothing. Shen Wushuang continued. Let's not sell the 2 Frost Wolf hearts. Tell the wealthy employer they're 550,000 each. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan looked at Qin Shu and Shen Wushuang with strange eyes, thinking these two really know how to drive up prices. Ignoring their looks, Shen Wushuang continued estimating, the other 4 materials are worth around 4 million, plus the Beast Tamer Pearl, totaling about 450,000. Including the Frost Wolf's Beast Tamer Pearl, the total value is roughly 30 million. Hearing this, everyone except Su Xingxing was speechless. Even Shen Wushuang had never had such a substantial haul. Her beast taming team never dared to hunt 7 Lord-level beasts at once. After a long silence, Su Xingxing suddenly broke it. Besides the 2 hearts, the other materials are worth 19 million, right? If there's no problem, I'll have my family transfer the money tomorrow. Hearing this, Qin Shu, Xie Sunan, and Shen Wushuang all stood up straight, staring at Su Xingxing in shock. Damn it, it's unreasonable. The evil rich, they all roared inwardly. So, the 3 of them became sellers, and Su Xingxing turned into the buyer? Shen Wushuang, Qin Shu, and Xie Sunan had no objections. They were well aware that as long as the ice canyon remained closed long enough, the value of their items would surpass Shen Wushuang's estimates. However, they preferred to cash out quickly, as having money in hand was the safest option. As Shen Wushuang left the room, a barely concealed smile played on his lips. Qin Shu and Xie Sunan were equally excited. This was the first time they had seen such a large sum of money. Early the next morning, Su Xingxing made good on his promise and had 19 million wired from his home. The 4 of them immediately split the money equally. Although Shen Wushuang undoubtedly contributed the most, the mission would have been impossible without Chun Shu's Berserk Potion, Su Xingxing's mutated Thunderbird with explosive potions, and Xie Sunan's insect and butterfly evasion techniques. Each of them was indispensable, making an equal split the fairest choice. With the closure of the ice canyon, the atmosphere in Ice Valley Town grew increasingly tense. Well-informed beast tamers had already left, and the town became much quieter. Everyone boarded the bus, ready to head home. Just as Shen Wushuang was about to announce the results of the October competition, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Roar! The students on the bus all looked out the windows, and what they saw left them speechless. In the sky appeared a massive dragon. It had no wings and looked remarkably like the legendary dragons from ancient Chinese texts, stretching dozens of meters long and engulfed in roaring flames. The dragon walked on air, its presence so overwhelming that it was hard to look at directly. Atop the dragon's head sat a figure dressed in black, with the words Spirit Guard embroidered on their shoulder. Flame Dragon, Shen Wushuang murmured, eyes filled with envy. A golden-level beast tamer has arrived. Chen Shu's eyes were fixed on the sky. This was his first time seeing a legendary beast in person. Although Feng Xi's two contracted spirits were also dragons, their winged, lizard-like forms clearly lacked pure bloodlines. The flame dragon before him was at least S-level, with potential far exceeding Feng Xi's contracted spirits. It wasn't until the flame dragon disappeared into the distance that everyone snapped out of their daze. The scene left a lasting impression on them. Seizing the moment, Shen Wushuang explained, "There's no need to be overly envious. As long as your beast tamer level is high enough, your contracted spirit's bloodlines will continue to evolve, eventually becoming legendary beasts. For example, Dulong's Earth Dragon could potentially evolve into an Earth Ancient Dragon that controls Earth elements." Hearing this, Dulong clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with confidence, as if reclaiming his status as the model student. Chen Shu, however, was unimpressed and asked, "Teacher, what will my slime eventually transform into?" Shen Wushuang's expression turned awkward as he fell into an uncomfortable silence. Dulong couldn't resist a sarcastic comment, "Bloodlines can't be changed. How could a bug become a dragon?" Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Oh, you think you're all that now? Can your Earth Dragon withstand a single attack from my slime?" Dulong was left speechless, silently vowing to evolve his creature and one day crush that annoying slime. Chen Shu couldn't be bothered to respond and sat back down. To him, bloodlines were irrelevant. There wasn't a creature a slime couldn't handle, and if there was, two slimes would do the job, crushing legendary beasts with the weakest contracted spirit that was true prestige. After Shen Wushuang announced the results, Chen Shu's team, which had taken first place, remained unusually calm. "Old Xie, 2 million. Does that interest you?" Chen Shu sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Xie Sunan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Not at all." Su Xingxing chimed in, 2 million isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Chen Shu nodded and said, "Since neither of you wants it, I'll take it all." "Damn it." Xie Sunan's mouth twitched. "We agreed to act cool together, and now you're betraying us?" He quickly changed his tune. "I think it's necessary to split the 2 million. The more money, the better." Su Xingxing seriously added, "I don't need it, but you can't keep it all." Back at school, the special training class was immediately taken to the Beast Pavilion. Someone couldn't help but complain, "Teacher, shouldn't we get a break? We didn't even have a National Day holiday." Chen Shu firmly responded, "A break? What break? Only those who are useless to society take breaks." Everyone else looked over with strange expressions, thinking how familiar that sounded. Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow, surprised at Chen Shu's high level of determination. The next moment, Chen Shu took a deep breath, looked his teacher straight in the eyes, and said firmly, "Teacher, it's time to come clean. I'm a useless person to society, and I want a break." His unexpected words dropped like a bombshell in the classroom. Everyone was stunned, and the air seemed to freeze. Silence spread like a tide, as each person tried to process this sudden declaration. After a while, teacher Shen Wushuang cleared her throat, breaking the suffocating silence. She glanced around at the still-shocked students and calmly said, "Let's distribute the competition awards first, then everyone can go home and take a 2-day break." Her words were like a refreshing spring, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere in the classroom. The students cheered, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. The award distribution scene was lively. Chen Shu's team received a generous reward, 9 high-quality beast control pearls and materials from 2 mutant fierce beasts, with a total value of around 2 million. Even the last-place team received rewards worth hundreds of thousands. Everyone's faces were filled with joy as they eagerly packed their things to head home for a break. Chen Shu was equally delighted as he walked home with a spring in his step. The school's competition rewards were all bought by Su Xingxing, and the three of them split the money evenly. Chen Shu checked his bank account balance and was pleasantly surprised to see an additional 5.4 million. If they sold the hearts of the 2 frost giant wolves, they could earn nearly another 3 million. Looking at this unexpected windfall, Chen Shu couldn't help but marvel. Is making money really this easy? Blowing up one different space gets you this much. There are hundreds of different spaces in Huagua. I guess I should plan my blasting strategy carefully. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Chen Shu called as he entered with the food he had bought, just in time for dinner. Seeing their son return safely, his parents quietly sighed in relief. The family enjoyed a warm and relaxed meal together. Back in his room, Chen Shu opened his computer and started researching the innate skills of various fierce beasts. With over 5 million at his disposal, he planned to buy the corpse of a leader-level fierce beast. Although his slime had already mastered many skills, he believed that more skills could never hurt. Just as Chen Shu was focused on his research, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. He answered it, and a boy's voice came through the receiver. Hello? I'm the one who posted the task. Do you still have those 2 hearts? Chen Shu perked up immediately. Of course I do. 550,000 each. I'll take them. The other person's tone was generous, filling Chen Shu with joy. This was definitely a big spender. I'm in Daxing City. Come over tomorrow, and we'll do the transaction in person, the caller continued. Chen Shu was a bit puzzled. What do you mean by transaction in person? The voice on the other end had a hint of exasperation. What are you thinking? It means we'll meet and exchange the goods face-to-face. Chen Shu thought for a moment and replied, tomorrow won't work. I'm on a break. I'll come over after school starts. The other person fell silent, said okay, and hung up. Chen Shu decided to use his vacation to visit Daxing City, thinking that no matter how busy work was, it shouldn't interfere with learning. He believed Shen Wushuang would definitely approve his leave for a share of the money. Over the next 2 days, Chen Shu only went to the hospital once to treat slime. The rest of the time, he spent in his room studying skills. He browsed through hundreds of talents and finally narrowed it down to 3. The savage charge of the iron back bull, the golden spike counter of the golden porcupine, and the flame leap of the skyfire ape. Unfortunately, as an intern beastmaster, he couldn't log into the association's website and had to rely on issuing bounty tasks to obtain them. Just as Chen Shu was considering when to post the tasks, his father's voice came from outside the room. Son, is the other world you went to the ice canyon? Chen Shu walked out of his room and saw his parents intently watching the TV news. On the screen, a reporter was interviewing a composed man in black. Chen Shu immediately recognized him as the master of the flame dragon. The news reported a massive explosion in the ice canyon, causing a beast riot and adventurers to flee. Gold-level beastmaster Xiaofeng was interviewed and explained. I personally investigated 2 days ago and found that 1/6 of the area is now rubble. The cause is still unknown, but there's no need to panic. The reporter asked if it could be man-made, to which Xiaofeng shook his head with a smile. Honestly, I could collapse one side of the canyon, but affecting such a large area is impossible. A king-level beastmaster might be able to, but they wouldn't be that bored. And as for technological weapons, that's nonsense. Only basic equipment can be used in other worlds. Chen Shu secretly felt relieved, thinking that such a terrifying explosive potion was indeed unimaginable. When the reporter mentioned the rumors of the Nanjiang outlaw, Chen Shu tensed up. Xiaofeng firmly denied it. Impossible. Unless a king-level beast master personally intervened. He further explained that it was as absurd as a governor blowing up a village toilet. Finally, Xiaofeng concluded that the ice canyon might need to be temporarily closed until safety was confirmed. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising Xiaofeng for being a true gold-level beast master. He thought that this was just the first time the Nanjiang outlaw appeared on TV. After a few more appearances, the audience would start to catch on. His mother, concerned, said, Son, thank goodness you're okay. I didn't expect you to encounter a natural disaster. Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly, thinking that it was actually the ice canyon's bad luck. His father, Chen Ping, suddenly squinted and scrutinized Chen Shu. Chen Pai, why do I feel like this has something to do with you? Chen Shu let out a dry laugh and quickly returned to his room, muttering to himself, Dad, you really have a way with the truth. The next morning, Chen Shu packed a backpack with 2 hearts and prepared to head to Daxing City. He sent a message to Shen Wushuang. Mr. Shen, just letting you know, I'm going to Daxing City to sell the frost giant wolf's hearts. Seeing the message, Shen Wushuang was initially annoyed by the word letting, but he couldn't help but smile when he saw frost giant wolf. He replied, who would say no to money? Spend the next half-month summarizing your experiences in the other world, and I'll guide you one by one. As Chen Shu reached the roadside, a black sedan pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Feng in sunglasses. Xiao Chun, skipping school today? Uncle Zhang? I'm heading to Daxing City for some business, Chen Shu replied in surprise. What a coincidence. I'm going to Daxing City too. Get in, Zhang Feng said. Chen Shu got in the car with a grin and jokingly said, Uncle Zhang, my ticket is non-refundable. Could you cover it? Zhang Feng retorted, you must be itching for a beating. Giving you a ride and you still want money? Chen Shu wisely kept quiet. He knew Zhang Feng was stricter than his own father and had even been harsh when disciplining Zhang Dali. On the way, Zhang Feng suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Chun, there's a rumor that the Nanjiang outlaw blew up the ice canyon recently. Didn't you always call yourself the Nanjiang outlaw? Could it be related to you? Chen Shu's eyes widened as he quickly waved his hands. No way. Zhang Feng sighed. Tisk, I thought you had some promise. Chen Shu was surprised by his uncle's attitude and tentatively asked, Uncle Zhang, If it really were me, would it be serious? Zhang Feng dismissed it. What consequences? The other worlds are lawless places. They couldn't possibly make laws just for you. Chunshu nodded to himself, feeling reassured that he could continue his antics without worry. In the afternoon, after they arrived in Daxing City, Zhang Feng had some matters to attend to and left. Qin Shu hailed a taxi and headed straight to Daxing No. 1 High School. Qin Shu observed the bustling cityscape of Daxing City through the car window. Compared to Nanjing, Daxing City's prosperity was clearly more pronounced. An hour later, he arrived at Daxing First High School, only to find the gates closed and the students in class. He called the person he had arranged to meet, but no one answered. Damn it, am I being stood up? Chen Shu cursed quietly as he put away his phone. Just then, 3 options suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1. Take out a metal bowl and sit by the roadside, waiting patiently. Reward. Receive the title Beggar Clan Leader, which increases others' sympathy when begging. 2. Find a way to sneak into the school and directly locate the buyer. Reward. Slime's jumping ability increased by 10. 3. Turn around and leave, never waiting for anyone. Reward. First level enlightenment fruit. Chun Shu's mouth twitched. The first option was an insult to his dignity. His eyes quickly locked onto the second option. At that moment, a delivery guy rode by on his bike, and Qin Shu had an idea. 10 minutes later, Chun Shu stood at the school gate, dressed in a Bao Lumi uniform. The security guard immediately stopped him. Halt! What are you doing here? Chun Shu replied seriously. I'm delivering food. The guard looked incredulous. This is a high school. Who would order food during class? It's not for a student. It's for someone named Principal Shui, Chen Shu said confidently, having already thought up a story. The guard couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'm an idiot? Who's named Principal? Wait a minute. Did you say Principal ordered food? His expression changed as he realized what was said. Chen Shu nodded in confirmation. The guard, skeptical but unwilling to risk it, let him in. Too easy, Chen Shu thought smugly as he easily blended into the campus. Following the arrangement, Chen Shu arrived at the school's beast hall. 20 students were intently watching a battle between 2 contracted spirits on the stage. A formidable blue ice lion roared ferociously, and a rank ice snow lion. Its opponent was a small, green snake with menacing eyes, a rank venomous serpent. A chubby boy taunted, Wang Qing, are you really going to challenge me? I don't want to crush your little snake with one slap. Wang Qing snorted, cut the crap, Ouying Bao. Let's fight. The battle commenced. The ice snow lion roared, releasing a frigid blast that instantly lowered the temperature in the hall, slowing the venomous serpent. The lion pinned the snake with one paw and aimed a powerful strike at its head with the other. Qian Shu witnessed this and thought, what an idiot, attacking the most dangerous part of the venomous serpent. As expected, Wang Qing smirked. The seemingly helpless snake suddenly opened its jaws, its venomous fangs piercing the lion's paw. Is he just giving up? Chun Shu muttered. The venomous serpent's most lethal aspect is its venom, but its attack speed is slow and easy to dodge. This ice snow lion is practically asking for it. Wow, you're sneaky, Wang Qing. Ouyang Bao exclaimed as he watched the lion's paw turn green. Wang Qing scoffed. You walked into this yourself. Looks like you're going to lose. The venomous serpent quickly retreated, while the poisoned ice snow lion moved sluggishly and even stumbled, collapsing like a dead dog. Chinshu couldn't take it anymore. He approached the chubby boy and advised, are you stupid? Use your ice skills on yourself to slow the venom's spread. Ouyang Bao immediately commanded the ice snow lion to use its frost skill. Miraculously, the venom's spread slowed, and the lion got back up, quickly defeating the venomous serpent. What are you doing here, delivery guy? Wang Qing glared at Qin Shu, annoyed by his interference. I'm delivering food, Qin Shu replied, looking at Wang Qing as if he were an idiot. Wang Qing was speechless, about to lash out when a teacher intervened. This is the school's beast hall. Are you in the wrong place? I'm here to deliver something to Ouyang Bao. Who is Ouyang Bao? Chun Shu asked loudly, pulling a bag containing urea from his backpack. Seeing the bag, the students backed away, eyes filled with caution. Qin Shu was puzzled. Had his reputation already reached Daxing City? I'm Ouyang Bao. Are you Qin Shu from Nanjing? The chubby boy asked tentatively. It's you? Just as I thought. Chun Shu nodded, relieved. I wondered who could have such poor battle sense. Turns out it's the legendary Peidoan master. Saying this, Chun Shu took out 2 hearts emitting cold air from the bag. Leader-level materials again? So extravagant. The students looked at Ouyang Bao enviously. Ouyang Bao said, I'll take just 1 heart for now. If I learn the skill, I won't need the second one. Chun Shu nodded, grinning. Don't worry. You'll end up using the second one. At that moment, Chun Shu's phone chimed with a notification. Bank transfer received, 5.5 million. The other students groaned, feeling the relentless pressure of wealth. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Is the delivery industry this high-end now? delivering items worth millions? Damn it, I knew it wouldn't work. Ouyang Bao cursed, clenching his fists, his face dark. Chen Shu's prediction had come true. The ice snow lion had consumed 2 hearts but still hadn't learned a new skill. The ridiculously low probability made him question everything. Even though he was wealthy, such extravagance made Ouyang Bao uneasy. He turned to Chen Shu, eyes filled with doubt. How did you know I wouldn't succeed? Is it really that so-called big data targeting? Chen Shu smirked, feeling relieved that his guess was right. Seeing Ouyang Bao's confusion, he explained, simply put, the more you spend, the worse your luck gets. Ouyang Bao pondered but still gritted his teeth and bought a 3rd heart. After the ice snow lion consumed it, it finally learned the ice wolf's innate skill frozen claw. Chen Shu watched as a smile blossomed on Ouyang Bao's face, silently marveling at the world of the rich. Just then, a teacher walked over, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Even a delivery guy knows more than you. Can you show some effort? Chen Shu, about to leave, stopped in his tracks and turned to retort. What do you mean, even a delivery guy? As the world's strongest profession, it's only natural I know a lot. Got it? The special training class students turned their heads, and the teacher frowned, his tone harsh. You think you know everything? Since you claim to be so capable, why don't you teach them? Chen Shu had no intention of responding, but a system prompt suddenly appeared. Option 1. Walk away and ignore him. Reward: a bottle of high-grade strength potion. Option 2. Say, if I teach just because you asked, where's my dignity? Reward: moderate beast mastery. Option 3. Step up and teach the students how to use their skills, making the teacher doubt his life choices. Reward: rebound power 1. Chen Shu stroked his chin, surprised by the sudden options. He calmly walked up, took the materials from the teacher's hands, and started to review them. As expected from the best school in Daxing City, the special training class had 10 students with a grade contract spirits, 2 of whom were level 8 beastmasters. Ouyang Bao was among them. Despite his poor combat sense, his financial power was impressive. The ice snow lion had 8 skills, including the newly acquired frozen claw. Chen Shu began to speak confidently, offering tips on skill usage for each student. Ouyang Bao, your frost burst is best used at close range. Also, the frost that appears can obscure the opponent's vision, so learn to use that to your advantage. The teacher stood dumbfounded, shock gradually appearing in his eyes. Although Chen Shu's explanations might not be perfect, many of the techniques were new even to him. For a moment, the Beast Master's hall was silent, everyone staring at Chen Shu in his delivery uniform. Chen Shu cleared his throat and half-jokingly said, how about I become your homeroom teacher? Ouyang Bao immediately chimed in. Actually, that's not a bad idea. The teacher snapped back to reality, snatching the materials from Chen Shu's hands and yelling, you're trying to take my job. Non-students, please leave the Beast Master's hall. Narrow-minded. So narrow-minded. Chen Shu shook his head and sighed, reluctantly leaving the hall, leaving the bewildered students and teacher behind, their worldviews shaken. Whistling, Chen Shu walked out of Daxing City's top school. Seeing the extra millions in his account, he felt a bright future ahead. Since he was here, he might as well explore Daxing City. While wandering the black market, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Ouyang Bao. Big bro, wanna grab dinner tonight? Chen Shu thought about refusing but reconsidered. With someone so rich, he might squeeze out more benefits later. It's rare to find someone this gullible with money to burn. Sure. You choose the place. In the evening, Chen Shu arrived at a high-end restaurant in the city center. Sorry, sir. The restaurant has been booked for the night. A polite server stopped him. Chen Shu's face twitched as he realized. Ouyang Bao invited me. Are you Mr. Chen Shu? The server's attitude changed instantly, respectfully guiding him inside. Ouyang Bao sat upright, flanked by several burly bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses. As Chen Shu entered, Ouyang Bao and his guards stood and bowed. Big bro. Other servers glanced curiously at Chen Shu. Chen Shu took a step back, thinking this was over the top. He worried he might end up in trouble. Don't call me big bro, he said, approaching the table. Do you really need to go all out for a meal? Are you some kind of rich kid? Ouyang Bao scratched his head. I'm not a rich kid. Then he leaned in and whispered, but my dad is. Chen Shu's eyes widened. Well, that's different then. Secretly, he wished this were an alternate dimension where he could rob Ouyang Bao blind. Ouyang Bao got straight to the point. I want you to teach me how to win fights. Didn't your teacher already teach you? Chen Shu said, savoring the delicacies. The teacher's lessons are all theory, practically useless. I think you're more of a Hansen expert. Ouyang Bao said earnestly. I'll pay you whatever it takes. Chen Shu rubbed his chin, impressed by Ouyang Bao's insight. Winning fights is all about adaptability. Just talking about it won't help much. Ouyang Bao sighed. Is there any brain-boosting medicine? No matter the cost. Chen Shu rolled his eyes. In that case, I'll teach you a free move ambush. Lowering his voice, Chun Shu began to teach Ouyang the intricacies of ambush tactics. Watching the naive face turn sly, Chun Shu felt a strange sense of accomplishment. So this is what it feels like to lead someone astray? Chen Shu thought, feeling a bit giddy. Chen Shu and Ouyang Bao were engrossed in their conversation, the atmosphere lively. Ouyang Bao, excited, said, if you ever have any questions, just ask me on Chaoxin. Since we hit it off so well, I'll only charge you 10,000 per question. Chen Shu sincerely thanked him. Thank you, master. They frequently discussed various tactics, with Chen Shu's insights impressing Ouyang Bao. He exclaimed, Master, you're like my mentor. I never imagined battles could be as intricate as art. Chen Shu humbly waved his hand and said earnestly, the key is to act, not just think. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, you know? Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, his advice awakened a new determination in Ouyang Bao, leading him to become a notorious figure in Daxing High School's special training class. 3 hours later, they concluded their meaningful dinner, their relationship significantly strengthened. Ouyang Bao took an envelope from his bodyguard and respectfully said, Teacher Chun, this is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Feigning reluctance, Chen Shu opened his backpack and said, Come on, teaching students is a teacher's duty. Why so formal? Understanding the hint, Ouyang Bao slipped the envelope into the backpack. Chen Shu sternly said, Next time, don't be so formal. But his tone subtly suggested, Keep it coming. After they hugged and said their goodbyes, Chen Shu stood on the street, feeling satisfied with his trip to Daxing City. He pulled out his phone and called Zhang Feng. Hey, Uncle Zhang, I'm done with my business. Are you heading back tomorrow, or the day after? Zhang Feng replied, the day after. If you're in a hurry, you can leave earlier. Chen Shu quickly said, No rush. I'm in no hurry at all. A few more days won't hurt. Zhang Feng paused and then said helplessly, You really have no interest in school, do you? The next day, Chen Shu continued to indulge himself in Daxing City. When Shun Wushuang called, he directly hung up, believing in the saying, when a general is in the field, the king's orders are not binding. After another day of leisure, Chen Shu and Zhang Feng returned to Nanjing City. Meanwhile, in Nanjing No. 2 High School's Beast Pavilion, Shun Wushuang frowned, her eyes filled with anger. On the battle platform, a shadow beast, cloaked in darkness, used its ghostly speed to suppress the Earth Dragon. Du Long clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. The Earth Dragon roared repeatedly, its body covered in wounds, unable to fight back. Du Long sighed deeply, his confidence shattered. I lost. At the forefront of the special training class, a black-haired student in a white t-shirt with Nanjing No. 1 High School written on it smirked. Clearly, he was here to challenge. He said disdainfully, Is this the best Nanjing No. 2 High School can do? Not one of you is impressive. What a disappointment. You might as well skip the city's Beast Master competition. A bunch of nobodies. I hope Wang Tung from Nanjing No. 3 High School can at least pique my interest. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait, I want to challenge you. Lin Zixuan raised an eyebrow, seeing Xie Sunan walk out with a calm expression and a sly smile. Shin Wushuang frowned. Xie Sunan. She was worried that Xie Sunan's performance would embarrass the school. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu stepped forward resolutely. I'll do it. All the other A-grade contract spirits in the class had lost, leaving only her to fight. Lin Zixuan said with interest, Oh? You must be Su Xiaoyu. Once I beat you, Nanjing No. 2 High School will have no one left to challenge me. A firebird appeared on the battle platform instantly, its intense flames radiating a formidable aura. Below, the shadow beast roared provocatively. It resembled a wolf, with eyes as dark as abysses, also an A-grade top-tier contract spirit. The battle was imminent. Despite the firebird's aerial advantage, it was immediately at a disadvantage. Black light spread, binding the firebird's body. It was the shadow beast's innate skill, dark bind. The firebird struggled, releasing flames, but couldn't break free. Su Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, recalling the time she was attacked by a black market assassin whose shadow monster had similarly bound her firebird. Back then, Chen Shu had come to her aid, but now she was on her own. Just then, the shadow beast's claws glowed with a dark light, slashing through the air. Dark energy claws formed and struck the firebird. Bang! Blood splattered as the firebird was severely injured right at the start. The opponent was an 8th level beastmaster, while Su Xiaoyu was only at the 7th level. Coupled with the suppression from the talent skill, it was clear that the two couldn't match up. Lin Zixuan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, his eyes gleaming with victory. He stood tall and sneered. Is this all Nanjing No. 2 High has to offer? Don't even think about doing well in this year's college entrance exams. His laughter echoed across the battle stage, grating on everyone's ears. The students from Nanjing No. 2 High clenched their fists, their faces filled with helplessness and frustration. They all had the same thought. If our skills aren't up to par, we can only endure the beating. The students from the special training class couldn't help but think of their love-hate figure, Chen Shu. They muttered to themselves, if Chen Shu were here, would he let Nanjing No. 1 High act so arrogantly? Tang Lai was equally displeased, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath, damn it, always bullying classmates, but nowhere to be found when it matters. Just as everyone was missing Chen Shu, the battle on the stage had already decided its outcome. The flame bird lay on the ground, multiple wounds on its abdomen bleeding profusely, a pitiful sight. Lin Zixuan looked around triumphantly, his gaze full of disdain. He recalled the principal's words before they set off and chuckled coldly. Before we left, the principal specifically told me that Nanjing No. 2 High was planning a big move, aiming to make a stunning comeback. How laughable. Then, he puffed out his chest and shouted, anyone else? I want to know, who else? At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared over Lin Zixuan's head. Before he could react, his vision went dark, as if something had covered him. The surrounding students widened their eyes and exclaimed, a fertilizer bag? Chen Shu? Sure enough, it was Chen Shu, who had somehow silently appeared behind Lin Zixuan. His gaze was calm, his movements fluid, as if everything was ingrained in his very bones. Your uncle is here, Chen Shu said nonchalantly, then punched the struggling Lin Zixuan. With a bang, Lin Zixuan instantly fell unconscious, collapsing limply to the ground. At the same time, the shadow beast on the stage automatically returned to the beast's space. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Chen Shu casually dusted off his hands, his movements still smooth and graceful. He looked around, a hint of mockery in his voice. I've only been gone for 2 days, and already some thugs dare to barge into our class? Chen Shu put away the fertilizer bag, glanced down at Lin Zixuan lying on the ground like a dead dog, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He sneered, asking who else on my turf? That's like looking for death with a flashlight in a toilet. Chen Shu's actions shocked the students in the special training class. They watched in astonishment as Chen Shu knocked out the intruder without a word, not even bothering to ask for his identity. Although this was typical of Chen Shu's style, the students couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Xin Wushuang explained, he's from Nanjing No. 1 High School, here to challenge our school? Well, he failed the challenge then, Chen Shu said nonchalantly, giving Lin Zixuan a casual kick. I didn't even summon my slime to deal with him. Xin Wushuang looked exasperated. You ambushed him. And what kind of beast master fights personally? Despite his words, he felt a secret satisfaction. After all, the students from Nanjing No. 1 High School were notoriously arrogant. At that moment, a black and white giant python, which had been digging a hole in the back mountain, quietly returned. Xin Wushuang shook his head and said, since you're so sensible, I won't hold it against you for hanging up on me. Wake him up first. Soon, the unconscious Lin Zixuan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Chen Shu so close, he was first taken aback, then furious. You dared to ambush me? He shouted, pointing at each student in the special training class before finally jabbing his finger at Chen Shu's nose. Was it you? Just wait. Chen Shu looked innocent. Your principal is right behind you. Instinctively, Lin Zixuan turned to look, finding no one there. Before he could react, familiar darkness engulfed him as another precise punch knocked him out cold. Too noisy, had no choice, Chen Shu shrugged, dragging Lin Zixuan like a dead weight to the entrance of the Beast Mastery Hall. The others swallowed hard, thinking how ruthless Chen Shu was to knock him out twice. Chen Shu turned to Xin Wushuang. Teacher Shen, someone came to challenge us. Aren't you going to bury him? Xin Wushuang twitched. Although he felt the urge, he explained, it's a legitimate challenge. This happens every year, usually from Nanjing No. 1 High School. So arrogant? Chen Shu stroked his chin, and a series of options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Ignore it and continue with the class. Reward. Moderate beast mastery power. Option 2. Kidnap Lin Zixuan and extort Nanjing No. 1 High School. Reward. Level 1 jumping fruit. Option 3. Defeat the genius of Nanjing No. 1 High School's special training class. Reward. 10 attribute boost to golden slime. Chen Shu quietly put a bag of urea into his backpack. Xin Wushuang was startled and asked, what are you planning? I'm going to challenge Nanjing No. 1 High School's special training class. With that, Chen Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode out of the Beast Mastery Hall. The others were dumbfounded, thinking this guy was too fierce. They felt a strange sense of relief, thinking it might not be so bad to have such a bandit in their class. Wait. Xin Wushuang stopped Chen Shu. This isn't a small matter. It needs to be discussed with the school leadership. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu turned, nodded, and said, Teacher Shen, you're right. I shouldn't be so impulsive. Xin Wushuang widened his eyes, sensing something was off. Chen Shu grinned, thinking he couldn't miss such a great opportunity to extort the school. Teacher Shen, our school has always been beaten. Isn't it time to fight back? Chen Shu asked. Shen Wushuang replied, 3 years ago, when Fang Xi was here, we dominated other schools. Chen Shu rubbed his chin and asked, what was Fang Xi's price? Shen Wushuang realized Chen Shu was waiting for the school to make an offer. He sighed, I don't know. We'll have to ask the school leadership. Moments later, Shen Wushuang and Chen Shu arrived at the principal's office, just as a student was walking out proudly. Hey, isn't this Xiao Yi? Chen Shu recognized Zhang Yi, the former class president of the third beast mastery class. Chun, brother Chun. Zhang Yi shuddered, recognizing the familiar voice and feeling his past fears resurface. Good, keep it up. Chen Shu patted his shoulder, and Zhang Yi quickly left, losing his earlier confidence. Shen Wushuang couldn't help but ask, how many people have you bullied? Chen Shu replied seriously, what do you mean bullied? It's called friendly communication. It's my charismatic personality. They entered the principal's office without knocking. Teacher Shen, what brings you here? The portly principal stood up to greet them. As the school principal, he was also part of the education department, with a strength level of black iron. However, due to his age and lack of combat experience, he wasn't as strong as Shen Wushuang, who was specially hired to teach the special training class. Principal, no need for formalities. Shen Wushuang took a seat. Chen Shu also sat down unceremoniously on the sofa. This student is Chen Shu, right? The principal remembered Chen Shu, who had impressed him by dominating the special training class with only inflexible contract spirit. Principal, I'm here to discuss something, Shen Wushuang began. You know about Lin Zixuan, right? The principal nodded. Yes, a student from Nanjing No. 1 High School. I was planning to check on it after finishing some work. He's currently lying at the entrance of the Beast Mastery Hall. Chen Shu interjected. What happened? The principal asked. Chen Shu coughed and explained. He was too arrogant, so I knocked him out. Nonsense. He's here for a legitimate challenge. The principal looked stern. He had heard some stories about Chen Shu but didn't expect him to be so unruly. Principal, I knocked him out with all due respect, Chen Shu said earnestly. I didn't want to act, but he was too arrogant, calling our school trash and saying he'd hang you up for raising students who lowered the city's average level. Hearing this, the principal's eyes widened with anger. Shen Wushuang was stunned, wondering how Chen Shu could lie so confidently and calmly. Chen Shu's eyes were ablaze with fury as he declared righteously, how can I tolerate this? Insulting me is one thing, but insulting our school and our principal? Chen Shu, will never forgive him. Shen Wushuang gently touched Chen Shu's arm and whispered, that's enough. Before she could finish, the principal slammed the table with a loud bang. He roared, it's not enough. Such arrogant students need to be taught a lesson. Shen Wushuang looked at the furious expressions of both Chen Shu and the principal, feeling like an outsider. Sensing the opportunity, Chen Shu immediately said, Principal, I request to personally challenge Nanjiang First High and bring them down. The principal's angry expression suddenly vanished, and he sighed, give it a rest. Nanjiang First High is very strong, and Lin Zixuan is just one of their top 5. Shen Wushuang spoke earnestly, Principal, it's worth a try. The principal raised an eyebrow and asked, Miss Shen, do you really think he can win? Nanjiang First High has held the top spot in the city for years. Shen Wushuang nodded. Chen Shu may be unreliable, but he hasn't lost yet. Chen Shu stood up, exuding confidence, Principal, as long as the money is right, I can take down even its class contract beast. The principal was taken aback. What money? Chen Shu replied matter-of-factly, do hitmen work for free? How much did Sister Fang Xi charge for her jobs back then? The principal's mouth twitched, and he fell silent. After a moment, he sighed. Fang Xi asked for $1 million. If you can really win, the school will give you $1 million. Chen Shu nodded. In that case, I'll take $2 million. The principal frowned. You think you're worth more than class Fang Xi? Chen Shu calmly explained. No, principal. Times have changed, prices have soared, and the cost of hiring hitmen has doubled. The school is on a downward path, and you must be planning a comeback this year. If I can defeat Nanjiang First High, it will be like the vanguard blowing the horn, boosting morale and making our school famous throughout the city. Isn't $2 million a bargain for such a deal? It's totally worth it. Shen Wushuang and the principal watched Chen Shu speak confidently, both thinking the same thing. This boy is destined for greatness. The principal looked deeply at Chen Shu and finally said, if you can first defeat Lin Zixuan, I'll give you $2 million. Chen Shu replied confidently, Lin Zixuan has already lost. I beat him up twice. The principal's mouth twitched again. I meant in a proper battle as a beast tamer. If all students were like you, people might think Nanjiang Second High is a den of bandits. Chen Shu agreed without hesitation. Fine, let's start with Lin Zixuan then. With that, he strode out of the principal's office, followed closely by Shen Wushuang. At the beast taming arena entrance, Chen Shu quickly woke up the unconscious Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chen Shu's face, he instinctively shuddered and scrambled backwards several meters, shouting in fear. What do you want? The principal, seeing Lin Zixuan's reaction, thought. What on earth did you do to him? Chen Shu smiled warmly. Don't be afraid. I'm always reasonable. As the saying goes, a friend from afar. Lin Zixuan cut him off, is still to be punished, right? His eyes were full of vigilance as he summoned his shadow beast. Only then did he feel slightly relieved, shouting loudly, if you have the guts, face me in a fair match. Chen Shu immediately accepted. All right, let's do it. He then stepped onto the battle platform in the beast taming arena. The shadow beast leaped onto the platform as well. Lin Zixuan, eyes blazing with anger, said, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Show me the power of your contract beast. Chen Shu suddenly said, look, your principal is here. Lin Zixuan sneered, unfazed. Do you really think I'm that stupid to fall for your trick? Just as he spoke, a loud noise erupted. A massive slime, over 10 meters tall, descended with a terrifying presence. The shadow beast instinctively activated its survival skill, its body glowing with dark light, and seemingly teleported to another spot, narrowly avoiding the slime's crushing blow. Lin Zixuan, filled with rage, shouted, you sneak attack right from the start? He couldn't believe someone could be so shameless. Though he said he wouldn't fall for the trick, his attention was still diverted. Chen Shu shrugged, unconcerned. Is sneak attacking against the rules? The principal's mouth twitched, and he frowned slightly, saying, is this really the top student in our class? Shen Wushuang felt a bit embarrassed but nodded and defended. He's a beast master, as long as he can win. On the competition stage, Lin Zixuan stared at the enormous slime in front of him, his initial anger turning into seriousness and caution. He cursed inwardly, damn it, who gave me this wrong intel? Before setting out, he had meticulously investigated the geniuses of Nanjiang Second High, including Chen Shu's slime. The intel described it as a bit large, slow-moving, and not much of a threat. But this colossal creature in front of him was far from just a bit large. Lin Zixuan frowned, even worried that the slime could squash his shadow beast with a single move. Roar! The shadow beast let out a thunderous roar and used its innate skill, Dark Bind. Black light extended like chains, firmly restraining the slime. Prepare to lose. Seeing his opponent trapped, Lin Zixuan felt a bit relieved. The shadow beast's claws glowed with dark light and slashed forward fiercely. Several dark energy claws landed on the slime's soft body. The principal frowned at the sight. Too reckless. He hadn't expected the slime to not dodge at all, knowing the skill's destructive power was not to be underestimated. However, Shen Wushuang remained unusually calm and said softly, Chen Shu is not that simple. The slime slowly closed its eyes, seemingly falling asleep in the midst of battle. Bang! Bang! Several dark claws tore into the slime's body. Although the dark claws had some armor-piercing effects, the slime's defense was too high, resulting in only minor damage and some thick liquid oozing out. For such a massive slime, these injuries were negligible. Chen Shu grinned, a sly look in his eyes. Little thing. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, the slime's body shook violently, emitting a deafening snore like a heavy truck revving its engine. Boom! The dark binds were instantly torn apart, and the massive yellow sphere charged madly at the shadow beast. The huge rolling slime caused the entire stage to tremble slightly. Quick dodge! Lin Zixuan shouted. In an instant, the shadow beast's limbs glowed with dark light, its speed surging. It dashed around the stage, temporarily escaping the danger with its extreme speed. Lin Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief, confidently saying, no matter how big you are, you can't outrun my contracted spirit. However, Chen Shu remained calm. The slime's body suddenly swelled and transformed into a flying mode. What the? Lin Zixuan was stunned, watching the enormous slime lift off the ground. The shadow beast was equally shocked and started running frantically. But the slime hovered above it, casting a huge shadow that exerted immense pressure. The chase was both comical and nerve-wracking. Despite the shadow beast's incredible speed, it seemed impossible to escape such relentless pursuit. Die already! Chen Shu grinned, a cunning glint in his eye. With his precise predictive abilities, he commanded the slime to slam into the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The shadow beast was instantly pinned beneath it, its limbs flailing frantically but unable to escape, as if trapped in quicksand. The slime's viscous body enveloped it tightly, like an unbreakable prison. Chen Shu shook his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Looks like you're not up to it. He directed the slime to wriggle its hefty body, and even in its sleep, the slime wore a contented smile. Lin Zixuan's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He repeatedly ordered the shadow beast to unleash its skills, but it was like throwing stones into the sea, completely ineffective. The shadow beast's active abilities had been thoroughly sealed. Lin Zixuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He wanted to rush over and beat Chen Shu, but knowing he was outmatched, he could only grit his teeth and say, I concede. Immediately, Lin Zixuan recalled the Shadow Beast and admitted defeat. Chen Shu smirked triumphantly, his tone mocking. Is this all Nanjiang Hai can do? His sarcastic demeanor ignited Lin Zixuan's fury, who couldn't help but shout, Don't think Nanjiang Hai is defenseless. If you dare come over, I guarantee you'll be carried out. Oh. Chen Shu nodded indifferently, as if Lin Zixuan's threat was beneath his notice. Lin Zixuan looked around, seeing the disdain in the eyes of others, feeling increasingly humiliated. After spitting out his harsh words, he turned to leave, unaware that Chen Shu had stealthily pulled a bag of urea from his backpack. The onlookers remained silent, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. They all knew that the one likely to be carried away today was Lin Zixuan himself. Damn it, not again. Lin Zixuan sensed the shadow overhead and jumped like a startled rabbit. Yet, he still couldn't dodge Chen Shu's masterful combo. A swift, clean punch sent Lin Zixuan into unconsciousness once more. Chen Shu turned to the crowd and casually said, Could someone help carry him back to Nanjiang Hai? Principal Zhang's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. What the? Xin Wushuang patted the principal's shoulder, consoling him. Principal, you'll get used to it. Seeing everyone else unfazed, the principal swallowed hard, thinking these students were indeed extraordinary. Chen Shu grinned widely, his sunny expression starkly contrasting his earlier brutality. Principal, do you believe me now? The principal was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Despite Chen Shu's underhanded methods, his strength was undeniable. Next Monday, I'm going to make Nanjiang Hai run with blood. Chen Shu suddenly declared, startling Shen Wushuang, who quickly approached and warned in a low voice, No nukes allowed. Although he wasn't initially worried, Chen Shu's words made him panic. After all, if he could destroy a sixth of the ice canyon, taking down a school would be a piece of cake. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. Mr. Shen, what are you thinking? Am I that ruthless? He knew well that Blue Star wasn't like the other dimensions. The consequences of destroying a school were too severe for him to bear. It was Friday, and Chen Shu decided to use the weekend to prepare. He approached Su Xingxing and asked, Xing, your family deals in beast taming, right? Do you have any lord-level skills for sale? Su Xingxing nodded. Of course. Chen Shu probed, Can I get a 99 discount? Su Xingxing patted his chest with bravado. 99 off? Sure. With our friendship. I meant 99 off the price, Chen Shu clarified awkwardly. Get lost. Su Xingxing turned away. Why don't I just give it to you for free? How about 10 off? Chen Shu quickly compromised and then told Su Xingxing the 3 skills he wanted. Next, Chen Shu approached Wang Qinghan and asked, Qinghan, you transferred from Nanjiang Hai, right? Wang Qinghan instinctively took a step back and nodded. Why so wary of me? Chen Shu laughed. Your school doesn't have any class contract spirits, right? Although he claimed he could crush an class contract spirit, he wasn't entirely confident. The gap between a class and class was immense, as evidenced by the legendary Feng Si. Wang Qinghan shook her head. No. Nanjiang is just a small city. The chances of an class contract spirit appearing are slim. Chen Shu sighed in relief. That's reassuring. 2 days passed quickly. Su Xingxing brought news. Chen Pai, I checked back home, and we don't have the 3 skills you wanted. Chen Shu frowned slightly. You don't? But I found another skill you might need, intimidating roar. Su Xingxing added. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. He had considered control skills before, but the slime's roar wasn't very intimidating. Intimidating roar was a natural skill of the golden striped tiger, mainly used for control and interrupting opponent skills. How much? Chen Shu asked. 4 million. Su Xingxing quoted. Damn. Are you running a crematorium? Burning your friends? Chen Shu exclaimed. Su Xingxing explained. What are you saying? The original price was 4.5 million. I already gave you a discount. After thinking for a moment, Chen Shu finally nodded. All right. As soon as he agreed, Su Xingxing produced a red heart. The slime eagerly swallowed it, savoring it like a delicacy. Chen Shu clasped his hands together and prayed devoutly. I am willing to trade 10 years of my roommates' lives for the chance to succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Su Xingxing and Xie Sunen's mouths twitched, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. Moments later, Chen Shu suddenly widened his eyes, a sad smile appearing on his face. Oh no, old Xie, little Xing. You guys just lost some years off your lives. Both roommates shouted in unison. Damn it. Without hesitation, Chen Shu waved his hand to dismiss the slime and strode out of the school. Let's go. It's Monday. Let's head to Nanjing First High. The 3 of them hurried along, reaching the gates of Nanjing First High in less than an hour. Xin Wushuang followed behind them. Although Chen Shu initially didn't want to bring him along, He figured having a black iron-level bodyguard would be safer in case of a brawl. Standing before the imposing gates of the first high school, Chun Shu wore a bright smile and politely addressed the security guard. "Hello, we're students from Nanjing Second High, and we'd like to challenge your school." The guard shook his head in refusal. "Sorry, we haven't received any notification." Su Xingxing frowned. "That can't be right. Our principal said he already arranged everything." The guard remained adamant. "There's no notification. Please don't gather at the gate." At that moment, a man who appeared to hold a higher position walked by and asked, "What's going on here?" The guard immediately put on a fawning smile. "Director Lin." Xin Wushuang stepped forward and explained, "We're from Nanjing Second High and would like to spar with the special training class students here." Director Lin sneered. "Second High challenging First High? Aside from 3 years ago, when have you ever had the upper hand? Did Lin Zixuan beat some sense out of you?" Chen Shu turned to Xin Wushuang and asked quietly, "Teacher, didn't that guy go back to school? You didn't bury him, did you?" Xin Wushuang's mouth twitched as he explained, "Bury him? No, I sent him to the hospital. He's probably getting treatment for his shadow beast right now." Chen Shu nodded and then raised his voice to address Director Lin. "Your student Lin Zixuan has already been defeated by me. Could you bring out someone who can actually fight?" His tone had grown less polite, clearly angered by the director's attitude. Director Lin scoffed and turned to leave. "Get lost." Chun Shu's eyebrows shot up, and before Shen Wushuang could stop him, he dashed forward like an arrow, leaping past the guards at the gate and charging into the campus. "Take this," Chun Shu shouted, delivering a flying kick squarely to Director Lin's back. With a loud thud, the unprepared director was sent flying several meters, landing in a heap on the ground. The gate guards stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The senior year director had been kicked by a stranger? The next moment, alarms blared throughout the campus. "Alert! Alert! There's an intruder on school grounds." "You bastard!" Principal Lin, the head of the grade, shouted angrily in Mandarin as he got up from the ground. He never expected to encounter someone so aggressive, someone who would resort to violence at the drop of a hat. His eyes burned with rage as he demanded, "Who are you people? Call the police." Being kicked by a student was humiliating beyond measure for a principal. Chun Shu, however, casually dusted off his pants and replied nonchalantly, "Descendants of the dragon." To him, Lin was just an ordinary person, not even a beast master, so there was nothing to fear. At that moment, a man in black strode over, his face stern as he asked, "Who dares cause trouble here?" Chun Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, an iron-level beast master?" He spun around gracefully and called out, "Teacher Shun, someone is looking for you." Xin Wushuang's mouth twitched. He had anticipated that accompanying Chun Shu to Nanjiang No. 1 High School would bring trouble, and it seemed he was right. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward and introduced himself calmly, "I'm Xin Wushuang, a special training instructor from Nanjiang No. 2 High School." As an iron-level beast master with N-level contracted spirit, he was unfazed. The man in black coldly questioned, "Did you bring students here to cause trouble?" Xin Wushuang shrugged and explained, "What do you mean by causing trouble? We're here for a legitimate challenge. As for the principal, he was just playing around with my student." Just as the man in black was about to react, a middle-aged man arrived at the school gate. It was the principal of Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Smiling, he said, "The principal of No. 2 High School has already spoken to me, but I hadn't had time to pass the message along. Since you insist on a challenge, please go ahead." He then whispered to the grade principal, "Just let the students teach them a lesson." The grade principal smirked and nodded. The man in black, Teacher Wang, led 4 people to the beast arena. Special training class teacher Wang Feng frowned and asked, "Lin Zixuan lost?" Chun Shu cleared his throat and pointedly corrected, a friendly reminder. "It wasn't just a loss. It was a crushing defeat." Wang Feng looked skeptical. "Lin Zixuan's shadow beast is so strong. How could it lose?" "I don't even remember you." Chen Shu grinned. "Don't worry, after today, you'll remember me." Wang Feng snorted, "Arrogant kid." They arrived at the beast arena, where the special training class students were already lined up. Wang Feng announced, "Class, students from Nanjiang No. 2 High School want to challenge us." The students were initially stunned but soon burst into laughter. A male student volunteered, "Teacher, let me handle this." Wu Xian, who was at the bottom of the class, finally saw a chance to prove himself. Chun Shu stepped forward and summoned a golden slime that was sound asleep, bubbles forming at its mouth, looking completely harmless. N-level slime for a challenge? The students of the No. 1 High School special training class were dumbfounded. Wang Feng's mouth twitched. "Are you sure you're not here to be funny?" Chun Shu remained unbothered. Why can't N-level contracted spirit fight? The special training class students were eager to take the stage, seeing it as an easy win. Ultimately, a 6th-level beast master named Deng Yuan, who used a level contracted spirit, was chosen to compete. Chun Shu's eyes sparkled with an idea. Hey, old Wang, I see your students are quite strong. How about we add some stakes? Wang Feng was slightly irritated by the informal address but asked, what stakes are you suggesting? Chun Shu grinned. Simple. If I defeat your entire class, I want 20 high-quality beast pearls. If you win, they'll give you 40 high-quality beast pearls. This proposal left Wang Feng stunned, scrutinizing Chun Shu. The students were already fantasizing about spending the money. How about it? Aren't you tempted by such a good deal? Chun Shu's voice was full of allure. Shen Wushuang inwardly criticized Chun Shu's greed. All right, well bet. Wang Feng glanced at a confident student in his class, feeling assured. He turned to Deng Yuan. Give it your all. Just as Deng Yuan was about to boast, there was a sudden bang, and his stone lizard was sent flying out of the arena. You have no honor. Deng Yuan was left speechless. Chun Shu grinned. Next. I'm on a tight schedule. Sorry. Chun Shu's gaze swept over the students of the special training class, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Didn't you all want to give it a try just now? Why are you all silent now? As soon as he finished speaking, a stir ran through the crowd. After a brief silence, a slender girl stepped forward. She waved her hand gently, and a flash of purple light revealed a majestic, deep-glowing unicorn. The impressive aura of this contract spirit drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding students. Raising an eyebrow, Chun Shu remarked, already at an A-level contract spirit? Beside him, a slime slowly opened its eyes, showing no interest in the unicorn before it. The girl chuckled softly, a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Defeating you with my purple horn isn't really a big deal. Her tone was full of confidence. When you take him down, the surrounding students began to murmur. Students from number 2 are so arrogant. Just a slime. And they think they can dominate? What a joke. However, just as the crowd was abuzz with chatter, a deafening boom silenced everyone. Bang! The purple horn was sent flying like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from its mouth. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Wide-eyed in disbelief. The sudden reversal caught everyone off guard. Wang Feng's sharp eyes quickly discerned the key point. Such a high skill level. A regular charge skill wouldn't be this powerful. The opponent's skill level is so high that it has transformed the skill's quality. Chun Shu gave no time for respite, urging, next, next. His attitude was as if he were in a hurry, completely disregarding the opponent. A burly boy stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew that while Deng Yuan's initial defeat might have been due to carelessness, Wen Yu's loss had clearly demonstrated the slime's strength. Boom! With a thunderous sound, an 8-meter-tall earth rock turtle appeared on the stage, its massive size causing the platform to tremble slightly. The boy crossed his arms, challenging the slime with a defiant look. Let's see if you can still charge. Chun Shu sneered. Are you trying to outsize me? He then commanded the slime to use its enlargement skill. Instantly, the once round slime ballooned to 6 times its original size, towering over the earth rock turtle. The sight left everyone present in shock. Wang Feng exclaimed, no way. An F-level contract spirit has mastered the enlargement skill? The special training class students stared at the massive slime, speechless. The slime bounced lightly, making a squish-squish sound as it looked down at the earth rock turtle. Chun Shu grinned. Let's see if you can withstand this. Without waiting for a reply, the slime's eyes widened, and it unleashed its charged skill. The earth rock turtle, too slow to evade, had no choice but to take the hit heeding. Though it wasn't sent flying, its shell was now covered in cracks, forcing it to concede defeat. Chun Shu continued to urge, next, next. Wang Feng sighed and finally turned his gaze to a calm-looking boy in the class. Jiang Tian, you're up. Jiang Tian stretched lazily, his expression serene. All right then, let me put an end to this farce. Chun Shu walked over to Shen Wushuang and the others, whispering, I always feel like putting a bag of urea over his head. What do you think? The 3 nodded in agreement, clearly displeased with Jiang Tian's attitude. A crisp cry pierced the air, as a majestic bird covered in blue and purple feathers appeared, exuding an impressive presence. Chun Shu squinted. An 8th-level wind thunderbird? He thought. No wonder this guy is so confident. Jiang Tian looked indifferent. Let's get started. What a boring fight. But before his words had fully settled, there was a loud bang. The slime instantly took to the air, shifting into flight mode. Caught off guard, the wind thunderbird was struck hard, blood spilling from its beak as its eyes bulged. The previously noisy training ground fell silent, everyone staring in stunned disbelief at the stage. Jiang Tian's mouth hung open, his previously aloof eyes now vacant. Chun Shu couldn't help but taunt. What are you trying to pull here? This is ridiculous. The slime continued to propel itself like a missile, repeatedly slamming the wind thunderbird. Jiang Tian hurriedly commanded, dodge. The wind thunderbird managed to pull away slightly, but before it could gather its strength for a thunderball skill, it was struck again by the slime, crashing heavily outside the stage. The entire crowd fell into silence, staring at the wind thunderbird, now lying motionless like a dead dog. Chun-Shu shook his head, sighing. Is this the best your top student can do? He offered a simple critique. From a professional standpoint, your posturing had some depth and flair, but your combat skills are severely lacking. Turning to Wang Feng, Chun-Shu said, 20 top-grade beast spirit beads. Please settle up. Wang Feng's face darkened, as if he had been constipated for a month. He couldn't accept that Nanjiang No. 1 high school had lost in such an absurd manner and felt an overwhelming urge to thrash the sleeping slime. What's the rush? Most of us haven't even gone yet, Wang Feng retorted stubbornly. Chun-Shu raised an eyebrow, and 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Say to Shen Wushuang, teacher, someone wants to cheat. Shouldn't we bury him for that? Reward. A large amount of beast spirit power. Option 2. Defeat each one, making them genuinely convinced of their loss. Reward. 3 top-grade beast spirit beads. Option 3. Initiate a free-for-all battle, taking on multiple opponents at once and emerging victorious. Reward. Charge skill 1. Chun-Shu's expression hardened for a moment before he spoke decisively. I'm not singling anyone out. You're all trash. Come at me together. As soon as the words left his mouth, the students in the special training class were stunned. Then, anger flared up within them like a roaring fire, nearly obliterating their rationality. How could they, in their youthful vigor, tolerate such provocation? Wang Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, don't lose your cool. Just as he wants, let's all go at once. Reluctantly, the students summoned their respective contracted spirits. In an instant, over a dozen spirits appeared on the stage, all targeting the slime. Chun-Shu's expression grew excited as he silently retreated to the back of the beast hall. The air was thick with tension, and a fierce battle was imminent. Crush him out of the ring, one student shouted, and the 16 spirits on stage charged forward in unison. For other spirits were already injured and unable to participate. Chun-Shu remained unhurried. The slime slowly closed its eyes and used its special skill, Dream Kill. In the next moment, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a ferocious roar. Guji. The cute sound left the students below the stage bewildered. However, the intimidating roar skill took immediate effect. The 16 spirits momentarily froze, and in that brief instant, 3 of them were knocked away. Roll over them. Chun-Shu grinned, his face filled with a violent glee, looking every bit like a ruthless bandit. The slime, still soundly asleep, rolled back and forth, dominating the battlefield. Use ranged attacks. It has a counterattack skill, someone realized, his expression changing instantly. The 10 spirits unleashed their skills from a distance, dazzling lights filling the stage. One after another, the skills bombarded the slime, injuring it, but the sleeping slime was unaffected by the pain. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was stunned by the chaotic battle. The slime continued to rampage like a wolf among sheep, brutally overpowering its opponents. This fight was all about sheer strength, with no finesse whatsoever. Damn, this slime is ridiculously strong. I've never seen a class this powerful. It's got to be in class mutant slime. The students from the special training class of First High School were all in a daze, staring at the scene on stage. The sound of the slime's snoring had already ingrained itself in their minds, likely to haunt their nightmares. 10 minutes later, only a few spirits remained on stage. Finish it, Chun-Shu commanded, and the last spirit was promptly knocked away by the slime, concluding the chaotic battle. Reward obtained. Charge skill 1, golden slime, all attributes 10. Having completed 2 consecutive tasks, Chun-Shu's slime gained a significant boost in strength. Can we settle now? Chun-Shu looked at Wang Feng with a hint of threat in his eyes, as if saying that if Wang Feng didn't comply, Shen Wushuang would start digging a pit. Hold on, I need to apply to the school. Wang Feng's expression was still filled with shock. The power of Chun-Shu's slime had shattered his understanding. He had seen powerful contracted spirits before, but none that defied logic like this. Multiple high-level skills and attributes comparable to an class on an class spirit. Wang Feng's mind raced with thoughts, but he couldn't find an answer. In a daze, he left the beast hall to request 20 top-grade beast orbs from the school. Chun-Shu approached the stage and recalled the slime into the beast space. Despite the chaotic battle, the slime had also sustained injuries, as the power of the skills it faced was formidable. So, do you all concede now? Chun-Shu asked. The group below remained silent, fists clenched. Chun-Shu sighed, putting on a look of deep melancholy. Actually, you guys are already excellent, the best among your peers. It's just my fault. Your fault? Many looked up, puzzled. Chun-Shu nodded, smirking. My fault for being too excellent. Su Xingxing and Xie Suanan, standing nearby, both twitched their lips thinking, this guy is really asking for it. Thankfully, they had brought Shen Wushuang along, or else the three of them might have been carried out. Zhang Tian stepped forward and said calmly, your name is Qin Shu? I, Zhang Tian, will never yield to anyone. Give me 6 months, and I will surpass you. He stood with confidence. When that time comes, I hope you can accept reality. Oh, Chun Shu nodded, rummaging through his backpack. In a flash, he leaped forward, holding a red brick in his hand. You stay away. Zhang Tian's calm demeanor instantly turned to fear as he backed away. But he was no match for Chen Shu's speed. Wham! The brick struck Zhang Tian's forehead with precision, and he collapsed, unconscious. Damn it, even after losing, he still acts all high and mighty. Chun Shu muttered under his breath, unable to hold back his frustration, as he quietly gripped a brick hidden in his backpack. Shen Wushuang frowned at the sight, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Why are you going to hit him? She asked, bewildered by the sudden shift from casual conversation to potential violence. The stark contrast was disconcerting. Fortunately, Zhang Tian had only fainted and showed no visible injuries. Even if the police got involved, Chen Shu was unlikely to get into serious trouble. However, the precision with which he targeted pressure points was chilling, suggesting that many others might have been treated similarly. Chen Shu shrugged nonchalantly. He said he wouldn't accept it, so you decided to hit him? Shen Wushuang asked incredulously. Chen Shu nodded, unapologetic. A brick fixes all sorts of defiance. At that moment, Wang Feng returned with 20 high-quality beast pearls. He immediately noticed Zhang Tian lying on the ground and asked, what happened? Chun Shu quickly explained. He got overly emotional and just fainted. The rest of the class fell silent, intimidated by Chun Shu's audacity. No one dared speak up, fearing they might be next to face the brick. Wang Feng didn't question further, as Zhang Tian had no visible injuries, just some dust on his forehead. He ordered, take him to the school clinic. Then he handed the beast pearls to Qin Shu and his group. These are your beast pearls. Though it stings, we honor our bets. Nanjiang First High keeps its word. His gaze briefly flickered to the silent Shen Wushuang, feeling relieved that there wouldn't be an unmarked grave in the school's back hills today. Chun Shu grinned broadly and happily pocketed the beast pearls. The four of them left Nanjiang First High with ease. Wang Feng watched them leave, a complex expression on his face. What he had expected to be a crushing victory turned out to be a crushing defeat, just with the roles reversed. He murmured to himself, Nanjiang Second High might just rise in this year's college entrance exams. He couldn't fathom how their slime, with its grade bloodline, could rival Scrade creatures. It was simply unbelievable. Miss Shen, inform the principal when we get back, Wang Feng instructed. As they walked away, Chun Shu kept fondling the beast pearls in his pocket, boasting, 2 million per school, fair price, no deception. If they need more, just let them know they can always come to me. The principal of Nanjiang No. 2 High School furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Shen Wushuang had just relayed the news of a school offering 2 million yuan. The principal sighed and shook his head. The school has become his gold mine. We can't let this continue. After a moment, he asked, Mr. Shen, can you negotiate with Qin Shu for a discount? Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, thinking this was anything but not indulging him. Meanwhile, Qin Shu and his two friends returned to the Beast Hall, brimming with confidence. Other students bowed their heads in respect, silently mourning for Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Someone whispered that the school's infirmary would likely have a long line today. Tang Lai, reminiscing about the past, said, I used to be like that too. Wang Yun, standing beside him, cautioned in a low voice, Young Master Tang, don't provoke that demon king. We can't beat him. Tang Lai scoffed. What's there to be afraid of? He's only ahead because of his level. Once I catch up, he'll get what's coming to him. He elaborated on the potential ratings and attribute enhancements of contracted spirits, convinced that his agreed contracted spirit would eventually prevail. Wang Yun still felt uneasy, but Tang Lai was determined to fight against the evil forces. Suddenly, he warned, quiet, he's coming. Chun Shu walked leisurely past the trio, radiating an intimidating presence without uttering a word. Tang Lai's heart raced as he silently prayed for Chen Shu to leave quickly. Suddenly, Chen Shu stopped, causing Tang Lai to nearly jump. Young Master Tang. Tang Lai forced a smile. After a brief pause, Chen Shu commented, nice clothes? Tang Lai felt a wave of relief and nodded stiffly. Wang Yun and Hong Ming exchanged glances, doubting whether their leader could truly seek revenge. At that moment, Shen Wushuang arrived at the Beast Hall. Tang Lai was secretly relieved, thinking that with a teacher present, Qin Shu wouldn't dare act out. Shen Wushuang loudly announced that Qin Shu had brought honor to the school by crushing Nanjiang No. 1 High School, while secretly deciding to limit Qin Shu's involvement in the future to avoid making too many enemies. In class, Shen Wushuang reviewed everyone's performance in the alternate space. Chen Shu appeared utterly bored, as these basic lessons were of no use to him. That evening, back in his dormitory, Chen Shu calculated the remaining 8 million yuan in his account. He considered buying lord materials to potentially learn 2 skills or purchasing dozens of beast pearls, though neither option seemed particularly effective. He decided to hold off for now and asked Little Star to keep an eye out for the 3 skills he needed. A few days later, Chen Shu grew increasingly weary of Shen Wushuang's classes, even falling asleep while standing. At the end of the day, he bluntly said, "Mr. Shun, I think what you're teaching is useless." Shen Wushuang sighed. "Shen Pai, I won't let you talk down about yourself. Even if you feel useless, you must stay confident." Chen Shu widened his eyes and helplessly explained that he found the lessons unhelpful and hoped for a different arrangement. Shen Wushuang suggested he stay on at school and jokingly said he could play with mud in a fertilizer bag to pass the time. Unwilling to accept this, Chen Shu decided to find some unlucky souls to take out his frustration on. Shen Wushuang quickly stopped him, afraid he might blow up the school building. Chen Shu clarified that he was going to negotiate prices with the principal and dashed off. Bursting into the principal's office, Chen Shu directly stated his terms, 1 million per school. The principal raised an eyebrow, admitting he was somewhat tempted. The principal scrutinized the video of Chen Shu's match against Nanjiang No. 1 High School, a glint of approval in his eyes. Chen Shu's skills are on par with Fong Si back in the day, he muttered to himself. Then, looking around, he continued, most of the current senior students are still at the 6th or 7th level of beast mastery. Chen Shu, being an 8th level beast master, can easily dominate them. After a moment of contemplation, the principal added, however, once the other students catch up next semester, Chen Shu might not hold such a clear advantage. He slapped the desk decisively. All right, Chen Shu, your task is to defeat the other 6 high schools in the city. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement. It's a deal, he said eagerly. Frankly, Mr. Shan Wushuang's lessons have been quite dull lately. Instead of wasting time in class, I'd rather engage in more battles. Not only can I earn Huaxia coins, but it also increases the chances of triggering system options. Isn't that great? Just then, Shen Wushuang entered the room, looking slightly worried. Principal, did you agree to this? He asked. When the principal nodded, Shun sighed. I have to teach the special training class, so I won't have time to be Chen Shu's bodyguard. Chen Shu waved dismissively. What bodyguard? We're following the rules for these challenges. Lin Zixuan from No. 1 High School didn't need a bodyguard either. Shen Wushuang rubbed his temples and explained helplessly, that's why we had to carry him out. He looked at Chen Shu. With your provocative nature, if no one protects you, trouble is bound to find you. Impatiently, Chen Shu stood up. Mr. Shun, what are you saying? I can handle this on my own. No need to worry about anything else. With that, he left the office without looking back. That evening, Chen Shu, Su Xingxing, and Xie Sunan sat at a roadside food stall near the school. Su Xingxing curiously asked, Chen Pai, are you really going to challenge the other 6 high schools? Of course. Chen Shu replied confidently. Nanjiang No. 1 High School wasn't a match for me. The other schools will be even easier. Xie Sunan, deep in thought, remarked, I remember you weren't always this high profile. Chen Shu shrugged. Can't help it. The school is offering a lot. He turned to Su Xingxing. Xiaoxing, does your family have any black iron level beast masters to back me up? I'm afraid the other schools might play dirty if they get desperate. Su Xingxing's eyes twinkled with mischief. Actually, you don't need a black iron level beast master. You can handle it yourself. Seeing Chen Shu's puzzled look, she explained. You can tell the media in Nanjiang City that Inflevel Slime is challenging the top students from 6 high schools. Such a sensational topic will surely attract full coverage. With all eyes on you, no one will dare to make a move. Chen Shu's eyes lit up. You're right. This is safer than hiring a black iron level beast master. He added excitedly. And we can even reach out to some sponsors and make more money. Su Xingxing chuckled dryly. You really know how to make the most of things. But with just the local media, the exposure won't be that high, and the sponsors won't offer much. Chen Shu was unfazed. Doesn't matter. Even small sponsors count. Isn't a rotten egg still an egg? Both of them were speechless, thinking his analogies were a bit off. Suddenly, Chen Shu stood up. No, I realize this is a big money-making opportunity. I can't miss it. He quickly finished his meal and prepared to head back to school to plan the challenge. Su Xingxing couldn't help but tease, brother, this is supposed to be a beast master battle. Why are you turning it into a business venture? Chen Shu rolled his eyes. You rich kids wouldn't understand. Don't talk to me about beast mastery. I just want to make money. The 3 of them returned to the dormitory. Chen Shu eagerly took out his phone and called Zhou Shi, a senior executive at 666 Potion Company. Hey, Uncle Zhou, I have a money-making plan. Are you interested? Chen Shu said enthusiastically. On the other end, Zhou Shi's impatient voice replied, no investments, no stock funds, no money. He hung up immediately. Undeterred, Chen Shu dialed again. Uncle Zhou, it's me, Chen Shu. Zhou Shi replied matter-of-factly. I know it's you, that's why I hung up. Have you turned into a scammer? Chen Shu's mouth twitched. You're really pushing it, he said earnestly. I'm not lying to you, it's true. I'll try to keep this plan brief, but it's a long story. Chen Shu took a deep breath and began to share his ambitious dreams. His words were like thunder, exploding in Zhou Shi's ears. He wanted to challenge the top students from the other 6 high schools in Nanjing City. Zhou Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the confident young man before him. Don't be ridiculous, he couldn't help but mock. Your slime is cute, sure, but fighting? Give me a break. To Zhou Shi, this was pure fantasy. An franked slime daring to challenge the elite students of Nanjing City? Although he admitted that Chen Shu had shown remarkable combat talent, Zhou Shi believed it would only serve as support. The real determinant of victory in battles was always the raw power of the contracted spirit. However, Chen Shu's next words hit Zhou Shi like a sledgehammer, shattering his understanding. Uncle Zhou, I've already defeated Nanjing #1 High School. Didn't Xiao Yu tell you? Zhou Shi's mind went blank, struggling to process this shocking news. He instinctively thought Chen Shu was joking, but the determination in Chen Shu's eyes was undeniable. Suddenly, Zhou Shi realized the enormous business opportunity this presented. This is a perfect chance to promote the company, he said excitedly. I've already contacted the entertainment media in Nanjing. They will provide full coverage. But I need to discuss the details with the company first. As soon as he finished speaking, their conversation ended. Chen Shu's eyes gleamed as he immediately started buying online influencers to create a buzz on various platforms. To him, the internet was a battlefield he had already mastered. Soon, attention-grabbing headlines began to appear online. Shocking. An franked spirit, set to thrash top ranked spirits. My friends and I are stunned. An franked slime is going to dominate Nanjing City. Why is an franked spirit challenging ranked spirits? The heartwarming reason behind it? These headlines not only drew massive attention, but were also backed by a video of the slime defeating a thunderbird. The internet was ablaze with this news. Yet, as the mastermind behind this storm, Chen Shu remained indifferent. He slept peacefully, as if tomorrow were just another ordinary day rather than a life-and-death battle. In just 5 days, news of Chen Shu's challenge to the top high schools in Nanjing City went viral, attracting a large number of onlookers. Most of the attention came from locals and nearby cities. Time flew by, and soon it was November. Chen Shu felt the time was ripe and planned to start his challenge the next day. Going into battle, leaving nothing in my wake, he silently vowed, first target, Nanjing #3 High School. Wang Tung, let's see your imperial prowess. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the dormitory. Chen Shu stretched and said to Shen Wushuang, Mr. Shan, I'm planning to take a week off. Shen Wushuang agreed immediately, secretly relieved. Chen Shu had been distracted lately, often demoralizing his classmates for no reason. Tang Lai had already become withdrawn, and if Chen Shu stayed any longer, it would be difficult for the special training class to proceed normally. As night fell, the school dormitory was brightly lit. Xie Sunan excitedly said to Chen Shu, who was organizing urea bags, Chen Pai, you've got to perform well. I've bet on you to win. Chen Shu looked up in confusion. Bet on me to win? Xie Sunan explained. You're a celebrity in Nanjing now. There's already an underground betting ring on your challenge. Betting ring? How do you know about this? Chen Shu stopped what he was doing. Xie Sunan coughed proudly. Well, I've been in reconnaissance for a few years. Who in Nanjing doesn't know me? Xie Sunan? Some people bet you'll beat 6 high schools, while others think you'll lose. The current odds are 1:1. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. 1:1? They have that much faith in me? He had expected the odds to be outrageous, considering he was challenging top high schools with infleval slime. Xie Sunan explained. Surprising? Huh? It's mainly because you've already crushed Nanjing #1 High School, which was ranked first last year. Naturally, people believe in your strength. Chen Shu thoughtfully stroked his chin, and 3 options suddenly appeared before him. 1. Bet on himself to win and bring honor to the school. Reward: increased beast mastery. 2. Bet on himself to lose and seize a large amount of Huaxia currency. Reward: charge skill 1. 3. As a righteous person, report the underground ring to the Spirit Bureau. Reward: slime speed 10. A sly smile appeared on Chen Shu's face. Xie Sunan asked warily, what's with that smile? I'm going to bet on myself to lose. Chen Shu said without hesitation. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing stared in shock. Xie Sunan couldn't believe it. You're going to throw the match? Chen Shu looked innocent. What do you mean throw the match? After so many fights, it's reasonable to slip up once, right? Su Xingxing's mouth twitched. What about the school's honor? The two were stunned, realizing that Chen Shu never played by the rules. Chen Shu played dumb. School's what? School's honor? What honor? Fine. Forget I asked. The two gave up, realizing it was pointless to discuss this with Chen Shu. Chen Shu then said seriously, underground betting rings are illegal. As the righteous protector of Nanjing, I can't tolerate them. The two looked at Chen Shu, speechless, thinking, did you get the wrong script? Is that really your line? Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with greed. When does betting close? Tomorrow night, after your first match, Xie Sunan replied. Great. Let's let the odds rise a bit more tomorrow. Chen Shu lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. I want all the money, whether it's from the underworld or legitimate sources. The two muttered under their breath. What a bandit. The next morning, Chen Shu left Nanjing No. 2 High School with a backpack. The principal was there, offering words of encouragement. Do your best. Chen Shu grinned. Don't worry, principal. I've got it under control. At the school gate, a black business car was waiting. A reporter and a cameraman stood beside it. You're Chen Shu from Nanjing No. 2 High School, right? We're from Nanjing TV. Any words before you leave? The reporter asked. Facing the camera, Chen Shu beamed. Hello, everyone. Over the next week, you'll witness a battle that will go down in Nanjing's history. Don't miss it. And to the 6 high schools in the city, watch out, because here I come. Is that okay? Chen Shu asked the reporter. Yes, it's not live. Well, edit it later, the reporter replied. Good. Chen Shu nodded and got into the car. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the gate of Nanjing No. 3 High School. Chen Shu was wearing a t-shirt with the logo of 666 Potion Company, his only sponsor, which paid him 20,000 for wearing their special shirt during the competition. The principal of Nanjing No. 3 High School was already waiting at the gate, not out of respect for Chen Shu, but to maintain the school's image. Dozens of onlookers gathered at the gate, recording with their phones. The school didn't prohibit them from entering since the special training class teachers and principal were all iron level, capable of handling any crisis. Let's begin, a middle-aged woman said coldly. She was the special training class teacher at Nanjing No. 3 High School and had no patience for such arrogant challenges. The group moved to the Beast Mastery Hall. Chen Shu immediately spotted Wang Ting in the crowd. Wang Teng, long time no see. Chen Shu greeted. It's you. Wang Teng's expression was calm, but he was secretly holding back his anger. He never expected that the person he once looked down on would grow so much in just a few months. Chen Shu grinned. I wonder how long you can last against me, Wang Teng? Everyone else remained silent, surprised that Chen Shu wanted to face the strongest student right away. Wang Teng confidently replied, I won't lose to you. I, Wang Teng, have never been weaker than anyone. At that moment, the middle-aged woman said, Li Xian, you go first. A bespectacled boy stepped forward and summoned his contract spirit. A humanoid shadow appeared on the stage, and a level dark elemental spirit. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. It seemed this year's students were no joke. All the schools were vying for the top spot. Please. Li Xian politely gestured. Boom. A towering three-meter creature appeared on the stage. Even more shocking, this yellow round blob was wearing a white shirt with the 666 Potion Company logo. The Beast Mastery Hall fell silent. Chen Shu, wearing the same shirt, eagerly stood in front of the slime, and the two big heads posed for a photo. The principal of Nanjing No. 3 High School twitched. Are you sure you're here to compete? Chen Shu grinned, nonchalantly saying, making money isn't shameful. Everyone was speechless, especially since the slime wearing the shirt looked bizarre. Its round body, with only its eyes and mouth visible through the shirt, looked like a bank robber. Someone couldn't help but joke. Why don't you put a stocking on it too? Moments later, the atmosphere on the competition stage grew tense. Without hesitation, Chen Shu commanded the slime to use its gigantification skill right at the start. The golden slime rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal figure nearly 20 meters tall, bursting out of its ugly uniform from the 666 Potion Company. Everyone present was stunned into silence by this astonishing sight. In comparison, the opponent's dark elemental spirit seemed minuscule, as if it would be crushed with a single press from the slime. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, and the crowd finally understood why Chen Shu dared to challenge the top 6 middle schools. Boom. The golden slime charged forward like a super tank, displaying the power of its level 7 charge skill with incredible speed. Even a silver contract spirit would struggle to reach such a high skill level, let alone a novice beast tamer. Li Xian's expression was grave, but he remained composed. The dark elemental spirit emitted a deep glow, and in the next moment, the slime's massive body passed right through it. Chen Shu frowned. Phasing skill? He muttered, surprised that his opponent had mastered such a life-saving ability. It was no wonder the genius from Nanjing 3rd High School was so highly regarded. However, Chen Shu quickly shook his head. Nice skill, but ultimately useless. The slime's body paused briefly before continuing its charge in the opposite direction, repeatedly passing through the dark elemental spirit, causing the entire stage to rumble. The crowd watched in disbelief, wondering, How can its charge last so long? Does it have an extra-large fuel tank? Li Xian's face turned grim. No matter where his dark elemental spirit fled, the slime followed relentlessly like a giant adhesive plaster. Once the phasing time ended, he would be defeated without question. Concede, the teacher advised, seeing the clear disparity between the two. Li Xian sighed, recalled his dark elemental spirit, and left the stage, signaling his surrender. Chun Shu's first victory was sealed, and the crowd began to realize the formidable power of the slime. An agreed contract spirit was simply no match for it. The special training class teacher looked at Chin Shu with a mix of curiosity and confusion. What kind of contract spirit do you have? He asked, sensing that its attributes and skills were unusually powerful. With an 8th level beast tamer's rank, no one in Nanjing City could likely defeat him. This drew the attention of others, who looked on with curiosity. Chin Shu shrugged innocently. A golden slime, he replied. Then, he took an amplifier from his backpack, placed it on the ground, and played a pre-recorded message. Next, next. The crowd couldn't help but feel exasperated by his antics. Chen Shu grinned and turned his gaze to Wang Teng. Wang Teng, it's your turn. Wang Teng scoffed. I've never been defeated in my life. This battle, I forfeit. The crowd was stunned, not expecting him to surrender so directly. The special training class teacher didn't force the issue, as the outcome was already clear, and there was no need for further challenges. Chen Shu sighed. Come on, someone step up. If we don't fill the airtime, I can't even justify the sponsorship fees. If not for the public setting, he might have been thrown out long ago. How about this? You all come at me together. If you win, they'll give you 40 top-grade beast taming pearls. If you lose, just give me 20. The principal of Nanjing Third High School stepped forward, fuming. You've gone too far. Each of our students is a genius. We have 6 grade contract spirits and 14 grade ones, all with formidable combat power. Chin Shu interrupted. So, are you accepting the challenge, principal? The principal quickly backtracked. Of course not. Do you think I'm foolish? I've seen what happened to Nanjing First High. Chun Shu smirked, thinking the principal was overhyping his students. The principal remained silent, needing to save face for the school in front of the media. Chin Shu declared, fine, no bets. All of you, come at me. Grades and grades together. Although the special training class of Nanjing Third High didn't have any 8th level beast tamers, they had 5 7th level ones. However, with Li Xian and Wang Ting out, the remaining 6th level tamers posed little threat. Another chaotic battle was about to begin. Guji. The slime started with a dragon roar, stunning the opponents and immediately knocking 3 contract spirits off the stage. The battle erupted in an instant. Chan Shu, fully focused, directed the slime to create an overwhelming scene. In the distance, 6 contracted spirits with elemental skills launched their attacks simultaneously. Fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning spheres hurtled toward the slime like meteors, seemingly about to strike. Chin Shu had anticipated this. Using his precise predictive abilities, he commanded the slime to take off just in time, narrowly avoiding the barrage of skills. The massive slime soared into the air, casting a huge shadow under the sunlight, causing the onlookers to gasp in awe. They realized that being hit by such a colossal creature could mean instant obliteration, prompting them to retreat from the battlefield. Charge! Chin Shu ordered. The slime, making a snore sound, circled in the sky. Each dive easily eliminated several contracted spirits, creating a one-sided battle with no suspense. Seeing the situation clearly, the contestants from the special training class recalled their contracted spirits and chose to give up. I'm out. Me too. This is pointless. Let him have his show. One side, we're not even in the same league. Our attacks can't break his defense, and he can eliminate us with a single move. How can we fight? Another contestant analyzed. If all 20 of us were level 8 beast masters, we might stand a chance. Unfortunately, most of us are 2 levels below Chen Shu, making us ineffective, although the loudspeaker at Chen Shu's feet kept announcing, next, next. The stage was left with only the sound of the slime snoring. By the end of the morning, Chen Shu had concluded his conquest of Nanjing Third High School. Following this, Chen Shu was interviewed by Nanjing TV. He spoke freely, saying whatever came to mind without considering the consequences, relying on post-editing to clean things up. That evening, Chen Shu returned to his dorm at Nanjing Second High School and immediately asked Xie Sunan, Old Xie, what's the betting odds now? Xie Sunan, shocked, replied, what did you do? The odds have ridiculously shifted to 5:1 today. This means most people believe you can crush the other high schools. Chen Shu nonchalantly explained, just gave Nanjing Third High a good beating. There must be videos circulating online now. Once people see my strength, they'll bet on me to win, and the odds will change accordingly. By the way, is the betting platform reliable? I don't want them running off with the money. Xie Sunan assured him, no worries. The platform only takes a handling fee. Regardless of the outcome, they won't lose money. So there's no need for them to run. Grinning, Chunshu suddenly said, before the deadline tonight, place $1 million on me to lose. Old Xie, use your identity. He planned to make the wealthy in Nanjing take a significant loss. This is what I call robbing the rich to help the poor. Chenpai, why don't you ask someone else to place your bet? I'm feeling a bit anxious. Xie Sunan's lips twitched, and a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to be the scapegoat. Chunshu patted his shoulder seriously and asked, Old Xie, where's your courage? Forget it, I don't trust you. Xie Sunan stepped back decisively, bluntly refusing. Damn, how did you get so smart? Chunshu raised an eyebrow, plotting to find another helper. If he placed the bet himself, it would be too obvious and suspicious. He turned to Su Xingxing nearby and tested the waters. Xiaoxing, aren't you betting? This is a golden opportunity. Su Xingxing shook his head firmly. My family forbids me from getting involved in this. All right then. It seems this is a game for the brave. Chunshu sighed, taking out his phone to contact someone influential. Fangxi, are you there? He typed in a message. Barring any surprises, I'll be around for the next few decades, came the quick reply. Chunshu laid out his plan, hoping for assistance. That's my brother. For your fearlessness, I'll charge you a 5 million fee. Fangxi's reply made Chunshu's eye twitch. Sis, my slime is just a baby and needs a lot of resources to grow. Can you give me a discount? He attempted to bargain. Fine. 4,999,000 then. In the end, Chunshu painfully paid the 5 million. His OCD wouldn't let him settle for the 1,000 discount. According to the plan, he would make 50 million, netting over 40 million even after the fee. By the way, Fangxi, it's raining in the capital. Did you bring an umbrella? He suddenly asked. Yes, why? Oh, so the rain wasn't in vain? Get lost. Are you itching for a beating? Chunshu immediately closed his phone, thinking how fearless he was online. At midnight, Chunshu kept Xie Sunan monitoring the odds. Surprisingly, the odds didn't drop but increased, fixed at 1:6. Despite betting 10 million, many others had bet on him winning. In 5 days, a large sum would be credited to his account. Hee, Chunshu grinned slyly, drifting off to sleep contentedly. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan shivered at his creepy smile. Early the next morning, Chunshu headed to Nanjing 4th High School. As expected, he brutally defeated the students. Amidst the bewildered stares, he felt elated. During interviews, he spoke his mind freely, prompting frequent reminders from the TV crew to watch his language. For 4 consecutive days, the results were predictable. No one could challenge him, and even the Beast Hall was destroyed by him. The scene from 3 years ago with Fangxi was replayed, but this time more brutally and violently. The legend of the Nanjing Demon King began to spread. On the 5th day, Chunshu arrived at Nanjing Special High School. Despite its grand name, it was no different from other schools. He no longer wore the promotional attire of 666 Potion Company, but a custom-made patchwork outfit bearing logos of 8 companies that had sponsored him since the 2nd day. Dude, this is how you play the West Coast style. This is what you call layers, he thought proudly. At the Beast Hall, Chunshu picked up a megaphone and announced directly, attention, students, surrender is your only option. Don't resist. I repeat, don't resist. The special training class students remained silent, like meek lambs. The crushing defeats of the previous 5 schools had made them accept reality. They couldn't win, not even close. Chunshu, a student, stepped forward, his eyes calm as he said, today, we admit we can't beat you, but within 6 months, we'll challenge you again. The people of Nanjing believed that once they caught up to Chunshu's Beastmaster level, they would stand a chance. But they didn't know that at the end of despair lay more despair. The power of cheats couldn't be surpassed by human effort. Then all of you can come at me together, Chunshu yawned, planning for his slime to lose control during the melee and fall off the stage, losing the match. Just as he anticipated, the student in front of him shook his head. Raising his right hand, he shouted, today, our special training class chooses not to fight, not out of fear, but because the time isn't right. His next words made Chunshu's face change dramatically. We surrender. Immediately, the remaining 19 students raised their right fists as if making a pledge. We surrender. We surrender. We surrender. The scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, their minds blank. What the hell is this? They're surrendering, but why does it feel so heroic? What's with the pride and confidence? Chunshu's mouth hung open as he stared at the scene, feeling like he could hardly breathe, on the verge of a heart attack. He had bet a whopping 10 million. Even with the principal's 600,000 and 8 company sponsorships, he would still lose 2 million. No way. I object. Chunshu shouted. The student replied matter-of-factly, we are formally surrendering. Does a challenger like you have any right to object? Chunshu was dumbfounded. The special high school's actions had completely ruined his plan. In the end, the clown is me? He closed his eyes, thinking hard about how to provoke them into fighting. After a while, he cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Is Nanjing Special High School full of cowards?" His voice was so loud it overshadowed the special training class's declaration. The crowd turned to look at him, a hint of anger in their eyes. A beastmaster's battle relies mainly on their contracted spirit, but if the master's character is weak, it will affect the battle outcome. Our class is Tang Lai, from a prominent family and with an rank contract spirit. The Wind Walker beast, a genius in every sense, was beaten by me repeatedly to the point of having a mental block. Chen Shu spoke earnestly. Do you think he gave up? Did he back down? Let me tell you, even now, he fights against evil. Against me. That's the spirit a genius should have. He might be beaten by me, but he'll never be defeated. With admiration in his eyes, Chen Shu said, I bet, within 10 years, 20 years maybe, at most 50 years, not more than 100 years, he has a chance to beat me. Chen Shu coughed a few times, a look of exasperation spreading across his face. He scanned the students around him and said sternly, but if you don't even have the courage to fight me, you'll never surpass me in this lifetime. Then, Chen Shu began recounting the stories of Du Long, Wang Yun, and others. He portrayed them as oppressed yet resilient figures, his voice brimming with passion. As he spoke, a fighting spirit ignited in the students' eyes, and they clenched their fists unconsciously. Suddenly, a student stepped forward resolutely, his eyes shining with determination. He declared loudly, I want to challenge you. Hearing this, Chen Shu almost collapsed, a wave of relief washing over him. He secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness, a savior has appeared. But outwardly, he maintained his stern demeanor and asked, All right, may I know your name? The student, full of confidence, straightened his back and answered, Zhu Wulong. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. Wulong? Zhu Wulong paused slightly and asked, Have you heard of my story? A sly glint flashed in Chen Shu's eyes, and he feigned excitement. No, but your face tells 1,000 stories. With that, he immediately summoned his contracted spirit. With a loud bang, a golden slime appeared on the stage. Though it looked somewhat peculiar, everyone knew that this slime was incredibly powerful. Zhu Wulong also summoned his contracted spirit, a small green insect. Compared to the massive slime, the insect seemed particularly insignificant. The audience gasped inwardly, thinking, dude, how dare you? They had assumed Zhu Wulong had some hidden ace up his sleeve, but it turned out to be just a seemingly unimpressive level 6 bug. Fight! Zhu Wulong shouted, his eyes full of battle intent. However, his contracted spirit unexpectedly chose to lie flat on its back, belly up, not moving at all. The audience burst into laughter, their mouths twitching with amusement. Seeing this, Chen Shu, fearing the opponent might give up, quickly said, Let's begin. His slime instantly swelled up, its clothes bursting, resembling a monster from a tokusatsu film. Go! Zhu Wulong clenched his fists, his eyes still filled with determination. The audience sighed, thinking, Do you really not understand the situation? Chen Shu put on a serious face as his slime leaped into the air, its massive body moving swiftly. The insect glanced back at its master, seemingly making a final farewell. With a thunderous crash, the slime dove from the sky, moving so fast it was a blur. Some spectators couldn't help but cover their eyes, unwilling to witness the insect's inevitable crushing. To everyone's astonishment, the slime, aiming to crush its opponent, missed the tiny insect entirely. Due to its excessive speed, it couldn't stop in time and rolled off the stage, its massive body tumbling a few times before coming to a halt, even drooling a bit. The beast arena fell into a dead silence. The previously noisy scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and most people's expressions froze. This was an absurdly iconic moment. The once invincible slime that had defeated numerous A-grade contracted spirits had lost to a tiny grade insect due to a careless mistake. Chen Shu, feigning anger, clenched his fists, seemingly unable to accept his defeat. He shouted, You cheated, but quickly corrected himself. I, Chen Shu, accept my loss. Farewell. With that, he dejectedly retracted his slime. Everyone present was stunned, their minds buzzing. The next moment, the beast arena erupted into chaos. What just happened? Chen Shu lost? The demon king of Nanjiang was defeated by an unknown nobody. Oh my god. I can't accept this. I'm reporting Chen Shu for match fixing. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and the beast arena turned into a marketplace. As the victor, Zhu Wulong kept muttering to himself, I won? I won. I actually won. Chen Shu walked over to Zhu Wulong, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a clear smile, Well done, Wulong of the special grade school. I lost. Zhu Wulong instinctively replied, I didn't even exert any effort and you fell? Chen Shu stumbled, thinking, Did you really take it seriously? At that moment, Reporters from various media outlets swarmed in, eager to interview Qin Shu, their eyes seeking answers. As the victor, Zhu Wulong found himself ignored. Facing the cameras, Qin Shu spoke eloquently. I know you're all surprised. After all, I've always been unbeatable in the hearts of the people of Nanjiang. But my slime has low obedience. You can see the intelligence in its eyes. Though it usually doesn't open them, its high intelligence makes it hard to control, but I'll definitely train it better to increase its obedience. Zhu Wulong stood there, confused, shouting, Wait, I won. Where's the interview? Where's the honor? He felt like an outsider, lacking any glory of a victor. Qin Shu. The crowd of onlookers surrounded Qin Shu, following him out of the beast arena. Zhu Wulong could only watch helplessly, filled with confusion and resentment. Qin Shu sneaked back to Nanjiang No. 2 High School from the competition venue, his emotions a tangled mess. He felt like he lost, yet not completely. His opponent Zhu Wulong seemed to have won, but not entirely either. He no longer cared about others' comments and thoughts. His mind was fixated on one thing. Honor and fame were no match for cold, hard cash. The principal of Nanjiang No. 2 High School was waiting at the school gate, eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if welcoming a triumphant hero. Upon seeing the principal, Qin Shu immediately donned a sorrowful expression, his eyes filled with self-reproach and regret. Principal, I have failed, Qin Shu said heavily. I lost to a student from the special grade high school. The principal's eyes widened in shock at the news. Nearby, Shen Wushuang furrowed his brow, sensing an inconsistency in Qin Shu's words and actions. Something's off, the principal frowned. Has a genius emerged from the special grade high school in Nanjiang City? Qin Shu shook his head and explained the details of the competition. He whispered, Principal, I was careless. I, Qin Shu, am ashamed to face the folks of Nanjiang No. 2 High School. After hearing the explanation, the principal secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't win, it wasn't a complete loss either. He patted Qin Shu's shoulder and comforted him. It's all right, just practice more. In reality, this unexpected result actually brought the school quite a bit of attention. Everyone now knew that Nanjiang No. 2 had a prodigy. Qin Shu quickly put away his sorrowful expression and immediately asked, Thank you, Principal. When will you settle the payment? The principal's mouth twitched, feeling something was off and suspecting he might have been tricked. However, he reconsidered and thought, even though they lost the competition, at least the school saved $1 million. Ultimately, the principal decided to reward Qin Shu with $3 million, adding to the previous $2 million deposit, totaling $5 million. Thank you, Principal, Qin Shu said, delighted, ready to leave. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Shen Wushuang, stroking his chin, said meaningfully, I smell something unusual. Qin Shu remained silent, looking at him with innocent eyes. Shen Wushuang unceremoniously exposed him. That story might fool others, but not me. If the heavens showered wisdom upon the earth, your slime must have used an umbrella. How could its obedience be low? Qin Shu's mouth twitched, weakly saying, That's a bit of a personal attack. Tell me the truth. What trick are you playing? Shen Wushuang pressed on relentlessly. Qin Shu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Wushuang. Don't lie. No one can fool me, Shen Wushuang. Qin Shu's heart tightened, worried that his scheme might be uncovered. However, Shen Wushuang confidently guessed, Did you encounter a formidable opponent? Knocked off the stage by their skill? Qin Shu let out a couple of dry laughs, giving Shen Wushuang a thumbs up, secretly relieved that his true intentions hadn't been discovered. Shen Wushuang flashed a confident smile and said, There's always someone better out there. Study hard, and we'll try again next year. As the two walked and chatted, they found themselves back at the beast taming pavilion without realizing it. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the northern part of Nanjiang City, a group of well-dressed people were enthusiastically chatting. Suddenly, the large screen in front of them lit up with colorful images, clearly not from a legitimate web page. The crowd stared in disbelief at the screen, shocked to see that Qin Shu had lost the competition. Wasn't Qin Shu supposed to be unbeatable in Nanjiang City? Now we've lost our money for nothing. Someone grumbled in frustration. It turns out everyone present had bet on Qin Shu sweeping the 6 major schools. A man stood up, agitated, and shouted, It's all a scam. I swear I'll never touch gambling again. Everyone exchanged glances, and someone couldn't help but remind him, Brother Huang, aren't you forgetting your own sins? The man cleared his throat and said again, I, Huang, will never have anything to do with gambling. Yeah, right? The others shook their heads in resignation. Despite losing money, everyone was there mainly for entertainment and networking with Nanjiang City's elite. Although Qin Shu won 50 million, the loss spread across hundreds of bettors amounted to only a few 100,000 each, a trivial amount for the wealthy attendees. As night fell, Qin Shu checked his account and found that his balance had indeed increased by 63 million. 5 million was taken by Fong Si as a commission, and another 2 million went to platform fees. Additionally, Chun Shu received a system reward, making his gains substantial. Xiao Xing, does your family have a large supply of beast taming pearls? Qin Shu suddenly asked. Su Xingxing, who was changing into a psychiatric uniform, was taken aback and asked, how many do you need? 40 million worth. Qin Shu replied without hesitation. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan, who was sharpening a knife, both froze, staring at Qin Shu in disbelief. Are you crazy? What do you need so many for? Su Xingxing couldn't help but ask. To upgrade. I want to reach level 9 beast tamer as soon as possible. Qin Shu explained excitedly. The two shook their heads, thinking Qin Shu was being too extravagant. Su Xingxing suggested, I think it's better to use it to master 1 or 2 skills. Levels can be gained through training. However, Qin Shu didn't lack skills, and his potion cultivation was nearly perfect. His goal was to become an iron-grade beast tamer before the college entrance examination and make a splash in Huagua. Forget it, acquiring skills takes too long. Qin Shu shook his head, explaining that master materials were extremely rare resources, not something you could buy on a whim. Su Xingxing thought for a moment and said, I'll ask around. We should have some. They're considered hard currency. The next morning, the three went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Many students cast admiring glances their way. Suddenly, a boy shouted, Pikachu, I want to have your babies. Immediately, the surrounding people started to join in. Report, report, requesting a duel. A sharp sword, sharp eyes. I crave a worthy opponent. The three quickly finished their breakfast and fled, overwhelmed by the overly enthusiastic boys. Damn, why are they all guys? Qin Shu muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. Xie Sunan teased with a smile, Qin Pai, who knew you were so charming? I'd rather not have this damn charm, Qin Shu said, half-jokingly. Despite losing the battle, Qin Shu still made a name for himself, leaving a deep impression on the students of Nanjiang City. Especially those he had beaten up, they might even dream of being chased by a giant piece of poop. The three strolled arm in arm across the campus when they noticed many students heading towards the assembly hall. Su Xingxing asked curiously, Hey, why is everyone going to the assembly hall? Is there some event? Qin Shu sighed. Too bad it probably has nothing to do with us. When they arrived at the beast taming pavilion, they found that the special training class had already gathered. The class teacher announced, there will be no classes this morning. Everyone, head to the assembly hall. The students cheered and quickly left the beast taming pavilion. As long as they could skip class, they didn't care what they had to do. The assembly hall was already packed, buzzing with people. Su Xingxing widened his eyes in surprise and said, The whole school is here? Is something big happening? Could it be bad news? Qin Shu reassured, Always look on the bright side of things. Qin Shu lightly patted his companion's shoulder and half-jokingly said, Maybe the school's just shutting down? That would be good news. No sooner had he spoken than Xin Wushuang walked up from behind, interrupting with a serious expression, Talking nonsense again? Want to get closer to nature? Chun Pai, this involves you. Me. Chun Shu's eyes darted around, a sly smile appearing on his face. Could it be they're airing my show? By now, the TV station should have finished editing it. Just then, the campus announcement came on. All homeroom teachers, please lead your students to their seats in an orderly manner. Inside the auditorium, students took their seats in an orderly fashion. The somewhat portly principal stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and announced, Today, we will be watching a video featuring our senior, Chun Shu. As you may already know, Chen Shu has brought honor to Nanjing Second High by defeating various schools with his outstanding skills. Although he ultimately lost due to a minor oversight, he remains the pride of our school. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The students' eyes sparkled with admiration. A person who challenged and defeated the top schools in Nanjing City was a true role model in their hearts. Chen Shu gave a small cough and sat up straight. He responded with a gentle smile to anyone who looked his way, portraying an approachable image. The screen at the front of the auditorium lit up, and the carefully edited video by Nanjing TV began to play. The room fell silent as everyone eagerly watched the screen, wanting to witness Chun Shu's prowess. However, as the video played, the entire student body became increasingly confused. Hello everyone. I'm Chen Shu from Nanjing Second High. The opening self-introduction was normal enough, but the subsequent footage became increasingly bizarre. The interviewer's voice was clear, and everyone else's comments were perfectly normal. But whenever it was Chen Shu's turn to speak, the screen was filled with a series of beep sounds, with various sensitive words being censored, making it almost impossible to understand a complete sentence. Xin Wushuang frowned and looked at Chen Shu with exasperation. What exactly did you say? Chen Shu looked puzzled, scratching his head. Just my usual talk, shouldn't be anything wrong. In fact, he hadn't expected the TV station's editing to result in this. At this moment, the TV station's post-production staff were on the verge of losing their minds. Either they didn't edit Chen Shu's speech at all, or they had to cut it entirely. To ensure the program could air smoothly, they had to heavily censor sensitive words, resulting in this fragmented video. The principal stood frozen on stage, his face full of embarrassment. Had he known the video would turn out like this, he would never have scheduled today's event. Facing the puzzled stares from all directions, Chun-Shu shrugged innocently and said, "Did I do something wrong? I'm just a professional telegraph operator." The auditorium fell into an eerie silence, broken only by intermittent beep sounds. If an outsider walked in at this moment, they might immediately call the Spirit Bureau, questioning whether some kind of bandit training was taking place. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, the video finally took a turn for the better. In the video, Chun-Shu appeared remarkably serious, managing to speak in complete sentences, a rare sight. He spoke eloquently, recounting the tragic stories of his classmates. Tang Lai, from a prominent family, possessed an 11 contract spirit. Du Long faced numerous misfortunes, and Wang Yun constantly encountered obstacles. The appearance of these tragic figures left Tang Lai and the others in the audience dumbfounded. Du Long was the first to stand up, eyes filled with rage and indignation, shouting, "Chun-Shu, you scoundrel!" At this moment, everyone in the city knew their lives were like the tragedies displayed on a tea table. Chun-Shu hadn't expected that only this segment of the video would play correctly. He earnestly explained, "At least you guys are the protagonists. I was complimenting you. Didn't you get that?" Several of them clenched their fists, barely restraining themselves from attacking him on the spot. Especially Tang Lai, whose eyes blazed with anger as Chun-Shu had even mentioned the incident of his pants catching fire. Sensing the danger, Chun-Shu idly fiddled with his backpack, inadvertently revealing a corner of a urea bag. Tang Lai and the others were taken aback, instantly regaining their composure. Du Long, still furious, said, "You, just wait." Then he was the first to sit down quietly. Tang Lai took a deep breath and said, "Don't underestimate the poor young man." With that, he and Wang Yun also took their seats. Chun-Shu grinned and calmly said, "No worries, Tang Lai. Let's take our time. Never underestimate the poor middle-aged or elderly either. Respect the deceased." The principal on stage was utterly shocked. Who would have thought that Tang Lai and the others, considered geniuses, were getting beaten up every day? When the video finally ended, the principal, wearing a complex expression, came on stage and said, "I suppose everyone has seen Chun-Shu's, forget it. Everyone is dismissed." The students fell into silence. The principal's prepared speech was now useless. The hope that Chun-Shu would inspire his classmates had backfired. Aside from the occasional telegraph sound, it was Du Long and the others' tragic stories that lingered in the air. Shen Wushuang was about to lead the special training class back to the beast taming hall when the principal called him back. "You all go back and study on your own. Especially you, Chun-Shu." Chun-Shu shrugged. "What do you mean, especially me? I have the highest grades in the class, you know?" Back in the special training class, Du Long and the others still had their eyes on Chun-Shu. If looks could kill, Chun-Shu would have died 1,000 times over. Tang Lai whispered to Wang Yun and the others, "I swear I'll get revenge for this." He could even sense the strange looks from passers-by, constantly staring at his pants. Chun-Shu, with a calm gaze, said directly, "Look at me again, and I'll beat you up." Du Long and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, thinking, "You're too arrogant." But their bodies were honest, immediately looking away and not daring to glance at Chun-Shu again. The principal said to Shen Wushuang, "Mr. Shen, I think you need to change Chun-Shu's attitude. Our school aims to nurture outstanding students. I don't want our school to produce a thug." Shen Wushuang didn't say anything, but the meaningful look in his eyes conveyed it all. Although he didn't speak, it was clear what he meant. Can anyone really change Chun-Shu's nature? Strong individuals are often unique. Who knows, Chun-Shu might make our school's name famous nationwide. Shen Wushuang patted the principal on the shoulder, comforting him. Of course, whether it would be a good reputation or a bad one was uncertain. Chun-Shu was more likely to achieve infamy than eternal glory. "Principal, look on the bright side. At least Chun-Shu has good grades. With his abilities, he's sure to get into a prestigious university." The principal could only nod. At the very least, Chun-Shu could raise the average score of the current senior class. Shen Wushuang addressed the students. "Class, it's already November. Your practical skills must have improved a lot. Now, we will start the training course." The training course lasts for 2 months, with only one competition, but the prize money is doubled. Whoever improves their beast taming level the most in these 2 months will be the winner. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with determination. Tang Lai and the others looked at Chun-Shu with defiance written all over their faces. They finally encountered their strength. Chun-Shu's beast taming talent was mediocre, and his training speed was slow, so he couldn't compare with them. However, they all overlooked the fact that Chun-Shu still had the highest beast taming level in the class. The training site is not at the beast taming hall. The spiritual energy here is too thin. Shen Wushuang led the students out of the hall, where a bus was waiting outside the school gate. Are we going to another dimension? Shu asked excitedly. Not a chance. The ice canyon is on lockdown now. I wouldn't dare take you there again. Shun Wushuang's mouth twitched, showing a look of, you should know better. After an hour's drive north, the bus arrived at the outskirts of the city, stopping in front of a complex of buildings. Shu immediately noticed a large stone in front of the building with red dye writing, the best beast taming dojo in the city. You really nailed the naming part, Shu remarked, speechless. Shin Wushuang led the group into the dojo, arriving at a spacious training room. Starting tomorrow, I won't be giving any more lectures. Your only task each day is to train. This is the highest grade training room in the city, costing 100,000 yuan per day to rent. I hope you make the most of it. Each school's special training class has dedicated training time to improve beast taming levels. To get into Huaxia Academy, a level 9 beast tamer is the minimum requirement. By evening, the group returned to school. Unlike the others' excitement, Shu seemed listless, his eyes filled with gloom and frustration. Training every day such a boring thing that not even a dog would do it. No way. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Shu made up his mind. He had to find a way to escape. 2 months of training would drive him insane. Just then, Su Xingxing's voice rang out. Chen Pai, your beast control pearls have arrived. The three of them went to the school gate, where a car had been waiting for a while. A burly man in black got out respectfully and said, Young master, everything you asked for is here. Su Xingxing opened the trunk, revealing 3 boxes. Shu did the math in his head. Basic level beast control pearls cost 150,000 each, and 40 million could buy nearly 300 of them. He opened one of the boxes and gazed at the exquisite pearls, exclaiming, money really is a wonderful thing. Passing students stared in surprise. Oh my god, so many beast control pearls? They can't be real, can they? A trembling boy said. His classmate scoffed. Beast control pearls? They look like marbles to me. Marbles, my foot, the boy retorted urgently. Each pearl is worth 150,000. Do the math. 3 boxes are worth tens of millions. Hearing this, the surrounding students' eyes gleamed with greed. Some even clenched their fists. However, when someone suggested robbing them, a companion immediately stopped him. That's Shu. Haven't you heard? No student in the whole city can beat him. Shu carefully counted the pearls in the 3 boxes and, satisfied with the number, declined the burly man's offer to help carry them. Each of the 3 carried a box and swaggered back to the school. Back in the dorm, Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan invited Shu to dinner, but he lay on his bed playing with his phone. Grabbing a beast control pearl, he popped it into his mouth and said, No need, this pearl is my dinner. The 2 of them exchanged speechless glances. Who would have thought that something so valuable would be eaten like a casual snack? As night fell, Shu took out a fertilizer bag and began stuffing it with beast control pearls. Su Xingxing asked curiously, Chen Pai, what are you doing? Preparing tomorrow's meals. Shu replied, filling the bag with nearly 100 pearls. Who would have thought that this ordinary fertilizer bag contained treasures worth millions? Su Xingxing shook his head and sighed. Aren't you going to train? Shu's eyes darted as he thought of a way to escape the next day. No more training for me. My talent is too poor. It's a waste of time. The next morning, the 3 of them put on their pajamas, wrapped themselves in coats, and left the dorm. At 7 a.m., the students of the special training class boarded a bus to the beast control arena. Shin Wushuang announced, Now begins your training. The importance of beast control levels doesn't need explaining. Just do your best. He was secretly pleased, finally getting a 2-month break. The students sat cross-legged, eyes closed, like ancient cultivators. The room was filled with a faint white mist, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everyone sensed the energy and began to focus on their training. Shu, however, yawned in boredom. He pulled out his fertilizer bag, playing with his phone while munching on beast control pearls. Watching others train hard, he couldn't help but reflect on the true meaning of happiness. Suddenly, 4 options appeared before him. 1. Focus on training and work hard to improve your beast control level. No reward. 2. Play around and use the beast control pearls to boost your level. Reward. A large amount of beast control power. 3. Distract others from their training, making Shin Wushuang kick you out. Reward. Unlock new potion recipes, stamina potion. 4. Sneak away and ignore the rules. Reward. Wind Whisper Skill 1. Shu thought, even the system thinks hard training is useless since there's no reward. He decisively chose the 4th option and prepared to escape. Carefully, he approached the window, muttering to himself, I'm out of here. No time to waste with you guys. He opened the window, ready to jump. Although it was the 5th floor, he was confident he could use a slime to cushion his fall. However, glancing down, his legs went weak, and his smile froze. Below, a giant black and white python was digging a pit with its head, seemingly waiting for him to jump. Well, this is awkward, Chen Shu muttered, quickly climbing back into the room. He was relieved that Shen Wushuang had anticipated his move and almost trapped him. Skills or no skills, I think the potion recipes are more important. Chen Shu consoled himself, decisively giving up the fourth option. After that night of being buried, he vowed never to let anyone bury him again. Outside the cultivation room, Shen Wushuang stood with a smile on his face, his gaze fixed on Chen Shu through the crack in the door. From Chen Shu's expression yesterday, it was clear that the kid had no interest in cultivation and was likely planning to escape. Because of this, Shen Wushuang stationed himself outside the door and had a black and white giant python guard downstairs, cutting off Chen Shu's escape route. Chen Shu reluctantly returned to his spot, lay down on his back, and took out a bag of urea. He swallowed a beast control pearl, instantly feeling a surge of beast control power within him. Such an easy way to cultivate. He stretched lazily and smacked his lips deliberately, but the people around him, engrossed in their cultivation, paid him no attention. No way, they can really ignore me? Chen Shu sat up and walked to each of his classmates, chatting about this and that, but no one responded. Rubbing his chin, his eyes fell on Tang Lai, and he had an idea. Should I pick a fight with someone? Just as he spoke, a massive snake head poked in through the window, seemingly warning him. Chen Shu's smile froze, and he quickly dismissed the thought. Watching Chen Shu's antics, Shen Wushuang felt a sense of satisfaction. Let's see what you do now. As long as no one pays attention to him, he'll get bored and start cultivating. With that, he headed towards the restroom, leaving the black and white giant python to keep watch. Back in the room, Chen Shu started fiddling with his backpack, pulling out a portable barbecue grill. He swiftly assembled the grill, complete with charcoal, alcohol, and skewers. Grilling beast control pearls, my favorite. The faster I ascend, the more I should indulge. If I don't eat now, I might not get the chance later. Chen Shu hummed a tune as he placed the skewers on the grill. The charcoal ignited fiercely, and soon the room was filled with thick smoke, obscuring the spiritual energy. The black and white giant python outside was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the scene. Cough, cough. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing, the closest to Chen Shu, were awakened by the smoke. Seeing him grilling in the middle of the room, they were stunned. What the heck? Are you seriously barbecuing in the beast control dojo? Xie Sunan's mouth twitched, once again amazed by Chen Shu's outrageous behavior. You're fearless. Su Xingxing, equally shocked, approached and asked, did you bring any meat skewers? The smoke quickly spread, forcing more people to stop their cultivation. Though it didn't cause any real harm, the interruption felt like a slap in the face while sleeping, leaving everyone annoyed. Chen Shu, what on earth are you doing now? Xia Bing looked at Chen Shu amidst the smoke, her forehead creased. She suddenly realized that Chen Shu's level of absurdity had reached new heights, making nothing he did surprising anymore. Chen Shu looked around, enveloped in smoke like a scene from a fairy tale. Damn it, what kind of charcoal is this? He realized things were getting out of hand as the smoke spread faster than expected, blurring the figures around him. No way. If old Shun finds out, he might bury me on the spot. Chen Shu, something's not right. Put out the fire. Su Xingxing grabbed a bottle of liquid, worried that Chen Shu might set the entire dojo ablaze. Chen Shu took the bottle and poured it over the fire without a second thought. Instantly, the flames shot up high. What the heck? Why did you give me alcohol? Chen Shu shouted, eyes wide with fury. Su Xingxing, equally shocked, explained, I grabbed it by mistake. Who carries alcohol around? The fire quickly spiraled out of control, smoke filling the room while alarms blared. Chaos ensued as students fled the cultivation room, fearing they might be too late. Xiaobing, don't run. Use your ice wolf to put out the fire. Chen Shu shouted in vain, but no one paid him any attention. In no time, he was the only one left in the room. Screw it, I'm out of here too. Chen Shu grabbed his backpack and the urea bag, bolting out of the cultivation room. Meanwhile, Shen Wushuang emerged from the restroom, noticing the smoke billowing from the cultivation room from afar. Has the spiritual energy in the beast control dojo become this dense? He raised an eyebrow, then spotted Chen Shu trying to escape. Chen Shu, stop right there. Shen Wushuang thought Chen Shu was trying to flee and grabbed him. Teacher Shen, put out the fire. The beast control dojo is on fire. Chen Shu shouted urgently. What? Shen Wushuang was momentarily stunned, then saw the flames inside the cultivation room. His expression changed, and he immediately summoned his ice phoenix to extinguish the fire with ease. However, the smoke lingered for a long time. Soon after, the staff of the beast control dojo arrived, alerted by the commotion. The two of them left the building, and everyone inside rushed out. The training room on the 5th floor was still shrouded in thick smoke, sparking a flurry of conversations among the crowd. What happened? How did the fire start all of a sudden? In all these years, this is the first time I've seen something like this. It's bizarre. Could it be arson? That's nonsense. Who would start a fire in the beast taming arena? The crowd buzzed with speculation, unable to understand the cause of the blaze. The students of the beast taming class stared intently at Chen Shu, as if seeking an explanation. However, Chen Shu remained unusually calm, his fists slightly clenched, exuding a righteous aura. This is outrageous. If I catch the arsonist, they'll regret it. Chen Shu shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Shen Wushuang saw through Chen Shu's facade and sneered, "You're quite the actor. Xiaoyu, tell me what happened." Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to speak, Shen Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and he flashed a friendly smile. "Chen Pai, if you dare run, I'll bury you right here." Chen Shu let out a nervous laugh and stopped his restless feet. 10 minutes later, Shen Wushuang's expression was indescribable, a mix of amusement and anger. "You were barbecuing in the beast taming arena? Why not do it at a gas station?" Chen Shu, seemingly inspired, excitedly said, I've barbecued in different dimensions and public restrooms, but never at a gas station. Thanks for the idea. I'll go now." He started to run off. "Stop." Shen Wushuang grabbed Chen Shu by the collar. Realizing he couldn't escape, Chen Shu conceded, "Teacher Shen, I'll pay for everything. Whatever it costs. All the damages will be on you." "No problem." Chen Shu agreed quickly, hoping to avoid further trouble. Half an hour later, the fire at the beast taming arena was finally extinguished. Chen Shu ended up paying 300,000, most of which went towards repairing the expensive equipment that absorbed spiritual energy. Consequently, he was blacklisted by the city's top beast taming arena. Damn it, a barbecue cost me 300,000. That's insane. Chen Shu couldn't help but complain. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched. "You think it's insane? In all these years, I've never seen anyone barbecue in a training room. I go to the restroom, and the arena catches fire. Who am I supposed to complain to? Chen Shu, come with me. The rest of you, continue training." Chen Shu, with his head down, followed Shen Wushuang out of the training room. "Do you really not want to train?" Shen Wushuang asked bluntly. "I have no talent. I can't even achieve the most basic meditation," Chen Shu admitted. "Then how did you reach your beast taming level?" By risking my life." "What?" Shen Wushuang looked at Chen Shu in shock, unable to comprehend his response. Chen Shu quickly promised, "Teacher Shun, I guarantee, by the end of this year, I will become a level 9 beast tamer. Can you let me off the hook?" Shen Wushuang thought for a moment and asked, "What are you planning for the next 2 months?" "I have my own plans. I guarantee that in 2 months, I'll be a level 9 beast tamer," Chen Shu declared confidently. Shen Wushuang finally relented. "I'll give you one more chance, but don't ever mention my name if you get into trouble outside." "Absolutely no problem." Chen Shu agreed immediately. And so, Chen Shu unlocked a new skill endurance potion. Despite the twists and turns, he achieved his goal. Shen Wushuang didn't want to let Chen Shu leave so easily, but since he was blacklisted, keeping him around would cost an extra 10,000 per day in risk fees. Chen Shu packed his bag and strode out of the beast taming arena. Watching his departing figure, Shen Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim, "What a legendary character." In just over 2 months, Chen Shu had left a lasting impression, one that Shen Wushuang would never forget. Even though it cost him 300,000, Chen Shu had added another colorful chapter to his extraordinary life. "Today is a great day to level up." Chen Shu whistled as he walked down the street with a spring in his step, radiating a sense of freedom. He couldn't help but shout, "Awesome! This is awesome! Absolutely awesome!" His strange expressions and exaggerated gestures drew curious glances from passers-by, and some even whispered, "Another social media maniac." Chen Shu didn't care and decided to check out the shops in the black market first. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the black market entrance half an hour later. Even during the day, the black market was bustling with people. Chen Shu knew it would be even livelier at night. As soon as he entered the powerful potion shop, he saw Wang Tianba and others squatting on the ground, playing marbles. When they saw him, they immediately stood up and respectfully greeted him. "Hello, young Master Chen." Their eyes were full of gratitude, clearly thankful for the easy and well-paying job. Chen Shu couldn't help but tease, "You guys are playing marbles? A bunch of grown men squatting and playing marbles. That's a bit ridiculous." Wang Tianba laughed and explained, "Just reminiscing about childhood. Is there something you need, young Master Chen?" Chen Shu nodded and said, "I'll be staying in the shop for the next 2 months." He took out a wooden sign that read, "Public Restroom Alchemist Free Potion Mixing. 100 success rate. Interested? Available potions: stamina, defense, size, intelligence, jump, speed." Wang Tianba and the others looked at the sign in surprise. Chen Shu continued, "Take these signs and shout about it at the entrances of the black market." For the next 2 months, Chen Shu had no plans to cause trouble. He was focused on improving his potion mixing skills. His powerful potion had reached the master level, allowing him to consume 25 more than others. But he knew there was a grandmaster level beyond that, promising even greater effects. His other potion recipes were still at the beginner level, with no additional effects. Chen Shu was determined to make his Flevel slime stronger, to an almost despairing degree. Chen Shu went to the shop's restroom and put on a long-forgotten alpaca t-shirt. The title Public Restroom Alchemist was once famous in Nanjing City. He had chosen to live a low-profile life, but now the time had come to reveal himself. Not long after, a young man walked in, holding his phone excitedly and shouting, "Oh my God, it's really you. I can't believe the black market ads were true." Chen Shu immediately recognized the young man as the first person to witness his potion mixing in the restroom. If it weren't for the young man's urgent need back then, he wouldn't have seen that astonishing scene. "It's you." Chen Shu grinned. "Interested in getting a potion mixed? It's free. Completely free." The young man shook his head. "I don't need anything right now, but I can help you spread the word." "Spread the word? How?" Chen Shu looked puzzled. The young man spoke into his phone. "Hey everyone. I finally found the public restroom alchemist you all have been talking about. Can't believe he's back." Chen Shu realized the young man was a streamer. "Mind showing your face on camera?" the streamer asked. Chen Shu shrugged. He had been featured on Nanjing TV before, so he didn't mind a bit of exposure. The chat exploded. "Is this for real? Miracle bro. You found the public restroom alchemist? I have the same alpaca t-shirt at home. I worship it every night at midnight. Quick, I want to see that man's face." The streamer turned the camera to Chen Shu. It turned out that witnessing Chen Shu's restroom alchemy had made the streamer, known as Miracle Bro, quite popular. Facing the camera, Chen Shu smiled brightly. "Hello everyone. I'm the public restroom alchemist. I'm now running a shop in the black market in Nanjing City, offering free potion mixing. Fresh and free." The chat went wild. "OMG, isn't this the infamous Nanjing outlaw? Honey, yell at me. I want to hear Morse code. Miracle bro, run. Do you know what you're getting into?" The streamer, Wang Yu, looked at the flood of messages, momentarily stunned. Most were urging him to run, as if Chen Shu were a criminal. "Sir, I think I need to calm down for a bit." Wang Yu swallowed hard, stepping back cautiously. Chen Shu smiled and placed a hand on Wang Yu's shoulder. "What about the promotion? I don't like people who break their promises." Wang Yu shivered at Chen Shu's friendly smile. Chen Shu took the phone and started promoting himself. "I'm sure everyone knows my reputation. To show my gratitude for your support, I'm now offering free potion mixing in the black market. Just bring your own materials, and I guarantee a 100 success rate." The chat exploded again, the viewership doubling. Wang Yu felt a mix of fear and excitement. Chen Shu, amused, read some of the comments aloud. "Outlaw bro, you're so handsome. I want to marry you." He responded, "Please, don't focus on my looks. I hope you all appreciate my skills instead. Thank you." Reading another comment, he said, "I must support the outlaw's business. No one can stop me. With his strength, the shop's reputation is surely solid, and it's free. I love it. Guys, hurry up." Wang Yu, looking at the composed Chen Shu, twitched and asked, "Sir, are you sure you're reading the chat? None of that is actually there." Chen Shu turned to look at Wang Yu, a kind smile on his face, while secretly planning to pull out a bag of urea. He thought to himself, "Do I really need you to tell me this?" Wang Yu kept his head down, not daring to meet Chen Shu's gaze, and just sat quietly. At that moment, a stream of comments suddenly floated across the live stream. "So this is the classic comment baiting segment. No one gets live streaming better than you. I actually thought there were plants in the audience. A light year measures time. Argue with me. Argue your nonsense. A light year measures rhythm." Chen Shu glanced at the comments and explained, joking aside, "My concoctions are reliable. They're free, and if they fail, they'll compensate you with double the herbs. There's no need to wait in line. Come quickly." As he spoke, he promoted his shop in the live stream, while Wang Tianba and others were outside the black market helping to drum up business. Before long, a customer walked in. A young man entered the shop and asked, "Are your concoctions genuine?" Chen Shu patted his chest and guaranteed, "Of course. Would I, Chen Shu, give you fake medicine?" The young man then asked, "Do you have a pharmacist license?" Chen Shu, slightly embarrassed, replied, Not yet. But the quality of my medicines is guaranteed. You can trust me." The young man thought for a moment and nodded. He had previously bought a high-quality strength potion from Chen Shu's shop, which was cheap and genuine. He then opened his backpack, took out 2 jumping fruits and some other common herbs and said, "I want 2 jump potions." "No problem." Chen Shu grabbed the herbs and rushed to the restroom. The live stream viewers saw this and started joking, as expected from the restroom pharmacist, staying true to his roots. Both the young man and the viewers kept their eyes on the restroom door, eager to see if it was a scam. If it was real, it would be a boon for everyone. 10 minutes later, Chen Shu emerged from the restroom holding 4 jump potions. Confidently, he said, "You can let your contracted spirit try it. It's definitely genuine." The young man nodded, summoned his contracted spirit, and had it drink a potion. "Wow, it's real," the young man exclaimed. This statement instantly set off the live stream. Wang Yu, standing nearby, was also in disbelief. It was actually real? He had thought there might be some trick, as businesses usually don't operate at a loss. But Chen Shu hadn't charged a penny, and his speed at making potions was astonishing. Could the restroom really have some kind of boosting effect? Seizing the moment, Chen Shu addressed the live stream. "As you all saw, seeing is believing. If anyone still doubts, you can come to my shop and see for yourself." Leveraging Wang Ye's live stream, Chen Shu's reputation quickly spread throughout Nanjiang City and the surrounding areas. The bizarre personas of Nanjiang Bandit and Restroom Pharmacist merged into something surprisingly believable. Soon, more customers arrived, and Chen Shu was swamped. He couldn't keep up with Wang Ye's live stream. Wang Yu stayed, tirelessly promoting the shop, which brought in more traffic to both the store and his live stream. Chen Shu continued to churn out potions, his proficiency skyrocketing. Now he could complete a potion in under 10 minutes, and sourcing raw materials was no longer an issue. The word free was enough to attract people, and with constant promotion and the dual personas of Restroom Pharmacist and Nanjiang Bandit, the strength potion shop quickly gained fame. At 8 p.m., Chen Shu finally emerged from the restroom. Looking at his significantly increased proficiency and the dozens of various potions in his system space, he smiled. Though tired, the rewards were substantial. He told Wang Tianba, "Brother Tianba, tomorrow you guys should modify the restroom door, make a window so I can just hand the potions out from inside." Wang Tianba's eyes widened, his mouth twitching. "Your imagination is something else. Is there a problem?" Chen Shu asked, puzzled. "I've seen many restaurants do this. You said it yourself, restaurants. Same difference, just modify the restroom door tomorrow. I need to increase efficiency." Chen Shu waved dismissively. Today was just the first day and it's already this busy. It's only going to get busier. He noticed Wang Yu was still in the shop, having closed the live stream. "Why are you still here?" he asked. Wang Yu hesitated and then asked, "Master, I want to know, why are you doing this? Giving away free potions is a waste of your time and doesn't benefit you at all." Chen Shu replied earnestly, "For love and peace." Wang Yu scrutinized Chen Shu, then left the shop, bewildered. In the following days, Chen Shu stayed at the potion shop, even skipping school. Shen Wushuang felt a huge sense of relief, as if the air had become fresher. Tang Lai and others were also overjoyed, finding life so much more pleasant without Chen Shu around. The strength potion shop's popularity continued to soar. 10 bottles of high-quality strength potion would be snapped up instantly, but Chen Shu did not increase the supply, sticking to a strategy of steady flow. His focus was now on improving his potion-making proficiency. In 10 days, he had mastered 4 types of potions. One day, a familiar face came to the shop. "Is the owner here?" Zhou Cheng from 666 Potion Company, the brother of 666 Beast Tamer Group leader Zhou Shi, walked in. Wang Tianba replied, "He's in the restroom." Zhou Cheng's mouth twitched, not expecting the online rumors to be true. Someone was really making potions in a restroom. "Chun, it's me." Zhou Cheng approached the restroom door, about to knock. "Uncle Zhou, what's up?" Chen Shu suddenly poked his head out from a gap in the door. "Geez, are you filming a horror movie?" Zhou Cheng was startled and took a step back. The restroom door seemed to have a head hanging from it, with Chen Shu grinning but saying nothing. Zhou Cheng composed himself and said, "Our company's pharmacist is on leave, and we need you to help make some growth potions." "No problem. Just leave the materials outside." Chen Shu agreed readily. Zhou Cheng moved closer and whispered, "Be honest with Uncle Zhou. What are you really trying to do?" "It's really for the people." "Cut the crap." Zhou Cheng knew Chen Shu well enough to doubt he'd do something so altruistic. "You must have another motive." Chen Shu sighed and said, "It's really for the people. I just want to improve my image. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person." Zhou Cheng shook his head. Since the other party was unwilling to disclose information, he decided not to press further. Besides 666 Pharmaceuticals, other pharmaceutical companies in the city also turned their attention to Chen Shu. His free medication services had begun to affect their sales, but they couldn't criticize such a benevolent act. If you can't beat him, join him. Soon, one company after another approached him, requesting him to formulate drugs. Some even offered him a $1 million annual salary to recruit him as their company pharmacist. However, Chen Shu politely declined all these tempting offers. Time flew by, and November had passed in the blink of an eye. Nanjiang City had entered its cold winter. Although it didn't snow in the south, people on the streets had already switched to warm clothing. Chen Shu also stopped wearing his signature alpaca t-shirt. After all, no matter how strong one's constitution, it's hard to withstand such cold weather. That alpaca shirt now hung at the shop entrance, more as a symbol, an alpaca representing quality, and quality signifying the public restroom pharmacist. After relentless effort, Chen Shu finally mastered all his potions. This meant he could now consume 25 more of the potion, but more importantly, even black iron level potions of the same type were starting to show their effects. Currently, Chen Shu had automatically unlocked black iron level potions for physique enhancement, defense, and more, but he was temporarily unable to consume them due to the slime's low level. Once the slime advanced to black iron level, its potion enhancements would be 25 more effective than other creatures. If this advantage could be maintained at every level, the slime's strength would always be ahead. Since its potential rating was low, he would rely on potions to make up the difference. Time sped by, and the end of the year was approaching. People hurried along the streets, and Chen Shu returned to school from the black market, instructing Wang Tianba and others to remove the wooden sign at the entrance. The era of free medications had come to an end. Although the past 2 months had been tiring, Chen Shu had not only obtained potions worth over 30 million, but also gained a good reputation. Most importantly, he had improved his potion proficiency, an invaluable experience that money couldn't buy. On the night of December 20th, in dorm 102 of Nanjiang No. 2 High School, Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan returned to their dormitory, exhausted from a day of intense training. When they opened the door, they noticed the bathroom light was on. "Hey, is Chen Pai back?" Su Xingxing exclaimed. "I broke through to level 8 today. We're now at the same level." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xingxing's expression froze. A unique aura emanated from the bathroom, not a smell, but the energy fluctuation of a beast master breaking through. Su Xingxing's face turned serious, and he dashed to the bathroom door. The door opened just in time, and Chen Shu emerged, fastening his belt after using the toilet. "You broke through to level 9 beast master?" Su Xingxing's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "Is there a problem?" Chen Shu remained calm, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "This is insane. This is insane." Su Xingxing wailed loudly, his voice echoing through the dorm as if someone were slaughtering a pig. Coincidentally, Xie Sunan happened to be holding a butcher knife. "We're working ourselves to death, and we still can't catch up to you?" Chen Shu shrugged. This was entirely within his expectations. He had already used up the 40 million worth of Beastmaster pearls, bought another 10 million worth, and combined with the Beastmaster energy he gained every night from sleep, he had just managed to break through to level 9. Chen Shu now understood why black iron level Beastmasters were so highly regarded in society. It had taken 50 million worth of resources to go from level 8 to level 9, a staggering expense. Currently, the special training class had only 3 level 8 Beastmasters. Most people would find it difficult to reach level 9 before the college entrance exams, even if they were among the elite of the special training class. This showed how challenging it was for ordinary Beastmasters to advance in level. "Don't be ridiculous," Chen Shu said, his mouth twitching. "How could a dog be more exhausted than you?" Su Xingxing was already in a state of despair. He had thought the gap between him and Chen Shu was narrowing, but it turned out to be widening even further. "Just ask your family to prepare a few million worth of Beastmaster pearls, and you'll catch up in no time," Chen Shu said, patting him on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. "Yeah, right. Who would do that?" Su Xingxing shook his head with a sigh. Although his family had the financial capacity, it wasn't necessary. With his training talent, he could reach level 9 before the college entrance exams without such extravagant spending. It would be a waste of resources that could be better used elsewhere. "My autumn break is finally over." Chen Shu exhaled deeply and lay down on his bed. "What break?" "Summer break is called summer vacation, winter break is called winter vacation, so autumn break should be called autumn vacation." "Makes perfect sense." "Seriously? Autumn break? And who takes a break in the autumn anyway?" Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing had completely lost their fighting spirit, utterly crushed by Chen Shu's progress. Chen Shu began, "Old Xie, Xiaoxing, you both need to work harder. Otherwise, how will you ever know what true despair feels like?" As soon as he said this, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing's faces turned pale. They felt the weight of despair deeply. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't keep up with Chen Shu. This sense of helplessness was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Stretching and yawning, Chen Shu said, "Time for bed. Tomorrow, I'm inspecting the beast taming dojo. Old Shun must be missing me by now." With that, he promptly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing woke up on time, afraid of missing the bus to the beast taming dojo. They softly called out, "Chen Shu, wake up." Chen Shu groggily turned over and mumbled, "Just a bit more sleep." Although he had been mixing potions in the shop, he had never gotten up in the morning. In his dictionary, mornings didn't exist during holidays. Su Xingxing, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we doing the inspection today?" This question struck Chen Shu like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly remembered his plan to show off at the dojo. A surge of motivation hit him. He battled with his bed for 10 minutes before finally managing to sit up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chen Shu grumbled, "Did you two put glue on my bed? I couldn't get up." Xie and Su Xingxing replied in unison, yeah, right. The three of them hurriedly grabbed a quick breakfast in the cafeteria and headed to the school gate where the bus was waiting. Shen Wushuang sat at the front, occasionally checking his watch, wondering if Su Xingxing and the others were late. He raised an eyebrow, signaling the driver to wait a bit longer. Suddenly, Shen Wushuang saw Su Xingxing and the others through the rearview mirror. Recognizing Chen Shu in the middle, his heart skipped a beat. He urgently shouted to the driver, "Driver, go, now, quick." Just as Chen Shu and the others were leisurely walking toward the bus, it roared to life and sped off, leaving the three of them standing there. "We haven't gotten on yet," they shouted in unison, throwing up their hands in exasperation. Chen Shu's face twitched, standing there dumbfounded with a half-eaten fried dough stick in his hand. "Damn it, old Shun, that's too much." Chen Shu couldn't help but curse. Su Xingxing, puzzled, turned to Xie and asked, "Old Xie, are we getting dragged into this?" Before Xie could respond, Chen Shu jumped in, frowning. "Did you two piss off old Shin? He's not even giving me face." Xie looked at Chen Shu helplessly and countered, "Do you really not know why the bus left?" "What reason?" Chen Shu asked innocently, shrugging. "All right, you two owe me. You're paying for the taxi." Xie and Su Xingxing exchanged glances and said in unison, 2 months away, and you've become even more unbearable." With that, they both made an international gesture at Chen Shu. An hour later, Chen Shu and his two companions arrived at the city's most renowned Beastmaster dojo by taxi. Coincidentally, they saw Shen Wushuang leading the special training class students into the dojo. "Mr. Shun," Chen Shu called out loudly. Shen Wushuang paused upon hearing the call, his expression freezing for a moment. Slowly, he turned around, forcing a smile. "Oh, it's Chen Shu. Back already?" Shen Wushuang sighed inwardly. Since Chen Shu left, the special training class had been so much easier to manage. The students focused on their training without causing any trouble. It was the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. "My training is complete, so naturally, I'm back," Chen Shu said with a grin as he walked straight into the dojo. "Sorry, sir." A staff member hurriedly blocked Chen Shu's path. "You're on the blacklist. You need to pay a risk fee." The staff member was startled, remembering the fire caused by substandard charcoal 2 months ago. Seeing the culprit return, he hoped Chen Shu would back down. "Just swipe it," Chen Shu said nonchalantly, pulling out a card. After paying the fee, Chen Shu stood before the special training class, hands behind his back, scanning each student. Many avoided his gaze. Even after 2 months, Chen Shu's intimidating presence remained. "Not bad. You've all made progress," Chen Shu said with satisfaction. However, Tang Lai and a few others met his gaze defiantly. Meanwhile, Shen Wushuang was taking deep breaths, trying to accept the harsh reality of Chen Shu's return. "It seems someone isn't convinced of my position as class leader," Chen Shu said calmly, nodding slightly. "Anyone who wants to challenge me, step forward." In an instant, the 19 students of the special training class stepped back in unison, leaving only Tang Lai and a few others standing. Tang Lai and his group looked around, their faces darkening. "Impressive, Tang Xiao," Chen Shu said, smiling kindly. Wang Yun and Hong Ming instinctively took a step back. "You guys." Tang Lai frowned. "Damn it, after all these years with me, you still have no guts?" "Tang Xiao, we'll support you from behind." Wang Yun and Hong Ming were clearly scared, having a deep-seated fear of Chen Shu. Now, only Tang Lai and Du Long remained in place. "Cowards!" Du Long scolded, then turned to Chen Shu. "Chen Shu, do you really think I'm still afraid of you?" With his exceptional talent, he had successfully advanced to an 8th-level beast master. Tang Lai scoffed as well. "Today, you'll pay your debts." As the three faced off, Shen Wushuang snapped out of it. "All right, what's with this drama at the entrance? If you keep this up, I'll bury all of you." He looked at Chen Shu. "Did you break through and come back just to show off?" "Breakthrough?" Tang Lai and Du Long were stunned, their faces changing as they realized something. "You're a 9th-level beast master now?" Immediately, the entire class's eyes were on Chen Shu. It was only December, and there probably wasn't another high school senior in the entire city who had become a 9th-level beast master. Once again, Chen Shu was ahead of everyone. "Mr. Shun, it's just that some people don't accept my position. I have to defend my title as class leader," Chen Shu said with a grin, glancing at Tang Lai and Du Long. "The weather has been getting colder lately, don't you think?" Du Long rubbed his arms, looking at Tang Lai. "Yeah, it's almost the end of the year. We should dress warmer. I'm wearing a down jacket tomorrow." Despite their stiff expressions, they managed to keep up the act, retreating back into the special training class. Chen Shu nodded. Although their acting was poor, at least their attitude was right. Knowing fear was good. Both were 8th-level beast masters, and he had no interest in bullying weaker opponents. "Let's head back to the training room," Shen Wushuang ordered. With a few days left until January, there was no time to waste on training. The group began to return. Just as Chen Shu was about to enter, Shen Wushuang stopped him. Chen Shu, let me check your backpack first. Chen Shu hesitated. Teacher, is that really necessary? Absolutely necessary. The special training class echoed in unison. Without checking, no one would feel at ease training. Last time was just a fire. What would it be this time? An explosion? A gas leak? Reluctantly, Chen Shu handed over his backpack. What the heck is all this? Shen Wushuang was stunned upon opening the bag. Inside were 10 bags of urea, an electric drill, a hairdryer, a bag of spices, a weight, and a bottle of unknown green liquid. What on earth do you do? Shen Wushuang was flabbergasted. No one could have imagined such bizarre items without actually looking through Chen Shu's bag. Chen Shu shrugged innocently. I'm a student. You think a student carries these things around? The rest of the class was equally shocked, silently grateful that Shen Wushuang had insisted on checking. Not even Su Xingxing knew Chen Shu carried such outrageous items. I'll store your bag outside for now. You're not bringing it in. Shen Wushuang decided, unwilling to dig further, fearing even more bizarre items inside. Come on, teacher. Chen Shu protested. These things are all legal. Legal? Legal for thugs, maybe? Shen Wushuang retorted, placing the bag in an outside storage locker. Chen Shu sighed. Without his backpack, his strength was cut in half. The students of the special training class quickly settled into their training. Chen Shu, bored and aimless, wandered around. Tang Lai and the others felt a constant sense of unease, worried about potential retaliation. Everyone, keep up the good work, Chen Shu said, coughing to get their attention. Don't be fooled by my 9th level status. Every bit of beast mastery I've earned was through hard work. Even as a 9th level beast master, I remember. Chen Shu launched into a self-indulgent speech, repeatedly emphasizing his beast master level, as if afraid no one knew he had reached the 9th level. While everyone appeared to be training, their faces twitched, clearly struggling to maintain their composure. Today was yet another day of Chen Shu being insufferable. Chen Pai, are you out of your mind? Shen Wushuang hurried to the entrance of the training room, wanting to see if Chen Shu's return had disrupted the other students. Sure enough, the scene that greeted him when he opened the door confirmed his suspicions the days of peace were over. Suppressing his anger, Shen Wushuang strode into the room, glaring at Chen Shu. Tell me the truth. What are you really doing here? Chen Shu, feigning innocence, replied, just checking on my classmates. As class president, it's my duty to know everyone's situation. They are the future of our nation, after all. Enough. Shen Wushuang massaged his throbbing temples, Chen Shu's nonsense giving him a splitting headache. Cut the crap. What are you really here for? Chen Shu shrugged and came clean. To show off. So you're not even pretending anymore, huh? Without another word, Shen Wushuang grabbed Chen Shu by the collar and dragged him outside. Let's see how your level 9 skills match up against me. The special training class students watched Chen Shu being taken away, collectively sighing in relief as if a huge burden had been lifted. Downstairs, in the open ground, Chen Shu suddenly turned serious. Respect for teachers is my principle. And Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow. No matter what, I won't fight you, Teacher Shen. Chen Shu declared firmly. Is that so? Shen Wushuang stroked his chin. Why do I feel like you're always plotting against me? Just as Chen Shu was about to respond, 3 choices appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Nod and say, that's exactly what I mean. Reward. A bottle of black iron physique potion. Option 2. Deny it vehemently, maintaining a facade of respect for teachers. Reward. Level 2 jumping fruit. Option 3. Seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. This is a game for the brave. Choose carefully. Reward. Substantial beast mastery. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shu weighed his options and chose the third. He needed beast mastery the most right now to advance to black iron before the college entrance exams. Teacher Shen, look, a UFO in the sky. Chen Shu suddenly pointed up. Shen Wushuang instinctively looked up, and Chen Shu took the chance to pull out a bag of urea from his pocket. However, when he raised his head, he met Shen Wushuang's icy gaze, as cold as if he were looking at a dead man. The sly smile on Chen Shu's face froze instantly. What followed was a brutal scene, filled with the sounds of punches and kicks, and Chen Shu's screams echoed through the air. Even the students on the 5th floor of the training class could clearly hear his agonizing cries. Retribution comes at its own time. Many were jolted from their training, looking up at the ceiling with tears of excitement in their eyes. Justice had finally been served. By the time evening classes ended, Shen Wushuang walked into the training room, feeling refreshed and ready to take the students back to school. Most of them were already awake, eager to see Chen Shu's condition. Come in, Shen Wushuang said calmly. To everyone's surprise, Chen Shu walked in, looking energetic, with a faint smile on his lips, showing no signs of having been beaten. The students were puzzled at first but soon understood, some even chuckling. With every step Chen Shu took, Dirt fell from his body, making him look like a walking mudman. What's up? Why are you all staring at me? Qian Shu asked nonchalantly, while the dirt continued to cascade down, quickly forming a small pile on the ground. The notorious troublemaker of Nanjing struck again, leaving everyone in stitches. Life's challenges make men fearless and bold, always facing things with composure. Qian Shu hummed a tune as he casually rejoined the group, secretly vowing never to be buried again. Back at the school gate of Nanjing No. 2 High School, Xiesunan smiled and asked, Chen Pai, want to grab some food? You guys go ahead, I need some time alone. Chen Shu's empty gaze suggested he had seen through the complexities of life, as if he had ascended to a higher plane. But then he added, oh, and could you bring me 3 servings of beef noodles, for meat buns and a burger? Su Xingxing and Xiesunan exchanged looks. Even in your solitude, you can still eat so much? Thanks. Chen Shu left behind a weathered figure and returned to his dorm alone. The next morning, his classmates came to wake him up. You guys go ahead. I won't be joining for the next few days. Chen Shu buried himself under his blanket, clearly needing time to recover from his psychological trauma. Su Xingxing and Xiesunan shared a knowing smile. A bag of dirt lay beside Qian Shu's bed, a testament to his resolve to endure and improve. Time flew by. Though it was only a few days, everyone felt lighter, and their training efficiency noticeably improved. Soon, it was December 31st. The morning chill seeped into the dormitory through the windows, and Chen Shu buried his head deep in the warm covers, as if it were his last refuge. Chen Shu, time to get up, his roommate called out. Don't bother me, I need a moment. Chen Shu mumbled, his voice heavy with fatigue. The cold weather made the warmth of the bed even more tempting. Chen Shu thought to himself, if the bed were a grave, he would willingly be buried in it forever. Just then, another roommate reminded him, no training at the beast taming arena today. The course is over. Oh, Chen Shu responded weakly, showing no intention of getting up. His 2 roommates shook their heads, having already washed up and prepared to leave. Just as they opened the dormitory door, Xiesunan casually mentioned, today they're handing out rewards. Those words struck Chen Shu like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, his blanket was thrown aside, and he was wide awake. Let's go. I'm ready, he declared, now fully dressed and standing by the bed with a spirited look in his eyes. Holy crap, that was fast. The 2 roommates were dumbfounded, their mouths twitching in disbelief. That's insane. At Nanjing No. 2 High School, the atmosphere in the beast taming hall was tense. Today marked the end of the training course, and teacher Xin Wushuang stood on the platform, looking down at the special training class with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Though a few students had underperformed, most had made him proud. Now, it's time to announce the rankings. Xin Wushuang's voice rang out, and the special training class turned their attention to him, eyes filled with anticipation. For most students from ordinary families, the school's resources were crucial. First place, Qin Shu. Second place, Su Xiaoyu. Third place, Tang Lai. Xin Wushuang quickly read out the rankings. Chun Shu's leap from level 8 to level 9 had far surpassed the others, securing him the top spot without surprise. Tang Lai whispered to Du Long beside him, Du Long, weren't you going to protest? They had predicted that Qin Shu would take first place, but given he barely attended the course, how could he qualify for the prize? With a determined look, Du Long raised his hand and said, Teacher, Du Long, do you have something to say? Xin Wushuang inquired. Just as Du Long was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Qin Shu behind him. Qin Shu casually took out a urea bag from his backpack and said softly, Xiaoxing, help me sort out this urea bag. Though the action seemed nonchalant, it froze Du Long's expression instantly. Damn it, fooled again. Du Long felt utterly frustrated, and a phrase flashed through his mind. How can a man born in this world remain in obscurity? However, faced with Qin Shu's intimidation, he ultimately chose to stay silent. Teacher, I think the rankings. Du Long began, his eyes resolute. Before he could finish, a sudden explosion interrupted him. Boom! A colossal yellow sphere descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and causing a tremor. The unexpected event left everyone in the special training class wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Damn it! How did it get even bigger? Someone exclaimed. The slime in front of them had ballooned to about 20 meters, the size of a small building. Its massive presence exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing everyone to take a few steps back. Xin Wushuang's mouth twitched as he instantly realized that Qin Shu was at it again, trying to scare everyone. But he had to admit, the sight of the enormous slime was indeed terrifying. As a level 9 contracted spirit, its size was far beyond normal. Xin Wushuang couldn't help but imagine if Qin Shu ever became a gold or even king-level beast tamer who could withstand this slime's sheer weight. Qin Shu, why did you summon your contracted spirit without reason? Put it away. Xin Wushuang commanded sternly. Okay. Qin Shu replied and promptly returned the slime to his beast space. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Shen Wushuang turned to Dulong. So, Dulong, what were you saying? Dulong swallowed, forcing a stiff smile. I think the rankings are absolutely fair. His eyes drifted to the side, grateful for his quick change of words. At this moment, his earth dragon seemed like a mere insect compared to the slime. Good. Shen Wushuang nodded. Since there are no objections, I'll distribute the rewards. He knew what Dulong had intended to say, but Chen Shu's progress was undeniable. Shen Wushuang couldn't help but marvel at Chen Shu's dedication, having invested 50 million beast pearls to improve. Compared to that, the school's 2 million reward seemed insignificant. A moment later, Shen Wushuang finished distributing the rewards. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. You all can go home and rest for 3 days. As soon as he said this, smiles broke out on the students' faces, and they cheered inwardly. For most students, life was a simple cycle of study break college entrance exam. But Chen Shu was different. He had 2 words in mind: make waves. Shen Wushuang continued, the January competition will be the final exam for this semester. As usual, seniors will get a attendee break in February before starting the final semester. That will be the darkest before the dawn. The January content will still be actual combat. I'll take you all to Daxing City. He elaborated. You will stay in a hotel in Daxing City for a month, participating in the dueling arena and battling various beast tamers. We leave in 3 days, so make sure to pack your gear. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyebrows raised, a spark of excitement in his eyes. He had heard of the dueling arena but never had the chance to participate. As an official battle venue, the dueling arena allowed beast tamers to hone their skills while avoiding the ban on using contracted spirits in the city, and it was far safer than otherworldly spaces. To boost popularity, the officials conducted monthly rankings and awarded special prizes. Qing Han, you've got experience, right? Chen Shu walked up to Wang Qinghan. He knew she had participated in underground dueling arenas to pay off debts, which were far more dangerous than the official ones. Wang Qinghan shook her head, saying little. Recalling her underground arena experiences, she still felt uneasy. Those places even posed risks to contracted spirits' lives, far beyond what the official arenas did. Suddenly, Wang Qinghan spoke. Chen Shu, are you free tonight? Probably. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, sounding uncertain. What do you mean, probably? Wang Qinghan looked at him, exasperated. Chen Shu explained. If it's something good, then I'm free. If it's trouble, well, we want to treat you to dinner tonight, Wang Qinghan said. We. Chen Shu caught the key detail. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing approached with their bags. And us, Su Xiaoyu added. You guys need my help, don't you? Chen Shu took a cautious step back. Su Xiaoyu explained. It's nothing like that. With the new year approaching and all the help you've given us, we just want to treat you to dinner. Though Chen Shu wasn't always the most reliable, he had indeed helped the 3 of them. He had rescued Su Xiaoyu from the black market, loaned money to Xia Bing during tough times, and stood up for Wang Qinghan's sister. Even if some of these actions had ulterior motives, he had undeniably helped them. All right then, I'm free, very free, Chen Shu agreed readily, relieved. Su Xiaoyu noticed Su Xingxing and another student rummaging through their bags, seemingly to ease the awkwardness. Just as she was about to invite them, the 2 suddenly stood up and scurried over, holding chopsticks and bowls. Let's go, time's a-wasting, Su Xingxing urged. Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. You 3 are really something. She couldn't find the right words to describe them and gave up. Eventually, the group left school and went to a reserved private room at a hot pot restaurant in the city. I want to sit next to Brother Chen Shu. Wang Qinghan's sister, Wang Qingxue, ran over to Chen Shu, eyes full of admiration. Is anyone bullying you at school? Chen Shu patted her head, concerned. No, not anymore. Thanks, Brother Chen Shu, Wang Qingxue replied happily. That's good. If anyone bullies you in the future, just fight back. Remember, you have to be tough to stand your ground, Chen Shu advised, instilling his philosophy. The others couldn't help but roll their eyes, especially Wang Qinghan, who regretted bringing her sister. However, Wang Qingxue listened intently, taking Chen Shu's words to heart. His advice planted a seed deep within her. Chen Shu, what are you trying to do? Wang Qinghan pulled her sister closer, worried about Chen Shu's influence. Nothing much, Chen Shu said innocently. I'm about to graduate, but the legacy of Nanjiang's second high can't end with me. Everyone was momentarily speechless, realizing his intentions. To cultivate Wang Qingxue, Wang Qinghan had sacrificed a lot, believing her sister's talents surpassed her own. If Chen Shu really influenced her, Nanjiang City might end up with another formidable figure. Looking into Wang Qingxue's sparkling eyes, Chen Shu knew his words had taken effect. He cleared his throat and continued. By the way, let's have Qingxue attend Nanjiang No. 2 High School. The principal will probably be over the moon, dreaming of the talent the school is bringing in. Everyone began to enjoy the last dinner of the year. their faces beaming with joy and excitement. The aroma of the delicious dishes on the table made everyone's mouths water. Su Xiaoyu picked up a tender piece of fish and casually asked, Chen Shu, which university are you aiming for? Her eyes gleamed, revealing her interest in the university rather than just concern for Chen Shu. Chewing his food, a sly look flashed in Chen Shu's eyes as he confidently replied, Huaxia Academy, of course. If I'm going to make waves, it has to be at the best school. He knew that with his Flevel contract spirit, getting into Huaxia Academy was practically impossible, but that didn't bother him. Whether a school is chaotic or not depends entirely on the troublemakers. Chen Shu chuckled inwardly. He picked up a piece of fatty beef and asked, What about you guys? Which university are you aiming for? Su Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and answered, I'll probably choose a prestigious university in the capital. Despite being the top student in her grade and considered a prime candidate for Huaxia Academy, she knew her chances of getting in were slim. Each year, Huaxia Academy only admits around 500 students, and with over 600 cities in Huaxia, many smaller cities don't have a single student admitted. Unfortunately, Nanjiang City was one of those smaller cities. The others had similar thoughts, hoping to get into prestigious universities in the capital. Although not as renowned as Huaxia Academy, being excellent enough would still provide them with great opportunities. Apart from Chen Shu's ambitious goals, the mood among the others was somewhat downcast. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm, Chen Shu had a sudden idea and tried to cheer everyone up. Hey, let's not take it too hard. If someone's destined to be a nobody, why can't it be us? Come on, everyone shout with me. We are nobodies. Everyone looked at Chen Shu, their expressions clearly saying, Are you trying to comfort us, or what? At 9 in the evening, the first gathering ended. Despite some low spirits midway, the atmosphere quickly recovered, as Huaxia Academy was an unattainable dream for most. See you later. Chen Shu and his two friends, lacking any gentlemanly behavior, left right after finishing their meal. Old Xia, why don't you see the others off? I need to go home and sharpen my knives. What about you, Xiaoxing? The weather's getting colder. I need to go home and order some fleece pajamas. You're unbelievable. Chen Shu flipped him off and added, By the way, get me a few sets too. Xia Sunan curiously asked, Chen Pai, what about you? What are you going to do? Me? I'm going to buy some medicine. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but laugh and ask with concern, Medicine? Are you sick? Maybe we shouldn't waste money. Oh? Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he explained. What are you two thinking? I'm getting medicine for my slime. Are you already thinking about the next feast? With that, Chen Shu left directly for the city's apothecary. Hello, sir. What kind of potions do you need? The shop assistant warmly asked. Chen Shu pointed to the shelves and said, 40 bottles of basic fire resistance potion, ice resistance potion, balance potion. He practically bought out most of the potions in the store. Although his slime had already maxed out on the primary potions, there were still many potions it hadn't tried. The other potions might not significantly enhance the slime, but they were still worth consuming. Chen Shu's goal was to elevate his slime from basic perfection to super perfection. Whether they provided any improvement, he wanted to max out the consumption first. He had 50 million Huaxia yuan in his account, and if he didn't spend it, he probably wouldn't sleep well. Beastmaster pearls weren't very useful to him, and Lord materials were rare and hard to come by. In the short term, he couldn't purchase any. So, he decided to let his slime consume various potions. A normal person would save their Huaxia yuan for the future, especially since they would need to nurture 2 contract spirits at the iron level, and iron level materials were several times more expensive. But Chen Shu's thinking was different. He could easily earn tens of millions, so he could surely earn more. Money that isn't used has no value. Listen to the applause. Chen Shu thought proudly. Sorry, sir, we're out of stock. The assistant looked apologetic. They had finally gotten a big customer, but their store wasn't up to par. If you can wait a bit, we can restock within 2 days. No need, I can't wait. I'll take whatever you have. Chen Shu immediately took out his bank card and handed it to the assistant. Meanwhile, he summoned his golden slime. A 3-meter golden ball appeared, snoring loudly. If left undisturbed, it could probably sleep forever. Chen Shu opened bottle after bottle of potions and poured them into the slime's mouth without hesitation. Onlookers stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene. Those potions, worth thousands or even tens of thousands, seemed insignificant in Chen Shu's hands. In just a few minutes, he had squandered millions, all to nurture and frank contracted spirit. After putting the slime away, Chen Shu hurried to the next potion shop. Throughout the entire night, he visited nearly 10 stores, ultimately spending over 40 million. This sum could have been used to cultivate a black iron rank contracted spirit, yet he spent it all on a 9th rank contracted spirit. Unlike most people, Chen Shu did not follow conventional methods. He didn't care whether the potions had specific effects on the slime. He simply made it consume every potion he could buy. Flame potions, strength potions, defense potions, cellular potions, she had them all. Except for a few rare potions that were unavailable, the slime had ingested nearly every potion on the market. No more potions for now. Chun Shu clapped his hands, satisfied, and put the slime back into his beast space, ready to head home. Upon returning home, Chun Shu briefly greeted his parents before retreating to his room. He began to organize the items he needed for his trip to Daxing City, including a bag of urea, which was a must-have for a fearsome bandit. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Lying in bed and playing on his phone, Chun Shu suddenly noticed it was already midnight. The new year had quietly arrived, and it was now the 981st year of the revival calendar. Thinking about sending greetings, Chun Shu had a brainwave and pulled all his elementary, middle, and high school classmates into a group chat. Happy New Year, everyone! After sending this message, Chun Shu immediately exited the group, leaving hundreds of bewildered classmates staring at each other. Chun Shu, are you crazy? Just to say Happy New Year. The group chat exploded, but Chun Shu had already happily turned off his phone, thinking how simple and efficient it was to send greetings this way. He snuggled into his bed, feeling quite pleased with his brilliant idea. Early the next morning, Chun Shu was still in a deep sleep when his phone suddenly rang. Groggily, he answered the call and heard Lao Xie's voice on the other end. What are you doing calling so early? I need my sleep, Chun Shu grumbled, his voice still heavy with sleep. It's already 10 o'clock. Early, my foot. Lao Xie retorted bluntly. Chun Shu rubbed his eyes and muttered, in my schedule, 10 o'clock is early. He yawned and asked, so, what's up? I've got a job for the 3-day holiday. Interested? Lao Xie's tone was tinged with excitement. Chun Shu perked up and sat up in bed. What kind of job? My appearance fee isn't cheap these days. Don't come to me with small stuff, he added half-jokingly. You know slime is a heavyweight now. Charging 1,000 yuan per pound is totally reasonable, right? Hunting a pack of level 9 beasts. The reward is 1,000,000. Interested? Lao Xie dropped the bombshell. Chun Shu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. A pack of beasts? Are you kidding? This is a city. Lao Xie explained. It's real. The task just came from the Beastmaster Association, issued by the City Spirit Bureau. Because today is New Year's Day, all the provincial Dragon Guard members have gone to Nansang City for a meeting, so they can't spare any manpower. Chun Shu was suddenly presented with options. Option 1. Accept the task and complete it. Reward. Significant Beastmaster power. Option 2. Say, maybe next time. Reward. A bottle of black iron-grade defense potion. Chun Shu's eyes flickered, and he decisively agreed. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. He quickly got out of bed, thinking it wouldn't hurt to earn some extra cash. More importantly, the system's Beastmaster power reward was crucial for him. Plus, Slime had just reached level 9 and needed a worthy opponent for practice. Half an hour later, Chun Shu arrived at Shangfei Road. Xiesunan and Su Xingxing were already squatting by the roadside, eating soy milk and fried dough sticks while chatting. Chun Shu approached them and teased, Hey, Xing, you're a second-generation rich kid. Can you be a bit more classy? He squatted down beside them. Lao Xie, show me the task details. Chun Shu reached out for the information. Xiesunan handed him a file. Chun Shu carefully read the task details. Hunt a pack of level 9 fire serpents. Difficulty, dangerous. Location, Taiping Mountain in Nanjiang City. The goal is to prevent them from endangering public safety. The reward is 1,000,000 yuan. The challenge lies in the fact that the fire serpent pack mainly consists of level 8 and 9 beasts, about 20 in total, with the risk of causing forest fires. The task notes mention that fire serpents have low resistance to ice. After reading the details, Chun Shu frowned. Xiesunan noticed something was off and asked, Chun Pai, is there a problem? Big problem. Chun Shu said seriously, then changed his tone. 1,000,000 divided by 3 doesn't divide evenly. Both of them rolled their eyes, exasperated by his focus on money. Chun Shu continued, how about this? I take 990,000, and you each get 5,000. Fair, right? Xiesunan and Su Xingxing stared at him as if he were an idiot. Xiesunan suddenly pulled out a butcher's knife from his waistband and shouted, Look at this! Chun Shu jumped in surprise and instinctively dodged. You actually keep a knife in your waistband? Xiesunan replied calmly, got a problem with that? Chun Shu raised his hands in surrender. Lao Xie, I admit it. You're braver than me. In the end, out of respect for Xiesunan's boldness, Chun Shu adjusted the distribution plan. Each of the other two would get 200,000, while Chun Shu would take 500,000. No one objected since Chun Shu was the main combatant and deserved a larger share. The three took a taxi to Taiping Mountain, but because of its remote location, they could only get to the nearest town. Then, they summoned a Thunderbird to continue their journey. Chun Shu patted the mutated Thunderbird's head and praised, Xing, your bird is getting faster. Su Xingxing replied proudly, of course. When I became an 8th level Beastmaster, I was lucky enough to upgrade a skill. The mutated Thunderbird flew at high speed, shaking its tail feathers as if that would make it go faster. Half an hour later, they arrived at the desolate Taiping Mountain. Chun Pai, what's the plan? Both of them looked at Chen Shu. Despite his unreliability, they instinctively followed his lead. Let's go straight for it, Chen Shu ordered decisively. Lao Xia, can you locate the fire serpent pack? Xing, have the Thunderbirds circle the area. The mutated Thunderbird carried the three around Taiping Mountain while insects and butterflies continuously used their scouting skills. Soon, Xie Sunan pointed in a direction. Over there. The Thunderbirds silently approached. Chun Shu squinted and saw the fire serpent pack below. Huge, red serpents coiled around, with the surrounding trees and grass already charred black. Don't make a sound, Chun Shu whispered. The trio loved ambushes. A fire serpent was lazily coiled, eyes closed in rest. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over it. The fire serpent groggily thought, why did it get dark so fast? It lazily opened its eyes and froze. A giant, yellow blob was right in front of it. Before it could react, a massive 20-meter turtle slime slammed down, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The violent impact instantly crushed the level 9 fire serpent. Its body flattened like paper. The fire serpent pack woke up instantly, staring dumbfounded at the enormous yellow sphere. They had seen big things before, but never this big. Charge! Chen Shu commanded. The slime, seemingly asleep, suddenly became resolute and started to shake. Boom! The charging skill activated, and the golden slime speed soared. One by one, fire serpents were sent flying, letting out horrific screams. Their fragile bodies were no match for the slime. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A massive level 9 fire serpent let out an ear-piercing screech atop Taiping Mountain, as if conveying an urgent message to its companions. In a flash, 7 or 8 fire serpents gathered around the slime. They all opened their gaping maws, emitting an eerie red glow, evidently preparing to unleash a powerful skill. Facing the oncoming horde of fire serpents, the slime showed no fear. It suddenly accelerated and charged directly at the group. This charge seemed endless, almost as if time had stopped. Just as the slime was about to collide with the fire serpents, a sizzling sound erupted. Jets of scorching flames shot from the serpents' mouths, their intense heat terrifying. Die, you big thing. The fire serpents' eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if they could already see the slime being roasted to a crisp. However, to the fire serpent's surprise, the slime continued to snore, emerging unscathed from the blazing inferno. This was thanks to the system's enhancements and a fire resistance potion, which had maximized the slime's elemental resistance, making it nearly invincible. Boom! With a loud crash, the leading fire serpent let out a harrowing scream as the slime sent it soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Chun Shu immediately decided to swiftly eliminate the leader. The slime suddenly exhaled a gust of wind, using the remaining momentum from its charge to leap into the air. Boom! The descending fire serpent was sent skyward again. The slime relentlessly pursued, using its flying ability to push it higher and higher. Blood spurted from the serpent's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of meters above the ground. After completing this series of attacks, the slime landed safely, ignoring the now helpless fire serpent. Falling from such a height would likely be fatal. At this moment, the charge duration ended, and the slime had to stay put. Despite having taken a speed potion, its movement speed was still painfully slow. Without its charge skill, the slime was practically a sitting duck, which was undoubtedly its greatest weakness. The remaining 8 fire serpents circled the snoring slime, exchanging glances before making the wisest decision. They retreated. Chen Shu and his 2 companions watched the battlefield below. Xie Sunan couldn't help but ask, Chen Shu, seriously, how did you raise such a creature? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Normally, a slime's potential rating was low, and as a beast master's level increased, it should become less competitive compared to higher-rated contract spirits. But now, even a level 9 A-rank contract spirit was no match for it. Chen Shu smiled and replied, it's all about dedication. The power of love is limitless. Oh, give me a break. Xie Sunan rolled her eyes. As the 3 of them chatted, the slime below had already regained its charge ability. Boom! It rampaged across Taiping Mountain like an unstoppable tank, crushing all the trees in its path. Eventually, the remaining fire serpents fled into a massive cave. They're just digging their own graves. Chen Shu grinned and commanded the slime to charge into the cave. Confidently, he said, if nothing unexpected happens, the battle will be over in 3 minutes. Unexpectedly, just 10 seconds later, the slime came rushing out of the cave at top speed, clearly having encountered something troublesome. Damn, Chen Shu, did you finish them off that quick? Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan's eyes widened in amazement at the slime's power. Finish off my ass. Chun Shu's expression turned serious. Didn't you see the slimes but got burned? Chen Shu immediately ordered the slime to charge towards their position. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the cave. With the slime's current strength, It was top tier among non-black iron level creatures. The only explanation for its injury was encountering a black iron level beast. Hiss, hiss, a vicious hiss echoed from the cave, and a massive serpent covered in crimson scales slowly emerged. It swayed its body, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn it! A black iron level lord. Chun Shu cursed. Due to the urgency of the mission, the Spirit Bureau had issued it without precise intelligence. After all, the sudden appearance of a beast horde on Blue Star was a matter of utmost urgency. Hiss, hiss, hisses the three prepared to retreat. The entire Taiping Mountain resounded with terrifying hissing. From various holes in the ground, red serpent heads emerged, and in no time, hundreds of fire serpents were roaming the mountain, frantically chasing the golden slime. Xing Xing, get ready to scram. Qin Shu decisively ordered. This beast horde is beyond what a million can solve. No amount of money can fix this. The mutant thunderbird let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings as it swiftly approached the slime. As soon as the distance was right, Chun Shu immediately recalled the slime. Boom! At that moment, a gigantic serpent head suddenly struck from the side. Luckily, the mutant thunderbird was fast enough to narrowly avoid the lethal blow. The fire serpent lord let out a skyward hiss, and an eerie red glow began to emanate from its body, as if it were charging up a terrifying ultimate move. Retreat! Qin Shu shouted. The mutant thunderbird flapped its wings forcefully, carrying the three of them rapidly into the sky. Just then, a selection screen suddenly appeared before Chan Shu's eyes. Options 1, 2, and 3 flashed quickly through Chan Shu's mind, but his eyes were already locked onto the explosive potion. That familiar gray liquid brought back memories of the ice canyon from 2 months ago, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. Xiao Xing, stop! Chan Shu suddenly shouted, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Su Xingxing looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Chun Shu took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, guys, get ready for a hard kill. I repeat, get ready for a hard kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a small bottle appeared in Chan Shu's hand. Inside the transparent glass, the gray potion lay quietly, exuding an unsettling aura. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the small bottle. You. Su Xingxing stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Chun Shu grinned, his fingers gently caressing the bottle, a dangerous glint in his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a reckless outlaw. Xie Sunan snapped out of his shock and urgently reminded him, Big brother, this is Blue Star, not the other dimension. What you're doing is illegal, you know that. Last time, 1/6 of Ice Canyon was destroyed, and it's still closed off. If you use that in Nanjiang City, countless people will die, and you'll become a real terrorist. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Shu waved off the concern nonchalantly. Heh. The two chuckled dryly, but inside they were screaming. If you really knew what you were doing, Ice Canyon wouldn't still be closed off. Chun Pai, why don't you reconsider? Xie Sunan and another person tried to dissuade him, worry evident in their eyes. This is Earth. The Spirit Control Bureau will investigate thoroughly. Chun Shu shook his head firmly, gripping a compact version of the potion. There's no turning back. This stuff will expire in 3 days, and it would be a waste not to use it. Plus, the bonus reward is the real explosive potion hour, nuclear weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated thunderbird beneath them lit up its eyes, extending a pair of spectral wings from its back, with blue flames shooting from its tail. In an instant, it reached full speed, carrying the three of them skyward. Qian Shu looked down at the writhing mass of fire serpents below, a glint of determination in his eyes. He didn't throw the potion recklessly, but ordered the thunderbird to ascend to 100 meters to avoid the blast radius. Just then, the fire serpent lord roared toward the sky, spewing a terrifying fireball. The thunderbird deftly dodged, easily evading the attack. Seizing the moment, Qian Shu accurately hurled the potion into the gaping maw of the roaring fire serpent lord. Run! Before Qin Shu could issue the command, the thunderbird had already transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly carrying the three of them away. They clung tightly to the thunderbird's feathers, simultaneously recording the moment with their phones. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from within the fire serpent lord. Its body shattered like a broken porcelain, the intense heat instantly engulfing the surrounding fire serpents. A miniature sun seemed to rise over Taiping Mountain, the deafening explosion echoing through the skies. The city's residents were drawn to the sudden sun. Shen Wushuang, who was dining, abruptly stood up, his face turning pale. Damn you, Chun Pai! He cursed, rushing out the door and driving towards the site of the incident. Meanwhile, the Spirit Control Bureau of Nanjing City urgently mobilized, dispatching personnel to Taiping Mountain at top speed. The first blast of the new year threw the entire city into panic. Chen Shu, the mastermind, remained unfazed. In his system space, a new explosive potion appeared. Listening to the rumbling in his ears, he grinned. Happy holidays. Happy my foot. Su Xingxing and another person retorted in unison. Looking back to see the miniature sun had vanished, and Taiping Mountain was no more. Half an hour later, a dragon guard dressed in a black robe with a golden armband arrived at the scene, riding a golden bird. Holding a special device, he looked around in confusion. According to the coordinates, this should be Taiping Mountain, but all that remained was a flat expanse, with no traces of the explosion. Rubbing his temples, the dragon guard felt a headache coming on. First, the inexplicable appearance of the fire serpent horde, and now this bizarre explosion. How was he supposed to investigate this case? He had originally planned to come to the fire serpent swarm in person, but something came up and delayed him. Now, not only is the fire serpent swarm gone, but even Taiping Mountain has disappeared. This unexpected news filled him with a surge of frustration and unease. Before long, another small team arrived hurriedly. They wore uniforms with the emblem of the Spirit Control Bureau pinned to their chests, clearly identifying them as staff from the Nanjing City Spirit Control Bureau. Upon looking up and seeing the dragon guards circling in the sky, they immediately stood at attention, showing their respect. Although the Spirit Control Bureau is part of the Spirit Control Army, they still dared not show any laxity in front of the dragon guards, who are of an equivalent rank to their superiors. The director of the Spirit Control Bureau quickly stepped forward, gazing respectfully at the dragon guards in the sky, and called out, "Sir." Upon hearing the call, a dragon guard leaped down from dozens of meters in the air, landing steadily on the ground. This scene left everyone present in awe. The director thought to himself that this was definitely not an effect that could be achieved by ordinary contract spirit skills or technological weapons. It seemed to be some kind of new ability. As a silver-level expert, even he felt a bit bewildered at this moment. The dragon guard spoke. Taiping Mountain has disappeared. You'd better get some experts to assess the site. Just then, a staff member from the Spirit Control Bureau stepped forward to report. Sir, 2 months ago, there was an explosion in the ice canyon, and the traces seem similar to this incident. Oh. The dragon guard raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard again as more personnel arrived on the scene. On Blue Star, every beast master has a responsibility to protect the city's residents in times of crisis. Xin Wushuang arrived swiftly, riding in glass ice phoenix, his expression grave. He had cursed Chen Shu 1,000 times in his mind just when he managed to get some time off. Such a huge mess had to appear. Following closely, 8 civilian iron-level beast masters also arrived. Upon seeing the dragon guards, all was evident in their eyes. Xin Wushuang, a beast master from the Spirit Control Bureau, recognized this powerful lone warrior. He asked, I remember you took a student team to the Ice Canyon 2 months ago. Was the explosion there similar to this one? Xin Wushuang hesitated for a moment before responding. It should be, probably, maybe the same. The dragon guard, with an expressionless face, turned to Xin Wushuang, the pressure of a silver-level expert, making the latter's heart tighten. The dragon guard asked in a deep voice, do you have any clues to offer? If such an explosion were to occur in the city, the consequences would be severe. Facing this immense pressure, Xin Wushuang took a deep breath and firmly replied, I have no idea. Staring at the resolute Xin Wushuang, the director of the Spirit Suppression Bureau suddenly spoke. I remember hearing some rumors on TV, saying it was the work of the infamous bandits from Nanjiang, wasn't it? Nanjiang bandits? Yu Longwei's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise before he asked, Sir, do you know them? Seeing Yu Longwei nod, Xin Wushuang felt a pang of anxiety, silently cursing, Qin Shu, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. Yu Longwei continued, he's a high school senior with impressive skills. Even my nephew lost to him. Quite a talented youngster. He chuckled, not associating the explosion with Qin Shu. After all, how could a student be capable of such a thing? I'll call in the team from the Ice Canyon, Yu Longwei said seriously. They've been researching for 2 months and should have some experience. We'll investigate the explosion first, then look into the source of the fire snakes. Both incidents are very suspicious and must be clarified. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Xin Wushuang quickly slipped away. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, damn it, I didn't cause the explosion. So why do I feel like a suspect? He even considered the idea of burying Qin Shu on the spot. Meanwhile, Qin Shu, Xie Sunan, and Su Xingxing were strolling around downtown Nanjing. Hey Qin Shu, are we still going to submit the task? Xie Sunan asked. Qin Shu shook his head and sighed. We can't. We didn't collect any fire snake scales. Puzzled, Xie Sunan pressed further. Then why did you blow up the mountain? Was there an enemy's ancestral grave there? Qin Shu's mouth twitched, thinking he didn't look like that kind of person. He didn't explain that the system's explosive potion was far more valuable than a lord-class beast. Instead, he said seriously, nobody sets off firecrackers on New Year's Day, so I wanted to add some festive atmosphere. Is that wrong? Not at all. Su Xingxing chimed in. So you blew up a mountain to entertain the people of Nanjing? Yeah, something like that. Just as Chun Shu finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. It's Old Shin? What's up? Chun Shu's heart skipped a beat. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing, sensing danger, quickly distanced themselves. It's got nothing to do with us, they said and then hurried off. Chen Shu answered the phone, cautiously keeping it away from his ear. Sure enough, Shen Wushuang's angry voice came through immediately. Chen Shu, did you blow up Taiping Mountain? Teacher, what are you talking about? What Taiping Mountain? Chen Shu feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb. Shen Wushuang wasn't buying it. I just went to the site. It's definitely your potion. I really don't know. Chen Shu stubbornly denied. I didn't make it. Maybe someone else has it too? Shen Wushuang sighed. From now on, any explosion on Blue Star will be investigated by you Long Wei. Your days are getting numbered. I'll ask you one last time. Was it you? No. Good. Keep saying that to anyone who asks. Understood? Shen Wushuang hung up the phone. Chen Shu returned home with a smug look on his face. In his view, Taiping Mountain was desolate, and he hadn't caused any harm to Nanjing. In fact, he had eliminated a large group of fierce beasts, making him a hero of Nanjing. For the next 2 days of vacation, Chen Shu behaved himself and stayed out of trouble. He contacted Ouying Bao, a student in Daxing City. I'll be coming over tomorrow. How's your study progress? Mr. Chun, I've grasped the basics. No one in my class can beat me now. Ouying Bao said excitedly. Next, I'm planning to dominate Daxing City. Do you have any advice? Chen Shu hung up the phone without a word. He didn't want to be held responsible for that. After all, he'd just given Ouying Bao a few pointers. Early the next morning, Chen Shu arrived at school, only to find everyone looking at him strangely. What's up? Why is everyone staring at me? Chen Shu asked as he walked into the beast taming hall with his backpack. The looks from those around him were both strange and fearful, especially from Tang Lai and others, who didn't even dare to make eye contact with Chen Shu. What do you think? Fall in, Shen Wushuang said irritably. You dare to set off bombs on Blue Star. Who wouldn't be a little scared of you? As soon as Chen Shu rejoined the lineup, the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. Xiao Yu suddenly asked, Chen Shu, did you go plant a bomb after dinner that night? Chen Shu's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but retort, you have quite the imagination. Who would go to Taiping Mountain in the middle of the night to plant a bomb? Just then, teacher Shen Wushuang loudly announced, all right, let's head to Daxing City. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire class filed out and boarded the bus waiting at the school gate. As the bus slowly started moving, Shen Wushuang stood at the front of the bus and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. While we have some time, I need to announce something, she said, pausing briefly before continuing. At the end of February this year, the city-level Beastmaster competition will begin. The first place winner will not only receive generous rewards, but also qualify for the provincial competition. Despite the announcement about the Beastmaster competition, there wasn't much excitement in the bus. Many students turned their gaze towards Chen Shu. It turns out that achieving a top 5 position in the provincial competition would earn extra points for the college entrance exam. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Although he wasn't lacking resources at the moment, the extra points for the college entrance exam were certainly tempting. He turned to Shen Wushuang and asked, Teacher Shen, did Fang Si lead the team 3 years ago? Shen Wushuang nodded and replied, yes. Fang Si, with her level contract spirit, secured first place in the city and participated in the Nansong province competition. But unfortunately, she only placed 15th. 15th? Chen Shu frowned, surprised that even a genius like Fang Si didn't achieve a better result. Clearly, there were plenty of talents in the province comparable to level contract spirit. Shen Wushuang explained, Fang Si's combat power was indeed strong at the time, but her 2 teammates held her back. Otherwise, they might have broken into the top 10. She looked at Chen Shu with determination and said, Chen Shu, you must participate in this competition. As for the other 2 team members, I'll carefully consider the options. It turns out that to make the competition more entertaining, the organizers had arranged for 3-person team matches, as most students only had 1 contract spirit with very limited skills. No need to think about it. Just the 3 of us. Chen Shu casually pointed to Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing beside him. No way. Shen Wushuang immediately rejected. We need combat-capable members. This isn't an otherworld space. Those 2 won't be of much use. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing, not wanting to be left out, quickly defended themselves. Teacher, my Thunderbird can spit water. Xie Sunan said eagerly. Su Xingxing added, I can torment opponents and radiate the light of love. Give me a break. Shen Wushuang thought of their contract spirit's abilities and became even more determined not to let them participate. After all, Nanjiang No. 2 High School couldn't afford to lose face. A group of people were animatedly discussing the upcoming competition, except for Chen Shu, who was resting with his eyes closed. Standing out from the crowd, Xie Sunan and another person were not eligible to participate. leaving mostly people like Su Xiaoyu. Chen Shu thought that apart from the students from his own school, they could also invite participants from other schools in Nanjing. He recalled that Wang Tang had always wanted to invite Su Xiaoyu, but unfortunately, the students from other schools were not strong enough either. Chen Shu sighed and thought to himself, looks like I'll have to do my best. In the afternoon, the group arrived in Daxing City. Shen Wushuang was the first to get off the bus, but he froze the moment he stepped out, his eyes wide with shock. Standing before him was a group of people holding black umbrellas, dressed in black suits, and wearing sunglasses, looking extremely stern. Once all the students had disembarked, the group of men in black bowed in unison and shouted, "Hello, boss." Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he immediately recognized the chubby guy leading the group. He was about to quietly slip away when Yangbao spotted him. "Mr. Chen." Yangbao ran over excitedly. The others were stunned and stammered. Teacher." Someone gulped and muttered, "Is Daxing City a den of bandits?" Seeing the formidable display, coupled with Chen Shu being addressed as teacher, they quickly connected the dots and assumed Chen Shu might be the leader of some bandit organization, often giving lectures to his subordinates. Chen Shu rubbed his forehead in frustration and said, "Are you out of your mind? What's all this about?" He regretted telling Yangbao about his arrival. Given Yangbao's background, it was easy for him to find out their location. Passers-by stopped to watch, some taking photos and others even calling the police. Yangbao scratched his head and explained, "Teacher, I just wanted people to think you had a mysterious past." Chen Shu said helplessly, "Thanks a lot. Not only did you give me a mysterious past, but you might also have secured me a future in a jail cell." Seeing Chen Shu's displeasure, Yangbao quickly waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, disperse and get back to work." It turned out these people were employees from his family's company, brought here to create a spectacle. Chen Shu asked, "Be honest, what are you really here for?" Yangbao replied, "Teacher, you guys are participating in the spirit duel, right? I wanted to come and observe." He didn't have much to do, and the school's resources weren't of much use to him. Chen Shu nodded and said, "All right, you can tag along." He then sent Yangbao away. At this moment, Shen Wushuang patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and smiled kindly. "Mr. Chen?" Chen Shu stiffened and turned to look at him. Shen Wushuang leaned in and whispered, "Listen, if Daxing City dares to cause trouble, I'll bury you again. Got it? And no bombs in the city." He was a bit afraid of Chen Shu and had already lowered his demands significantly. Chen Shu firmly replied, "Understood." Setting off explosives in the city would indeed be asking for trouble. The group arrived at their reserved hotel and checked in. Early the next morning, Shen Wushuang gathered everyone and headed to the nearby spirit duel arena. Yangbao, wanting to observe, also stayed at the hotel and followed the group. Shen Wushuang didn't mind, as Nanjing No. 2 High School hadn't booked the entire venue, so others could stay as they wished. The spirit duel arena was an impressive circular building, attracting a considerable crowd even on weekdays. Matches were scheduled daily, especially in January when other high school special training classes also visited. Shen Wushuang spoke to the staff, "I'm Shen Wushuang. Please match my students with opponents." He then led the group to a reserved VIP box with a direct view of the arena below. The spirit duel arena resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, with a wide competition stage at the bottom, surrounded by spectator seats and VIP boxes hanging above. 10 minutes later, a staff member entered the box. "Is Chen Shu ready?" Chen Shu was taken aback. He didn't expect to be the first to compete. It seemed Shen Wushuang had submitted the list based on class rankings. Chen Shu spoke up, "I have a request. I noticed you have announcers introduce the competitors. Could you make my introduction a bit more grandiose?" The staff member's mouth twitched, thinking, not much skill, but a lot of flair. "I've prepared it myself. Just have the announcer read it as is." Chen Shu handed over a sheet of A4 paper. "Is that all?" The staff member took it and saw only about 20 words, agreeing readily. The other special training students swallowed nervously. Shen Wushuang couldn't help but remark, "You have it upside down?" The staff member was puzzled, then flipped the paper over, his hands trembling as he almost dropped it. The paper was densely packed with words, at least 3,000 by rough estimation. "Why don't you write a novel instead?" The staff member's lips twitched as he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He looked at the thick stack of introduction notes in his hand and shook his head helplessly. "So, 5 minutes of battle and 2 hours of introduction? Is that it?" Shen Wushuang felt a flash of embarrassment cross his face when he heard this. He quickly apologized. Sorry. He snatched the paper and scanned it rapidly. The paper was filled with praise, not a single adjective repeated. Most of it lauded his character humble, helpful, kind, and honest. Shen Wushuang frowned as he read, finding it utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, he looked up and sternly reprimanded the staff member. "Damn it, go compete. Lose one match and I'll bury you once." Chen Shu sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He turned around silently, left the private room, and headed towards the arena. Inside the arena, The crowd was buzzing with excitement. The host stood in the center, holding a microphone and loudly announced, "Up next is a battle between two level 9 beast tamers, one from the Blue Sky Beast Tamer Group, Su Yang, and the other from Nanjiang Second High School, Chun Shu. Let's give them a big round of applause." The audience clapped enthusiastically, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They were here not just for the spectacle, but also to learn some combat techniques. Following the staff's guidance, Chun Shu arrived at a small platform above the battle stage. Once in position, he noticed his opponent, Su Yang, already stationed on a platform 100 meters away. Almost simultaneously, both summoned their contracted spirits. Seeing that his opponent was a student, Su Yang couldn't help but curl his lips into a disdainful smile. Although they were of the same level, he was confident of his victory. A wolf covered in fiery red fur appeared on Su Yang's side of the stage, howling towards the sky with an imposing aura. It was a crank flame wolf. In contrast, Chun Shu summoned a golden slime. The slime continued to snooze, completely ignoring the flame wolf's roar. The audience immediately burst into murmurs. How is this even a match? One's a crank, the other's an frank, a whole 3 bloodline levels apart. I don't know about that. The host mentioned that guy's from Nanjiang Second High School. And Frank's spirit in a special training class? Doesn't add up, does it? Yeah, maybe it's some kind of mutant slime? Standing on the small platform, Chun Shu looked down at the battlefield below. Unhurriedly, he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a megaphone, pressing play on a pre-recorded message. A cocky voice echoed throughout the arena. "Attention all beast tamers. The Nanjiang bandit is here. I suggest you surrender immediately and avoid any pointless resistance. No one's going to cover your medical bills." As the recording blared through the loudspeakers, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Su Yang frowned and shook his head, thinking to himself, does this kid think the arena is a marketplace? Such a reckless youngster. He let out a cold laugh, ready to reprimand the arrogant student, but was interrupted by Chan Shu's well-meaning reminder. "Big brother, you might want to check on your contract spirit first," Chen Shu said, pointing to the arena with a hint of mockery in his voice. Su Yang was taken aback and looked down, his eyes widening in shock. In the center of the arena lay a massive yellow blob, about 20 meters in diameter, sound asleep. His pride and joy, the flame wolf, was nowhere to be seen. The audience also realized what had happened and stood up, dumbfounded by the sight. Sweat began to form on Su Yang's forehead as he faintly heard the weak whimpering of his contract spirit, as if it were on the verge of death. He suddenly realized that his flame wolf was likely trapped under the enormous slime. I concede. Su Yang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. One moment he was talking tough, the next he was brutally humbled. The swift change in circumstances was too much to bear. Chen Shu shrugged and retracted the slime. As the giant creature disappeared, a pool of blood was revealed on the ground, with a barely breathing flame wolf lying in it. It struggled to lift its head and look at its master, its eyes filled with complex emotions, silently accusing him. "I'm on the brink of death, and you still have the nerve to show off?" The host entered the arena, incredulously announcing, "Unbelievable. Chun Shu from Nanjiang Second High School has claimed victory." He explained that each year, the senior training class came here to hone their skills, usually getting crushed by their peers. But today was different. Facing the stunned gazes around him, Chun Shu nonchalantly played another recording from the loudspeaker. "I'll say it again. If you encounter the Nanjiang bandit, surrender immediately. Don't think you can get lucky. The guy across from me is a prime example." The audience was left speechless, never expecting to meet such a fierce student right at the start. Su Yang's face turned pale with anger. "You're too arrogant. I'll be back," he muttered, quietly collecting his flame wolf and slinking out of the arena. Back in the private room, Chen Shu put away the loudspeaker and was greeted with admiration from his classmates. Ouyang Bao's eyes shone with reverence. "Teacher, you're amazing. This is what I call a true master of cunning." He felt that his own grasp of sneak attacks was just superficial. The other students in the training class stood up, their expressions complex, unsure how to evaluate the battle. "Just basic skills, sit down," Chen Shu said modestly, waving his hand. Shen Wushuang sighed. He had hoped the students would gain experience through real combat, but instead, Chen Shu had given the veteran beast masters a lesson. "Tone it down," he finally managed to say. Next up was Su Xiaoyu's match. With Chen Shu's astonishing performance, the social beast masters were now more cautious of the students from Nanjiang Second High School. Su Xiaoyu's opponent was an 8th-level beast master with a clever contract spirit, a significant disparity in strength. However, the battle was not easy, and Su Xiaoyu narrowly won after a 10-minute struggle. The audience shook their heads, realizing that only one cunning master existed in the class. The rest were at a normal level. Following this, Tang Lai and others took the stage, facing experienced beast masters. Despite their remarkable talents, their overall record was more losses than wins, aligning with the audience's expectations. This was typical each year, but after a month of intensive training, the students were bound to make significant progress. Teacher, why wasn't I arranged to fight? Su Xingxing asked, puzzled. As an 8th level beast master with an 11 mutated Thunderbird, he was one of the top students in the class. Xin Wushuang patted his shoulder and said tactfully, Xingxing, let's just watch for now. Su Xingxing felt a bit downcast. Teacher, do you think I'll embarrass the school? Xin Wushuang was silent for a moment before nodding. With your Thunderbird's speed but lack of attack power, if the battle drags on for 2 hours, the audience will leave. He worried that the arena might blacklist Nanjiang's second high. At this moment, Xie Sunan walked over, her eyes gleaming with determination. Teacher Xin, I believe I can fight. Xin Wushuang waved his hand. Enough, both of you have plenty of battle experience. Hanging around Chun Shu all the time. Even if you're bad, you'll get better. The two sat down, feeling helpless and bored, playing on their phones. Xingxing, are we really going to stay idle like this? Xie Sunan couldn't help but ask. I'm a 7th level beast master, and you're an 8th level beast master. We're actually quite strong. Tell me, what are we lacking? Su Xingxing thought for a moment, and then bitterly smiled. Self-awareness, perhaps. In the afternoon, the training class from Daxing 3rd High School arrived at the arena. Seeing their battles, the previously dejected students from Nanjiang's 2nd High School felt somewhat comforted, at least they weren't the worst. Xin Wushuang's gaze, however, fell on Qin Shu. Despite his mischievous behavior and bullying of classmates, it was undeniable that he had inadvertently honed everyone's combat skills. The social beast masters might have more experience, but they were no match for Qin Shu's cunning. Perhaps this was the advantage of innate talent. Just as everyone was about to leave, the host's words left them all stunned. Next up, we have a battle between 2 level 9 beast tamers. One of them is Xia Yin from Daxing No. 3 High School. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, a high school senior who's a level 9 beast tamer? In Nanjing City, I'm the only one at this level. I didn't expect to encounter a genius from Daxing City. A handsome young man stepped onto the small platform, his face expressionless but exuding a unique aura. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the spirit arena as a fiery red giant tiger appeared out of thin air. It had wings on its back, a muscular and massive body, and eyes that seemed to burn with flames, radiating an intimidating presence. Glass contract beast, blazing flame tiger? The audience in the spirit arena gasped in unison, standing up with eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Even in the prosperous Daxing City, an Class contract beast was a top-tier existence. Qin Shu's eyes lit up with interest. His slime could easily handle a class contract beasts, but he had never faced an Class 1. Among the people he knew, only Feng Si and Shen Wushuang had Class contract beasts, and those were beyond his current capabilities. Ouyang Bao leaned closer to Qin Shu and whispered, Teacher, that guy down there is my biggest obstacle in dominating Daxing City. My Ice Snow Lion is a top-tier class contract beast with multiple attack skills, but it's still no match for him. Qin Shu patted Ouyang Bao's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll help you beat him up next time. Whether it's a rich kid or a lucky one, they're all just small fry compared to a true expert. The battle below was about to begin. The blazing flame tiger's opponent was a class earth turtle. Xia Yan's expression remained indifferent, clearly not taking his opponent seriously. The blazing flame tiger opened its massive jaws and spat out a fireball. The earth turtle's shell glowed yellow, ready to take the hit heat. However, the fireball in midair suddenly split into numerous smaller fireballs. The sound of explosions echoed like a machine gun. The earth turtle's owner looked grim as his contract beast was instantly injured. Just as he was about to concede, the blazing flame tiger flapped its wings, its claws glowing red, and pounced. With a swift slash, the earth turtle's shell was torn open. Flames spread, burning its flesh, and it screamed in agony. The earth turtle's owner quickly recalled his contract beast, his face extremely grim. Xia Yan sneered, quick to recall, aren't you? Next time, I'll kill that turtle for sure. He showed no concern for the life of a class contract beast, as if their survival was irrelevant. What a ruthless kid. Xin Wushuang glanced at Xia Yan but said no more. He turned to the others and instructed, everyone, go home and reflect on today's battles. Make sure your contract beasts are fully recovered. There will be more battles tomorrow. The crowd gradually left the spirit arena. Ouyang Bao sidled up to Qin Shu and fawningly asked, Mr. Chun, are you free tonight? How about dinner together? Of course I'm free. Qin Shu agreed readily, thinking, a free meal? Why not? He called out to the introverted Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan, Xing, Lao Xie, let's go. The four of them headed to a nearby upscale restaurant, chatting and bonding over dinner. Ouyang Bao curiously asked, Xinga, Xiega, why didn't you participate in the spirit arena battles? Xie Sunan, with a mysterious air, replied, "Our combat power is just too strong. We're like the class's nuclear weapons. If we were unleashed, the spirit arena might not survive." Ouyang nodded in admiration. "No wonder you weren't allowed to participate. No one uses nukes lightly." Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan exchanged glances and looked at Chen Shu. Chen Shu, still gnawing on a pork knuckle, didn't even lift his head. "Who said no one uses them lightly? Why are you looking at me?" Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes sharpened as he glanced towards the entrance. Shen Wushuang was walking into the restaurant with his students. "Mr. Shun." Chen Shu stood up and shouted. Shen Wushuang hesitated for a moment and then turned to leave. Chen Shu quickly intercepted him, still holding his pork knuckle. Shen Wushuang forced a smile. "Oh, Chen Shu, what a coincidence." Chen Shu's mouth twitched, thinking, "Could you be any more fake?" He asked, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Shen Wushuang pointed to the students behind him and explained, "I was just taking them out for dinner. I wanted to invite you three, but you weren't in your room." At that moment, a waiter approached and smiled. "Mr. Shun, your reserved table for lunch is ready." The atmosphere became awkward. Chen Shu looked at Shen Wushuang with a forlorn expression. "A gathering without me?" Shen Wushuang's expression stiffened, worried that Chen Shu might pull out a bomb on the spot. He patted Chen Shu's shoulder and said helplessly, "Chen Pai, it's not that I didn't want to invite you. The parents insisted that I ensure the students' safety and avoid any dangerous individuals." Chen Shu was shocked. "I'm a dangerous individual?" The students behind Shen Wushuang nodded in unison. They didn't want to be blown up while eating. Chen Shu sighed, beating his chest in regret. "I'm such a failure as a class president. I thought we were a family, but it turns out I've been mistaken." Shen Wushuang, exasperated, said, all right, I'll cover your meal this time. Okay?" Chen Shu immediately changed his expression and readily agreed. "No problem." Everyone was speechless, thinking, "So you were just after a free meal?" Chen Shu returned to the table and told Su Xingxing and the others, "Consider this meal on me. You can treat me next time." Xie Sunan couldn't help but quip, "Now I know why you aren't afraid when you drop bombs. With a face as thick as yours, even nukes can't faze you." Chen Shu shrugged, taking Xie Sunan's words as a compliment. Although he didn't pay for the meal, he had won it fair and square. As the special training class from Nanjiang No. 2 High School was enjoying their dinner, a familiar figure quietly entered the restaurant. It was Xia Yin, whom they had met that afternoon. All eyes instinctively turned to the youth with the rare level contract spirit. Xia Yin appeared indifferent, ignoring the stares directed at him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as if he had spotted someone he knew. Xia Yin stood up and leisurely walked over to the special training class, his eyes locking onto a girl. "Not even a hello when you see me." Xia Yin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "My sister, still so weak." Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiaobing. She kept her head down, her expression cold, as if she hadn't heard him. Siblings? Curiosity was written all over their faces, but the tension between the two was palpable. Xia Yin sneered, "With your talent, you should never have become a beast master. You've probably dragged the family down. Father leaving you was the right choice." At these words, Xia Bing's face turned pale, and her fists clenched involuntarily. Indeed, they were biological siblings, but the vast gap in their talents led to vastly different treatment. 90% of the family's resources were allocated to Xia Yin, yet he remained unsatisfied. In his eyes, Xia Bing shouldn't have become a beast master, as it consumed resources that should have been his. Their father always saw Xia Yin as a source of pride, while their mother favored Xia Bing, exacerbating family conflicts. Eventually, their father abandoned the mother and daughter to create a better environment for Xia Yin, turning a once harmonious family into enemies. "Who do you think you are? Stop bothering our class during dinner." Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak up. As Xiaobing's roommate, she couldn't just watch her friend be bullied. A special training class that admits Xiaobing? What a joke. Xia Yin shook his head and turned to leave. Just then, a figure appeared before Xia Yin like lightning. Shen Wushuang's expression was calm, but his eyes glinted with cold light. If they weren't in a restaurant, he might have buried Xia Yin on the spot. What? Trying to bully the weak? Xia Yin shrugged it off. Despite the opponent being an iron-level beast master, he was confident Shen wouldn't dare make a move with so many onlookers. "Watch your back when you're alone." Shen Wushuang patted Xia Yan's shoulder, issuing a cold warning. "Humph." Xia Yan scoffed, walking past Shen Wushuang and turning his gaze to Chen Shu's table. "Even the sucker is here? What a gathering of losers." Xia Yan mocked, recalling how Ouyang Bao had confidently challenged him, only to lose miserably and forfeit 5 million Huaxia yuan. Chen Shu was about to speak when options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Compliment Xia Yin and try to get on his good side. Reward: 3 basic level beast pearls. Option 2. Ignore him and focus on eating. Reward: level 2 jumping fruit. Option 3. Insulting the class is one thing, but calling me a sucker? No way. Fight back directly. Reward: a large amount of beast power. Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, not expecting the options to trigger so quickly. He kept his composure and signaled to Xiesuanan with his eyes. Xiesuanan understood immediately and discreetly summoned his contract spirit. The insect-like creature, small in size, hid inside his down jacket. Two green lights emerged from Xiesuanan's chest, but with his back to Xia Yin, the latter didn't notice anything unusual. An ancient divine skill was about to shine. Love is a light. Just as Xia Yin sat down, a green light suddenly descended from above. What the? Did the restaurant turn on green lights? He looked puzzled, but everyone around was staring at him in disbelief, some even stifling laughter and pointing fingers. Smile for the camera. Chen Shu took out his phone and started snapping photos with the flash on. Xia Yin finally realized something was amiss. Looking up, he saw a gigantic green hat hovering above his head, its glaring green light illuminating the entire restaurant, outshining all other lights. Who the hell did this? Xia Yan's face turned livid with rage, his ears ringing. He scanned the room and fixed his gaze on the special training class from Nanjiang No. 2 High School. All 24 students had their phones out, snapping photos non-stop. At some point, Chen Shu had turned off the restaurant lights, leaving only the dazzling green light. Woohoo! You're going viral, buddy. Chen Shu jeered from the side, not missing the chance to take a close-up of Xia Yin. You're dead meat. Xia Yin, almost losing his mind, lunged for Chen Shu's phone, but missed as Chen Shu easily dodged. A mischievous grin spread across Chen Shu's face as he said playfully, "You know, to make life bearable, you have to wear a green hat sometimes." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Yin retorted, "I'll report this to the Spirit Bureau, just you wait." However, as those words left his mouth, Xia Yin felt like a complete fool, as if he were parading naked down the street. Who would have thought there could be such a humiliating skill? Chen Shu shrugged nonchalantly. "Go ahead and report it. We didn't harm you." He knew that if it were a case of a contract spirit causing harm, the Spirit Bureau would definitely get involved. But since Xia Yin hadn't suffered any actual damage and Xie Sunan had acted so discreetly, it would be hard to investigate. Generally, the Spirit Bureau wouldn't make a big deal out of it, especially since mental harm wasn't considered real damage under the Beast Control Law. Xia Yin hastily pulled out his phone to call the Spirit Bureau. When asked what had happened, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say, "I got cuckolded," could he? Frustrated and embarrassed, he finally shouted, "I'll remember you all," and hung up, leaving the restaurant in a huff. This was the first time in years that Xia Yin had felt so humiliated. He couldn't accept that such an inhumane skill could exist. Nearby, Xia Bing couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, her eyes showing gratitude toward Chen Shu and his group. Everyone in the class knew it was Xie Sunan who had acted, but no one would dare report it. Even Tang Lai and the others felt it served Xia Yin right. They thought, Chen Shu only has N-level golden slime, so his arrogance is understandable. But Xia Yin, with his mere S-level spirit, acting so high and mighty? At that moment, Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, seemingly realizing something. It appeared that the system had registered Xie Sunan's actions as a counterattack rather than his own. He quietly slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out of the restaurant. Shin Wushuang patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and whispered, "Go easy on him. No bombs allowed." Chen Shu nodded in agreement, and then left the restaurant. The entire class watched with anticipation. They all knew that once Chen Shu took action, Xia Yan's fate was sealed. No matter how tough you are, when you meet someone like Chen Shu, you can only brace yourself for a beating. Xia Yin sprinted wildly, feeling the piercing stares of people around him like sharp arrows. The glaring green light above his head made him the center of attention on the street, with heads turning at an astronomical rate. Finally, as he put some distance between himself and the crowd, the shameful green light gradually faded away. Someone must have used a contract spirit. Xia Yin clenched his fists, his chest heaving with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. As a prodigy with an class contract spirit, he had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, he felt as though his very soul had been trampled on. "I'll make them pay." Xia Yin gritted his teeth, scanning his surroundings until he spotted an empty alley ahead. He quickly ducked into it and pulled out his phone to report Chen Shu and his gang's behavior to the Spirit Control Bureau. Just then, Chen Shu silently followed him like a ghost. His tall figure was barely visible at the dim entrance of the alley, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Little rat, you're good at hiding," Chen Shu muttered to himself as he calmly opened his backpack, took out a urea bag, and stealthily entered the alley. "Hello. Is this the Spirit Control Bureau?" Xia Yin said furiously. Just now, people from Nanjiang Second High School were in the city. Before he could finish, a dark shadow enveloped him. The alley was already dim, and Xia Yin had no time to react before his head was covered by the urea bag. What the heck is this? Xia Yin instinctively struggled, his body writhing like a fish on a hook. Bam! A heavy punch sent him off balance. Then, Qin Shu followed up with a flying kick, sending Xia Yin sprawling to the ground in a sorry state. I'll kill you. Xia Yin, his mind clouded with rage, didn't even remove the urea bag before summoning his contract spirit. Roar! The blazing tiger appeared instantly, its fiery body standing out starkly in the dim alley. However, just as it was about to unleash its power, it let out a blood-curdling scream. Splish! Splish! A massive yellow sphere appeared out of nowhere, pinning the blazing tiger down. The terrifying weight rendered this glass contract spirit immobile, unable even to use its abilities. Alarm bells rang in Xia Yan's mind as he realized the situation was dire. He tried to remove the urea bag, but Qin Shu had already approached silently, placing another urea bag over him, completely sealing his resistance. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches and kicks from Qin Shu. Trapped in the urea bag, Xia Yin struggled to speak. You're going too far. There's no need to make things so bad for everyone. Qin Shu's face twitched with anger. Still acting tough? You're done for. I can tell you right now. You're finished. Xia Yin could only protect his head with his hands, enduring the merciless beating while retorting, finished? Huh? You've messed with the wrong person. You won't see tomorrow's sun. I know it's going to rain tomorrow, thanks. Qin Shu replied with another deliberate punch, causing Xia Yin to cry out in pain. Am I giving you a weather forecast? Xia Yin curled up, finally breaking down under the heavy blows. All right, I was wrong. Really wrong. Qin Shu smiled smugly and said viciously, say it. You weren't wrong. Xia Yin was stunned. If I wasn't wrong, then why are you beating me? Not saying it, huh? Bam, bam, bam. Another round of beating ensued. All right, stop hitting me. I wasn't wrong. Xia Yin groaned in pain. Damn, now I even feel like I wasn't wrong. Serves you right. Qin Shu continued his onslaught of punches and kicks. Xia Yin felt like vomiting. You're just baiting me, aren't you? He finally fell silent, though he hadn't recognized the voice. He was certain it was someone from Nanjing City. Hearing the reward notification, Qin Shu was satisfied and prepared to leave. He ordered, you, run forward. Don't take off the bag. Seeing Xia Yin hesitate, he kicked him hard. Don't hit me, I'll run. Xia Yin retracted his blazing tiger and dashed out of the alley with the urea bag still on his head. Qin Shu clapped his hands, hiding his achievements and fame, and quietly left. Xia Yin didn't dare stop, fearing Qin Shu would catch up and beat him again. He ran to a bustling street, feeling somewhat relieved by the noise around him. However, his appearance frightened the passers-by. Call the police. Someone summoned a contract spirit in the city. This looks like a urea bag monster. Notify the Spirit Control Bureau immediately. Xia Yin removed the urea bag, listening to the discussions around him, feeling extremely frustrated. He glared at the onlookers. You're the urea bag monster. Hey, Xia Yin. Suddenly, three boys called out in unison from ahead. Not my day, huh? Xia Yin saw that they were his classmates. As the top student in the school, he usually held himself above others. But now, seeing him in this state, how could he maintain his dignity? You've got the wrong person. Xia Yin threw away the urea bag and turned to run, but stumbled and fell. One mishap after another made Xia Yin want to cry. He struggled to his feet. The phrase run forward faced the cold stares and ridicule echoing in his mind. At that moment, one sentence completely broke his last defense. Xia Yin, you dropped your ID. A passerby picked up the fallen ID and called out to him. At that moment, Xia Yin couldn't hold back anymore. I swear I'll never act tough again. He burst into tears, his pride shattered. The cold night wind blew, but his heart felt even colder. Meanwhile, at the hotel front desk, Chunpai, did you take care of it? Shin Wushuang immediately noticed Qin Shu's return. When I step in, it's a done deal, Qin Shu said emotionally. Teacher, you're actually worried about me? Heh heh. Shin Wushuang patted his shoulder and turned to go upstairs. He wasn't worried about Qin Shu, but about the people of Daxing City. If this guy got carried away and dropped a nuke, who could withstand it? The next morning, the special training class arrived at the dueling arena. As soon as they entered the private room, a burly man appeared at the door, his face cold as he demanded, were you the ones bullying my student? Next to him stood Xia Yin, silent and with eyes devoid of their former arrogance and pride. Although Xia Yan's physical injuries had healed thanks to Qin Shu's controlled actions, the emotional scars remained. Seeing Xia Yan's pale face, as if he had been humiliated, the special training class turned to Qin Shu, silently questioning last night's events. Shin Wushuang shrugged, pretending to be clueless. What student? Yu Ming sneered. Can't own up to what you did? Is this the style of Nanjiang's second high? Bullying a student is something to be proud of? Despite Xia Yan's arrogance, his talent was undeniable. As his teacher, Yu Ming couldn't stand by and watch his student be mistreated. Shen Wushuang dropped his smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. What do you mean? Are you challenging me? Yu Ming frowned, initially seeking an explanation, but didn't expect such a strong response. Xia Yan tugged at Yu Ming's sleeve, his gaze fixed on Chen Shu. The class's reaction had immediately identified Chen Shu as the suspect, though Xia Yan hadn't seen his face clearly last night. Yu Ming patted Xia Yan's shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry, as your teacher, we'll get to the bottom of this. He turned to Shen Wushuang, challenging, if you think you're so tough, let's settle this in the arena. Shen Wushuang narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Suddenly, the space above his head cracked open, releasing waves of cold air that made everyone shiver. Within his beast space, a formidable ice phoenix could be faintly seen. Half-summon? An shrank contract beast? Yu Ming's face changed drastically, realizing who he was up against. You're Shen Wushuang? Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Heard of me? He stepped out of the private room, heading towards the arena. Yu Ming hesitated, understanding that facing him would result in a severe beating. He shook his head. Students' conflicts should be settled by themselves. We teachers need not get involved. Chen Shu and the others crossed their arms, watching Yu Ming's changing expressions with interest. Shen Wushuang retracted his half-summon and asked, then why are you here? Yu Ming's eyes darted around as he forced a laugh. I just wanted to see if it was you guys bullying my student. He hoped to give both sides a way out, but Shen Wushuang bluntly nodded in confirmation. Yes, we bullied him. So what? Yu Ming awkwardly laughed. Haha, I was just asking. Now that I know, he'll be leaving. With that, he hurriedly left with Xia Yan, returning to Daxing Third High's private room. Xia Yan clenched his fists, feeling utterly humiliated that his teacher was so afraid of the opposition. Yu Ming sighed, offering no further explanation. Chen Shu gave Shen Wushuang a thumbs up. Mr. Shen, that was impressive. Shen Wushuang turned to Chen Shu. What exactly did you do to him? The kid looked completely defeated. Chen Shu nonchalantly replied, just gave him a little consolation. Everyone was speechless, thinking that it was probably a consolation from a bandit. Xia Bing expressed her gratitude. Mr. Shen, Chen Shu, everyone, thank you for standing up for me. She hadn't expected such unity from the class. Chen Shu righteously declared, it was nothing. Insulting me is one thing, but insulting my classmates is unacceptable. Everyone looked at him, thinking, are you sure you didn't say that backward? Is that really how you feel? As the group chatted, an arena staff member came to inform Chen Shu that it was his turn. Chen Shu, in the middle of a conversation with Xie Sunan, casually told the staff, please place the loudspeaker on the small platform first. The staff member twitched, carrying the loudspeaker away. The host excitedly announced, attention, beast tamers. Chen Shu's battle position was empty, except for a speaker playing yesterday's recording. As the familiar voice echoed, the audience knew the man was coming. Sure enough, Chen Shu leisurely walked onto the small platform. The host introduced him with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, today's duel is highly anticipated. On one side, we have Chen Shu from Nanjiang's second high. Though he's only fought once, I'm sure you all remember him well. The audience nodded. Such a young strategist was rare. And on the other side, we have Lin Yuan, ranked 87th on last month's dual spirit rankings, a 9th-level beast tamer. The crowd gasped. Considering that Daxing Duel Arena attracted beast tamers from 5 or 6 surrounding cities, making it into the top 100 was no small feat. Seeing this, Chen Shu leisurely played the next recording. Hey, you over there. No matter where you come from, it doesn't matter when you face me. Just surrender. Medical bills are really expensive, you know? The loudspeaker drowned out the host's voice, echoing throughout the arena. The audience fell silent, wondering, how many recordings did you make? In the private room, Shen Wushuang covered his face, sighing repeatedly. I've failed as a mentor. He recalled how he had told the students to prepare during the New Year's holiday, only to have Chen Shu prepare bombs and recordings at home. Lin Yuan's face instantly darkened, clearly displeased by the remarks. Sensing the tension, the host decisively announced the start of the match, skipping the usual introduction. Lin Yuan quickly summoned his contracted spirit, his eyes flashing with caution as he deliberately avoided looking at his opponent's conspicuous loudspeaker. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed through the arena as a massive, pitch-black, contracted spirit appeared before the spectators. Its form was somewhere between a leopard and a tiger, its eyes radiating a menacing aura, fangs bared, and emitting low, threatening growls. The most striking feature was its constantly swaying cyan tail, each movement accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. This was unmistakably a Blevel cyan-tailed beast. At the same time, Chen Shu summoned his golden slime. This seemingly unimpressive level contracted spirit immediately used its gigantification technique upon landing, swelling to a height of 20 meters. Although the audience had witnessed its true form the day before, seeing it again today left them awestruck. The sheer size of the creature far surpassed most black iron level contracted spirits. The slime wobbled gently, its large, innocent eyes blinking adorably. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. In one of the private rooms, Xia Yin, who had been in a state of seclusion, suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. No way. It's you. Memories of the dark incident from the previous night flooded his mind. He had been attacked, and although he had summoned his flame tiger immediately, he lost control of his contracted spirit in an instant, unable to use any skills. All he heard was the eerie squelching sound. Xia Yin furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how Inflevel Slime could have possibly defeated his Slevel Flame Tiger in seconds. Even if it was a sneak attack, it made no sense. Inside the arena, the battle had already erupted. Chen Shu stood on a high platform, overlooking the entire battlefield. The cyan-tailed beast charged towards its opponent with the speed of an arrow. Lin Yuan watched every movement intently, wary of any surprises. Although his contracted spirit was 4 bloodline levels higher than his opponent's, a gap theoretically insurmountable, he remained vigilant. Chen Shu was equally focused, knowing that underestimating his opponent was a grave mistake, even with his overwhelming advantage. Losing this match would tarnish the feared reputation of the Nanjing bandit. Lin Yuan quickly identified his opponent's weakness: lack of speed. He recalled the footage from yesterday's battle. The slime's impressive speed was a result of its skills, not its inherent ability. Moreover, when the slime prepared to charge, it exhibited a brief pre-motion, a slight tremor, and a constipated expression. At this moment, the slime remained motionless, evidently not using any skills. Seizing the opportunity, the cyan-tailed beast let out a deafening roar, its tail glowing brightly with cyan light. Its innate skill, Tail Strike, was activated. In an instant, its massive tail transformed into a cyan lightning bolt, leaving afterimages as it whipped towards the slime. Chen Shu acted swiftly, commanding the slime to use its dream sleep skill, forcing it into a sleep state to avoid waking from the pain. Boom! The cyan-tailed beast's tail struck the slime like a cyan whip, creating a thunderous sound. The slime's body immediately showed a deep indentation but remained intact. Any ordinary level contracted spirit would have been instantly killed by such a blow. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? So tough?" The cyan-tailed beast roared again, its tail immune to the slime's rebound damage due to the skill's effect. Its tail continued to swing, the cyan glow still shining. Boom, boom, boom. The cyan-tailed beast launched a frenzied assault, determined to break through the slime's defense. Chen Shu's eyes darted around, not using any additional skills. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had grasped something crucial. He chuckled, "You're done." Another fierce tail strike came, brimming with immense power. However, the slime's body suddenly jumped slightly, landing just above the massive tail. The cyan-tailed beast's attack missed, but before it could retract its tail, the slime began to accelerate its descent. Realizing the danger, Lin Yuan shouted, "Not good!" Boom! The slime landed precisely on the tail, pinning it underneath. Chen Shu smirked, "You're finished." He then commanded the slime to use its charge skill. Seeing the slime's constipated expression and shaking body, Lin Yuan's heart sank, knowing things were taking a turn for the worse. The slime was clearly going to crush its way along the tail, leaving the cyan-tailed beast no escape unless it severed its tail. However, as an experienced veteran beastmaster, Lin Yuan had a countermeasure. With a calm expression, he decisively recalled the cyan-tailed beast. In this situation, it was either severe injury or surrender, and he chose the wiser option. Although Chen Shu's comment was a bit harsh, he wasn't wrong. The medical expenses were indeed quite high. Lin Yuan's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he stared at Chen Shu, thinking to himself, the speed of the green-tailed beast's tail is incredibly fast. With Chen Shu's unenhanced physique, how could he easily track its movements? What was even more surprising was that Chen Shu managed to control the slime's jump precisely, pinning down that lightning-fast tail. It's just mediocre talent, nothing special. Chen Shu waved his hand with a modest smile. In reality, his extraordinary predictive abilities were his secret weapon, often hidden behind his rough exterior. So few noticed his remarkable combat skills. He won. The South River Bandit actually won. The crowd erupted in cheers, standing up one after another. If yesterday's victory could be attributed to a sneak attack, today's performance undoubtedly showcased pure skill. Basking in the crowd's applause, Chen Shu wore a proud smile. He bent down, ready to play another recording to show off a bit. Congratulations to Chen Shu from South River Second High for winning the match. The announcer declared the result just in time. A staff member hurried over, taking the loudspeaker from Chen Shu's hand and apologetically said, "We need to start the next match. Sorry. Your show-off time is longer than the fight itself. Is the battle spirit arena still open, or what? Chen Shu shook his head in regret, thinking, I should have played it earlier. Back in the private room, Shen Wushuang nodded in approval. Not bad. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if hoping to see Chen Shu fully unleash his combat potential. If you keep this up, you might have a chance to rank in the top 10 of this month's Battle Spirit Arena. Top 10? What do you mean by top 10? Chen Shu's mouth twitched, just about to retort when a series of options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Rank in the top 30 of the Battle Spirit Arena. Reward: moderate beast mastery. Option 2. Rank in the top 10 of the Battle Spirit Arena. Reward: skill wind breath 1. Option 3. Rank in the top 5 of the Battle Spirit Arena. Reward: slime defense 20. Option 4. Rank first in the Battle Spirit Arena. Reward: large beast mastery skill gigantification 1. Chen Shu's eyes scanned the options, contemplating which one to choose. Gigantification? Chen Shu's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widened, and he immediately ignored the other options. This skill was a godsend for a slime. Without it, its combat power would be reduced by at least 70%. The last time he leveled up was when he hunted the Ice Rabbit Lord, nearly 6 months ago. 5 months. An entire 5 months. Chen Shu trembled with excitement, unable to contain his shout. Do you know what I've been through these past 5 months? The surrounding classmates quickly backed away, fearing he might do something drastic. Just then, with a bang, Shen Wushuang landed a sharp tap on Chen Shu's head. Lost your mind again? Shen Wushuang said coldly. Ugh, Chen Shu snapped back to reality, but the anger from having his fantasy interrupted was hard to quell. Gritting his teeth, he said, Old Shen. HM? Shen Wushuang's sharp gaze swept over him. What about me? Chen Shu immediately forced a stiff smile. You are really caring for your students, he silently vowed to get back at him. It's my duty. Shen Wushuang patted his shoulder with a friendly smile. Chen Shu retreated to a corner, pulled out his phone, and opened a messaging app to send a message to Fang Si. Sister Fang, how much to bury someone? Name your price. Moments later, Fang Si replied, You don't mean to bury teacher Shen Wushuang, do you? HM? You know him? Of course, he taught me 3 years ago. Teacher Shen is my mentor and friend. Without him, there wouldn't be the Fang Si you know today. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, suspecting Fang Si's account had been hacked. He replied directly, So it costs extra, right? Chun Pai, it's not about the money. He's our teacher. Besides, how much are you offering? Chen Shu nodded, confirming it was really her. $1 million? Get out of here. Do you think burying a black iron rank costs $1 million? At least 20 million. Damn, are you robbing me? How about a 10% discount? Thus, the two model students, who respected their teachers, began haggling. Meanwhile, Shen Wushuang suddenly felt a chill, sensing something ominous. He turned to see Chen Shu grinning mischievously and asked, Chen Pai, what are you up to? Chen Shu shivered, almost dropping his phone. Nothing. Shen Wushuang squinted his eyes. You're not planning to get back at me, are you? How could I? Chen Shu answered firmly, You're my teacher. In the end, Chen Shu sighed in frustration, looking dejected. Fang Si insisted on 20 million, which was way too much, not even offering a friendly discount. He figured he'd rather bury himself than pay that kind of money for Shen Wushuang. Can't rely on anyone. Chen Shu muttered to himself, This grand plan has to be done by myself. Just then, Su Xingxing came over and invited, Chen Shu, wanna play Do Diju? No way. Chen Shu rejected outright, I'll never play with you. Playing with Su Xingxing was just asking for trouble. At that moment, a new round of matches began in the arena below. Bored, Chen Shu set up a barbecue grill. What the heck are you doing? Shen Wushuang was startled. You're going too far. Relax, teacher Shen, Chen Shu explained. I'm using genuine smokeless charcoal this time. So you used fake stuff before? No way. Shen Wushuang firmly opposed. What if smoke or even fire breaks out while they're fighting below? That'd be ridiculous. Chen Shu sighed, feeling like all his hobbies were being stripped away. Just then, a staff member came to the private room to notify, Tang Lai, please get ready. Tang Lai stood up, feeling uneasy about the safety of the room. But when he saw Xia Yan's expressionless face on the small platform below, his face changed drastically. No way, such bad luck? Tang Lai's mouth twitched. Facing someone in a bad mood, wasn't he just asking for trouble? He turned to the staff member and asked, Wait, I'm an 8th level beast master. How am I supposed to fight a 9th level? Your teacher requested it to help you improve your skills quickly, the staff member explained. Tang Lai looked at Shen Wushuang with a face full of grievance. This was too much. Tang Xiao, you have to give it your all. Fight for our special training class. Chen Shu grinned, his eyes deep with meaning. Tang Lai couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling like the other was looking at his obituary. Everyone, bid farewell to Tang Xiao, Xie Sunan suddenly shouted. The special training class students stood up in unison, their expressions solemn, eyes filled with nostalgia and sorrow. They were just short of holding white flowers and bowing in unison. Damn, do you have to be like this? Tang Lai felt a chill, as if the whole class was seeing him off for the last time. Shen Wushuang was exasperated, casting a glance at Qin Shu and Xie Sunan, silently cursing them for stirring up trouble again. He turned and patted Tang Lai on the shoulder, attempting to comfort him. It's okay. Go ahead. The contract spirit's injuries won't affect the beast master. Tang Lai rolled his eyes at the so-called comfort. That was reassuring. All right. He took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and resolutely stepped onto the small platform. Opposite him, Xia Yin from Nanjiang's second high had been waiting for a while. He eyed Tang Lai up and down, a sneer curling on his lips. Heh, heh. The laughter was filled with contempt and provocation. The humiliating defeat from the previous night was still fresh in his mind, and now he wanted to vent all his rage on this opponent. Let's start then. Show me what your trash class can do. Xia Yan's words were barely out when a massive blazing tiger appeared by his side. The presence of this shrank, contract spirit seemed to fill Xia Yin with boundless confidence, his eyes burning with renewed self-assurance. Seeing this, Tang Lai's anger ignited. His usually suppressed fiery nature, held back by Qin Shu, exploded. Damn it, don't get cocky. Before his words had fully left his mouth, his rank contract spirit, the wind beast, materialized. Though it seemed less imposing, Tang Lai was not about to back down. In the spirit arena, a fierce battle erupted instantly. The wind beast soared into the sky, clearly intending to use its aerial advantage to buy time. Tang Lai's gaze fell on the wings of the blazing tiger, silently praying, please let those wings be just for show. But luck was not on his side. Xia Yin smirked, and with a single flap of its wings, the massive blazing tiger took to the air, lunging at the wind beast. Holy crap, it really can fly. Tang Lai exclaimed in shock. In a critical moment, the wind beast glowed with a greenish light, its speed suddenly increasing. It also unleashed its innate skill, Windbind, temporarily slowing down the blazing tiger. Seeing this, Tang Lai breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xia Yin remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Do you think you can escape? As soon as he spoke, the blazing tiger's expression turned ferocious. It opened its massive jaws, and a thunderous roar echoed through the arena. The agile wind beast suddenly hesitated, a look of confusion flashing in its eyes as it lost its balance and began to plummet. Seizing the moment, the blazing tiger's wings flapped, and its claws, seemingly ablaze, slashed viciously at the wind beast. In this instant, the overwhelming power of the Shrank contract spirit was on full display. From every angle, it was clear that it could crush lower-ranked spirits with ease. Seeing his wind beast about to suffer severe injuries, Tang Lai was frantic. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted, Xia Yin, take this urea bomb. At the mention of a urea bag, Xia Yan's body instinctively shuddered, and he quickly turned around to look behind him. Simultaneously, the flame tiger in the arena also halted its movements, seemingly ready to retreat and protect its master. When Xia Yin realized there was nothing behind him, he instantly understood he had been tricked. Damn it, how dare you deceive me? Xia Yin roared. Tang Lai was taken aback for a moment. He had only mentioned it on a whim, not expecting it to be so effective. The audience in the arena exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had just happened. Only the members of the special training class directed their gaze at Chen Shu, who was casually playing with his phone. Why are you all looking at me? Chen Shu said innocently. Everyone remained silent, knowing full well that a small urea bag had likely left an indelible mark on Xia Yan's psyche. In that brief moment, the wind beast recovered from its stunned state. Tang Lai immediately seized the opportunity and ordered an attack. The wind beast's claws glowed with skill effects as it flapped its wings and lunged at the flame tiger. Young Master Tang is still too impulsive, Chen Shu murmured, having already predicted the outcome. Sure enough, despite the wind beast unleashing its skills, the flame tiger stood its ground, its eyes burning with intense flames. Boom! In an instant, the flame tiger erupted in a circle of fire. Before the wind beast could get close, it was scorched by the flames, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Xia Yin, just you wait. Tang Lai gritted his teeth as he swiftly recalled his contracted spirit. This battle showcased the flame tiger's overwhelming power against a rank contracted spirits, leading many in the audience to believe that Xia Yin had a strong chance of claiming the top spot in this month's Spirit Arena rankings. Young Master Tang. Chen Shu had been waiting in the private room and greeted Tang Lai with a meaningful smile upon his return. What do you want? Tang Lai eyed Chen Shu warily, reluctant to enter the room. Everyone's hungry, Chen Shu said, pointing to the barbecue grill behind him, the implication clear. Enough. Put that away. Shen Wushuang scolded Qin Shu. You're really ruining the class harmony. Tang Lai noticed Shen Wushuang swallowing discreetly, making his mouth twitch. You guys are unbelievable, he thought, sitting quietly in the corner. The day's battles soon came to an end. With Shen Wushuang's special attention, many had the chance to fight opponents above their level. Although they were soundly defeated, their battle experience grew rapidly. Qin Shu, on the other hand, felt no pressure, knowing they wouldn't pair him with a black iron beast master. Mr. Shan, what's for dinner? Qin Shu asked, having learned from yesterday's lesson to stick with the group. Eat what? Solve it yourself. You think there's a feast every day? Shen Wushuang snapped. Do you think I'm your meal ticket? Given the school's limited budget and Shen Wushuang's tendency to skim some for himself, there wasn't much money to spare. Qin Shu shook his head and turned to Ouyang Bao Bao. We're counting on you. The four of them headed out to find dinner. As the sun set, its warm glow added a touch of warmth to the city. Wow, look at that big bird. Qin Shu suddenly shouted. The other three looked down, confused. It's in the sky, you idiots. Qin Shu pointed ahead. The three of them looked up and saw a large bird circling in the sunset. Just as Qin Shu was about to leave, a set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Run. Just run. Don't look back and whistle. Reward. 1 level 2 giant growth fruit. Option 2. Attack directly and slay the Iron Feather Beast Lord. Reward. Skill Violent Slam 1. Option 3. Show no fear. Take out the urea bag and cover the Iron Feather Beast Lord's head. Reward. Significant Beastmaster power. Qin Shu's eyes lit up, locking onto the keyword Iron Feather Beast Lord. He silently took out the urea bag, his gaze fixed on the large bird in the sky. Shaoxing, get your mutated Thunderbird ready to carry me. I'll show you what a real man is. Qin Shu gripped the urea bag, his eyes blazing with determination. The Iron Feather Beast was a black iron level lord, but it was in poor condition, with one wing seemingly broken, struggling to stay aloft and coughing up blood. Behind it, a golden bird pursued relentlessly, with a dragon guard riding on its back. Clearly, this was a ferocious beast lord that had strayed into the city and was being hunted. As the Iron Feather Beast neared Daxing City, its massive form and sharp eyes, with wings reflecting metallic glints in the sunset, became evident. There's a beast. Run. It's a steel bird. Everyone hide. Mommy, there's a bird flying in the sky. Panic ensued as people scrambled to take cover in nearby buildings. Seeing the Iron Feather Beast's size, Qin Shu quietly put away the urea bag. He sighed, weighing the pros and cons of the giant fruit and beast mastery. Although the giant fruit had certain advantages, a hasty breakthrough might lead to unstable foundations, affecting future achievements. As he was lost in thought, an absurd image suddenly popped into his mind. How could a giant bird's head be covered by a bag of urea? He couldn't help but silently curse the system's prank. Ouyang Bao stood dumbfounded, staring at the colossal creature in the sky with a blank expression, looking like the fool of a wealthy family. Instinctively, he wanted to seek his companion's opinions, but suddenly realized he was alone. Turning around, he saw a blue mutant thunderbird soaring swiftly into the distance. Damn it! Ouyang Bao shuddered and shouted in frustration. I haven't even gotten on the bird yet. Meanwhile, Su Xingxing, Qin Shu, and Xie Sunan had already reached a safe area. Su Xingxing seemed to hear something and asked in confusion. I think I heard someone shouting? Qin Shu shrugged, looking puzzled, while Xie Sunan changed the subject. By the way, what are we having for dinner tonight? The three were indifferent to the appearance of the black iron-level beast, considering it the responsibility of the Spirit Bureau and Dragon Guard. However, when the topic of dinner came up, Qin Shu suddenly remembered the person who was supposed to treat them. Wait, where's Ouyang Bao? Only then did Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan realize they had forgotten about Ouyang Bao. Their habitual three-person escape mode had made them momentarily forget the extra person. At that moment, the mutant Thunderbird suddenly turned around, spewing exhaust as it flew back to the street. Ouyang Bao was squatting on the ground drawing circles when he saw his savior finally appear, only to find the Iron Feather Beast Lord already close by. The massive creature spread its wings, at least 10 meters wide, and kept spewing blood from its mouth, emitting painful whimpers. Qin Shu shouted loudly, Ouyang Bao, get on the bird! Meanwhile, he keenly noticed that the Iron Feather Beast Lord's injuries seemed worse than expected. Initially planning to flee, a bold idea now arose in his mind. After all, isn't taking advantage of others' misfortune the third rule of a bandit? Qin Shu and his companion stood on the back of the mutated Thunderbird, gazing down at the scene below. The Iron-Feathered Beast Lord was gradually approaching, its sharp eyes scanning the mutated Thunderbird without sensing any danger. Qin Shu's expression was grave, his eyes fixed on the flight path of the Iron-Feathered Beast Lord. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Shu's eyes. Seizing the moment, He released the slime. The golden slime instantly swelled to 6 times its original size, reaching an astonishing height of 20 meters. The iron-feathered beast lord, sensing something amiss, was about to look up when a deafening roar erupted. Gravely injured, it could no longer resist the stunning effect and was immediately overpowered by the golden slime. With a thunderous crash, the iron-feathered beast lord slammed heavily into the ground. Its eyes widened, blood spilling everywhere, as it endured a force far beyond its capacity. A slight smile played on Chen Shu's lips as he directed the slime to keep shaking, thoroughly crushing the unfortunate lord. After receiving the reward for the skill Violent Sit-Kill 1, Chen Shu quickly commanded the slime to devour the core organs of the iron-feathered beast lord. At the same time, Yulongwei Wang Xinyang arrived on the scene. Faced with the questioning from the silver-ranked Yulongwei, Chen Shu remained calm and spoke confidently. As the youth of a new era, it is our duty to protect the city's safety. This is just a small matter, nothing worth mentioning. Then, with a half-joking tone, he brought up the subject of rewards. Wang Xinyang, amused and exasperated by Chen Shu's demeanor, had no choice but to leave the iron-feathered beast's corpse as their reward. Chen Shu didn't miss the chance to cheekily ask for more, but Wang Xinyang had already departed. Afterward, the four of them lit a fire on the spot and roasted the iron-feathered beast meat, savoring the rare delicacy. Shen Wushuang hurried over to inquire about the situation, and upon learning that they had slain the lord, he was greatly astonished. Chen Shu casually mentioned that this was already the 10th Black Iron-ranked lord he had killed, which aroused Shen Wushuang's suspicion. When the conversation turned to the reason for the appearance of beast lords in the city, Shen Wushuang keenly picked up on Chen Shu mentioning Taiping Mountain and directly questioned, "Still dare to say it wasn't you who blew it up? Mount Taiping?" Chen Shu looked puzzled, his gaze shifting between Su Xingxing and the others. "Did I just mention Mount Taiping?" he asked, bewildered. Su Xingxing frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't think so," he replied. Xie Sunan also shrugged, looking equally confused. Shen Wushuang's eyes widened, the series of reactions making him doubt his own hearing. "Did I, a black iron-level beast master, just hallucinate?" he muttered to himself. At that moment, Ouying Bao kindly reminded him, "Teacher, you did mention it earlier, along with something about the fire serpent lord." Chen Shu's face twitched as he forced a serious expression. "You guys are hopeless as my students. Your comprehension is way too poor." Shen Wushuang suddenly realized, a sense of relief washing over him. He quickly turned his attention to more important matters, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Based on my experience, this might indicate the emergence of a new alternate dimension." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "A new alternate dimension?" Shen Wushuang explained. "The spiritual energy resurgence has been happening for nearly 1,000 years, and hundreds of alternate dimensions have appeared within Huagua. A new one pops up every 3 to 4 years, and this time, it seems to be near Nanjing City. However, it's currently in its nascent stage and won't fully manifest for another year or two." He continued to analyze. The iron feather beast habitat is mountainous, and coupled with the fire serpent lord, it could be a volcanic terrain. Based on these clues, I estimate this alternate dimension to be of a dangerous level. Chen Shu sighed and shook his head. "I thought it would appear sooner. Newborn alternate dimensions are teeming with fierce beasts. If we could just drop explosive charges right from the start, wouldn't that be exhilarating?" Shen Wushuang asked warily, "What are you planning?" "Nothing much, just enjoying some meat," Chen Shu replied, focusing on grilling the meat of the iron feather beast lord. The streets had emptied due to the appearance of the fierce beasts. The group sat on the roadside, enjoying the evening breeze and savoring the grilled meat, finding a unique charm in the experience. Time flew by, and Chen Shu's life settled into a routine. The slime, having absorbed the core organs of the iron feather beast, successfully learned a new skill, wind mastery. Although this skill couldn't cause damage, it could extend flight duration, which was a notable improvement. As late January approached, the Chinese New Year drew near. The streets were adorned with festive decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Chen Shu curbed his mischievous tendencies and diligently went to the battle spirit arena for daily matches. The opponent's rich combat experience greatly benefited him, making him more adept at using his contract spirit skills. Chen Shu's ranking steadily climbed, with at least 2 or 3 matches each day. He gradually defeated most of the top contenders from the previous month's leaderboard, successfully breaking into the top 10. "Time for you to go, Outlaw brother," the Battle Spirit Arena staff familiarly called out to Chen Shu. Simultaneously, his exclusive BGM began to play throughout the arena. "Attention, Beast Masters." The announcer's voice echoed. "The South Jiang Outlaw is entering the arena. I advise everyone to know their limits and surrender immediately to avoid unnecessary resistance." By now, Chen Shu no longer needed to bring his own loudspeaker. The arena played this announcement for him. As the brightest new star of January, he had even overshadowed Xia Yin. One crushed opponents with Enfrank Contract Spirit, while the other used Enfrank Contract Spirit to defeat higher bloodline beasts, naturally making the latter more intriguing. Hello, everyone. The host excitedly announced. Today, we have a highly anticipated showdown. On one side, we have the undefeated South Jiang outlaw, Chun Shu, with a record of 65 consecutive wins. On the other side, we have Xia Yin, who possesses a top-tier contract spirit. These two high school seniors have both broken into this month's top 10 on the Battle Spirit leaderboard. Let's give a warm welcome to these rising stars. The crowd erupted in excitement, with spectators standing up and cheering loudly. Go, South Jiang outlaw. Outlaw brother, crush that sick cat. Show no mercy. Chun Shu's popularity clearly surpassed Xia Yan's. Despite calling himself an outlaw, he was more cheeky than malicious, which didn't make him unlikable. In contrast, Xia Yan fought with a ruthless intensity, as if facing a mortal enemy, always aiming to incapacitate his opponents. I've been waiting for this day, Xia Yan said, clenching his fists and staring intensely at Chun Shu. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I blow up your ancestors' graves? Chun Shu raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He locked eyes with Xia Yan, as if daring him to respond. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better surrender now. You don't stand a chance. Xia Yan said confidently, his eyes gleaming with certainty. If I'm not mistaken, your slime is in a rank, maybe even a top-tier rank. Otherwise, you wouldn't have beaten the others. But against me, I'll show you what Enfrank spirit is. I'll defeat you over and over until you understand true despair. Chun Shu merely shrugged, looking indifferent. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted, pulling up his slime stats but only revealing its potential rating. He chose to hide the astonishing skill levels and other details. A large F rating appeared on the screen, hitting Xia Yan like a slap in the face. Seeing Xia Yan's shocked expression, Chun Shu couldn't help but mock. You've been analyzing for almost a month, and this is what you came up with? Xia Yan's face twitched, eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He kept muttering to himself, as if trying to convince himself. Chun Shu, seeing Xia Yan's dazed state, sighed and said, Did a bag of fertilizer mess up your brain? This seemed to snap Xia Yan out of his trance. He shouted angrily, Whether you're Frank or a rank, you're dead today. You're finished. I declare it again. You're finished. Chun Shu shook his head and sighed. This kid's lost it. With that, he summoned his golden slime. The massive 20-meter creature appeared, looking adorably clumsy but exuding an intimidating aura that drew everyone's attention. Not to be outdone, Xia Yan immediately summoned his flame tiger. The fierce spirit was about to roar and display its power, but upon seeing the slime, its thunderous roar turned into a pitiful squeak. Gloop, gloop. The slime eyed the flame tiger, its gaze filled with eagerness. It wiggled its body as if savoring the memory of squashing a heat pack the previous night. The flame tiger's reaction was the complete opposite. Its eyes were full of caution, its fur standing on end, showing no intention of fighting. This scene shocked the onlookers. They couldn't believe their eyes. The supposedly shrank flame tiger was showing fear in front of the slime. A startling thought crossed everyone's mind simultaneously. Could that seemingly ordinary slime actually be the legendary S-rank spirit? The crowd couldn't help but speculate that only an S-level creature could intimidate an S-level contract beast, and as for an SS level one, that was simply a myth. A hint of mockery flashed in Chun Shu's eyes as he spoke. Your sick cat seems a bit scared, doesn't it? Xia Yan's expression instantly turned icy, and he snorted, Humph, do you really think you can beat me? Just as Chun Shu was about to retort, 3 options suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1. Crush the flame tiger with the slime's butt. Reward, a significant boost in beast mastery power. 2. Surrender and try to reconcile with the opponent. Reward, 3 power flowers. 3. Pull out a bag of urea, cover the opponent's head with it, and beat him up to make him understand why flowers are so red. Reward, intimidating roar skill 1. Chun Shu paused for a moment, then without hesitation, opened his backpack and pulled out the bag of urea. Although the beast mastery power was tempting, the skill upgrade was more aligned with his interests. More importantly, this option suited his style perfectly. Seeing this, Xia Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively stepped back in fear. What are you going to do? Chun Shu turned to the nearby staff member and calmly asked, Can you please open this protective barrier? The staff member was momentarily stunned and confused. Isn't this supposed to be a battle between contract beasts? Why are you pulling out a bag of urea? Xia Yan immediately shouted, Don't open it. He's going to attack. His arrogance crumbled completely, terrified of being humiliated in front of everyone. The staff member's mouth twitched, realizing how fierce Chun Shu was. No wonder he called himself a bandit. Seeing Chun Shu's eager expression, the staff member knew that if the barrier was opened, Xia Yan wouldn't stand a chance. Sorry, the staff member said reluctantly, knowing that breaking the rules would cost him his job, despite his inner temptation. In a private room, Shen Wushuang stood up abruptly, his face dark with irritation. Does he have to be so aggressive? He thought. After 20 days of peace, he's causing trouble again? This is in front of a large crowd, with many people filming. If this spreads online, how will people view Nanjiang's second high? Will we even get new students next year? Seeing this, Chen Shu sighed in disappointment and put away the bag of urea. Looks like you're lucky. Xia Yin, now too scared to meet his gaze, resembled a frightened lamb. The host timely announced, the match begins, temporarily easing the tension. Xia Yin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately commanded the flame tiger to unleash a skill, determined to regain his lost dignity through his contract beast. The flame tiger opened its maw wide, releasing a scorching fireball that split into countless sparks, raining down like a barrage. Chen Shu maintained a relaxed facade, but inside, he was fully focused. This was his first direct battle with its level contract beast. Last time, he had won through a sneak attack. Suppressing the flame tiger this time wouldn't be so easy. Facing the oncoming flames, the slime's large eyes suddenly shut as it activated its dream kill skill. It fell into a deep sleep, significantly boosting its defense. Boom, boom, boom. Although the fireball expanded its attack range by splitting, its power was weakened and couldn't break through the slime's defense. However, this was just a probing attack. The real strike was yet to come. The flame tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, releasing a deafening sound wave. Almost simultaneously, the sleeping slime activated its intimidating roar. Chen Shu's timing was impeccable, something even veteran beast masters found hard to match. The two control skills collided, affecting both parties. They simultaneously fell into a brief daze. The flame tiger recovered first, igniting its claws and leaping forward with a flap of its wings. A vengeful smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. He had to admit, Chen Shu's combat skills were impressive, cleverly using intimidating roar to buy time. But the flame tiger's roar skill was at LV3, meaning the days would last longer. He could already visualize the slime being torn apart. What are you doing? Stop it right now. Chen Shu suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with anger and panic. In the private room, Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched. Isn't he overacting a bit? He thought. The special training class knew Chen Shu was setting a trap again, but Xia Yin remained clueless, thinking his opponent had a weak psyche. However, he didn't realize that someone bold enough to pull out a bag of urea in public couldn't possibly have a weak psyche. Xia Yin couldn't help but laugh, growing more excited as he saw Chen Shu's fear. Scream. Scream all you want. No one's coming to save you. In an instant, a scream echoed from below. Ah! The fierce blazing tiger was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, spewing blood in midair, its plight horrifying to witness. Meanwhile, a rotund slime floated freely in the sky, its soft snores forming a stark contrast. The entire audience fell silent instantly, rising to their feet with eyes full of shock and excitement. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving even the spectators momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the blazing tiger's sharp claws were threatening the slime. Who would have thought that the slime would suddenly leap up, showing no signs of dizziness? It unleashed a violent body slam, and although the blazing tiger reacted quickly to escape, the slime followed closely, breathing wind and charging through the air. Without its master's control, the blazing tiger was bewildered by the sight of this super poop flying towards it. However, the slime, under Chen Shu's precise control, showed no hesitation and directly rammed into the tiger. Chen Shu, though seemingly acting nonchalant, was fully focused on the battle. His slime possessed a skill that made it immune to being stunned. The earlier intimidating roar was merely a ruse to make Xia Yin lower his guard. Scream all you want. No one's coming to save you. Chen Shu repeated, infuriating Xia Yin to the point of near collapse, his mind in chaos. I'm reporting you. You're cheating. Xia Yin clenched his fists in frustration. He had been so caught up in showing off that he never anticipated such a swift reversal. He felt a deep sense of frustration, having vowed never to show off again after the last time, yet failing to restrain himself once more. However, the relentless slime paid no heed to Xia Yan's protests. It flew at an incredible speed, quickly catching up to the blazing tiger. Bang! Another devastating impact, and the blazing tiger was once again severely injured. What followed was a series of relentless thuds as the slime mercilessly pummeled the blazing tiger. The scene was so brutal that some spectators couldn't bear to watch, covering their eyes. The once majestic blazing tiger now looked like a blurred mess. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the blazing tiger hit the ground hard, resembling a sickly cat. Chen Shu taunted, "Can you handle this 20-meter mass?" The slime soared directly above the flaming tiger, its rear end twitching slightly before it plummeted at high speed. the rushing wind slicing through the air. Xia Yin clenched his fists tightly, a defiant fire burning in his eyes, his pride refusing to let him admit defeat. In that critical moment, the heavily injured flaming tiger looked up at the approaching yellow threat. Its eyes seemed to blaze with fire as a scorching ring of flames erupted and shot skyward. Chen Shu furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The slime's devastating drop attack was about to conclude, and if it didn't land now, all its attack skills would go on cooldown. Although the flaming tiger was grievously wounded, as an steer spirit, who knew what tricks it still had up its sleeve? Against other spirits, the slime might rely on its defense to endure the cooldown, but the steer flaming tiger's attack power was too strong to withstand easily. It has to land. Chen Shu's eyes sharpened as he decisively ordered the slumbering slime to continue its rapid descent. Boom! The ring of fire collided fiercely with the slime, scattering instantly, but the slime also took significant damage, its yellow body showing a noticeable darkened ring. Fortunately, it was in its sleep-kill state and didn't wake up from the intense pain. Xia Yan's face changed dramatically, not expecting his opponent to take such a risky move. He tried to recall the flaming tiger, but it was already too late. Boom! The entire spirit arena seemed to tremble. The flaming tiger's eyes widened as its body was crushed, its bones making a sickening cracking sound. As a ninth-level spirit, it had endured far too much. Xia Yin clenched his fists, fury blazing in his eyes, unable to believe his steer flaming tiger had lost. You're too weak. Admit defeat, quickly. Chen Shu's lips curled into a smile. I want to see a genius admit defeat. These words made Xia Yan's face turn pale. The more his opponent mocked him, the less he wanted to give in, standing silently in place. Your strength is pathetic in my eyes. Chen Shu continued to taunt. The flaming tiger following you is like putting gold on a dung heap, an absolute waste. Xia Yin stared daggers at Chen Shu, his mind churning. Did his opponent just call him a dung heap? Xia Yin, give up. Your spirit is going to die. The special training class instructor, Yu Ming, rushed out of the booth, shouting loudly. Xia Yin snapped out of his daze. During his silence, the slime had already subjected the flaming tiger to a brutal crushing. The flaming tiger's eyes were filled with grievance, as if accusing. Why am I the one suffering for your pride? Xia Yin hurriedly recalled the flaming tiger, knowing its loyalty had significantly decreased and would take a long time to rebuild. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Shu before silently leaving the platform, unable to accept the result after years of undefeated battles with his steer spirit. Invincible bandit! Invincible bandit! The audience rose to their feet, shouting excitedly, completely won over by Chen Shu. Achieving this with an entire slime was unprecedented. Life is truly lonely like snow. Chen Shu shook his head, putting away his golden slime and returning to the booth. In his eyes, no lucky breaks, nor endless grinding, nor wealth could compare. Nice performance. Xin Wushuang commented. Even if he were to fight, he might not have such battle experience. In terms of raw power, the slime and the flaming tiger were evenly matched, but the difference in battle techniques was crucial. Xia Yin was too inexperienced, being used to overwhelming opponents, and crumbled when faced with an equal match. Next came the matches of other students. The special training class now had more wins than losses, with everyone's combat experience significantly improved. By evening, Xin Wushuang announced, Students, due to the upcoming spring festival, we will be returning home early for a winter break. The crowd erupted in cheers. The streets of Daxing City were already filled with the festive atmosphere, making everyone eager to return. You can pack your things today. We'll leave Daxing City in 2 days. Chen Shu frowned and asked, How will I get first place? The system's requirement was for him to secure the first position in January. Don't worry, 2 days are enough. You might only need 2 or 3 more battles. Xin Wushuang reassured him. With Chen Shu's current undefeated record, he was virtually guaranteed the top spot. Chen Shu finally relaxed. The group left the Spirit Arena booth, feeling somewhat disappointed that Ouyang Bao had already gone home for the new year, leaving them without their meal ticket. The 3 of them went to a street food stall and ordered all the specialty dishes. Chun Pai, what are your plans for the new year? Chen Shu asked. Just 10 days? That's nothing. Chen Shu shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. For someone who had already enjoyed a 2-month autumn break, the upcoming winter vacation held little allure. Su Xingxing sighed. My family might make me go into seclusion to train, he said with a touch of resignation in his voice. They'll definitely provide all sorts of resources since the college entrance exams are just around the corner once the winter break ends. Next semester is all about the final push. Chen Shu turned to another companion. What about you, Lao Xie? Xie shrugged. Me? I'll be taking on tasks to earn resources. Unlike you guys, one with a wealthy family and the other a bandit, I am not exactly rolling in cash. What do you mean, not rolling in cash? Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Are you seriously that dense? If I didn't need money, why would I be a bandit? Just as the three were deep in their heated discussion, an unwelcome voice cut in. Uncle, that's him. The trio turned to see two figures approaching. Shu squinted, a playful smile forming on his lips. Oh, it's you, Xia Yin. Brought your guardian, did you? Standing next to Xia Yin was a burly, bald man with a menacing glare fixed on them. Shu immediately sensed danger. This guy was definitely a black iron-level beastmaster. Are you the one who bullied my nephew? The bald man asked, his eyes gleaming coldly. Shu remained calm. Bullied? Come on, big brother. When did I ever bully him? Just because I beat him in the spirit arena? Fine, I'll apologize. Next time I see young Master Xia, I'll bow and admit defeat right away, all right? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Xia Yin fumed. I'm not talking about the spirit arena. I'm talking about what you did to me that night. At night? Shu frowned. Can you be more specific? Otherwise, people might think I'm some kind of pervert. The bald man looked confused. Xia Yin, what did he do to you that night? The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Xia Yan's eyes widened. Watch out. A plate of spicy crayfish flew straight at them. The bald man reacted swiftly, smashing the plate with a punch. Sauce splattered everywhere, drenching the uncle and nephew. Xia Yin yelped in pain from the hot oil. Damn brat. The bald man was furious, not expecting such a sneaky attack. The three friends, well coordinated, scattered in different directions while sending distress signals to Shen Wushuang. The bald man shook off the oil and locked onto Chen Shu's retreating figure. He darted forward like an arrow, quickly catching up to him. Think you can run? He grabbed Chen Shu's shoulder. Suddenly, the space in front of Chen Shu split open, revealing a pair of large, innocent eyes. What the heck is that? The bald man recoiled in shock, instinctively letting go. Chen Shu seized the opportunity to break free but didn't run. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation. He knew he couldn't outrun the man. He had to find a way to stall. Half summoned, the bald man was surprised. Too bad it won't save you. At that moment, Xia Yin arrived, panting, his eyes gleaming with vengeful glee. Today, you'll get a taste of the urea bag too. Chen Shu shook his head helplessly. The street was nearly empty, with no one around to help. Am I, the infamous bandit of Nanjiang, really about to fall here? His mind raced, searching for an escape plan. Suddenly, his eyes focused on something behind the bald man. On the street, a short-haired girl in a trench coat was approaching, her hair gently tousled by the evening breeze, exuding a heroic aura. Beside her was a tall boy, carrying a wok in one hand and a spatula in the other, looking rather comical. The two burst into laughter upon seeing Chen Shu cornered. Chen Shu wore a pained expression, but relief washed over him internally. Despite the 6 months apart, nothing had changed between them. The uncle and nephew's expressions froze, and they both shivered. The icy killing intent, like an invisible blade, pierced their hearts instantly, making them turn their heads involuntarily. However, what greeted them wasn't the ferocious attacker they imagined, but a swift, flying kick. Fang Xi and Zhang Dali each targeted their respective opponents and launched their attacks without hesitation. Their movements were crisp and precise, silently embodying the phrase, "A fierce life needs no explanation." Wu Li faced the sudden assault with a calm demeanor. As an higher-ranked beast master, he had great confidence in his physical abilities. Seeing that his assailant was a girl, he relaxed even more. He crossed his arms, preparing to block the kick hidden. However, the force of the attack far exceeded his expectations. With a resounding bang, both uncle and nephew were sent flying, unable to withstand the tremendous power. As the two lost their balance and fell backward, Chen Shu's lips curled into a smug smile. He had been prepared, holding 2 urea sacks that had appeared in his hands at some point. With swift and precise movements, he ensnared both unsuspecting men. The trio's coordination was flawless, as if they had rehearsed it hundreds of times. With a light shout, Fang Xi moved like the wind, instantly reaching Wu Li's side. She gripped the urea sack tightly, using her incredible strength to secure it over him. Then, a barrage of fierce attacks followed. Zhang Dali and Chen Shu focused on Xia Yan, not worried at all that Fang Xi might fail. Although both were iron-ranked beast masters, at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Wu Li struggled desperately, but it was like a lamb to the slaughter. He couldn't break free. Realizing he had encountered formidable opponents, he could only shout, "I'm from the Wu family of Daxing City." Bang! Fang Xi's face bore a vicious smile as she slapped him hard. Wu Li felt his head spin, a buzzing in his ears. Enough, let's leave some leeway, Wu Li said with difficulty. Bang! Fang Xi struck again with a punch, showing no mercy. We're all people of some standing, Wu Li tried to reason. Bang! Fang Xi's expression grew even more excited. as if the violence within her had been fully awakened. Every punch and kick was filled with savage power. Meanwhile, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali had already subdued Xia Yin. Given his physique, he couldn't withstand the fierce attacks of the two burly men. Watching Fang Xi's ferocity, they were stunned, a chill running through their hearts. Sister, I was wrong. Wu Li finally conceded. Bang! Fang Xi delivered another kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, followed by a relentless beating. Wu Li was utterly terrified, curling up and not daring to make a sound. In all his years, he had never encountered such a violent person. Fang Xi seemed to be enjoying herself, showing no signs of stopping. With one final kick, she sent Wu Li flying over 10 meters and coldly said, "Get lost." After a moment, Wu Li cautiously moved, ensuring there were no more attacks before slowly removing the urea sac. As an iron-ranked beast master, his face was now bruised and swollen, his eyes reduced to narrow slits. A flash of hatred crossed his eyes as he glanced at Fang Xi. Bang! Fang Xi, quick as lightning, punched him again, sending him flying several meters. "Still dare to look," she said coldly. Zhang Dali and Chen Shu swallowed hard. "Chen Pai, could you withstand that punch?" Zhang Dali asked softly. Chen Shu pondered for a moment and made a bold guess. "I don't think even a fierce beast could withstand it." Now truly terrified, Wu Li dared not look at the trio again. Keeping his head down, he silently led his nephew, Xia Yin, away, not daring to make a sound the entire time. Watching their backs as they left in disgrace, the three of them had victorious smiles on their faces, looking every bit like villains. "Impressive, Sister Fang Xi." Chen Shu gave a thumbs up, amazed at how reliable Fang Xi was in a critical moment. "Did I get us into trouble again?" Fang Xi crossed her arms, looking completely unbothered, not taking Wu Li seriously at all. An iron-ranked beast master from the civilian world? Beating him up was no big deal. She had even beaten up most of the geniuses at Huaxia Academy. How could that be? That guy dared to insult our special training class. As the class president, I couldn't let that slide. Chen Shu shrugged, explaining, "So, we ended up having a grudge." Fang Xi caught the key point immediately, raising an eyebrow and asking, "You're the class president? Did you bribe Shen Wushuang with money?" Knowing how much old Shen loves money, he must have accepted the bribe. "No way, I want half." Chen Shu and Zhang Dali exchanged looks, thinking Fang Xi was really jumping to conclusions. Chen Shu cleared his throat, about to explain, but Fang Xi suddenly moved and gave him a flick on the forehead. "Sis, what are you doing?" Chen Shu held his head, looking confused. "Weren't you pretty arrogant online? Saying stuff like, the rain in Kyoto falls just right?" Fang Xi was very vengeful. "What? I would never say something like that. I have utmost respect for you." Chen Shu quickly explained, "Maybe my cousin took my phone." "You don't even have a cousin." Fang Xi slapped him again. But luckily, Chen Shu was prepared and dodged backward. "My bad, really my bad." Chen Shu hurriedly apologized. "You guys must be tired. How about I treat you to a big meal?" "That's more like it." Fang Xi clapped her hands, no longer pursuing the matter. The three of them walked together towards the food stall they had visited earlier. If nothing unexpected happened, the special dishes should be ready by now. "Dali, why are you carrying pots and pans on the street? Are you trying to act crazy?" Chen Shu looked at Zhang Dali. Despite being a college student now, he seemed more and more eccentric. "This is called enlightenment, got it?" Zhang Dali pouted, looking mysterious. "Ever read martial arts novels? Swordsmen always carry their swords to understand the essence of the sword, because the sword has a spirit. The same goes for pots. Only by being with them all the time can you cook great dishes." Chen Shu's mouth twitched. "You're really something. Sister Fang Xi, can't you do something about this?" He's clearly gone mad. But Fang Xi shook her head, looking serious. "I think Dali has a point. Otherwise, why do you always carry urea sacks with you?" Chen Shu's eyes widened, falling into deep thought. "I get it now," Zhang Dali exclaimed. "Chen Pai, be honest. Have you been secretly trying to understand the essence of urine all these years? To amaze everyone. Get lost. I'd have the urge to pee even without the sacks." Chen Shu's face was full of black lines, feeling utterly ridiculous. So carrying urea sacks was all about understanding the essence of urine, huh? And to amaze everyone. In no time, the three of them were laughing and chatting as they returned to the food stall. Chen Shu thought the owner would have cleared their food, but the scene before him left him speechless. People were still feasting at their table. "What the heck? You two really don't care if I live or die? Huh?" Chen Shu blurted out. He saw Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan already seated, enjoying their meals as if nothing had happened. "Perfect timing to join the feast," they said with grins, still stuffing food into their mouths. Suddenly, they looked up and noticed the trio returning. Their eyes briefly flitted over Chen Shu before fixing on Fang Xi. Almost instinctively, both of them shuddered and immediately stood up. Su Xingxing cautiously spoke. Chen Shu, who is this? Fang Xi's imposing presence made him nervous. My sister, Chen Shu introduced briefly, leading the group to the table. Being the well-connected second-generation rich kid, Su Xingxing quickly called out to the owner, bring out all the specialty dishes again. He then turned to Fang Xi, eagerly asking, shall we move to another table? Fang Xi shook her head calmly. This table is fine. Her tone carried an undeniable authority. The five of them sat down together for the first time. As Chen Shu leisurely ate some snails, he introduced, Old Xie, Little Xing, these are my best friends, Zhang Dali and Fang Xi. Zhang Dali's gaze immediately locked onto Xie Sunan. Isn't this Xie Ji's son? You and your dad look like you were carved from the same mold, both have a faint pork smell. Xie Sunan's mouth twitched in anger. I'm Xie Sunan, damn it. And the reason I smell like pork is because I brought my butcher knife. Zhang Dali's eyes widened as he looked Xie Sunan up and down. Wow, did you get plastic surgery? Chen Shu and Su Xingxing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xie Sunan had indeed changed a lot. Resigned, Xie Sunan struck a thinker pose, with his right hand forming a fist against his forehead. Let the mundane rumors be carried away by the wind. Su Xingxing immediately stood up, beaming. Nice to meet you, Fang Xi Jie. Fang Xi Jie. His sycophantic demeanor was hardly befitting of a rich kid. Chen Shu secretly despised him. Such a spineless wimp, always afraid of the strong. He sighed inwardly, thinking, when will little Xing be able to stand tall and proud like me, embodying true masculinity? Just then, Fang Xi spoke casually, Chen Shu, order me some braised prawns. Got it. Chen Shu jumped up, his previous disdain instantly replaced by a broad smile. The five of them had bold personalities and quickly hit it off. Despite Fang Xi's imposing aura, she was incredibly kind to her friends, earning their admiration. As they were enjoying their meal, Shen Wushuang hurriedly arrived. Seeing the group eating and drinking, he couldn't help but scold. I knew it. You three tricked me again. Wanted to experience nature, huh? He had genuinely believed they were in danger earlier, only to find out he'd been duped. Shen Wushuang was about to tell them the story of the boy who cried wolf when he suddenly noticed Fang Xi eating quietly. He froze, his eyes narrowing. Fang Xi, Mr. Shun. Fang Xi looked up and nodded calmly. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing couldn't help but feel a surge of respect, thinking, now this is a real tough person. Compared to her, Shen Wushuang seemed like the student. Shen Wushuang, acting as if they were old friends, sat down and asked, why are you back? Is Huaxia Academy on break? Bring a case of beer, and Chen Shu will cover the bill. Chen Shu was bewildered. I only plan to treat 2 people. Why are there more and more? On the other side, Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan immediately stood up, exclaiming in unison, Huaxia Academy? Quit being so shocked. Chen Shu rolled his eyes. What's the big deal? When I get into Huaxia Academy, you guys can brag about it all you want. The two ignored Chen Shu, their eyes fixed on Fang Xi. No wonder she had such a commanding presence. She was from Huaxia Academy. Fang Xi from Nanjiang Second High? Su Xingxing seemed to recall something. He had only heard about her occasionally and, being 3 years younger, didn't have a deep impression. Xie Sunan wasn't from the same school either. So despite Fang Xi being the top student in Nanjiang City 3 years ago, they didn't know much about her. Only the old students from Nanjiang Second High knew how formidable she was. She had dominated the school for 3 whole years. It's the new year, so I came back to visit. Fang Xi smiled faintly, as if recalling something. She said nonchalantly, Mr. Shun, how much did you embezzle this year? I want half. The room fell silent instantly. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched. You're really just openly robbing me, huh? Besides, as a virtuous and capable teacher, would I ever embezzle funds? What a ridiculous notion. You're just as humorous as 3 years ago. Ha, ha. Shen Wushuang forced a laugh. In the past, he might have been able to suppress Fang Xi with his authority. However, the opponent was also of black iron level and possessed 2 incredibly powerful dragon-type contracted spirits. Chen Shu calculated silently. If a fight broke out, he might not even have the chance to dig himself a hole. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan exchanged a surprised glance before nodding in sudden realization. It turned out that Chen Shu and Fang Xi, these sworn friends, were both exemplary models of respecting their teachers. One was always thinking about undermining Shen Wushuang, while the other would directly resort to extortion upon meeting him. The 6 of them continued their meal in an awkward atmosphere, but the joy of reuniting after a long time gradually dispelled the discomfort, and genuine smiles finally appeared on their faces. However, Chen Shu's smile quickly turned into an expression of distress. Stop eating. Really, stop eating. Chen Shu said painfully, looking at the mountain of empty plates on the table. The appetite of 2 black iron level beast tamers was simply astonishing. This meal alone had cost over 1,000 yuan. As night fell, the 6 walked along the streets of Daxing City. Passers-by kept their distance from this seemingly unfriendly group. Xin Wushuang took the opportunity to ask Fangxi about her future plans. Fangxi, what are your plans after graduation? Xin Wushuang asked. As his most outstanding student, Fangxi's achievements were something he could boast about for a lifetime. Fangxi pondered for a moment and replied, I'll work at the Dragon Guard for a year or two. With her exceptional talent, she was considered a genius even at Huaxia Academy, and various institutions would be eager to recruit her. Not bad. Xin Wushuang nodded in agreement. The Dragon Guard in China was akin to protectors, not controlled by local governments and receiving national support. It was definitely a highly promising job. In fact, with Fangxi's talent, she could excel in any field. As long as she didn't start some bandit organization, Xin Wushuang would fully support her. He couldn't bear the thought of his one prodigy turning into an international fugitive. That would be utterly disgraceful. Qin Shu, however, scoffed and said dismissively, Fangxi, why be a dragon guard? Let's just form a beast tamer squad ourselves. I've already got the name Marauder Beast Squad. Together, we could crush one alternate dimension after another. That's what really matters. His eyes sparkled with greed as he continued. Think about how much money there is in those dimensions. Xin Wushuang shuddered at the thought and quickly turned to look at Qin Shu. One Qin Shu was already a handful. Adding Fangxi to the mix would be a disaster. They'd wreak havoc in every alternate dimension. Fangxi, stick to being a dragon guard. Xin Wushuang urged urgently. He genuinely hoped these two wouldn't form any beast tamer squad. If they got carried away and planted a nuclear bomb in the capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. The next day, the group arrived at the spirit arena. Fangxi casually chose a seat, and the atmosphere in the private room immediately grew tense. Everyone's expressions became unnatural, and they occasionally glanced at Fangxi. Clearly, her presence was far more intimidating than Xin Wushuang's. The eyes of Su Xiaoyu and the others sparkled with admiration, while Tang Lai and Du Long, as students of the same school, broke out in a sweat. They knew Fangxi's character all too well. Xin Wushuang massaged his temples, unsure how to break the awkward silence. Fangxi simply sat quietly. She and Zhang Dali were here to wait for Qin Shu and observe his performance. As for the others, they were likely already won over by Qin Shu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become class monitor. Fangxi couldn't help but recall the fierce competition for the monitor position back then. Suddenly, a staff member opened the door and called out, Qin Shu, it's your turn. As he entered, he sensed something was off and wondered, could there be an intruder? However, Qin Shu remained composed and left the room without hesitation. Instantly, the entire spirit arena erupted with Qin Shu's signature background music, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Fangxi and Zhang Dali exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Clearly, Qin Shu was as consistent as ever. The host energetically announced, let's welcome Qin Shu from Nanjiang No. 2 High School. As the rising star of January, Qin Shu is expected to claim the top spot on the spirit ranking. As far as I know, no student has ever reached the top at Daxing Spirit Arena. Is Qin Shu about to make history? And the most incredible part is that his contracted spirit is only in grade slime. The audience burst into excitement, eager to witness this potential miracle. Although nearby cities had students with grade contracted spirits, none had ever claimed the top spot. Even if Qin Shu couldn't defeat Xia Yan due to a lack of battle experience, reaching the top seemed challenging. Xin Wushuang smiled at Fangxi and said, when you competed, you made history in Daxing City. Fangxi shook her head indifferently. It doesn't matter. My brother breaking the record is just as good. At this point, the host introduced another contestant. Our next competitor is equally renowned, the Beast Master who topped the spirit ranking in December, Wang Zishan. A man in his 30s stepped onto the battle platform, eyeing Qin Shu with interest. The host exclaimed, this is undoubtedly the most anticipated match of the month. Before we begin, let's thank our sponsor, Qingmiao Potion Company. Qin Shu's mouth twitched, thinking, inserting an ad at such a crucial moment, really? The audience protested, demanding the match start immediately, showing their dissatisfaction with the sudden advertisement. The host, displaying remarkable composure, finished the ad. Finally, the ad ended, and the match was about to begin. Wang Zishan spoke. Before we start, I have a question. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. I have a question too. What's your question? Why are you called Beast King? Wang Zishan's face darkened. I'm not a Beast King. I'm Wang Zishan, the Beast Master. Learn to punctuate properly. Qin Shu awkwardly explained. I thought you were part Laya. Wang Zishan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I want to know, is your slime really F-grade? His eyes were filled with doubt. How could an F-grade contracted spirit be so powerful? It defied common knowledge about beast mastery. Qin Shu admitted, actually, it's not a slime. The entire arena fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the truth. If an F-grade contracted spirit could be trained to this level, the importance of potential grading would need re-evaluation. Its name is Invincible Poop Man. The entire crowd was stunned into silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Fangxi couldn't help but facepalm, thinking that Qinshu was indeed as unique as ever. But she knew for sure that the opponent's contract spirit was definitely Flevel. When Qinshu first awakened, he had shown both her and Zhang Dali the information about his slime. At that time, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. They had never seen such a weak contract spirit. A glimmer of thought flickered in Fangxi's eyes as she mused to herself. There must be a secret. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. As long as Qinshu could become stronger, nothing else mattered. Wang Zishan's mouth twitched and he thought to himself, you really don't see me as a person, huh? He preferred to believe that the opponent's contract spirit was just Flevel. That thing that looked like a pile of dung, how could it be related to a superhero? Let's begin. Qinshu decisively summoned his golden slime, which still looked as cute and clumsy as ever. Zhang Dali raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? It's gotten so big? After half a year of not seeing each other, it was clear that Qinshu's strength had significantly improved. Fangxi also looked on with interest. When Qinshu had previously mentioned wanting to get into the Huaxia Academy, she hadn't paid much attention. But now, it didn't seem impossible. Let me see your strength. Wang Zishan then summoned his own contract spirit. A deafening roar echoed as a beast covered in lightning appeared before everyone. It resembled a leopard, but had two horns on its head, with lightning crackling all over its body. Qinshu's mind instantly recalled the relevant knowledge. In a level top-tier contract spirit, the Thunder Beast? The Thunder Beast was not only astonishingly fast but also had excellent attributes in other areas, rivaling Ouyang Bao's Ice Lion. Once Wang Zishan advanced to the Black Iron level, he would have an S-level contract spirit. This once again proved that there were indeed many talented beast tamers in society. Xin Wushuang frowned slightly and muttered to herself, this is going to be tough. In terms of difficulty, Wang Zishan and Xia Yan were on completely different levels. Fangxi, however, raised her eyebrows confidently and said, I actually think Qinshu will win. She turned to Xin Wushuang, a sly glint in her eye. Teacher Shun, how about we make a bet? Xin Wushuang's mouth twitched, thinking helplessly, so you're determined to get some protection money from me, huh? How much do you want to bet? Xin Wushuang raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. Fangxi smiled casually and replied, not much. How about 1,000,000? All right, 1,000,000 it is. Xin Wushuang agreed without hesitation. Although 1,000,000 wasn't an astronomical figure for them, it was still a significant amount. Not everyone had a cheat system like Qinshu, who could easily make money through potion crafting. As the two settled their high-stakes bet, the battle in the arena had already begun. Glug, glug. The massive slime wobbled, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It was addicted to the pleasure of squashing other creatures beneath its bulk. Roar. The Thunder Beast let out a growl, launching a fist-sized thunderball from its mouth. The thunderball shot forward like a streak of light, and the slow-moving slime had no chance to dodge. Boom. The thunderball hit the slime but seemed to be absorbed into its body, disappearing in an instant. Qinshu raised an eyebrow. Paralysis effect? The lightning did cause the slime to become briefly paralyzed, but given its already sluggish movements, the impact was minimal. The slime seemed to say, I didn't want to move anyway, and now I have even less reason to. Roar. The Thunder Beast stomped the ground with all four limbs and charged forward, as fast as lightning. Qinshu focused intently, his eyes narrowing as he immediately commanded the slime to use its invulnerability skill. The slime turned a brilliant golden color, shaking off the paralysis. Its expression strained. It launched itself forward with a charging skill. Boom, boom, boom. The massive body barreled forward like a high-speed tank, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Zishan's expression turned serious. As expected, it has an invulnerability skill. He recalled yesterday's battle, where the slime easily shrugged off the Flame Tiger's control skills. Xia Yan might have been puzzled, but the experienced Wang Zishan immediately saw the key. The Thunder Beast, which had been charging, suddenly stopped and stared intently at the oncoming yellow mass. Qinshu grinned. You're dead, little thing. Go to hell. However, Wang Zishan's expression remained unchanged. Just as the two were about to collide, the Thunder Beast moved. Its body was suddenly enveloped in a ring of lightning, and its speed surged. It swiftly dodged the slime's charge with agility. So fast. Qinshu frowned. Thunder-type contracted beasts were indeed troublesome. No matter how good his predictive abilities were, it was impossible to hit the Thunder Beast. It was a pure speed advantage. The only option now was to wait for the Thunder Beast's skill effect to wear off. But by then, the slime's charge would also end. Wang Zishan was in no hurry either. He knew that in a high-level duel, victory could come down to a single moment. He spoke up, it seems you have weaknesses too. Your slime is slow and has a limited attack style, relying only on charges and crushing. Once those skills are on cooldown, it's a sitting duck. You have more weaknesses? Chen Shu replied calmly, immediately commanding the slime to use its sleep kill skill to stall for time until its charge was ready again. Snore, snore. The slime fell asleep, its innate ability significantly boosting its defense. The lightning ring around the thunder beast dissipated, and its speed dropped sharply. It glared menacingly, its claws glowing blue as it prepared another attack skill. Wang Zishan, in his 30s, had a high-grade contracted beast but poor beast taming talent, which had prevented him from advancing to the black iron level beast tamer. The criteria for a beast tamer were stringent, requiring both beast taming talent and a high-grade contracted beast. Unless you had a system, these two factors were indispensable. Having a powerful contracted beast but lacking beast taming talent would result in long-term stagnation. Even if Wang Zishan broke through to the black iron level, he would likely be stuck at black iron 3-star for life, unable to advance to silver level. Conversely, having strong beast taming talent but a weak contracted beast would make one an easy target. Wang Zishan had spent years accumulating resources to buy thunder beast materials, gaining 2 additional combat skills as a result. Roar! The thunder beast roared again, charging at the slime. Bang! 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 Its sharp claws couldn't penetrate the slime's defenses, leaving only shallow marks. The thunderclaw skill added a paralysis effect, but since the slime was already asleep, the paralysis had no effect. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like your claws aren't sharp enough. As long as the defense wasn't breached, the slime could hold out until its charge was ready again. At the same time, the slime's recoil skill activated, causing the attacking thunder beast to cough up blood. Wang Zishan remained silent, continuing to command the thunder beast to attack. Xin Wushuang, with keen eyes, quickly saw the crux of the matter and said to Fang Si, Fang Si, it looks like you're going to lose. Every time the thunder beast attacked, it left a faint thunder mark, with blue electric sparks flickering on the slime's body. Chen Shu's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the thunder beast has a finishing move that can detonate these marks, causing massive damage. Such skills usually have immense destructive power. His Ice Phoenix has a similar ability to make ice arrows embedded in enemies explode instantly. Fang Si stood to the side, his expression indifferent as he said, take your time and watch. Chen Shu also noticed those faint marks and instinctively felt something was off. He thought, is the thunder beast waiting to unleash a powerful skill? His eyes were fixed on the arena below, not wanting to miss any details. Sure enough, when the skill effect on the thunder beast's claws faded, it suddenly leapt back, creating distance between itself and the slime. Wang Ziwen smirked, saying disdainfully, it's over. Looks like you can't break history. In an instant, the thunder beast let out a deep roar, its twin horns emitting brilliant lightning. By this time, the slime's body was covered with dozens of thunder marks, each flickering with dangerous blue light, like bombs ready to explode. Chen Shu remained composed, seemingly waiting for something. At the critical moment, the slime's charge skill finished cooling down. It leapt forward, unleashing a combination of charge and violent slam. However, the thunder beast's finishing move was triggered at the same time, causing the thunder marks on the slime's body to explode instantly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted in the arena. The slime's body was engulfed in blinding lightning, each mark's explosion tearing its skin apart, with a torrent of colorless blood gushing out. To everyone's surprise, the slime didn't stop. Using the power of its charge and violent slam skills, it closed the distance between itself and the thunder beast in an instant. Wang Zishan was stunned, blurting out, it's still moving? Based on past experience, enemies hit by thunder marks would typically be incapacitated by the intense pain. But the slime, enduring the explosive impact, continued to advance. It kept making huff 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 sounds, showing no signs of weakness. The scene was as if it were wielding a cleaver against a live high-voltage wire, with each step accompanied by dazzling sparks and lightning, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Damn, this defies science. Wang Zishan gasped as he watched the massive slime leap into the air. He had to admit, he was starting to panic a little. In an instant, the slime had landed on top of the thunder beast, even letting out a goofy laugh. Wang Zishan gritted his teeth and decided not to give up. Let's see who falls first, he resolved, determined to keep the thunder marks exploding. He knew that if the thunder beast moved, the skill would be forcibly interrupted, leaving him with even less chance of victory. Boom. The slime suddenly sat down, the immense impact nearly flattening the thunder beast from a 3-dimensional creature to a 2-dimensional one. The thunder beast let out a pained whimper. It had never encountered such a heavy contract spirit before. Wang Zishan's expression froze. He noticed that more than half of the thunder marks on the slime's surface remained, but they had dimmed instead of exploding. Its skill was forcibly interrupted. Wang Zishan's eyes widened in realization. Is there a seal on its butt? He felt a pang of regret, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. He had assumed that previous contract spirits had conceded because they couldn't handle the slime's enormous size, not realizing the slime had sealing abilities. Unless one had the strength to lift the slime, once it sat down, the outcome was inevitable. I've lost. Wang Zishan sighed in resignation. His Thunder Beast was incredibly strong after years of training, capable of defeating Xia Yin in less than 10 minutes. Yet, against this unorthodox slime, he was powerless. Chun Shu grinned smugly and said, "Thank you for the match. Losing to the Southern River Bandit is an honor." Haha. Wang Zishan forced a laugh and suddenly remembered something. Doesn't your contract spirit feel pain? Any other spirit would have been incapacitated by the Thunder Mark's explosions. But your slime just kept going, even laughing. Don't I deserve some respect? And why is your slime so tough? Wang Zishan frowned. Despite detonating nearly half of the Thunder Marks, the slime's body only showed minor cracks. He estimated that even if all the Thunder Marks exploded, the creature would still be formidable. Qin Shu explained, the slime's weakness is its single attack method, heavily reliant on skills. But its defense and attack power are extremely high, surpassing most class contract spirits. Whether it can defeat an class spirit depends on skill interaction and combat technique. If victory were determined solely by potential rating, beast masters wouldn't be necessary. He shrugged and recalled the slime to his beast space, adding, sorry, it's just that tough. If its sleep assault skill ends, it would be in a lot of pain. At that moment, the previously silent crowd erupted in cheers. He won. No way, he really won. The bandit is invincible. Super Poop Man is invincible. I knew you'd win from the start. Someone questioned, hey, weren't you just cheering for the Beast Lion Prince? The person retorted, you don't get it. I was undercover, gathering enemy intel. Yeah, right? The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch as the Southern River Bandit made a name for himself in Daxing City with his sheer strength. Chun Shu's eyes grew deep, feeling a sense of loneliness. He thought that no one among the 9th-level Beast Masters could defeat him now. Fang Xi turned to Teacher Shen with a faint smile. She was happy not because she had won the bet, but because Chun Shu had truly become stronger. Even with a class contract spirit, Chun Shu's brilliance couldn't be overshadowed. Teacher Shen, a bet's a bet. Pay up, Fang Xi said casually. Shen Wushuang muttered to himself, I guess it's about time to wrap things up. I need to arrange transportation for the students. He stood up to leave the private room, but suddenly the space in front of him shattered. Two terrifying dragon heads emerged, one radiating heat and the other exuding cold. Two's glass. Shen Wushuang's eyes narrowed, his expression turning rigid. Oh, my memory. Shen Wushuang slapped his forehead, feigning forgetfulness. He quickly took out his phone and transferred $1 million to Fang Xi. The special training class students in the private room stared at Fang Xi, swallowing hard. She's really something. Even Shen Wushuang wouldn't dare renege on the bet. The two dragon-type contract spirits were the envy of everyone, especially Du Long, whose Earth Dragon was only a class and couldn't compare to Fang Xi's spirits. Just then, Chun Shu returned to the private room and immediately noticed the two dragon heads. Whoa, what's going on? A fight. He was taken aback and started petting the red flame dragon's head, saying, so warm. The red flame dragon looked at him with a resentful gaze. If anyone else touched it, they would have been burned, but as the master's brother, it had to restrain its flames. That's enough. Fang Xi's mouth twitched, seeing Zhang Dali becoming restless. She quickly closed the beast space. I bet those two are planning to use the Scarlet Flame Dragon to warm their hands again. Shen Wushuang glanced around at everyone and announced, you all can go home today. Chen Shu has secured first place for the month, and the other students' training is coming to an end. Today is January 24th, just a week away from New Year's Eve. We're giving you the day off, so you can go home and celebrate Little New Year. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in cheers. Everyone except for Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they didn't have to fight today. The students excitedly packed their things, ready to leave the room. Just then, a staff member hurried to the door, slightly out of breath. Chen Shu, could you wait a moment? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a bit impatient. I don't have time for an interview today. Maybe another time. He was eager to head home with Fang Xi and the others, not in the mood for any more pretense. The staff member quickly explained, it's not an interview. You've secured the top spot on the Soul Battle rankings this month, and with the new year approaching, we're handing out the rewards now. Rewards? Chun Shu's eyes lit up as he remembered that the Soul Battle rankings indeed offered rewards to attract beast tamers to fight. He immediately put on an interested expression. Well, in that case, I do have some time. The staff member continued, the reward for this month's first place, aside from a set of lore-tier materials, includes a special sponsorship of 5 million from Qingmiao Elixir Company. Oh, so, they're the ones footing the bill? Chun Shu raised an eyebrow, recalling how the host had to read out the sponsor's ad despite the audience's boos before his match with Wang Zishan. 5 million was a significant amount for a black iron level beast tamer, equivalent to the value of 2 sets of lore tier materials. The staff member nodded awkwardly. Something like that. They only decided to sponsor yesterday, mainly because they want to meet you. Qinshu frowned. Me? I don't think I know them. At that moment, a deep, steady voice came from behind. Qinshu, your talent is extraordinary. Our company would like to get to know you better. The three of them walked towards the private room. Leading the way was a middle-aged man with a stern expression, clearly someone of high status and wealth. Flanking him were Xia Yin and his nephew, who had been badly beaten yesterday but seemed to have recovered well. Qinshu narrowed his eyes and a slight smile appeared on his lips, clearly recognizing these old acquaintances. Fangxi sensed something was off and immediately stepped forward, her powerful presence drawing the attention of those around her. Her actions caused Wu Li and Xia Yin to change their expressions, showing a flash of anger in their eyes but remaining silent. It was clear that someone else was in charge today. The middle-aged man smiled warmly and said, "It's all just a misunderstanding. My nephew and brother were out of line, and I apologize on their behalf." With that, he bowed to everyone. This action made Xia Yin and his nephew clench their fists, clearly feeling humiliated on his behalf. Qinshu raised an eyebrow and said, "Since you, as the elder, have apologized, we'll reluctantly accept it. If there's anything else, just say it directly." It was obvious he didn't believe the man had spent 5 million just to come and apologize. The middle-aged man spoke calmly. "Qinshu, you've topped the Douling ranking, which speaks volumes about your talent. Coincidentally, my nephew Xia Yin also has some potential and would like to be friends with you." Qinshu replied evenly, "There's no need to make friends. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't beat him up for no reason." Fangxi added, "If he has any ill intentions, don't blame me for beating him every time I see him until he's dead." These words made the middle-aged man stiffen, clearly not expecting such bluntness. Xia Yin burned with anger but was calmed by a pat on the shoulder from the middle-aged man. Smiling, he said, "Thank you, Qinshu. Even if we can't be friends, as long as we're not enemies, that's fine." He continued, "Also, I have one more request. Please stay out of our family matters in the future." As he spoke, he glanced at Xia Bing in the private room, clearly understanding that the conflict started because of her. Qinshu reacted strongly. "What do you mean by family matters? Xia Bing is part of our special training class. Our instructor is very protective. Do you think he'll just stand by? If you bully Xia Bing, he'll be the first to bury you." After saying this, Qinshu fell silent like an onlooker. Shun Wushuang's mouth twitched, his face darkening as he thought, "You just dragged me into this with one sentence." He had no choice but to step forward, smiling as he said, "Xia Bing is my student. The three of you should leave now." The middle-aged man frowned, standing still. To resolve the conflict, his company had paid 10 million Huaxia currency, 5 million to the Douling Arena and 5 million to Qinshu, and he had personally come to apologize. Yet the outcome left him extremely dissatisfied. "Aren't you all taking this a bit too far?" The middle-aged man said calmly, but his eyes burned with anger. If not for the girl in the middle, he would have lost his temper long ago. Fangxi coldly replied, "We accepted your apology, and will consider the 5 million as a protection fee." Her meaning was clear. They would only agree not to trouble Xia Yin proactively. "Collecting protection fees from my Wu family in Daxing City?" The middle-aged man sneered. "Just you lot? Why not?" Fangxi's expression was icy as she flicked her right hand, sending a silver armband flying. The middle-aged man caught it, and his expression changed dramatically when he saw the words Yulong on it. "You're a Yulong guard?" The middle-aged man's face darkened, and a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. He clearly understood the significance of the Yulong Guard gold armbands indicated formal members who could mobilize local government forces and the Zhenling Bureau. Silver armbands were for interns, but they were almost guaranteed to become full members. The lowest level, bronze armbands, were for peripheral members who had to pass multiple assessments to become Yulong Guards. Fangxi said calmly, "Any more questions?" As a genius from Huaxia Academy, it was only natural for her to have a silver armband. Once she became a silver-level beast master, she could directly become a formal member of the Yulong Guard. The reason for returning to Nanjing City early this year was precisely because of a mission from the Yulong Guard. Fangxi stood on the bustling street, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as she mentally prepared for the imminent arrival of a new dimension. As a member of the Yulong Guard, her duty was to deal with the ferocious beasts that smuggled their way in. Her confidence in being able to hunt down black iron-level leaders on her own shone in her determined eyes. Wu Tianqian stared in shock at the young Yulong Guard before him, the words Huaxia Academy flashing through his mind. His expression quickly shifted from anger to fear and regret as he realized he had crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have. "I'm sorry for my rudeness," Wu Tianqian said quietly, his voice filled with remorse. He respectfully handed the armband back to Fangxi and hurriedly left with Xia Yin, their steps unsteady and flustered. The surrounding crowd looked at Fangxi with admiration. whispering about the prestigious Huaxia Academy and the Yulong Guard. Shen Wushuang also looked surprised, finally understanding why Fong Si had mentioned wanting to serve as a Yulong Guard for a while after graduation. Impressive, Sister Fong Si. Shen Wushuang genuinely praised. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali gathered around, admiring the armband in Fong Si's hand with great interest. Zhang Dali grinned and said, "Sis, when can you get us one too? This is way more useful than an ID card." Although Chen Shu was equally envious, he remained silent. He quietly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this the place that handles IDs?" His voice caught everyone's attention, and Fong Si had a bad feeling about it. Chen Shu excitedly said, "I need an armband, a golden one, with Yulong on it. Money is not an issue." A furious voice roared from the other end of the line. "Get lost. Are you crazy? That's a Yulong Guard's exclusive armband. Do you know you're committing a crime?" Chen Shu stubbornly argued. "But I saw an ad saying you can handle any kind of ID." The call abruptly ended with a series of beeps. "How rude," Chen Shu muttered, putting away his phone. The scene fell into silence, with everyone's eyes fixed on Chen Shu, their expressions a mix of shock, helplessness, and a hint of humor. Fong Si couldn't help but facepalm, thinking how fearless her friend was to openly attempt to forge a Yulong Guard's armband. "Stop making such a fuss," Chen Shu scoffed, looking worldly wise. He turned to Fong Si, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Fong Si, what's that armband made of? I want to make one myself at home." Without waiting for a response, he leaned closer to Fong Si, eager to inspect the Dragon Guard armband up close. Fong Si's lips twitched as she quickly tucked the armband away, sighing inwardly at how much more audacious Chen Shu had become over the past 6 months. Amidst their conversation, an arena staff member hurried over. "Chen Shu, here's your reward." The staff handed him a transparent jar containing a pulsating, bright red heart, clearly a valuable material from a black iron tier lord. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, but he didn't forget to ask, "What about the 5 million protection fee?" "The money will be transferred to your account shortly," the staff member replied hastily before making a quick exit, as if staying a second longer was unbearable. After all, anyone who dared to extort protection fees from the Wu family was no ordinary person. As soon as he received the reward, Chen Shu felt a surge of powerful energy flow through him. A system notification followed. Reward acquired, Gigantification 1, Substantial Beastmaster Power. Gigantification LV4. Temporarily increases body size by 8 times, significantly reduces speed. Behind the simple description lay immense power. Chen Shu felt a sense of relief, knowing it was this ability that had enabled his slime to survive dangerous situations. "Let's go," Shen Wushuang called out, leading the special training class students out of the arena. Everyone returned to the hotel to pack their belongings and eagerly boarded the bus for the trip back in the afternoon. However, with the addition of Fong Si and Zhang Dali, there weren't enough seats. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and began his unique arrangements. "Tang Xiao, you sit on Wang Yun. Du Long, you sit on Hong Ming." Although Tang Lai and Du Long were displeased, they complied. From the front row, Shen Wushuang sighed, thinking he had chosen a class monitor but ended up with a tyrant. Throughout the return trip, Chen Shu plotted his winter break plans, feeling smug. With Fong Si's backing, he had no fear of the Wu family's retaliation. After all, in these peaceful times, everyone valued their lives. As night fell, the bus finally arrived at Nanjiang No. 2 High School. Shen Wushuang quickly handed out the rewards and hurried off, afraid Chen Shu and Fong Si would target him for New Year activities funds. Unsurprisingly, Chen Shu clinched first place in the January competition, with little change in others' rankings. Notably, Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing, despite not placing, received top 10 rewards. "Reading is great. I love studying," Chen Shu exclaimed, thrilled at how much he had earned in one semester, far surpassing the earnings of a professional beastmaster. His classmates looked at him with a mix of resentment, feeling that sharing a class with Chen Shu was a nightmare. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing were the first to bid farewell. Chen Shu, Fong Si, and Zhang Dali walked side by side, reminiscent of their days ruling Nanjiang No. 2 High School 3 years ago. Though they had all grown, their rogue demeanor remained unchanged. Outside the school gates, Zhang Dali's father, Zhang Feng, was waiting. Chen Shu couldn't resist teasing, "Uncle Zhang, you still owe me for the last car ride." Zhang Feng smiled wryly. "Fong Si, Dali, get this shameless boy out of here." "Never give up." Chen Shu clung to the seat, unmoved by their attempts to budge him. Amid laughter and banter, the three families gathered at Zhang Dali's home for their first reunion of the year. Zhang Feng announced heartily as he opened the door, "I brought back 4 sons." Fong Si's father, Fong Guowei, chuckled. "Old Zhang, what are you talking about? Did you kidnap another son?" Zhang Feng explained seriously, "You don't get it. Fong Si counts as 2 sons in my eyes." Everyone shared a laugh, filling the house with festive cheer. At the dinner table, Fong Guowei boasted, "Old Zhang, I always said all 3 kids would turn out well, didn't I? Zhang Feng laughed in agreement, proud of his son getting into the country's top culinary school. He then turned to Chen Shu. I have to say, Xiao Chun is the real Dell's on TV. By the way, Chun, why did you bring a telegraph machine? Chen Shu's mouth twitched, thinking, a telegraph machine? Seriously? How was I supposed to know all my words would be censored? Chen Shu sighed and said, Uncle Zhang, don't worry about the details. Everyone who heard him couldn't help but smile and shake their heads, already familiar with Chen Shu's carefree personality. At this point, Chen Shu had already become a standout in his senior year, his achievements comparable to, if not surpassing, those of Fang Xi from back in the day. Remarkably, he had reached such heights with Justin Frank slime. Meanwhile, Zhang Dali had successfully been admitted to Jingdu Culinary University, Xiao Fangxi had become a member of the Imperial Dragon Guard, and even Chen Pai had gotten into a prestigious university. Seeing the accomplishments of these younger people, Zhang Feng couldn't help but remark, the younger generation is truly surpassing us. Chen Shu's father, Chen Ping, his eyes gleaming with pride, said, I always said that the younger generation has their own opportunities. We shouldn't interfere too much. After several rounds of drinks and most of the food consumed, the elders moved to the sofa to continue their casual chats. At this moment, Fang Xi picked up her handbag and said to Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, You two, come with me. The 3 of them left the house and took a stroll around the neighborhood. The night wind was chilly, with a biting cold typical of winter, as if trying to freeze them solid. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali shivered involuntarily, with Chen Shu complaining, How can it be this cold? Zhang Dali nodded repeatedly in agreement, stomping his feet to keep warm. Seeing their reactions, Fang Xi couldn't help but tease. There's a longing called waiting till the end of autumn, and there's a cold called forgetting your thermal underwear. Can you two show some respect for winter? With that, she took out a vial from her bag and handed it to Chen Shu. Here, consider this a New Year's gift from your sister. Chen Shu took the vial and inspected it, noticing there were no labels, just a line that read, serial number 003. He asked, puzzled, Fang Xi, where did you get this, some shady factory? Fang Xi lightly tapped his head and said, What shady factory? This is specially developed by Huaxia Academy. Drink it up. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu immediately opened the vial, ready to gulp it down. Fang Xi quickly stopped him, exclaiming, Are you crazy? This is for your contract spirit, not for you. Realizing his mistake, Chen Shu awkwardly explained, I thought it was for strengthening my body. He then summoned his slime, which appeared with its big, cute eyes. Without hesitation, he poured the vial's contents into the slime's mouth. Moments later, the slime fell asleep, indicating the potion was taking effect. Chen Shu then asked, By the way, what does this potion do? Fang Xi explained, It can enhance all attributes by about 10, but it needs a night to be fully absorbed. Chen Shu's spirits lifted upon hearing this. A 10 boost to all attributes meant a direct increase in overall combat power. Such a potion was undoubtedly a rare treasure at Huaxia Academy. Touched, Chen Shu said, Fang Xi, Fang Xi waved her hand, interrupting him, Just do well on your college entrance exams. Don't let people look down on you. However, Chen Shu's mind worked differently from others, and he excitedly asked, Can this be mass-produced? I want to start a company. With such an amazing product, wouldn't we dominate the potion market? Fang Xi, amused, gave him a thumbs up and said, You're really something. The raw materials for this are extremely rare and not affordable for the average person. Otherwise, the state would have promoted it long ago. And here you are, thinking about market domination right away. At this point, Zhang Dali also spoke up, Chen Pai, I have something for you too. He then took out a large bag of buns. Chen Shu took the bag and asked, Is this for tomorrow's breakfast? I'll heat them up when I get back. What's the filling? Zhang Dali mysteriously replied, Take a bite and find out. Chen Shu took a bite of one and immediately spat it out, his eyes wide with disgust. The taste was so awful he almost thought he was eating something unmentionable. What is this? Some kind of dark cuisine? Chen Shu complained. Zhang Dali laughed and explained, It's for your slime to eat too, called Dali buns. Eat one every day for a month, and it can increase strength by about 2. Chen Shu put the bitten bun back in the bag and joked, 1 month per course, huh? Not bad, Dali. You've learned to make beast cuisine in just 6 months? Zhang Dali sighed and said, I only know how to make this one. He explained that he had spent almost all of his time over the past 6 months perfecting this bun. Chen Shu, after hearing this, also took out the gifts he had prepared, 2 bags of urea. Fang Xi and Zhang Dali exchanged awkward glances and said, Thanks. However, Fang Xi quickly realized something was off. She opened the urea bag and found several large bottles of potions inside. These were the 7 kinds of potions Chen Shu had mastered, which could increase attributes by an additional 25. Fang Xi said, My contract spirits are already maxed out. As a genius of Huaxia Academy, her 2 contract spirits had already reached perfect cultivation. Chen Shu grinned and said, "They can still take more." Realizing this, Fang Xi nodded and put the urea bag away. She understood that Chen Shu indeed had his own secrets. Chen Shu then turned to Zhang Dali and said, "Dali, your bag has gifts too." Zhang Dali opened the bag and found a butcher's knife inside. Chen Shu explained, "I've been sharpening it every day. My hands are all calloused. It's much better than a kitchen knife." Every day? Zhang Dali was moved, patting Chen Shu on the shoulder without saying much more. In fact, the butcher's knife had been won by Chen Shu from Xiesunan in a bet. The 3 exchanged gifts and then headed home. Their long-standing friendship made words of gratitude unnecessary. As soon as Chen Shu got home, he fell asleep immediately, but in his dreams, he struggled endlessly, trapped in Hua Hua's world. The next day at noon, Chen Shu was jolted awake by the piercing ring of his phone. Irritably, he grabbed his phone and angrily shouted, "Who's calling so early in the morning to disturb the notorious bandit of Nanjing? Do you have a death wish?" "It's me, Fang Xi." A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Shu's expression froze instantly, and his drowsiness vanished without a trace. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "No wonder the ringtone sounded so pleasant. It's Sister Fang Xi." Quick reflexes. Fang Xi teased, "It's already noon. Come out for lunch." Chen Shu yawned, quickly washed up, and got ready. Before leaving, he casually threw a power bun to his slime, muttering, "Even if it's only 2 strength, even a mosquito is meat. Don't underestimate small things." Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a container with a crimson heart inside. It was the reward from the spirit battle arena, the heart of a shadow wolf lord. Chen Shu clasped his hands together and prayed fervently, "I offer 10 years of Lao Xie and Xiao Xing's lifespans in exchange for success." Saying this, he tossed the heart to the slime. Moments later, a wail echoed through the room. "My heart. It failed." Chen Shu looked dejected and muttered, 3 million down the drain. Ordinary people really can't grasp skills. Could it be that Lao Xie and Xiao Xing's lifespans are already less than 10 years? Otherwise, it shouldn't have failed. Meanwhile, Xiesunan and Su Xingxing inexplicably sneezed and muttered in unison, "Why do I feel like someone is cursing us?" At noon, in the Too Delicious Hot Pot restaurant. As soon as Chen Shu entered, he saw Su Xingxing and Xiesunan. He sighed with a complicated look and handed them the menu. "Lao Xie, Xiao Xing, life is short. Order whatever you want." Xiesunan felt a pang of unease and looked at Chen Shu suspiciously. "What kind of look is that?" Chen Shu turned to Fang Xi and asked, "By the way, Sister Fang Xi, how long will you be staying in Nanjing City?" He was calculating how to take advantage of having such a strong bodyguard to hunt in the alternate space. Fang Xi pondered for a moment and replied, "It depends. There's no specific time. It depends on when my replacement arrives." As the 5 of them were enjoying their meal, Fang Xi's phone suddenly rang. Her expression turned serious, and she immediately stood up. Chen Shu had a vague sense of foreboding and asked, "What's wrong?" Fang Xi, with a stern look, said, "A group of ferocious beasts has appeared in Wangxing town. I need to deal with it." Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, 3 options appeared before him. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. Go with Fang Xi to eliminate the beasts. "Sister Fang Xi, I'll go with you," Chen Shu said firmly. Fang Xi raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "You? Just to be clear, there's no protection fee, and if you dare to extort me..." Chen Shu interrupted her, passionately declaring, "What are you talking about? Protecting the city and its people is our duty. In times of crisis, if we don't step up, who will? If we still think about eating hot pot now, are we even human? Especially as students of Nanjing's second high special training class. Not stepping up would make us worse than animals." Xiesunan and Su Xingxing's mouths twitched, and they immediately stood up. "You're getting more outrageous with your insults." "I agree. We need to get involved." Zhang Dali also stood up. "I want to see it firsthand." He was very interested in the beast meat and didn't want to be the one left with the bill. "If you want to go, let's go together," Fang Xi said, and the 4 of them rushed out of the hot pot restaurant. Su Xingxing, bewildered, was left to pay the 355 yuan bill. When he walked out, he saw the 4 of them staring at him. "Don't come any closer," Su Xingxing said warily, thinking that his holiday was off to a terrible start. "Get ready to leave. Summon your bird," Chen Shu said excitedly, looking forward to flying over the city. Su Xingxing summoned his mutated thunderbird. As soon as the 5 of them got on, the bird struggled under the weight, letting out a dissatisfied screech. With the help of multiple speed skills, the mutated thunderbird finally took off, heading towards Wangxing town. Fang Xi, amazed by the bird, couldn't help but comment, "How afraid of death are you?" The group flew smoothly, the mutated thunderbird a blue streak across the sky of Nanjing City. People below looked up in envy. After all, Flying in the city was either a privilege or a death wish or both. Whoa! Chun Shu looked down at the city below, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. He couldn't help but shout out loud. Su Xingxing and the others were equally thrilled, excitedly looking around from the back of the mutated Thunderbird. It was their first time flying so boldly over a city, and the novelty made them lose themselves. After 10 minutes, Fong Xi's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but speak up. Can we head to our destination already? Are you guys patrolling or sightseeing? She pointed below, where the Thunderbird had flown in a large circle, ending up right above the hot pot restaurant they started from. Su Xingxing was startled by her words and quickly responded, got carried away. Got carried away? She immediately directed the Thunderbird towards Wangxing Town. Half an hour later, the group had left the city and was flying over Wangxing Town, which was under the jurisdiction of Nanjing City. The massive figure of the mutated Thunderbird quickly caught the attention of the residents below. That's a huge bird. Is it a protected species? Why is it shaking its tail like that? It looks so cheeky. There are people on the bird. Are they beast tamers? The crowd below buzzed with chatter, clearly unaccustomed to seeing anyone flying over the city so brazenly. Su Xingxing turned and asked, Sister Fong Xi, which direction should we fly now? Fong Xi answered decisively, to the official institution. The mutated Thunderbird accelerated and soon arrived in front of the town's government building. The town mayor, Wang Wei, was already waiting, having received prior notice. When he saw the 5 people on the Thunderbird, he couldn't help but be surprised. Are all 5 of them Dragon Guards? Has the Dragon Guard team been reduced to sharing one flying mount? He eyed them with suspicion, feeling that their demeanor didn't quite match that of official personnel. Fong Xi leaped off the Thunderbird and landed steadily. The silver armband on her right hand gleamed in the sunlight, commanding instant respect. Dragon Guard Fong Xi, she introduced herself concisely. Wang Wei responded respectfully. Wang Wei, mayor of Wangxing Town, at your service. His eyes were filled with envy, thinking that someone so young already being an intern Dragon Guard must be a top talent in the nation. Fong Xi got straight to the point. Mayor Wang, where is the beast horde located? According to the previous information, the beast horde had passed through the town but had not attacked. Wang Wei looked flustered as he answered, 2 hours ago. A group of beasts resembling black dogs passed through, heading directly south. Fong Xi rubbed her chin, her eyes reflecting deep thought. It seems to be the black claw beasts. These beasts have a high bloodline level, at least level 9. Once mutated, they become black iron level, and the leader is very likely a 3-star black iron. She felt relieved, knowing she was now a 3-star black iron and wouldn't fear any leader of the same rank. Thank you. Fong Xi nodded in gratitude and was about to return to the Thunderbird. At that moment, Wang Wei approached, discreetly handing her an envelope and whispered, Please handle the beast horde matter for us. As the mayor, he was worried Fong Xi might not put in full effort. Missing even 1 or 2 beasts could pose a threat to the town. No need. Fong Xi was speechless, not expecting him to pull such a move. As a Dragon Guard, how could she be interested in such a bribe? However, Chen Shu grinned and instinctively reached out to take the envelope. Slap. Fong Xi's mouth twitched as she slapped Chen Shu's hand away. Let's go, she said irritably, thinking, you're not even a Dragon Guard, and you dare accept a bribe. How bold are you? The group got back on the Thunderbird and flew south of Wangxing Town. Fong Xi looked at Chen Shu seriously and said earnestly, Chun Pai, you should become a free beast tamer in the future and not join any official institutions. Promise me, okay? She thought to herself, this guy is so greedy, he's bound to get into trouble. If someone reports him, he could face severe punishment or even jail time. Now he's just a civilian and already trying to take money. What will happen in the future? Chun Shu, however, replied solemnly, Sister Fong Xi, my dream is to serve the country and contribute to the harmonious society. That's enough. The other 4 interrupted in unison. You're talking nonsense again, and it's getting ridiculous. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Chun Shu sighed. How could I accept a bribe? And besides, that mayor only offered 50,000. It doesn't tempt me at all. Fong Xi's eyes widened as she realized. How do you know it was 50,000? The others also looked at him. Chen Shu had only touched the envelope without opening it. Chen Shu replied matter-of-factly, experience, I need to prepare for the future. Everyone gave Chen Shu a universally recognized hand gesture. The beast horde is hard to find. Fong Xi frowned. Relying solely on eyesight to locate the beast horde was indeed challenging. Moreover, the black claw beasts had left 2 hours ago and might not have continued directly south. Any deviation could increase the distance between them. Chen Shu nodded and looked at Xie Sunan, saying, Old Xie, it's up to you now. By this time, the Thunderbird had flown beyond Wangxing Town, and the landscape below was becoming increasingly desolate. Sparse trees, overgrown weeds, and occasional dilapidated farmhouses indicated they had entered a sparsely populated rural area. The area was desolate, overgrown with thick weeds. The dense grass rose above head height, providing the perfect hiding spot for the black claw beasts. Sunin nodded slightly and softly called upon his contract spirit, a creature named Chongdai. This small being landed lightly on his shoulder and immediately began emitting energy fields, searching for the traces of nearby beasts. Fong Si raised an eyebrow, secretly impressed. So, Sunin has such skills too. No wonder he ended up being roommates with Chen Pai. Looks like everyone here has their own unique talents. After 10 minutes of silence, Sunin suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with tension. There are signs of black claw beasts below. Everyone be careful. All eyes turned to the endless sea of grass below. In the distance, desolate hills loomed faintly, and the eerie silence was almost suffocating, with not even a single beast's roar to be heard. The 5 of them tensed up instantly, but no one dared to summon their contract spirits. At this moment, the mutated Thunderbird was already struggling to carry the 5 of them, and adding another spirit would surely lead to a crash. Suddenly, Chongdia's eyes burst into a dazzling green light. This light seemed to come alive, quickly spreading forward and stopping over a patch of grass 2 kilometers away. Fong Si was startled and couldn't help but admire Sunin's formidable searching ability. Fly higher, someone suggested. They all knew that the black claw beasts couldn't fly, and standing on the back of the mutated Thunderbird would temporarily keep them safe. The Thunderbird struggled to flap its wings, managing to gain a bit more altitude. As they closed in, the leader of the black claw beasts seemed to sense something amiss. This huge, muscular beast suddenly looked up, its eyes wide open, clearly startled by the blinding green light. Although it couldn't understand the meaning of the light, it instinctively felt uneasy and quickened the pace of its herd. They're definitely ahead. Fong Si's sharp eyes caught the large swaying grass, indicating a massive group of creatures hiding within. Holy crap, that's a lot. Chen Shu also noticed the unusual movement in the grass. Almost instinctively, he pulled out a gray potion. Holy crap, are you serious? Sunin and Su Xingxing were so scared they almost lost control. They shouted in terror, "Please, be human. You're really going to pull out a nuke without a second thought?" Fong Si and Zhang Dali looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why everyone else was reacting so intensely. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Sister Fong Si, stop this guy. He's the one who blew up Ice Canyon and Mount Taiping." The word struck Fong Si like a bolt of lightning. She whipped around, staring incredulously at Qin Shu. No way it was you? Flashes of news reports about the Ice Canyon explosion flickered through her mind. She recalled the chaos it had caused within the Yulong Guard, sparking endless speculation. Never had she imagined the culprit would be the seemingly harmless Chen Shu standing before her. Chen Shu, feeling extremely uncomfortable under the scrutiny of 4 skeptical pairs of eyes, forced a sheepish smile. It was just an accident," he explained, carefully stowing away the explosive potion, as if it were a hot potato. Before anyone could fully process this shocking revelation, a deafening roar shattered their thoughts. Ahead, the Black Claw Beast Lord had spotted them. Its massive body leapt into the air, displaying astonishing agility, and its claws gleamed menacingly as it slashed at the mutated Thunderbird. Unfazed, Fong Si let out a small hum. Suddenly, the space in front of her tore open, and 2 majestic dragon-type contract spirits materialized. The Crimson Flame Dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a scorching fireball that forced the Black Claw Beast Lord to retreat. "Take care of yourselves," Fong Si commanded, fully focused on the battle. The Crimson Flame Dragon demonstrated its formidable offensive power, flapping its wings and hovering low. It spewed a blinding red flame that scorched the earth, turning vegetation to ash in an instant. Countless Black Claw beasts writhed and howled in agony, quickly reduced to cinders by the powerful dragon. Just then, Chun Shu's voice broke through the chaos. "Dali, get the pot ready. I'll prep the seasoning." He swallowed hard, clearly envisioning a delicious outdoor barbecue. However, his words were cut short by another thunderous roar from the Black Claw Beast Lord. Its eyes bloodshot and seemingly crazed, the Beast Lord roared to the sky, shrouded in dark light, and astonishingly, it conjured a doppelganger from the shadows. A cloning skill? Fong Si's eyes widened, but she quickly shook her head, murmuring, "No, it's not a real entity, just a skill-formed projection." She analyzed silently, knowing it was nearly impossible for a black iron-level beast to master such a divine skill, akin to a slime learning to gigantify. True cloning skills create a body with all the original's abilities, essentially doubling the fighter. The Black Claw Beast Lord and its skill projection charged forward, claws ready to tear the Crimson Flame Dragon apart. At that critical moment, the Frost Dragon, which had been lying in wait, flapped its wings and roared. In an instant, 2 icy blue beams shot out, temporarily freezing the Black Claw Beast Lord. While the Frost Dragon's attack power wasn't high, its control abilities were enough to delay the Beast Lord. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Dragon continued to rain down fire, incinerating the ordinary Black Claw beasts below. Chunshu shouted warily, Shaoxing, stay alert. Fly higher. He worried that with Feng Sis contract spirits occupied, they could easily be ambushed. Fortunately, the mutated Thunderbird's burst speed was on par with Black Iron level contract spirits. Seeing this, Feng Si felt reassured and fully immersed herself in the ground battle. In moments, the battlefield was ablaze, and black smoke billowed. The Crimson Flame Dragon's fire attribute had reached the pinnacle of Black Iron level, and waves of Black Claw beasts fell, their charred remains emitting an enticing aroma that made everyone's mouths water. The Black Claw Beast Lord let out desperate howls, helplessly watching its kin perish. Chunshu, meanwhile, looked quite pleased, grateful head come along. It felt like being power-leveled in a game, effortlessly gaining a massive amount of beast mastery. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 Black Claw beasts had fallen. The Black Claw Beast Lord roared furiously, its body now glowing red and exuding a terrifyingly savage aura, as if ready to fight to the death. However, Feng Si merely smiled confidently, crossing her arms as if watching a show. Sure enough, the Beast Lord let out a ferocious cry and turned to flee. But the Crimson Flame Dragon had anticipated this, cutting off its escape route. Feng Si shook her head and sighed. Why are all Black Iron level lords the same? She recalled the last encounter with the Black Armor Beetle Lord and felt relieved she wouldn't be fooled again. With the two Dragon-type contract spirits working together, their destructive power surged. The Black Claw Beast Lord found itself in dire straits, on the brink of defeat. Everyone eagerly awaited the chance to savor the Beast Lord's meat. At that moment, a commotion stirred on a small hill a kilometer away, where overgrown weeds suddenly began to tremble, as if something was about to break through the surface. A pitch-black gun barrel silently extended from the bushes, aiming at the genius students of Huaxia Academy. The man holding the gun had eyes that gleamed with fanaticism and excitement, yet his hands were steady as a rock, showing no signs of trembling. He calmly loaded a specially designed armor-piercing bullet, a sinister smile curling at his lips as if he could already envision the target's body exploding. At this critical moment, 3 options suddenly appeared before Chunshu's eyes as he swallowed nervously. 1. Do nothing and believe in the afterlife. Reward, title believer in divinity, which increases the success rate of deceiving others when equipped. 2. Command the mutated Thunderbird to accelerate and dodge the incoming bullet. Reward, a significant amount of beast taming power. 3. Summon a slime to block the shot from behind. Reward, death potion, berserk potion. Chunshu's pupils contracted as he instantly realized the imminent danger. Shaoxing. He was about to instruct Su Xingxing to control the mutated Thunderbird, but it was too late to act. The threat of death swept over him like a cold wave, making him involuntarily shiver. Almost instinctively, Chunshu quickly summoned a slime and placed it behind the group. In the next second, a deafening explosion rang out, and the slime's body cracked instantly, splattering thick fluid everywhere. The powerful impact forcefully pushed the slime backward, knocking several people over. What happened? Holy crap! Amidst the exclamations, 5 people lost their balance and fell off the mutated Thunderbird's back. In the nick of time, Chunshu commanded the slime to enter flight mode, catching his falling companions just in time. Someone is attacking us, Chunshu shouted, simultaneously ordering the slime to rapidly enlarge. The massive slime body acted as a shield, standing in front of them. Although the specially crafted armor-piercing bullet could instantly kill a Blackren-level beast tamer, it struggled to inflict fatal damage against the highly defensive slime. Feng Si quickly grasped the situation. Though she remained silent, her eyes were filled with icy killing intent. Roar! The intertwining powers of the blazing dragon and the frost dragon created a dazzling light, instantly obliterating the Black Claw Beast Lord. However, unexpectedly, the attack was blocked. A kilometer away, a man raised an eyebrow, clearly not anticipating this twist. Despite his surprise, he remained composed. He dusted off his clothes and summoned a massive purple bird and glass purple firebird. Feng Si and his companions immediately locked onto the man's position. Standing proudly atop the purple firebird, the man didn't flee. Instead, he approached them. From his lofty vantage point, he looked down at the 5 with cold indifference. The blazing dragon and the frost dragon flew closer, growling menacingly at the purple firebird. The man, expressionless, said, I didn't expect a 9th-level beastmaster to ruin my plans. Let's see if you're this lucky next time. Before he finished speaking, the purple firebird shot into the sky with astonishing speed, leaving even the mutated Thunderbird struggling to keep up. Feng Si watched the departing figure coldly, preparing to notify the dragon guards for capture. However, Chunshu was furious. To him, Anyone who attempted murder had to pay with their life. Think you can show off and then run? Do you think you're me? With a flick of his right hand, Chen Shu produced a bottle of pitch-black liquid the death potion he had recently acquired. Seeing this, Xie Sunan shivered. Bro, let the dragon guards handle this. No need to take Nanjing City down with him. Die. Ignoring her, Chen Shu hurled the potion skyward. Despite his confidence in his aim, the potion fell short by over 500 meters. Just as the potion was about to fall, the purple firebird suddenly screeched and flew straight towards it. What the hell are you doing? The man's composure vanished, replaced by panic. Despite his efforts to control it, the purple firebird seemed bewitched, swallowing the potion just before it hit the ground. The man's brow furrowed. Seeing that the five didn't seize the moment to attack, he relaxed slightly. He thought that even if it was poison, his contract beast's robust constitution should hold out for a while. Let's go. He commanded the purple firebird, but it didn't respond. Looking down, he saw its eyes closed as if asleep. To his horror, he couldn't recall it to its space. Dead. The man's face turned ashen. An's glass black iron contract beast, known for its resilience, killed instantly by an unknown potion? How was this possible? Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Looking up, he found himself surrounded by Chen Shu and the others. The man's bravado evaporated, and he forced a laugh. I say this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Chen Shu grinned. Ever thought about facing off with Batman in Gotham City? Before the man could react, darkness enveloped him as Fong Si threw a bag over his head, followed by a merciless beating. This time, they didn't hold back. Attempting to assassinate a dragon guard was a crime punishable by death. As Chen Shu punched and kicked, he cursed, "Damn it! Showing off in front of me? And then trying to run?" The others joined in the beating. Suddenly, the man summoned a class contract beast, but it was instantly surrounded by the blazing dragon and the frost dragon. Both the beast and its master were thoroughly beaten, leaving the man near unconsciousness, twitching on the ground. Bury him. Chen Shu clapped his hands, eager to try out Shen Wushuang's methods. Zhang Dali was more ruthless. I say we cook him. He even produced a pot and spatula. Fong Si twitched and quickly intervened. All right, you two are too much. Leave him to the dragon guards for investigation. Su Xingxing agreed. I support that. A black iron-level beast master attempting murder is unbelievable. There's likely more behind this, Fong Si pondered. Not only is he black iron level, but he also had An's class contract beast. Even if he can't advance to silver, he could live a prestigious life. There's probably an organization behind this. Just then, Chen Shu's eyes narrowed as he noticed a red light on the man, accompanied by a rapid beeping. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Watch out!" Everyone retreated, but while Fong Si could dodge in time, the others might not be so lucky. Just as the bomb was about to explode, a figure descended from the sky. A slime, sleeping soundly, landed like a savior, glowing golden and exuding a holy aura. Despite looking like a lump of dung, it appeared divine to the group at that moment. Boom! The slime bravely sat on the bomb, continuing to sleep. The explosion's force sent the slime flying, but it rolled a few times and remained asleep. That was close. Chen Shu sighed in relief, grateful for his quick thinking to use the slime as a shield. Gurgle, gurgle. The slime woke from its dream, feeling a chill on its rear. It opened its big eyes, looking pitifully at Chen Shu, as if about to cry. Seeing its expression, Chen Shu sighed and tossed it a large bun. Gurgle, gurgle. The slime eagerly devoured the bun, affectionately nuzzling Chen Shu. The group watched this scene, finally managing to say, "You yellow round ball. You're quite innocent." While contract beasts generally weren't very intelligent, the slime had certainly lowered the average. The sudden self-destruction of the purple firebird took everyone by surprise. A hint of fear flashed across Su Xingxing's face. Fortunately, the large yellow orb stepped in at the crucial moment. Fong Si frowned, realizing that behind the suicide of a black iron-level beast tamer, there must be a sophisticated organization pulling the strings. Zhang Dali excitedly sharpened his knife, ready to taste the contract spirit. Seeing this, Fong Si's mouth twitched, and she immediately stopped him. She summoned her red flame dragon, instructing it to incinerate the purple firebird completely. After handling the scene, Fong Si turned to Chen Shu, her tone filled with surprise and doubt. What kind of drug did you use? The criminal who assassinated the dragon guard was shocking enough, but it paled in comparison to Chen Shu's concoction. The purple firebird had died instantly after ingesting the drug, such a terrifying poison. Fong Si even suspected that a gold-level contract spirit wouldn't survive it. Chen Shu shrugged innocently. Just regular rat poison. Seeing the four of them staring at him skeptically, he added, "Maybe it was expired? It seems expired poison is actually more potent. I've unintentionally solved an age-old mystery." Everyone was left speechless, but decided not to press further. Whether it was the gray potion or the black one, it was clearly beyond current scientific understanding. Let's cook the black claw beast, someone suggested, and the group immediately shifted their focus to a makeshift outdoor barbecue. Besides the black claw beast lord, there were 3 mutated ones in the pack, all of which had been swiftly killed by the red flame dragon. Feng Si collected the beast pearls and materials from the lord, intending to share them, but everyone declined. Chen Shu and the others began preparing the ingredients. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan curiously asked, "Is this black-furred beast edible?" "What do you mean? Is it edible?" Chen Shu licked his lips. "The real question is, how good does it taste?" The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat, and Chen Shu sighed. "If only I had a fire attribute contract spirit, this would be a culinary paradise." Half an hour later, everyone was gathered around the grill, enjoying the roasted meat. The earlier assassination attempt was temporarily forgotten in favor of the feast. Watching the sizzling meat, Su Xingxing exclaimed, "Smells amazing." A stark contrast to her earlier comment, "So cruel." Chen Shu couldn't help but tease her, and Su Xingxing quickly defended herself. "Did I? I meant so tempting." After the meal, Chen Shu took the opportunity to ask Feng Si if she had any plans to visit other dimensions soon. Feng Si scoffed, saying the nearby dimensions were too weak for her. Suddenly, she leaned in excitedly and asked, "Did you really blow up the ice canyon? What are you planning?" Chen Shu quickly backed off, explaining that it wasn't a mass-produced weapon and its power was actually low. It just had a wide range. Feng Si rolled her eyes and dropped the subject. The group returned to Nanjing City. Feng Si hurried off to investigate the assassin's identity. Su Xingxing said she needed to train as her family had invested 30 million in beast resources. The others looked at her with envy and jealousy. Xie Sunan planned to take on some tasks to support her family and invited Chen Shu to join her, but he declined. Zhang Dali expressed interest, but Xie Sunan dismissed him, saying, "What's a regular person like you doing here?" She promised to inform him if she found any culinary tasks. Just as Chen Shu was about to leave, his phone rang. Brother Tianba called, saying there was trouble at the shop. Someone was accusing them of selling fake potions and threatening to report them. Chen Shu immediately headed to the Dali potion shop in the black market, with Zhang Dali following along. When they arrived, the shop was already surrounded by a crowd. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali pushed their way through, only to hear someone loudly demanding, "Are you the owner? How dare you sell me fake medicine? How are you going to compensate me? Pay up, or we'll all report you." 3 men standing in front of the shop turned their angry gazes towards them. Wang Tianba leaned in close to Chen Shu and whispered, "Young Master Chen, today's 10 bottles of elixir were bought out by those 3. Chen Shu remained composed, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Are you 3 in this together?" One of the men immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? Do you think we're conspiring against you? We don't even know each other. If there's any connection, it's that we're all victims." Chen Shu scrutinized the 3 men, his lips twitching slightly. They were around the same age, roughly 30, and bore a striking resemblance to each other. More amusingly, they all shared one distinct feature: bald heads. Chen Shu chuckled inwardly. These 3 clearly thought he was an idiot. The surrounding crowd also sensed something was off, casting suspicious glances their way. It was obvious the 3 men were related, and their acting was embarrassingly poor. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the trio decided to drop the pretense. No matter what, you're still selling fake elixirs." Chen Shu crossed his arms, watching their performance with a calm expression. "Oh, so what do you want?" Just then, a young man pushed through the crowd, ready to speak. "Allow me to say a fair word." Chen Shu cut him off immediately. "Got it, you're all in this together." The young man's face darkened. "How dare you accuse me?" Chen Shu looked unimpressed and turned to Zhang Dali. "Dali, how would you subtly indicate that you've been bribed?" Zhang Dali caught on quickly and stepped forward. "Let me say a fair word." The young man, Li Wenxiu, widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected his plan to be seen through so easily. He felt a pang of regret. What he thought was a foolproof scheme was falling apart in front of Chen Shu. Chen Shu sneered. "See? Still think you're not in this together? You can't even say a fair word." Li Wenxiu was momentarily speechless, realizing things were going south. He was indeed the mastermind behind this farce, aiming to tarnish Chen Shu's reputation and promote his own elixir shop. As a graduate of Nansong Elixir University, he had his eyes on the fame of Chen Shu's Dali elixir shop and wanted to make a name for himself. Chen Shu, growing impatient, said, "You've hired actors and talked about fairness. What exactly do you want? Hurry up, everyone here is busy." Seeing his plan exposed, Li Wenxiu decided to take a gamble. "How about you make a batch of Dali elixir on the spot, and let the crowd's contracted spirits consume it? That would naturally prove its authenticity. As it happens, I graduated from Nansong Elixir University and can join you in the process. Why don't we have a little competition?" Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "So this is what you've been waiting for?" Li Wenchu's eyes flashed with a challenging look. What do you say? Dare to compete with me? Ignoring the usual conventions, Qin Shu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Spirit Control Bureau? Li Wenchu panicked, quickly trying to explain. Wait, there's no need to involve the Spirit Control Bureau, is there? Just as Qin Shu was about to speak, he suddenly saw 4 options appear before his eyes. He glanced at them quickly and chose the third option without hesitation. All right, let's have that competition. Qin Shu grinned and hung up the phone. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, pulling out their phones to record the rare showdown between elixir masters. Li Wenchu breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing a triumphant smile. He clapped his hands, and a specialized elixir table, filled with various precise instruments, was brought over immediately. In contrast, Qin Shu's setup was much simpler. He casually pulled out a wooden table with minimal equipment on it. But he chuckled to himself. If he could make elixirs in a bathroom, a simple table was hardly a challenge. Li Wenchu handed Qin Shu a set of ingredients. Shall we begin? An idea suddenly struck Qin Shu. Wait, have you ever seen someone make elixirs blindfolded? Li Wenchu was taken aback. Well, what? Qin Shu turned to Zhang Dali. Dali, grab something from my bag and blindfold me. Zhang Dali eagerly rummaged through Qin Shu's bag and pulled out a bag of urea, ready to act. Qin Shu dodged quickly, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. What the heck, are you crazy? There's a blindfold in my bag. Zhang Dali sheepishly put down the bag of urea, regretting the missed opportunity. Qin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, he's always the one who imposes the urea seal on others. The infamous bandit of Nanjiang would never be outsmarted in this lifetime. Li Wenchu furrowed his brow, staring in disbelief as Qin Shu put on a blindfold. In the pitch-black darkness, he couldn't help but question, forget about mixing the medicine. Are you sure you can even find the ingredients? Qin Shu, unfazed and with a hint of confidence in his voice, replied, young man, mixing medicine relies on the heart, not the eyes. Got it. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly struck, landing a solid slap on Li Wenchu's head. Bang! Li Wenchu's head buzzed. Despite being a college student, as a non-iron-tier beastmaster, his physical strength was no match for Qin Shu. Holding his head, he yelled angrily, why the hell did you hit me? Qin Shu explained matter-of-factly, I just wanted to prove that I can operate just fine with my eyes closed. His movements were not only quick and precise, but also executed with a blindfold on. This level of skill was far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Li Wenchu clenched his fists and reluctantly nodded. Fine, fine, just you wait. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shu threw another punch. Fortunately, Li Wenchu was prepared this time and dodged in time. What the hell are you trying to do? Li Wenchu fumed. This is a public place. Are you just hitting me for fun now? Qin Shu responded seriously. You need to tell me if you believe in me or not. Otherwise, I'll keep hitting you until you do. Li Wenchu's mouth twitched, thinking this guy must be crazy. Just then, Qin Shu kicked again, clearly an act of revenge. All right, I believe you. Li Wenchu shouted hastily, regretting ever getting involved with this man. The competition hadn't even started, and the other guy was already throwing punches. If he lost and Qin Shu got really mad, who knows what he might do? Good, let's get started then. Qin Shu nodded with a smile, looking as if he had just taught a valuable lesson. Li Wenchu, feeling like he was facing a formidable enemy, signaled to his assistant, who quickly moved his table further away. He was worried that while mixing the medicine, he might suddenly get kicked by Qin Shu. With a 10-meter gap between them, Li Wenchu took a deep breath and focused on the task at hand. Mixing a top-quality strength potion was no easy feat. He concentrated fully, his mind filled with various bits of knowledge, and proceeded methodically. The onlookers nodded in approval. Although Li Wenchu wasn't as famous as Qin Shu, his professional and skillful technique was impressive, befitting his formal training. On the other hand, Qin Shu, relying on a systematic approach for maximum efficiency, didn't appear as graceful. Could it be that the public restroom pharmacist is not actually skilled? His technique doesn't seem professional. Maybe it's just a persona created for show, someone questioned. The internet is so chaotic these days. People can't tell what's real anymore. Another person agreed. Are you guys stupid? The restroom guy is blindfolded. A young man holding a phone walked in, pointing the camera at Qin Shu. It was the streamer Wang Yu, who had previously promoted Qin Shu's strength potion shop through his livestream. This statement snapped the crowd back to reality. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Is that blindfold even real? How can anyone mix medicine while blindfolded? Meanwhile, the viewership in Wang Yu's livestream skyrocketed. You've got to watch my bandit brother for some real action. Pure banditry. Is this the Nanjing Road livestream? I always said the restroom pharmacist was something else. No wonder he practices mixing medicine in the restroom. He must be training to do it blindfolded. The livestream's popularity soared, with no signs of slowing down. Just Chen Shu standing there was enough to captivate the audience. This is perfect, Li Wenxiu muttered to himself as he meticulously mixed the potion, feeling unusually confident in his performance today. An hour later, Li Wenxiu took a deep breath, a smug smile on his face. I think you've lost, he declared, looking up at Chen Shu with pride. For a fresh college graduate to successfully mix a top-quality strength potion was indeed an impressive feat. However, his expression froze. Chen Shu had already taken off his blindfold and was interacting with his livestream audience. Why is the streamer so handsome? Chen Shu read aloud from the comments. Don't worry too much about my looks. Is the guy competing with the bandit brother an idiot? Another comment floated by. Without hesitation, Chen Shu responded, that's a no-brainer. Of course he is. Li Wenxiu's face turned pale with anger. What do you mean by that? He demanded, seeing Chen Shu openly insulting him. Are you admitting you can't mix the medicine and giving up? Giving up? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. I've already finished. What are you talking about? Finished? Li Wenxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. As soon as Boss Li stepped into the black market, 3 bald men eagerly approached him, lowering their voices to report, Boss, that kid Chen Shu finished making the potion an hour ago. Everyone's tried it, and it's the real deal, a genuine strength potion. Li Wenxiu's expression froze upon hearing this, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly believe it and asked incredulously, are you telling me he really made the potion while wearing a blindfold? At that moment, Chen Shu handed the phone back to Wang Yu. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if this continued, the live stream would be completely taken over by the opponent. Chen Shu turned to face Li Wenxiu, a hint of a provocative smile on his lips. He pulled out the black blindfold from his pocket and held it out in front of him. Care to give it a try yourself? Despite his skepticism, Li Wenxiu took the blindfold and put it on. In that instant, Chen Shu struck like lightning, delivering a hard slap to Li Wenxiu's face. You! Li Wenxiu clutched his cheek, cursing himself for falling for the trick. Chen Shu turned to the crowd and loudly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, this proves my blindfold is the real deal. Before he finished speaking, he landed a punch right into Li Wenxiu's gut. You bastard! Li Wenxiu finally understood what was happening. He quickly stepped back and removed the blindfold. His eyes were wide with rage, but seeing Chen Shu's imposing figure, he knew a physical confrontation would be futile. Gritting his teeth, he said, You've gone too far. This is too much. With that, he attempted to make his escape. Chen Shu remained calm, giving Zhang Dali a knowing look. Zhang Dali grinned sinisterly and quietly followed Li Wenxiu. In his mind, anyone daring to challenge Chen Shu needed to be taught a lesson. Chen Shu turned back to the crowd and delivered his closing remarks. Thank you all for your support. The Strength Potion Shop will provide top-quality strength potions every day. To show our appreciation, I will soon offer free fire and ice potions. Please prepare your raw materials in advance. With that, Chen Shu signaled for Wang Tianba and the others to wrap things up, while he quietly slipped out of the black market. An hour later, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were in a cab heading home. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley, a burlap sack filled with urea suddenly moved, and faint groans emerged from within. The city had gained yet another heartbroken soul. That night, Li Wenxiu limped back home, collapsing onto the sofa with a dejected expression. His body was covered in bruises, and every movement caused him pain. Regretting his decision, he thought to himself that he should have stayed in Nansong City instead of returning to his hometown to help with its development, only to end up being beaten so badly. He couldn't help but wonder how the local customs had become so aggressive. Suddenly, Li Wenxiu remembered Chen Shu's astonishing skill in mixing medicines and decided to call his teacher immediately. Ignoring his own pain, he quickly picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Yujiang's number. Hello, Professor Zhou? Wenxiu? How's your startup going? Li Wenxiu hesitated for a moment before saying, Professor, do you believe someone can mix medicines with their eyes closed? On the other end, Zhou Yujiang, in his 50s, adjusted his glasses, his voice filled with disbelief. That's as ridiculous as a pig climbing a tree. No, even more ridiculous. Li Wenxiu hurriedly explained. I'll send you a video. You have to see it. With that, he sent over the video of Chen Shu mixing medicines. Professor, the blindfold is real. I can vouch for it with my own experience. Zhou Yujiang nodded and hung up the phone. He initially thought his student was just imagining things and didn't take it seriously. However, the moment he opened the video, he was utterly flabbergasted. How could such an absurd thing exist? Zhou Yujiang stared at the video, deeply puzzled. Mixing medicines requires utmost precision. How could someone do it with their eyes closed? And the speed at which this young man mixed the medicines was astonishing. It was like watching Magicno. It was like witnessing a miracle. Professor Zhou Yujiang of Nansong University of Pharmacy couldn't sleep that night, deeply questioning everything he knew. As the Chinese New Year approached, Chen Shu couldn't find any other work and decided to be a model citizen. The festive atmosphere was growing, with shops decorating their storefronts and launching various promotions. Contrarily, Chen Shu raised the price of his premium strength potion by 2,500 yuan. This move immediately caught the public's attention, making his business even more prosperous. Thanks to Li Wenshu's efforts, the strength potion shop was now thriving, with no shortage of customers. Just then, Chen Shu received a call from Fang Si. "Hello, Sister Fang?" Chen Shu answered. Fang Si had been out of sight for the past few days, evidently investigating the Black Iron level assassin. "Come out. We need to talk," Fang Si said curtly. Half an hour later, they met at the long time no see cafe on the corner. "Sister Fang, did you find out who it was?" Chen Shu asked directly, equally curious about the person who dared to assassinate a Yulong guard. After all, attempting to kill a Yulong guard was practically an act of treason. Fang Si frowned, took a sip of her coffee and said, "I did." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Then why the long face?" Without further explanation, Fang Si handed over a few sheets of A4 paper. They detailed the life of a man named Lu Ping, 28 years old, leader of the Iron Fist Beast Tamers. Contracted spirit was a purple firebird. The documents included comprehensive information about his schooling, family, and relatives, clearly obtained through the Yulong Guard's resources. However, this seemingly normal information was precisely what made it suspicious. Why would an ordinary Black Iron level beast tamer risk his life to assassinate a Yulong guard? Moreover, the weapons and explosives used had no traceable origins, suggesting that the organization behind him had the means to obstruct the Yulong guard's investigation. Chen Shu pondered for a moment and then joked, "Sister Fang, did you dig up someone's ancestral grave? Why else would a Black Iron level beast tamer be sent after you? You're the one digging up graves." Fang Si's mouth twitched in exasperation. "I've beaten up a lot of people, but there's no reason for someone to go to such lengths to kill me. The competition at Huaxia Academy is fierce, but everyone there is a genius with their own pride. Even if they get beaten up, they only push themselves harder to surpass their rivals, not resort to underhanded tactics for revenge. I'm at a loss. This is quite tricky. There might even be a next time." Fang Si's expression was grave. If it hadn't been for Chen Shu's intervention last time, she might have been killed. The special armor-piercing rounds were not something a human body could withstand. Fang Si sighed and said, "You'd better not get too close to me." "What are you talking about? No one in Nanjing City dares to mess with my people." Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively, looking unconcerned. His system could provide early warnings, so he was generally safe unless a silver or even gold-level beast tamer was sent to kill someone in the city. But sacrificing such a powerful beast tamer for Fang Si wasn't worth it. "By the way, take these." With a flick of his right hand, Chen Shu seemingly conjured two bottles of potions out of nowhere. One was red, and the other was gray. These were the last two potions he had. One was a berserk potion, and the other an explosive potion. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm Fang Si or Zhang Dali. One boosts your contracted spirit's power by about 10 times, and the other is like a nuclear bomb, Chen Shu explained briefly, handing the potions to Fang Si. Chen Shu lowered his voice and explained the effects of the two vials in detail to Fang Si. After listening, Fang Si felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but eye the potions on the table warily, even instinctively moving her coffee cup farther away. The last thing she wanted was to accidentally turn the entire city of Nanjing into a wasteland. "You should keep the gray potion for yourself. It's not much use to high-level beast tamers." Fang Si shook her head, declining the offer. Remembering Chen Shu's description, she thought about how this potion couldn't even kill a Black Iron level lord. Its only effect was to flatten a city. She chuckled wryly at the absurdity of it all. "I can't exactly tell a criminal, if you dare kill me, I'll blow up the whole city, can I? That would just play right into their hands." Chen Shu handed her the other vial, the berserk potion. "Take this one. As long as your contracted spirit consumes it, its power will instantly boost to silver level, which could turn the tide of battle." "All right." Fang Si carefully stowed the potion away. Their friendship was such that no more words were needed. They understood each other perfectly. Suddenly, Chen Shu's expression turned serious. "Sister Fang Si, if anything ever happens to you, I promise I'll attend your funeral." Fang Si's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that this guy really wasn't wishing her well at all. Chen Shu quickly added, "And then, I will tear your enemies to pieces, no matter who they are." His eyes were clear and his expression resolute, as if he were making a solemn vow. Fang Si felt warmth in her heart and smiled. "All right, let me take you to meet someone." They left the cafe and stepped into the bustling street. They bought some fruit from a roadside vendor when Chen Shu suddenly asked, "Sister Fang Si, where's your special car from Kyoto? Why didn't you drive back with that flashy license plate?" Fang Si rolled her eyes. "Just to show off? Do you think I would drive all the way back for that? I'm not like you." She knew Chen Shu's flamboyant personality too well. He would definitely drive miles just to flaunt. Chen Shu grinned cheekily. "They say, if you don't show off when you can, you'll feel uneasy. Can you get me a license plate from Huaxia Academy too? I want to flaunt it around the Spirit Guard Bureau. He was already imagining the scene of himself strutting around with it. Fang Xi looked at Qin Shu in exasperation and couldn't help but say, "Are you always thinking about stirring up trouble? This is seriously affecting the work of the Spirit Regulation Bureau." She shook her head and softened her tone. "Once you get into the Huaxia Academy, they'll naturally issue you a license plate." The two of them got into a taxi and arrived at an old residential area in the city. Qin Shu curiously asked, "Fang Xi, do you have relatives living here?" "It's a friend of my teacher," Fang Xi replied curtly. They reached the second floor of Building 1, and Fang Xi politely knocked on the door. When the door opened, an old man in a vest, holding a fan, appeared. He first saw Fang Xi and smiled. "Little Fang Xi?" Then his eyes fell on Qin Shu, and his expression froze. "What the heck? It's you?" the old man exclaimed. "Old man, it's you." Qin Shu's eyes widened. As he recognized the man, it was the same old man from the Beast Resources Bureau, whom he encountered last time when using his Huaxia points. Fang Xi looked surprised. "Professor Yi Qing, you know each other?" Old man Yi nodded. "Of course, I know him." He turned to Qin Shu. "Kid, did the stray dog at the black market give birth yet?" Qin Shu's mouth twitched, surprised that the old man still remembered that. He chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, she did. All 9 puppies are healthy. You can rest easy, sir." Yi Qing's eyes widened, choked by the response. He wanted to say more but glanced at Fang Xi and said, "Come on in." They entered the living room with a fruit basket. The apartment was small, clearly meant for one person. "I'll get some snacks," Yi Qing said as he went into another room. Qin Shu immediately whispered, "Fang Xi, what's the deal with this old man? Did you offend him?" "How could I?" Fang Xi retorted. "I, Qin Shu, have always respected the elderly and cared for the young." Qin Shu laughed awkwardly and asked, "Is there any consequence if I did offend him? He's a gold-level beast master." Fang Xi's words made Qin Shu's heart skip a beat. Fang Xi continued, "Professor Yi is the strongest person in Nanjiang City and a retired professor from Huaxia Academy. If you really offended him, you'd better apologize. He probably won't hold a grudge against a junior like you." "Apologize?" Qin Shu shook his head. "I, the Nanjiang bandit, have never bowed down in my life. As long as I'm in the city, even a gold-level beast master can't do much to me. The worst he can do is beat me up, and I can take it." Fang Xi softly reminded, "He is also the chief examiner for the Nanjiang City entrance exams, which affect your scores." Before she could finish, Qin Shu jumped up as if electrocuted and instantly changed his demeanor. "Sir, how could I let you carry such heavy things?" He smiled brightly and took the fruit plate from Yi Qing's hands. "Sir, let me give you a shoulder massage." Qin Shu eagerly massaged Yi Qing's shoulders and legs, not forgetting to flatter him. "Sir, you've been alone for years. How about I introduce you to a lady I know? She's great at dancing in the square." Fang Xi and Yi Qing exchanged looks, and the room fell into an awkward silence. Fang Xi rubbed her forehead, thinking that bringing Qin Shu here was probably the worst decision of the year. Yi Qing was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "You really are something. Now, sit down properly." Qin Shu immediately sat obediently on the sofa, pretending to be well-behaved. Fang Xi took out an exquisite box and smiled. "Professor Yi, my teacher asked me to visit you. This is a small token of appreciation." Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and slightly opened the box, his expression turning strange. Inside was a vial labeled with just one line. "Serial number 001. Qin Shu sneaked a peek and saw the vial too. Yi Qing quickly understood Fang Xi's intention. She wanted him to look out for Qin Shu during the entrance exams. "What's your relationship with this kid?" Yi Qing asked. "He's my brother." Fang Xi patted Qin Shu's shoulder, pride evident in her eyes. Yi Qing sighed. "This vial must have cost you a semester's worth of credits." Qin Shu was stunned, looking at Fang Xi. He recalled the rare number 003 vial from last time. And now this number 001 vial required a whole semester's worth of credits? "Take it back." Yi Qing shook his head. "Rules can't be broken. If this kid has real talent, I'll give him the highest score." The Beast Master's entrance exam consists of a written test and a practical test. The written test is straightforward, with no room for cheating. However, the practical test involves multiple factors, including Beast Master level, potential rating, and combat skills, and is subjectively graded by several examiners. Qin Shu's potential rating of F would leave a poor impression on the examiners. If Professor Yi, the chief examiner, fully supported Qin Shu, it would be a significant advantage. "Fang Xi, take it back." Qin Shu grabbed the box and handed it to Fang Xi. "You're a dragon guard. You can't break the law." Fang Xi looked helpless, knowing how much Qin Shu dreamt of getting into Huaxia Academy, but his freight contract spirit made it almost impossible. "Rules are rules," Qin Shu said firmly, turning to Yi Qing. "Sir, but the lady I mentioned is seriously worth considering." Yi Qing couldn't help but laugh. then said, "You've leveled up pretty quickly, huh? It's only been half a year, and you're already a level 9 beast master. Normally, there shouldn't be any level 9 high school students in Nanjiang City right now. Sir, you don't know me?" Chun Shu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Nanjiang Bandit and Public Restroom Alchemist were well-known titles in Nanjiang. How could he not know? "Who are you?" Professor Yi looked at him as if he were a nobody. Chun Shu felt like he was seeing a caveman. "Don't you go online or watch TV?" "Of course." Yi Qing pointed to a shabby radio nearby. "You call that going online?" Chun Shu was speechless. He wanted to say that Yi Qing had no idea who he was dealing with, but considering Yi Qing's status, he decided it was better to stay silent. Fong Si noticed the two were having a great conversation, but as Yi Qing insisted on not taking the potion, she sighed, putting it back into her bag. The three of them sat around in the living room, engaging in a deep conversation that transcended age and status. Despite being a highly respected professor, Yi Qing was approachable and shared his memories enthusiastically. Chun Shu listened intently while munching on sunflower seeds, as if he were engrossed in a captivating storytelling session. Yi Qing's tales of adventures in alternate dimensions were particularly enthralling, sparking Chun Shu's imagination. In contrast, Chun Shu had only ventured into the lowest level dimensions, the Ice Gorge and the Qingyuan Forest, but each experience had been exhilarating. He secretly vowed to explore all the dimensions within his lifetime. At just 18, his ambition and desire to gain powerful abilities knew no bounds. As noon approached, Chun Shu shamelessly asked to stay for lunch. The three of them had a simple meal at Yi Qing's home. After they were full, Chun Shu's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief as he asked, "Uncle Yi, if I become a black iron level beast master before the college entrance exams, can I get into Huaxia Academy?" Without hesitation, Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Don't dream. It's been years since someone like that appeared." Chun Shu persisted. "Just tell me, if I really make it to black iron level, can I get a guaranteed spot at Huaxia Academy?" Yi Qing, unable to shake him off, blurted out, "If you can really do that, I'll personally deliver the acceptance letter to your doorstep." "Remember you said that?" Chun Shu exclaimed excitedly, feeling relieved. He had been worried about the potential rating of his slime, but Yi Qing's promise eased his mind. After all, a gold-level beast master reneging on his word would be a disgrace. Seeing this, Yi Qing's face twitched, as if he could already feel the future criticism he might face. He quickly added, "I, Yi Qing, always keep my word." In truth, he didn't take Chun Shu's words seriously. Though Chun Shu was the top senior high student in Nanjiang City, in larger cities, students like him were common. No one had ever claimed they could reach black iron level before the college entrance exams. "Good." Chun Shu grinned mischievously, as if his plan had succeeded. Yi Qing frowned. "Stop smiling like that, it's creepy." Although he didn't know Chun Shu well, something felt off. In the afternoon, Chun Shu and Fong Si bid farewell. Yi Qing watched their backs with a smile. As a retired professor from Huaxia Academy and a former member of the Dragon Guards, he had a soft spot for these young people from humble backgrounds. Yi Qing prepared to put away the fruits they brought, only to find his pockets empty. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Those little rascals came to visit me and ended up eating all the fruits, even taking 2 pears with them." On the street, Chun Shu handed a pear to Fong Si and started eating another. Fong Si looked worried. "Chun Pai, maybe I should try again. Otherwise, your chances of getting into Huaxia Academy." Chun Shu shook his head firmly. "Sister Fong Si, that expensive potion is better kept for yourself. Professor Yi is wealthy and doesn't need your potion. Besides, I have this. What am I afraid of?" He pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket. Fong Si was surprised. "You carry a voice recorder with you? Do you have anything other than books in your bag?" Chun Shu shrugged. "It's called being prepared. This has Uncle Ye's exact words, promising me a place at Huaxia Academy if I reach black iron level." Fong Si pressed. "Can you really become black iron level before the exams?" She thought, if Chun Shu could actually do it, he would naturally get into Huaxia Academy even without Yi Qing's help. Chun Shu's eyes sparkled. "Sister Fong Si, do you think I should ask to be his apprentice? Uncle Yi is alone. Seeing me might make him feel compassionate." Fong Si rolled her eyes. "You're too much." "I'm telling the truth." Chun Shu laughed, already calculating how he might inherit a fortune if he successfully became Yi Qing's apprentice. Back home, Yi Qing suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Damn weather. Even I can catch a cold?" On New Year's Eve, as usual, the three families gathered at Zhang Dali's house for dinner. When Chun Shu and Fong Si arrived, Zhang Dali, who was playing a mobile game, looked up and asked, "Where have you two been?" Chun Shu cleared his throat and replied seriously, "As responsible young people, of course, we went to visit a lonely old man." Yi Qing was indeed a lonely old man. This statement hit Zhang Dali like a bolt of lightning, causing him to spring up from the sofa. With wide eyes, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Seriously? You actually realize this? It must have been Fong Si who dragged you there." Zhang Dali quickly changed the subject. "Enough of that, let's play some games. Chen Shu initially wanted to refuse, but realizing he had nothing better to do, he pulled out his phone. A new game called Beast Alliance Mobile just came out, and it's really fun. You both should download it, Zhang Dali eagerly recommended. Honestly, if they made a PC version of this game, it would be a huge hit. I'm thinking of writing a suggestion to the game company. Chen Shu's lips twitched, a hint of resignation in his eyes as he asked meaningfully, then why do you think it's called Beast Alliance Mobile? Fang Xi couldn't help but smile, clearly noticing the flaw in Zhang Dali's logic. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Dali excitedly guessed, does that mean they'll release a PC version later? Yeah, right? Chen Shu shook his head in exasperation. At that moment, Chen Shu's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. He sighed and said self-mockingly, can't help it, too much work. With great power comes great responsibility. With that, he answered the call. Is this Chen Shu? A stranger's voice came from the other end. Who are you? Chen Shu asked cautiously. I'm Zhou Yujiang, a teacher from Nansang Pharmaceutical University. The caller explained urgently. Zhou Yujiang had been tossing and turning for days before finally mustering the courage to make this call. Chen Shu frowned, instinctively thinking it was a scam call. I don't know you. How did you get my number? It's New Year's, can't you stop scamming people? I really am a university teacher. I have a silver-level pharmacist certificate. Zhou Yujiang hastily tried to prove his identity. Chen Shu calmly retorted, oh, do you know how to care for a sow after giving birth? Zhou Yujiang was momentarily speechless, wondering why Chen Shu was being so unpredictable. He clarified, I'm a teacher who instructs on pharmaceutical formulations, not on breeding pigs. See, I told you you're a scammer, and you still won't admit it, Chen Shu said, even more convinced of his judgment. Wait, don't hang up. I can learn. Zhou Yujiang shouted in desperation. Then come find me after you've learned it. Chen Shu was about to hang up when Zhou Yujiang suddenly dropped a bombshell. How would you like to be directly admitted to Nansang Pharmaceutical University? I can make it happen. The statement struck Chen Shu like a lightning bolt, freezing him in place. Just as he was about to respond, options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Options 1, 2, and 3 flashed through Chen Shu's mind, but he wasn't surprised by them. What truly stunned him was the invitation for direct admission from Nansang University of Pharmacy. Me, Chen Shu, getting a direct admission? Chen Shu thought to himself. Although Nansang University of Pharmacy wasn't as prestigious as Huaxia University, its pharmacy program ranked among the top 10 in the country. However, its beast taming program was weak, which didn't suit Chen Shu at all. Fang Xi and Zhang Dali also heard the voice on the phone. They exchanged a knowing glance, both thinking the same thing. Which school is so reckless to want to recruit a troublemaker early? Sure enough, Chen Shu's next words confirmed their thoughts. Hey, can your school's walls withstand a nuclear blast? Chen Shu asked seriously. Zhou Yujiang, on the other end of the line, initially didn't take it seriously. But when he grasped the meaning of the question, he was stunned. What does that mean? Chen Shu sighed and explained, if they can't, sorry, I won't choose your school. Zhou Yujiang's eyes widened, his thoughts in disarray. What the hell? No school's walls can withstand a nuclear blast. And what does direct admission have to do with nuclear bombs? How does your mind even work? Chen Shu continued to probe. Does the direct admission come with any scholarships? I might not attend classes, but I think you should still send me the money. Zhou Yujiang's mouth twitched, and he hung up the phone without another word. What kind of bandit logic is this? This is outright robbery. Chen Shu muttered, shaking his head. Looking up, he saw Fang Xi and Zhang Dali both giving him a thumbs up, saying in unison, Chun the bandit, you never disappoint. The three played games for a while, and soon it was time for dinner. The family gathered around the dining table, watching the Spring Festival Gala and enjoying a delicious meal, their faces radiating happiness. Tonight, the festive atmosphere of reunion filled every corner of the city. After dinner, Zhang Dali, patting his round belly, asked, Chen Shu, want to go out and set off fireworks tonight? Sure, why not? Chen Shu nodded in agreement. Fang Xi suggested, wait, I'll call Qinghan to join us. She thought that Wang Qinghan and her sister might feel lonely, especially during such a festive time. Chen Shu had a sudden idea and dialed Xiaobing's number. Hey, Xiaobing, want to come out and set off fireworks? At Xiaobing's home, it was just her and her mother, making the holiday feel particularly quiet. Xiaobing was surprised by Chen Shu's invitation, but, thinking her mother would be left alone, she declined. Me? I'm about to sleep, so I won't go. It's the New Year. Who sleeps during the New Year? Come on out and have fun. Chen Shu insisted. Bring your mom along. If you don't come, I'll expect a 10,000 word praise essay when school starts. With no other choice, Xiaobing tentatively asked her mother, who surprisingly agreed immediately. The mother and daughter left their quiet home and joined the bustling streets, smiles spreading across their faces. Soon, the group gathered on Xianfei Road. Wang Qingxue ran excitedly to Chen Shu upon seeing him, and he picked her up with a smile. Did you remember what I taught you last time? Chen Shu asked. Wang Qinghan widened her eyes. Do you really have to bring that up now? Yes, Qingxue remembered. She will bring glory to Nanjiang's second high school. Wang Qingxue said earnestly, clenching her little fists. Hearing this, Wang Qinghan and Xiaobing both froze, thinking, oh no. Wang Qinghan worried her sister was being led astray by Chen Shu, while Xiaobing was concerned about the future of Nanjiang's second high school. An hour later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Nanjing City. Fireworks and firecrackers were banned in the main urban area, so they had to come here. The place was already crowded with people, their laughter and cheers filling the air, and colorful fireworks lit up the night sky. Everyone looked up at the sky, smiles unconsciously spreading across their faces. Life, indeed, could be beautiful. Fangxi encouraged, Qinghan, do your best on the college entrance exams. Aim for Beijing, and I'll have your back. I'll do my best, Fangxi. Wang Qinghan replied determinedly. Go, sister. Wang Qingxue echoed innocently. On the other side, Xiaobing and her mother also smiled. Xiaobing's mother looked at her daughter's profile and softly asked, Xiaobing, do you regret following me? Xiaobing shook her head firmly. Mom, the family conflict is all because of me. If I were a genius or just an ordinary person, maybe none of this would have happened. Xiaobing, it's not your fault. Her mother pulled her into a hug. Blame it on fate. Even if Xiaobing had no talent, the tragedy could have still happened. Xiaobing's father's main reason for leaving was the resources offered by the Wu family. He had lived an unremarkable life, placing all his hopes on his son, Xia Yin. To see his son succeed, he was willing to sacrifice everything, including abandoning his wife and daughter. Mom, I will be better than my brother. Xiaobing vowed silently in her mother's embrace. Your classmates are actually quite nice, Xiaobing's mother teased. Especially that Chen Shu. He's bright and cheerful, a good kid. Maybe you should consider him when you're in college. Mom. Xiaobing's cheeks reddened as she quickly explained. That's because you don't know him. It was the first time she had heard someone praise Chen Shu like that. If her mother knew the real Chen Shu, she might have called the police immediately. At that moment, Fangxi frowned and looked around. Where's Chen Shu? She had a bad feeling. He can't be up to something, can he? Everyone. Everyone. A familiar voice called from behind, causing everyone to turn around. There was Chen Shu, dragging a cart with a giant Formator High box on it. Check out the custom-made Bandit Edition Mega Firework, he announced proudly. Zhang Dali rushed over, touching the box in disbelief. Wow, when did you get this? It's huge. Chen Shu shrugged and smiled. You have to be prepared for New Year's. Tonight, your big brother will light up the New Year's Eve sky with ambition. Did you seriously drop a nuke? Fang Xi's mouth twitched as a feeling of impending doom crept over him. Chen Shu shook his head with a laugh. No way. You really have an imagination. Who would drop a nuke on New Year's Eve? Just as he finished speaking, he smacked his forehead as if a brilliant idea had struck him. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement. What if I just added a tiny bit of nuke juice? Wouldn't Nanjiang City be thrilled tonight? Are you out of your mind? Fangxi couldn't help but curse, feeling an urge to arrest Chen Shu right then and there. It's New Year's Eve, and you can't sleep unless you cause trouble, can you? Chen Shu quickly waved his hand. Just kidding. This stuff is way too precious to waste. Without saying more, he turned around and pushed a giant firework onto the open ground. The people around widened their eyes and instinctively backed away. What the heck is that? Someone muttered under their breath. Chen Shu remained unfazed and lit the giant firework. Moments later, sparks flew, and a deafening boom erupted. Boom! The fireworks shot into the sky and exploded, covering an immense area in radiant light. The night was illuminated as if it were daylight, with vibrant fireworks filling the sky. Why is it so loud? The sudden noise startled passers-by, nearly making them fall. Chen Shu nodded smugly. Not bad, right? His firework had instantly captured everyone's attention. Compared to his, everyone else's fireworks looked like children's toys. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds continued, and the sky grew even more dazzling. Yet, no one cheered. The crowd retreated, eyes filled with caution and fear, as if they were in a war zone. Fangxi rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Chen Shu, don't you think this is a bit over the top? Huh? What? I can't hear you. Chen Shu shouted back, clearly unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Although the firework had caused no real harm, its thunderous noise had drawn widespread attention. Even people on the outskirts of Nanjiang City could faintly hear the explosions, and nearby residents couldn't help but curse. Most people looked uneasy, some even fearing a war might break out. Wang Qian, an officer at the Spirit Control Bureau, was at home when he heard the explosions. His phone rang immediately. Wang Qian, there's an unidentified explosion on the outskirts. Take a team to check it out. Wang Qian rubbed his forehead, thinking, who the heck dares to cause trouble on New Year's Eve? On the outskirts, another firework burst, spelling out Nanjiang Bandit in the sky. Chen Shu looked up and couldn't help but laugh, filled with a sense of accomplishment. But then, everything fell silent, the loud noises abruptly stopping. Huh, that's it? Wasn't it supposed to last half an hour? Chen Shu frowned, noticing the fireworks were now covered in frost, with an ice dragon nearby exhaling cold air. Whap! Fongxi smacked Chen Shu on the head. Are you really that insane? Launching missiles on New Year's Eve. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to murmur. Was that really just a firework? What missile? Chen Shu looked puzzled. I just set off a firework. What's the big deal? It was just a bit loud. He seemed completely unconcerned, thinking he had done nothing wrong. Just as he was about to inspect the fireworks for another round of glory, Wang Qian arrived with his team. Who's causing trouble on the outskirts? Wang Qian's gaze immediately locked onto Chen Shu, who was fiddling with the giant firework. Chen Shu. Upon seeing him, everything suddenly made sense to Wang Qian. Wang. Uncle Wang. Chen Shu's face stiffened. Oh crap, did I really alert the Spirit Control Bureau? Wang Qian demanded. Was that noise you're doing? Who, me? Chen Shu shrugged, feigning righteousness. I heard the noise too and came here to catch the culprit, but all I found was this. Uncle Wang, give me some time, and I'll definitely catch the person responsible. However, his words were drowned out by the crowd's outcry. Officer, it's him. He set off that giant firework. My ears are still ringing. Please, take him away. He's just like a terrorist. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he tried to explain. I suspect someone is framing me. Uncle Wang, what do you think? Why don't you explain it at the Spirit Control Bureau? Wang Qian smiled, signaling his men to take Chen Shu away. Uncle Wang, I'm just a young man with dreams on New Year's Eve. What did I do wrong? Chen Shu wailed as he was escorted away, protesting his innocence. The crowd finally relaxed, relieved that the troublemaker was taken away. Zhang Dali asked, Fongxi, aren't you going to bail out Chen Shu? I'll deal with it when I get home. I need some peace too, Fongxi replied. Although Chen Shu's actions were excessive, it would probably end with just a stern lecture. The group began setting off fireworks themselves, feeling much more at ease without Chen Shu around. Xiaobing smiled at her mother. Mom, what do you think of Chen Shu now? Xiaobing's mother coughed, struggling to find the right words. He's quite unique. Who would have thought setting off a firework could land you in such trouble? At the Spirit Control Bureau, Chen Shu looked regretful. Uncle Wang, I really messed up. I just want to go home for New Year's. Wang Qian replied. Now you realize your mistake? Just stay here at the bureau. The people of Nanjiang City will feel safer. Chen Shu sighed in resignation, never expecting to spend New Year's Eve at the Spirit Control Bureau. He made one last request. Uncle Wang, could you do me a favor? There's still some firework left. Can we set it off here at the bureau? Get lost. You want to set it off here? Wang Qian rubbed his forehead, feeling that Chen Shu had ruined his holiday. Chen Shu looked up and sang, the world outside is so exciting. Who would have thought the Nanjiang Bandit would end up like this? Wang Qian replied seriously, but you make the world outside very helpless. At 11 that night, Fongxi and the others finally bailed Chen Shu out. Wang Qian also breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Chen Shu might cause more trouble at the bureau. Fongxi and the group were all smiles, having safely navigated New Year's Eve without Chen Shu. Early the next morning, on the first day of the new year, Chen Shu was about to sneak out quietly when his father caught him. With no other option, he had to accompany his parents on visits to relatives and friends. As a student in a special training class, Chen Shu became a source of pride for his parents, with relatives showering him with compliments and predicting a bright future for him. However, what really made Chen Shu uncomfortable was the fervent admiration from his younger siblings. They hovered around him, eager to take photos as if he were a celebrity. Chen Shu knew that these photos would likely become their bragging rights at school, given his feat of defeating students from 7 schools in Nanjiang City. After several days of visiting relatives, Chen Shu was mentally and physically exhausted. When it finally ended, he let out a long sigh of relief, longing for a good night's sleep. His sleep schedule had been completely disrupted over the past few days. Just as he was about to collapse into bed, his phone rang. Who is it? Calling so early in the morning to disturb my sleep? Do they have a death wish? Chen Shu cursed inwardly. It's me, Xin Wushuang, came the familiar voice from the other end of the line. Chen Shu instantly woke up and quickly explained. Teacher Shen, was I sleep-talking just now? I feel a bit out of it. Xin Wushuang sighed and said, you react quickly, I'll give you that. I just wanted to remind you that school starts in 3 days. School? What school? Chen Shu asked instinctively, then realized, wait, didn't winter break just start yesterday? Xin Wushuang chuckled, but her tone turned dangerous. Chen Pai, you've got some nerve joking with me. You're done for. Let me be clear, you're done for. Before Chen Shu could explain, the line went dead. He groaned inwardly, thinking he needed to find a chance to apologize to Teacher Shun. As he was pondering this, another call came in from Fong Si. "Hello, Sister Fong Si." Qin Shu answered. Fong Si's anxious voice came through. "Qin Pai, can I borrow your classmate's Thunderbird?" Qin Shu immediately became alert. "What happened?" Fong Si replied gravely. "A beast tide is about to occur." "Damn!" Qin Shu exclaimed, understanding the gravity of the situation. A beast tide was far more serious than a mere beast group. He recalled the shock he felt the first time he encountered a steel Fong rat beast tide. Just as he was about to ask for more details, a set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Support Fong Si and help suppress the beast tide. Reward. Skill intimidating roar 1. If successful in repelling the tide, additional reward. Significant beast mastery. Option 2. Ignore it and remain indifferent. Reward. Moderate beast mastery. Option 3. Seize the opportunity to release explosive agents in Nanjiang City, collaborating with the beasts to make a name for yourself. Reward. Advance to Iron-level Beast Master. Qian Shu's mouth twitched. The third option was too outrageous, yet strangely tempting. He forced himself to focus and asked, has a spatial rift failed? Otherwise, why would there be a beast tide? It doesn't make sense. The spatial rifts in Nanjiang City are all low-level. A silver-level beast master should handle them easily. Fong Si explained. It's from a new spatial rift. There's a relatively stable spatial fragment to the east of Nanjiang City. Spatial passages, which connect Blue Star with other dimensions, are formed from numerous spatial fragments that eventually stabilize. Currently, the new rift is in its infancy, and spatial fragments are spilling over to Blue Star. Previous beast groups arrive through these fragments. However, these fragments are highly unstable and can't accommodate large numbers of beasts. They collapse on their own after a while. But there are exceptions. If several spatial fragments collide perfectly, they can form a relatively stable small passage, leading to a beast tide. Though the probability is low, we happen to be the unlucky ones. Sister Fong Si, I'm coming right away. Qin Shu said excitedly, unable to hide his smile. No, it's too dangerous. There's a silver-level leader. 3 dragon guards are already fighting. Fong Si immediately refused, worried about Qin Shu's safety. Sister Fong Si, let me go. Saving Nanjiang City is my duty. I'll come to your place soon, Qin Shu said, hanging up before she could refuse further. He quickly called Su Xingxing. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa in northern Nanjiang City, Su Xingxing stared at the beast pearl on the table and groaned. Why do I have to eat this thing again in the morning? He recalled mocking Qin Shu for using beast pearls to forcefully improve last semester, only to find himself in the same situation during the winter break. The butler, dressed in a black tailcoat, explained, Young master, there's no other way. Your progress is too slow. Su Xingxing gazed out the window, forlornly saying, Honestly, I'm not happy at all. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Hello? Qin Pai. Xiaoxing, I need to borrow your bird. Su Xingxing was baffled. Hurry, I don't have a flying contract beast. Su Xingxing realized. Oh, you mean the mutated Thunderbird? What else would I mean? Get it to my neighborhood now. Su Xingxing reluctantly agreed. My friend needs me. I might not be able to train today. The butler smiled. Let Xiaolei go, young master. You can continue your training. 5 minutes later, while Chen Shu was brushing his teeth, he looked up and saw a strange sight through the bathroom window. Damn, where did this but come from? He saw a blue-feathered, slightly dark bird but wiggling outside, looking rather mischievous. Mutated Thunderbird? That was fast. Chen Shu quickly finished washing up, grabbed his backpack, and jumped out onto the Thunderbird's back. Soon, Chen Shu picked up Fong Si. Together, they rode the Thunderbird, speeding towards the beast tide. Qin Pai, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Fong Si turned to look at Qin Shu, only to see his face twitching as he struggled to hold back his laughter, making his expression comically contorted. How could I? I'm heartbroken. Qin Shu couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. They should be disappointed for not going to the alternate dimension during winter break. But now the ferocious beasts were coming to them. What a pleasant surprise. Sister Fong Si, is the Silver Lord powerful? Qin Shu suddenly asked, remembering Fong Si had mentioned the Silver Lord before. What do you think? Even dragon guards of the same level can't suppress it, Fong Si replied. But you're different. If your slime were to face the Silver Lord, Qin Shu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Did Fong Si really think so highly of him? Chances are, it could end up feeding it. Qin Shu's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? A 20-meter beast isn't just about feeding it. We mainly deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. If you see the Silver Lord, don't act impulsively. Fong Si warned sternly, worrying that Qin Shu might recklessly throw his life away, which would make Zhang Dali demand a feast in his honor. The mutated Thunderbird flew swiftly, twisting its body to leave the city. Fortunately, the spatial fragment hadn't appeared in the urban area, or the casualties would have been inevitable. Soon, they reached a remote mountainous area on the east side of Nanjing City, where residents had already evacuated due to the beast tide. Suddenly, the Thunderbird came to an abrupt halt, a look of terror in its eyes as it turned to fly back. What the heck? Qin Shu and Fang Si were stunned. Was this little thing that afraid of death? Fang Si patted the bird's back to calm it down. You don't have to fight, just fly high. But the Thunderbird wouldn't listen, stubbornly flying back towards Nanjing City. Forget it, let us down. Fang Si shook her head helplessly, not expecting the bird to chicken out at a crucial moment. No, it's too dangerous without the bird. Chun Shu hurriedly stopped her. The Thunderbird's burst speed was comparable to a black iron-level contract spirit, ensuring their safety. More importantly, without the bird, he wouldn't dare to drop a nuke. This bird won't listen. Fang Si was at a loss. After all, they weren't its owners. Chun Shu's eyes darted around, and he sighed. Looks like we'll have to settle for some roasted bird, but today. He pulled out a barbecue grill. The Thunderbird immediately turned around, flying towards the beast's location with fluid grace. That's more like it. Chun Shu patted the bird's head affectionately, muttering to himself, I wonder if a urea bag would fit this head? The Thunderbird shuddered, its tail emitting a stream of light as its speed surged. Not bad. Chun Shu nodded. Next time, I'll buy a bunch of female birds from the pet market just to watch you strut your stuff. Hearing this, the Thunderbird got even more excited, its speed increasing once more. Chun Shu's grin widened. The characteristic approach had the Thunderbird under complete control. Unbelievable. Fang Si gave a thumbs up. Chun Shu could not only manage people, but even had birds wrapped around his finger. After flying for a while, Chun Shu spotted a temporary camp below, filled with tents, evidently set up by evacuated residents. People looked up and saw the mutated Thunderbird. Several dragon guards arrived to offer support, giving everyone some reassurance. After another 20 minutes of flying, they reached the foot of the mountain. Chun Shu immediately noticed the powerful beasts at the mountaintop, overwhelmed by the sight. 6 formidable silver-level contract spirits exuded terrifying auras, their various skills lighting up the area, destroying rocks and trees. On the backs of 2 flying contract spirits stood 2 men in black trench coats with golden dragon guard armbands on their right shoulders, watching the beast horde below with grim expressions. A group of fiery Red Bulls charged continuously, occasionally spewing flames. The leading bull was a colossal 10 meters tall, with horns burning like fire. Exuding a chilling aurate was the silver-level lord that even the dragon guards feared. Let's head to the spatial fragment location. Fang Si seemed to receive an order, trying to bypass the battlefield and head deeper into the mountain. Wait, Chun Shu suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Fang Si's heart tightened, and she quickly said, What are you planning? Don't tell me you're going to drop a nuke. No, a battle this exciting wouldn't be complete without me. With that, Chun Shu summoned his slime. The massive slime immediately drew everyone's attention. The Silver Lord looked serious, eyeing the large yellow sphere, as there was a size difference of more than double between them. Is there more Dragon Guard support? Could it be a gold level? Su Yi's eyes darkened as he stared at the slime. No, something's off. Why is its aura so weak? A disguise skill? The golden slime looked determined, its gaze locked onto the Silver Lord, opening its huge mouth to let out a terrifying roar. Glub! The beast horde and the 2 dragon guards turned to look, momentarily stunned into silence. Damn, not even a bit of stun effect. Chun Shu had used an intimidation roar, hoping to have the slime crash into the Silver Lord. But the 2-level gap directly nullified the skill effect. Forget it. The next second, the yellow sphere vanished, recalled into the beast space. Watching Chun Shu's smooth series of actions, the 2 dragon guards were stunned. Was he here to mess around? Moo! The Silver Lord roared in anger, feeling humiliated by a blob of slime. Over a dozen black iron-level beasts roared, charging straight at the golden slime. Oh crap, we've stirred up trouble. Run! Without needing Chun Shu's command, the mutated Thunderbird spat out a mouthful of water, then accelerated to full speed, soaring into the sky. Its fear of death was unmatched, which explained why Su Xingxing had sent the Thunderbird alone. Seeing their departure, the Silver Lord roared in fury, its target now the 2 dragon guards. Instantly, the beast horde surged forward, spewing countless fireballs. Even silver-level contract spirits couldn't withstand it, and the 2 men felt the pressure intensify. Dragon Guard Sui couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what a shit stirrer. As soon as Qin Shu arrived at the battlefield, he made a move that left the dragon guards in utter distress. 2 dragon guards were struggling to fend off the ferocious beasts, with one gritting his teeth and shouting, Hold on, it's just one Silver Lord. Wang Xinyang will be back to support us. The other dragon guard, furious, retorted, Watch your language. I'm not a piece of crap. Despite their irritation, the two worked seamlessly together to resist the savage beast horde. Their mission was to prevent the beasts from leaving the mountains, but facing a Silver Lord and hundreds of Iron Tier minions, even their combined efforts felt strained. As the intense battle raged on, Qinshu and Fangxi had quietly infiltrated the mountain. Fangxi rubbed her forehead and said in frustration, "Qinpai, are you trying to get me fired? I knew I shouldn't have brought you along." Qinshu coughed, trying to defend himself. "Sister Fangxi, let me explain. That Silver Lord is incredibly cunning. Although it seems like an even fight, it's definitely plotting something sinister. By igniting the beast's fury now, I can disrupt its plans ahead of time. Everything is under my control." He spoke with righteous confidence. Fangxi scrutinized him and asked, "Really? That's why you provoked the beast horde?" "Absolutely." Qinshu nodded and smiled, inwardly feeling proud. "Now I have more bragging rights." A level 9 slime challenging a Silver Lord, battling fiercely for 800 rounds, and then escaping unscathed. They looked down from the peak, seeing the trees toppled over, evidence of the beast's rampage. Riding their mutated thunderbirds, they followed the trail into the depths of the forest. There, a fog-covered area caught their attention, a clear sign of a spatial rift. Meanwhile, Dragon Guard Wang Xianyang, riding a golden bird, watched the fog ahead warily. Terrifying roars emanated from the mist, indicating more beasts were descending upon Blue Star. A male student couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, hasn't Fangxi arrived yet?" Wang Xianyang replied gravely, "Hold on a bit longer. She should be here soon." Just then, a boy with black-framed glasses, riding a black giant eagle, spoke up. "Is the genius from Huaxia Academy scared?" This was Xue Ziming from Modu Academy, another top-tier beast-taming university in the country. Qin Chuan immediately warned, "Xue Ziming, you'd better watch your mouth. Fangxi's strength is no joke. Provoking her might earn you a severe beating today." Xue Ziming shook his head and laughed. "Qin Chuan, you have an SS-tier contract spirit, and you're still scared of her?" An SS-tier contract spirit is one that has evolved from an S-tier spirit, stronger than a regular steer, comparable to Fangxi's Crimson Flame Dragon. Qin Chuan sighed. "People are different. Many in Huaxia Academy have steer contract spirits, but how many haven't been beaten by Fangxi?" "Enough. Focus on repelling the beasts." Wang Xianyang interrupted, his eyes fixed on the fog ahead. They had already repelled 3 waves of beasts, but greater challenges awaited them. At that moment, a mutated thunderbird descended shakily. Wang Xianyang breathed a sigh of relief. "Fangxi, you're here?" With her help, they could temporarily hold back the beast tide, allowing him to assist the other 2 dragon guards and eliminate the Silver Lord beast, then suppress the spatial rift. However, when he saw the person beside Fangxi, his expression changed drastically. "What thiets you?" Qinshu also saw Wang Xianyang and raised an eyebrow. "When are you going to pay me the million you owe?" Wang Xuanyang's eyes widened. "When did I ever owe you money?" Qinshu righteously replied, "Last time. I helped you kill the Iron Feather Beast Lord, and you didn't pay up." Fangxi quickly tugged at Qinshu's sleeve and whispered, "Stop it, brother." Wang Xuanyang's face twitched, feeling his mind spinning. What kind of world was this, where even students dared to extort dragon guards? Qinshu suddenly shook his head, looking remorseful. Sorry, not a million. I remembered wrong." Wang Xianyang had just relaxed when Qinshu continued, "It's now 1.1 million. I forgot to include interest." A strange silence fell over the scene. Even the beastly roars from the fog seemed to quiet down. Wang Xianyang struggled to respond, finally squeezing out, "Are you kidding me? Extortion has rules, you know?" Not only extortion but with such high interest, it was practically loan sharking. Everyone looked on, thinking, if it followed the rules, it wouldn't be extortion. "Kid, I'm done talking to you." Wang Xianyang rubbed his forehead, not wanting to argue with Qinshu any longer. He turned to Fangxi and said, "Fangxi, you stay here and hold this position. Report any situation immediately." With that, Wang Xianyang mounted his golden bird and turned to leave. Despite the impressive appearance of his contracted spirit, his hurried retreat betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Qinshu, unwilling to back down, shouted at his departing figure, "Remember, interest compounds. I suggest you repay it sooner rather than later." The shout was like a clap of thunder, causing Wang Xianyang to stumble and almost fall off the bird. He barely managed to steady himself, turned back to glare at Qinshu, and through gritted teeth said, "Kid, you're pushing it too far." His eyes then sharpened. "Don't let me catch you breaking the law, or I'll personally arrest you." With that, he sped off on his golden bird, leaving a trail of light in the sky. Watching Wang Xianyang disappear, Fangxi couldn't help but nudge Qinshu and whisper in amazement, "That's outrageous. If you're this strong as an intern beast master, imagine what you'd be like at the iron, silver, or even king level. There wouldn't be a safe place left on Blue Star." At that moment, an unfamiliar voice cut in. You must be Feng Si. I've heard about your strength. I'm intrigued. Xue Ziming's gaze fixed on her, eyes sparkling with the fire of a challenge. Clearly, when geniuses meet, a competitive spirit is inevitable. However, before Feng Si could respond, Qin Shu jumped in. Who the hell are you? His attention was soon drawn to the black giant eagle under Xue Ziming's feet. He couldn't help but swallow and mutter, that eagle is so big, it wouldn't fit in a pot. Xue Ziming looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what Qin Shu meant. Just then, a fierce roar echoed nearby, as if it was right next to them. Watch out. Feng Si's expression turned serious. Ignoring Xue Ziming, she immediately went into combat mode. Hold your positions, she ordered decisively, stepping into Wang Xianyang's place to brace for the brunt of the attack. This move also reflected Wang Xianyang's trust in Feng Si's combat abilities. Chen Shu hurriedly asked, Feng Si, what should I do? Feng Si sternly replied, just stay put and don't do anything stupid. She knew Chen Shu had just recalled his slime and needed time to cool down before summoning it again. And, she emphasized, do not use that potion. Feng Si reminded him again, worried that its explosive power could affect the nearby temporary settlement of residents. Besides, this was Blue Star who would want a nuclear crater in their backyard? Okay. Chen Shu nodded reluctantly, feeling a bit frustrated. He clenched his fists, nervously scanning the surroundings, ready to face any potential danger. Roar. Suddenly, countless figures emerged from the thick fog. Fierce beasts charged out of the mist-hand entire troop of crimson fire monkeys. They were swift and agile, their eyes glinting with a murderous light. The crimson flame dragon immediately spread its wings, gathering flames in its mouth. At the same time, the frost dragon's eyes glowed blue, releasing a massive amount of frost that enveloped the monkey horde. The crimson fire monkey's speed drastically slowed. Taking advantage of the frost dragon's control, the crimson flame dragon unleashed a torrent of flames. With a deafening roar, a sea of fire swept down, consuming a large number of beasts. Agonized howls echoed as the crimson fire monkeys writhed in pain. Despite their high resistance to fire, ordinary beasts couldn't withstand the attack of a shrank black iron contract spirit. Just then, a crimson fire monkey charged through the flames, its red-hot claws striking directly at the crimson flame dragon. Caught off guard, the dragon took a heavy blow. Its mouth twisted in pain as it roared and backed away. Damn, a sneaky one. Chen Shu immediately recognized the special crimson fire monkey, clearly a lord-level beast of the same rank. Feng Si was not surprised. Of course, there's a lord. She noticed that this crimson fire monkey lord looked almost identical to the others, except for a few red tufts on its head. The crimson fire monkey lord shed its disguise, flames wrapping around its body as it lunged at the crimson flame dragon. Feng Si remained calm, ordering the frost dragon to attack. With a mutated thunderbird by her side, she had no need to worry about her safety. The two shrank contract spirits coordinated perfectly, one controlling and the other attacking, firmly suppressing the crimson fire monkey lord. Xue Ziming, watching from the side, was secretly impressed. She's strong. He finally understood why Feng Si was hailed as a genius at Huaxia Academy. Yet, he was confident he could also suppress a lord of the same rank. The three black iron beast tamers quickly subdued the beast wave. As elites from a top academy, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary beast tamers. As long as no silver lords appeared, they were confident in their ability to handle the situation. After the battle, the ground was littered with beast corpses. The four of them stood on the edge of the fog, alert for the next wave. Xue Ziming suddenly turned to Feng Si, his eyes burning with battle intent. You're impressive. Worthy of being my rival. Interested in a match? Feng Si ignored him, focusing on dissecting the crimson fire monkey lord's corpse. After collecting the materials, she mounted her mutated thunderbird and coldly looked at Xue Ziming. Are you talking nonsense? Do you want to restart? Xue Ziming was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Qin Chuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. Despite his warnings, Ziming insisted on challenging Feng Si. He recalled his own attempt to challenge her when they first enrolled, which almost resulted in his contract spirit being crippled. In just a year, most of their peers had come to fear Feng Si. Are you talking to me? Xue Ziming's eyes flared with anger, feeling completely ignored. Feng Si paid him no further attention, instead focusing on the thick fog, ready for the next wave of beasts. Xue Ziming clenched his fists, his black giant eagle becoming restless. I'll remember you. Feng Si. Qin Shu chimed in. I'm Qin Shu. Think you should remember me too? You. Xue Ziming narrowed his eyes, ignoring the suspicious figure who dared to extort the dragon guards. The three fell into silence, the atmosphere tense. Soon, beastly roars came from the fog again. Initially, they didn't pay much attention until an earth-shaking roar erupted. Before Qin Shu could react, the mutated thunderbird cried out in terror. Another silver beast? Chun Shu's heart pounded. The four of them had a chance against ordinary beasts, but they could barely hold their own against a mutated one. Facing a lore-level beast, they would only have a chance to escape. A silver creature has appeared, Fong Si said quietly, simultaneously sending an alert to Wang Xianyang and others via her arm guard. I'll scout ahead, Fong Si said, temporarily calming her companions. Qin Chuan and Xue Ziming's eyes showed fear and panic. A silver lord could easily kill them. In an instant, the frost dragon let out a long cry, flying towards the depths of the fog. It has excellent control skills, and even when facing a silver lord, it has the confidence to retreat unscathed. The four of them held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Chun Shu gently patted the mutated thunderbird, conveying instructions with just a glance. The thunderbird wiggled its rear, indicating it understood. Chun Shu secretly calculated that if the situation became critical, he would not hesitate to sacrifice Qin Chuan and Xue Ziyang. The frost dragon ventured deep into the dense fog, but no sounds of battle emerged. Moments later, it returned with a low growl. Fong Si, with a grave expression, said, "It is indeed a silver lord in there, but it hasn't arrived yet. It's still in an alternate space." Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief, but Fong Si quickly added, "However, it will soon arrive on Blue Star. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run." Xue Ziming shouted impatiently, already itching to move. Fong Si frowned and retorted, "Is that what your university teaches you? To be a coward?" Chun Shu muttered softly from the side, "That's definitely the motto of Nanjiang's second high." Smack! Fong Si shot him a glare and scolded in a low voice, "You, stop talking." Xue Ziming was furious. What do you mean by that?" Chun Shu feigned a look of distress, shaking his head and sighing. A college student thinking of running away first, how shameful. Yet inwardly he rejoiced. Lucky for me, I'm just a high school senior, so I can strategically retreat with a clear conscience. Just as Chen Shu was planning his escape, three options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Stay put and observe the situation. Completion reward. Ice potion proficiency increased to mastery. Option 2. Leave immediately, giving everyone a dashing view of your back. Completion reward. 2 black iron level beast control pearls. Option 3. Use explosive potions to destroy the spatial passage directly. Completion reward. Golden slime, all attributes 5. Chun Shu remained composed, a gray potion quietly appearing in his hand. Fong Si, sharpied, exclaimed, "What the heck are you doing?" Chen Shu, with an air of righteous determination, declared, "Sister Fong Si, don't stop me. I'm doing this for the glory of our nation." "What's the big deal about glory?" Fong Si's quick reflexes snatched the gray potion. Her movements were lightning fast, and her eyes shone with determination. "What the heck are you doing?" Fong Si shouted sternly. "Even though we're in the remote mountains of Nanjing City, based on the damage to the ice canyon, the explosion potion will definitely affect the city." Chun Shu shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. "Sister Fong Si, the problem is we have no choice but to blow it up now." "Why?" "Because the school term is about to start." "Get lost." Fong Si gripped the potion tightly, her eyes filled with contemplation. She quickly analyzed the current situation. There's no time to call for the dragon guards now. The 3 dragon guards are from nearby cities, and reinforcements would take at least half a day to arrive. By then, the new Silver Lord would have already led the beasts to Blue Star. Chun Shu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "Sister Fong Si, let's get old man Yi." Fong Si sighed and shook her head. "There's not enough time. Besides, old man Yi is retired, and no one can reach him quickly." She turned to question, "Why doesn't Hua Nation just send a king level to solve this? Why send these 2? She pointed to Qin Chuan and Xue Ziming. The 2's expressions twitched, clearly unhappy with such an evaluation. Chun Shu, however, shook his head, looking as if it was only natural. Fong Si rolled her eyes at him and explained, "Do you think the dragon guards don't want to start with a king level? King level beast tamers usually have important duties. They need to guard high-risk, alternate spaces." She pondered for a moment and continued, "We have only 2 choices now. Use the Berserk Potion or the Explosion Potion." Fong Si rubbed her chin, weighing the pros and cons. "The Berserk Potion can make my red flame dragon instantly possess silver-level strength. Although it can't beat the Silver Lord, it can at least buy us some time." Chun Shu shook his head in disagreement. "I don't think the Berserk Potion will be enough. If we can't hold out until Wang Xianyang and the others arrive, we'll have to retreat. Once the potion's effect wears off, the weakness that follows is crippling. Your red flame dragon would turn into a red flame worm. Then it's the gray potion." Time was running out, and Fong Si made a decisive choice. "Yes, yes." Chun Shu nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "We've waited so long for this day, dreaming of it for so long, and finally, the dream is coming true." Fong Si's mouth twitched, finding Qian Shu's reaction somewhat speechless. She quickly added, "We can use it, but it must be detonated within the alternate space." Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, but didn't immediately object. He thought for a moment and said, "If we can detonate it in the alternate space, we would indeed be doing the nation proud. The problem is, we can't get past the Silver Lord guarding it. Nukes are precious, but life is even more so." Fong Si patted the mutated Thunderbird beneath her and asked, "Can you outrun the Silver Lord?" The mutated Thunderbird shook its head vigorously, its wings trembling. In a quivering voice, it responded, "Are you kidding? I'm just an 8th level contract spirit. Really can't outrun it?" Qian Shu silently took out a bag of urea, his eyes filled with a threatening glint. The mutated Thunderbird shivered, immediately nodding and then shaking its head. It even considered fleeing, but as Su Xingxing's contract spirit, Chen Shu could easily find it. As the saying goes, you can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. Seriously? You can outrun it? Chen Shu's expression shifted as he saw the Thunderbird's reaction. Did you learn a new skill? What did Su Xingxing feed you over the winter break? Under the pressure of the urea bag, the mutated Thunderbird finally acknowledged its capability. Let's go. Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea, and he agreed without hesitation. He rubbed his hands together, laughing greedily. New alternate spaces are undeveloped treasures. Not only can we deploy the explosion potion, but we can also gather immense wealth. It's a win-win. You're this eager? Fong Si looked at him skeptically, noting Qian Shu's overly gleeful expression. Of course, for the glory of the nation, I, Qian Shu, will not hesitate. He waved his hand decisively. Sister Fong Si, have the berserk potion ready. If anything goes wrong, use it immediately. The mutated Thunderbird was the first layer of security, and the berserk potion was the second. With these two layers, they could retreat safely even if they failed. The two of them mounted the mutated Thunderbird and flew toward the thick fog ahead. Fong Si suddenly turned back and pointed at Qin Chuan and Xue Ziming. Although they were also in turn dragon guards, she was the leader of this mission. You two, help clear the beasts outside the space portal. What are you planning? Xue Ziming asked, confused. The Silver Lord is about to descend, and you still want to approach the space portal? Just follow my orders. Otherwise, I'll report your performance as it is. Fong Si said, too tired to explain further. Besides, the explosion potion was such a game changer that science couldn't even explain it. Are you scared? Chen Shu looked over mockingly. Then why were you acting all tough earlier? You. Xue Ziming was furious. What would I be scared of? He immediately rode his black giant eagle forward, thinking that if something went wrong, his eagle just needed to fly faster than their Thunderbird. A low-level contract spirit dares to compare with my iron level one? Qin Chuan sighed and was about to step forward when a decisive command interrupted him. Qin Chuan, stay outside the fog and make sure not a single beast escapes. Fong Si's expression was resolute as she charged into the thick fog. Xue Ziming hesitated for a moment before following her. The three of them proceeded cautiously, recalling the Frost Dragon's earlier reconnaissance. The fog contained no beasts. As they ventured deeper, they soon discovered a small spatial passageway. From the other side came terrifying roars, and the presence of a Silver Lord was palpable. Fong Si quickly retracted her two dragon-type contract spirits, waiting for the summoning cooldown to end. In the tense atmosphere of entering an alternate space, she needed to maintain her summoning abilities to ensure safety. If a beast appeared now, they would be in grave danger, highlighting Xue Ziming's importance. Xue Ziming raised an eyebrow, surprised by their trust in him. At this moment, Fong Si was almost powerless in combat. If he had any ill intentions, they would struggle to defend themselves. Yet, Fong Si and Chen Shu remained calm, showing no concern about Xue Ziming's potential betrayal. In crucial moments, wise individuals can distinguish priorities. Besides, Chen Shu could summon a golden slime, and with the berserk potion, it could easily contend with an iron-level contract spirit. The mutated Thunderbird was also waiting for its skill cooldown, fully prepared for the upcoming battle. Time ticked by, and the mutated Thunderbird finally spread its wings, flying towards the passage entrance. Xue Ziming suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait, are you crazy? His mind was in turmoil. I thought you were just guarding the entrance, but you're actually planning to enter the alternate space. The two ignored him, mounting the mutated Thunderbird and flying straight towards the passage entrance. Damn it, these lunatics. Xue Ziming cursed under his breath. I can't believe I provoked them earlier. After a moment, his eyes hardened. I'll see what you plan to do. With that, he stood firm at the passage entrance with his two contract spirits. This is exhilarating. Chen Shu clenched his fists, feeling the scorching atmosphere of the alternate space. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, like a terrorist about to detonate a bomb. According to Xin Wushuang's analysis, the new alternate space was at least at a dangerous level. Chen Shu grinned, whispering, "I'm about to unlock a new life achievement as the Bandit of Nanjiang." The mutated Thunderbird unleashed its full power, charging into the passage without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Qinshu and Fangxi found themselves in a completely different world. Scorching air hit them, and the dry, acrid atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Before they could adjust, the Thunderbird had already taken to the skies. Suddenly, deafening roars of countless fierce beasts echoed through the air. Only then did Qinshu have the chance to observe their surroundings. It was indeed a volcanic-type otherworld. Barren peaks stretched as far as the eye could see, sporadically dotted with fire element plants. The mountain vents continuously spewed hot air. The sky was a fiery red, and below them, a mass of ferocious beasts snarled and clawed, eager to tear them apart. Holy crap! So many beasts? Qinshu immediately pulled out a gray potion, itching to fight. Fangxi quickly stopped him. "No way, we're too close to the passage entrance. It could affect Blue Star, and we might not get away." "Totally agree." Qinshu surprisingly agreed readily. Suspicious, Fangxi followed his gaze. On a distant peak, rare fire element herbs were growing. Fire spirit flowers, blazing fruits, scorching vines. Qinshu's eyes sparkled, his body trembling with excitement. "You can see that far and recognize each one? That's insane." Fangxi exclaimed, wide-eyed. Before she could finish, a massive fiery tail suddenly lashed out. The mutated Thunderbird barely dodged, fear flashing in its eyes. The two looked down in shock to see a gigantic lizard covered in red scales staring at them with cold, ruthless eyes. "Silver Lord, time to run." Qinshu patted the Thunderbird, urging it to fly deeper into the space. The giant lizard gave chase, its massive body crashing through countless beasts. The other beasts could only watch in fear as it rampaged. "A reptile dares to chase us?" Qinshu raised an eyebrow. The Thunderbird spat accurately, hitting the lizard's head. It even wiggled its tail, taunting the Silver Lord. Qinshu grinned. "Let's see you chase us now. Even if we can't beat you, we'll disgust you to death." But the next moment, all three faces changed. The lizard, enraged, had its scales split open, glowing with fiery light. Boom, 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 countless fireballs shot out like a machine gun, aiming straight for the Thunderbird. "Holy crap! Are you hacking or what?" Qinshu shouted. The Thunderbird screeched, flying desperately forward. The Silver Lord, undeterred, moved its limbs quickly, matching the Thunderbird's speed. Seeing the fireballs closing in, Qinshu panicked. "Fly higher, for God's sake." The Thunderbird understood, quickly gaining altitude. However, the range of the lizard's fireball attack also increased. "Use your new skill, quick." At this command, the Thunderbird's eyes gleamed with power, each feather crackling with lightning, truly transforming into a Thunderbird. With a loud cry, its speed surged, leaving the lizard behind. Holy crap! What a ride! Qinshu and Fangxi clung tightly to its feathers, afraid of falling. The lizard roared in frustration, its tail smashing several iron-level beasts to vent its fury. That was close. Is the Silver Lord really that OP, like carrying a Gatling gun? Qinshu sighed in relief, his attention immediately drawn to the herbs on the mountain. "We're rich, Little Thunder. For every herb you bring back, I'll get you a mate." The Thunderbird screeched excitedly. The two of them began frantically picking all sorts of herbs, stuffing them into Qinshu's fertilizer bags. They hooped and hollered like primitives, plundering the precious resources. In no time, 5 bags were filled and tied to the Thunderbird's back. When Qinshu pulled out another bag, Fangxi's eyes widened. "How many bags did you bring?" "Little Thunder, fly further in. There must be more herbs deeper in." Qinshu was ecstatic, as if seeing a field of gold. Even without its new skill, the Thunderbird's speed still outmatched most iron-level beasts as it flew deeper into the space. In an instant, the previously calm alternate dimension was engulfed in a colossal storm. Behind the mutated Thunderbird, countless ferocious beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, filling the entire field of vision. The sheer sight was enough to make the faint-hearted lose control on the spot. However, Qinshu remained unusually calm. He focused intently on picking various herbs, his movements skilled and swift. Before long, another sack was filled with precious fire-attributed herbs, each one potentially worth tens of thousands. Greed flickered in Qinshu's eyes as he excitedly said, "Deeper in. There must be even better stuff." Fangxi was jolted awake by his words, realizing that any further delay could lead them into danger. She urgently reminded him, "Stop messing around. Focus on the task." Qinshu, however, was unfazed and confidently responded, "Sister Fangxi, opportunities like this don't come by often. Don't worry with me, the infamous bandit of Nanjiang. No beast would dare stand in our way." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. A fiery claw struck with astonishing speed. The mutated Thunderbird barely managed to dodge the lethal attack with a frantic flap of its wings. Qianshu looked down in shock to see a leopard engulfed in flames, roaring up at them, its terrifying aura sweeping over them. Almost simultaneously, from another direction, a furious roar echoed as a two-headed hellhound, crimson like fire, spewed a rain of flames directly at them. Although the mutated Thunderbird appeared calm on the outside, it was internally panic-stricken. These were clearly Silver Lord-level skills, far beyond its capability to resist. Further away, a massive fiery red giant ape joined the fray, surrounded by rings of scorching flames, exuding an equally formidable presence. Holy crap! 3 Silver Lords? Chen Shu gulped, realizing he might have bitten off more than he could chew. He had just boasted that no beast would dare challenge him, only to be immediately confronted by 3 powerful foes. The irony hit him like a whirlwind, leaving him at a loss. At that moment, due to the Thunderbird's hesitation, the horde of beasts that had been pursuing them caught up. Countless ravenous beasts opened their gaping jaws, drooling with hunger and eyes filled with a predatory gleam. Chen Shu glanced around and suddenly realized that their current position was perfect for destroying the spatial passage without causing significant harm to Blue Star. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and shouted, "Don't panic. I'm about to feed you all." Xiao Lei wiggled his hips, signaling that everything was ready and they could ignite at any moment. A savage grin spread across Chen Shu's face. This was his second time using genuine explosive reagents. The small dose he used last time to blow up Taiping Mountain was nowhere near powerful enough. This time, he was going all out. Chen Shu cleared his throat, about to deliver a pre-detonation speech, when Fang Xi smacked him on the head, exasperated. "Are you out of your mind? Giving a speech to beasts?" She pointed to the gray reagent bubbling in her hand. "This stuff can't wait." Only then did Chen Shu notice that the intense heat of the alternate dimension was causing the explosive reagent to nearly boil, the internal pressure straining against the bottle cap. His hand trembled, and the reagent plummeted straight into the dense crowd of ferocious beasts below. The mutated Thunderbird was prepared, electricity crackling along its feathers, and it shot into the sky like an untamed stallion. The beasts below, still gaping stupidly, stared at the gray reagent bottle, which to them looked no different from a stone. The bottle's cap opened automatically, and the liquid flowed out, instantly ignited by a fire-type beast. In an instant, a blazing white sun erupted in the alternate dimension. The terrifying heat wave swept through, instantly vaporizing large swaths of beasts, not even sparing the black iron-grade mutants. Even more frightening, the explosion triggered a chain reaction in the surrounding volcanoes. Amidst the thunderous roars, lava spewed out, intertwining with the explosive shockwaves, while the beasts within the volcano wailed in agony. Chen Shu excitedly pulled out his phone to record the spectacular scene. The mutated Thunderbird, with its head start and incredible speed, always stayed one step ahead of the disaster. At the passage entrance, a silver-ranked giant lizard was just about to attack the Thunderbird in the sky when it was distracted by the sudden appearance of the white sun behind it. Chen Shu grinned, giving the lizard a close-up shot before preparing to leave the alternate dimension. At that moment, Chen Shu caught sight of something strange out of the corner of his eye. The top of a distant volcano was shaking ominously. Focusing his gaze, he saw a massive dragon head engulfed in scorching flames. Its body was hidden within the volcano, impervious to the boiling lava around it. The fire dragon's enraged eyes locked onto Chen Shu, capturing his smug smile even from a great distance. However, just as the dragon realized who the culprit was, Chen Shu had already disappeared into the spatial passage. Chen Shu exhaled heavily, exclaiming, "That was intense. Absolutely intense." Little did he know, a terrifying beast had marked him for revenge. If he dared to step into the alternate dimension again, he would likely face relentless pursuit. Unwittingly, Chen Shu had been blacklisted by the beasts of the other realm. Xue Ziming anxiously waited at the tunnel entrance. As soon as he saw the two emerge, he immediately asked, "What on earth did you do?" Qin Shu and Fang Xi remained silent, urging the mutated Thunderbird to dash out of the mist. Alarm bells went off in Xue Ziming's mind. Instinctively, he tried to mount the black giant eagle to take off. However, he was a step too slow. Boom! A white shockwave suddenly erupted from the space tunnel, flipping the black giant eagle to the ground. What the hell? It can attack through the space? Xue Ziming was shocked. The black giant eagle beneath him trembled its wings, glowed faintly, and teleported a short distance. It then let out a sharp screech and began a frenzied escape. Seeing this from outside the mist, Qin Chuan's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The mission of the Dragon Guards was important, but his life was even more so. The power of the explosive potion penetrated the space tunnel, violently impacting Blue Star. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed, and the intense white light continuously devoured the surrounding mountains. The mutated Thunderbird finally came to a stop, panting heavily with its tongue hanging out, looking utterly exhausted. "We should be safe now," Fongxi said, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Even through the space tunnel, the explosive potion had leveled several mountains on Blue Star. No wonder they dared to call it a nuke. But it's really the other dimension that got the worst of it. In the wake of the nuke, nothing survived. Lava flowed freely, countless beasts were obliterated without a trace, volcanoes collapsed one after another, and the wails of the Lord Beasts filled the air, pervading the entire space with a sense of devastation. A mighty fire dragon stood dumbfounded, staring at its devastated territory. Why did this happen? How did it come to this? I was just taking a nap. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Wang Xinyang let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. The 3 dragon guards had joined forces to eliminate the Silver Lord. Let's go support them. The 3 didn't dare to relax. As long as the space tunnel remained, the crisis wasn't fully averted. Why haven't Feng Si and the others contacted us? Wang Xinyang frowned, puzzled. 10 minutes later, the 3 dragon guards hovered in the air, their faces full of confusion. "Where the hell is the tunnel?" one dragon guard shouted. Su Yi's mouth twitched. "Forget the tunnel. Even the damn mountains are gone." Wang Xinyang fell silent, a familiar image flashing through his mind. It couldn't be that bandit, could it? Wang Xinyang wore a contemplative expression, his brows slightly furrowed, as he slowly spoke. "I think I know who it might be." The mountain below didn't collapse. It vanished into thin air, just like Taiping Mountain did back then. There were rumors that it was the work of the bandits from Nanjiang. Now Qin Shu is here at the scene. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Ziming came rushing in on a massive black giant eagle, his face still showing signs of lingering fear. He urgently shouted, "Wang, I've got something to report." "Report? Report what?" A voice suddenly called out. Everyone turned to see Feng Si and Qin Shu flying back on Thunderbirds. Qin Shu sniffed the air, and his eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he stared intently at the giant eagle under Xue Ziming's feet. He said, "Your contract beast smells delicious." Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Xue Ziming's mount. The giant eagle, injured by the shockwave from the other dimension, was now emitting a tantalizing aroma. Xue Ziming's face changed drastically as he warily looked at Qin Shu, thinking to himself, "Is this guy seriously considering eating my contract beast?" "Enough." Wang Xinyang interrupted everyone's wild thoughts, though he couldn't help but swallow hard himself. He turned to Feng Si, saying sternly, "Explain what happened." Seeing this, Xue Ziming quickly retracted the giant eagle into his beast space and stood on the ground, cursing inwardly. "What kind of people are these?" Chun Shu patted Feng Si on the shoulder and volunteered. "Let me explain. It's a long story, but I'll keep it short." Wang Xuanyang's mouth twitched as he thought. The moment this guy starts talking, I already feel like I don't want to listen. Chen Shu began his lengthy narrative. "We were fully engaged in exterminating the beast tide. Thanks to my impressive actions, we finally dealt with the first wave of beasts." Qin Chuan and Xue Ziming exchanged skeptical glances, thinking, "Did you really contribute?" Chen Shu continued, "Then, we suddenly heard the roar of a Silver Lord. After some investigation, we found it came from the other dimension. Based on my analysis, there were at least 18 Silver Lords roaring simultaneously." "Stop! Stop!" Wang Xinyang couldn't help but interrupt. "You can count the number of lords through a dimensional barrier. 18, no less? What? Were they reporting the numbers to you?" "Feng Si, you take over." He turned to Qin Shu, exasperated. "Please, just stop talking." Feng Si stepped forward and took over. "We did sense the presence of Silver Lords. If they had descended on Blue Star, it would have caused major chaos. To prevent a crisis, Qin Shu and I went into the other dimension to buy some time." Everyone present was shocked. The 3 dragon guards exchanged glances, thinking, "Are the younger generation this brave now?" Entering an unexplored dimension is something even we wouldn't dare to do lightly. Encountering a Golden Lord could mean certain death, even for us. Wang Xinyang still had doubts and pressed on. "What about the explosion? Dimensional portals don't just collapse so easily." Feng Si explained. "As soon as we entered the other dimension, Silver Lords began chasing us." Sui interrupted. "Wait, how did you escape?" "Silver Lords are not slow." Feng Si patted the mutated Thunderbird under his feet and said, "We have this bird to thank. Without it, we might not have made it out alive." The dragon guards raised their eyebrows, skeptical. "That bird? An 8th level contract beast? Escaping while being 2 levels lower?" The mutated Thunderbird seemed to understand their doubt and gave them a disdainful look, even provocatively shaking its rear at them. The 3 dragon guards were dumbfounded, thinking, "We don't know if it's fast, but it's definitely cheeky." Wang Xinyang continued to press. "What about the explosion?" He kept his eyes on Qin Shu, trying to gauge his reaction. Chen Shu stepped forward, looking serious. We saw medicinal herbs everywhere in the other dimension and started picking them like crazy, but more and more silver lords began chasing us. Perhaps we angered them, and we encountered a silver king-level beast. Everyone was stunned. Wang Xuanyang's expression turned serious as he asked, "Are you sure it was a silver king beast?" Chen Shu's eyes darted around as he vividly described. It was like a volcano. Its appearance resembled a volcano, and its head swayed back and forth like seaweed in the wind. You know that kind of smooth, flowing motion? Wang Xinyang rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Are you kidding me? Is that supposed to be a beast? Chen Shu ignored the expressions of the three and continued his description. At that moment, we provoked it, and we were several kilometers apart. Suddenly, a bright white light appeared in its mouth and shot directly towards us. As he spoke, a hint of terror flashed in his eyes, his acting worthy of an award. The crowd couldn't help but be half convinced. Luckily, the mutated Thunderbird was fast, and we managed to escape the space tunnel. But even so, the power of the attack still pierced through the space, causing the current situation. Chen Shu added, still looking fearful. The three dragon guards remained silent, lost in thought. Although Chen Shu's words sounded somewhat unbelievable, there was a certain possibility. If the Silver Monarch did appear, destroying the space tunnel wasn't impossible. The key issue was that they had no way to verify this in the alien space. The three exchanged glances, their faces showing mixed feelings of skepticism and belief. Aside from trusting Chen Shu, they couldn't think of another explanation. Despite rumors that Chen Shu possessed some black technology, it seemed implausible for a high school student to achieve what even the nation couldn't. Chen Shu inwardly chuckled. The Silver Monarch's wicked deeds have nothing to do with me, the infamous bandit of Nanjing. If the fire dragon in the alien space knew about my fabricated story, it would probably want to scatter my ashes. Not only did it become the biggest victim, but it also took the blame. A tragedy in the life of a beast. These are our spoils. To enhance his credibility, Chen Shu opened 8 bags of urea. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The ordinary urea bags were filled with various valuable herbs, each worth tens of thousands, essential for making black iron-level potions. The total value of the 8 bags was at least in the millions, possibly higher. Even silver-level beast tamers would be tempted. Now do you believe me? The new alien space is a treasure trove. Chen Shu's tone carried a hint of excitement, as if describing the joy of finding money. Xue Ziming clenched his fists, regretting not following along. But if he had dared to go, Chen Shu would likely have betrayed him already. All right, Wang Xinyang spoke up. Since the crisis is resolved, our mission is complete. As the crowd prepared to leave, Chen Shu quickly stopped them. Wait, what about the government's reward? System rewards, alien space herbs, and government rewards. I want them all. Wang Xinyang glanced back and said, tomorrow, you'll get a banner. What inscription would you like? You can request it in advance. Chen Shu's face twitched, thinking the symbolic honor was useless. I want money. Wang Xuanyang's eyes widened. You're not even trying to hide your greed. Sui explained. The credit is shared between you two, but since you're not a dragon guard, internal resources can't be given to you. He realized Chen Shu wasn't someone easily fooled. Chen Shu's eyes lit up. I can forego the money, but you must let me appear on national TV and present the banner publicly. Wang Xinyang smiled. No problem at all. What inscription do you want on the banner? Nanjing Bandit. The 3 dragon guards stared at him, bewildered. What's the problem? Chen Shu asked. One of his life goals was to make the name Nanjing Bandit famous worldwide, starting with his own country. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Wang Xinyang was exasperated. The government giving a banner with Nanjing Bandit? That's absurd. Change it. The 3 dragon guards immediately rejected the idea. Publicly honoring a bandit was out of the question. Then I don't want it. Give all the credit to Sister Fong Si. Chen Shu shrugged. Without Nanjing Bandit, any other title felt insufficient. His dreams would have to be self-fulfilled. Official recognition was out of the question. Fine, if there's nothing else, let's leave. As the 3 prepared to depart again, Chen Shu shouted, Wait, you still owe me 11 million. Before he finished speaking, Wang Xinyang had already disappeared on his golden bird. The other 2 dragon guards vowed never to be caught by this kid. Chen Shu turned to Xue Ziming. How much for your eagle meat per pound? Money's not an issue. Hearing this, both Chen Shu and Fong Si's eyes gleamed like hungry wolves, sending chills down Xue Ziming's spine. Brother Su, take me with you. Xue Ziming cried out in fear. If he stayed any longer, his 2 contracted spirits might end up being cooked. His black giant eagle was already severely injured. No match for Fong Si, let alone the unpredictable Chen Shu. No ordinary beast tamer would dare venture into uncharted alien space. He wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. Soon, everyone except Chen Shu and Fong Si had left. The cleanup would be handled by the Spirit Bureau. Sigh. No eagle meat, what a pity. Chen Shu sighed and left, returning to Nanjing. The first thing he did was head to the flower and bird market, buying all the female birds as a reward for the mutated thunderbird. It had no interest in valuable herbs, only female birds mattered to it. The thunderbird, carrying a large cage, was quite satisfied. Chen Shu dragged the 8 urea bags back to his neighborhood with Feng Si. Passers-by gave them curious looks, but no one would guess that the ordinary bags contained millions worth of herbs. Now that's what you call stealth wealth. The two intended to divide the spoils at home, but Feng Si refused. The herbs are yours. The Dragon Guard's rewards are more useful to me. She left directly, needing silver-level resources for her perfectly cultivated black iron spirits. Chen Shu didn't argue and took the herbs home. Early the next morning, he went to his black market shop. Brother Tianba put all the herbs on display. Wang Tianba and his team opened the urea bags and were stunned by the prices Chen Shu had marked. Young Master Chen, this flower is worth 200,000? They swallowed hard, shocked. Wang Tianba whispered, Young Master Chen, even though it's the black market, don't scam too much. The Spirit Bureau might intervene. Chen Shu's face twitched. Do I look like I'm selling fake goods? It's all genuine. Go ahead and put it up. Chen Shu shook his head, picked up a wooden sign, and began preparing free potions for everyone. His eyes scanned the store, where ingredients for fire, ice, and lightning potions were neatly arranged on the shelves. As soon as he put out the sign, it immediately caught the attention of passers-by. The reputation of the mighty potion shop was already well established, needing no additional advertising. 10 minutes later, the first customer walked in. Boss Chen, are you giving out free potions again? A man entered the shop, clutching a bag of herbs. Give me the herbs. Chen Shu took the herbs and walked towards the store's back room. He silently recited to himself, never forget why you started, and you can accomplish your mission. Suddenly, he frowned and glanced at the herbs in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. While the man waited, his eyes roamed over the shelves. When he saw the various fire attribute herbs, he was stunned. Are these all black iron grade herbs? He carefully checked the price tags and found that they were all at market price. Did your boss raid a beast's nest? His expression grew increasingly shocked as the herbs looked freshly harvested. Wang Tianba and the others just shook their heads, secretly wondering if Chen Shu had robbed someone. Soon, the news of free potions spread throughout Nanjing City. As the saying goes, only a fool would pass up a bargain. Countless people flocked to the mighty potion shop, making it a bustling place. People marveled at the herbs on the shelves. While most couldn't afford them, some wealthy individuals made generous purchases. Chen Shu had intended to use this opportunity to quickly sell his herbs. 2 days flew by, and Chen Shu had sold herbs worth 20 million. At this rate, his stock would be gone in less than half a month. Meanwhile, his potion-making skills were improving rapidly. At Nanjing No. 2 High School, in the special training class, an elderly man with gray hair and glasses walked to the podium and cleared his throat. Students, I will be your teacher this month. In February, I will teach you cultural subjects. This is the only month dedicated to cultural studies, and I hope you will give it your all. He continued, cultural subjects are crucial for the college entrance exam. If you only have strength but no knowledge, others will see you as a brute or even a thug. Can you accept that label? The room fell silent. Upon hearing the word thug, everyone looked towards the back of the classroom. However, Chen Shu's seat was empty. It was the first day of school, but he hadn't shown up, which didn't surprise anyone. It seemed almost expected. Check around to see if anyone is absent. If not, we'll start the lesson. The teacher asked routinely. Over the years, the special training class had always had well-behaved students who never skipped school. Even Feng Si, back in the day, would request leave if she couldn't attend. The room remained silent. Everyone knew Chen Shu was absent, but no one spoke up. Without him, they could study better. Thus began the busy life of the second semester of senior year. Students in the special training class attended cultural lessons during the day and practiced their beast taming skills at night. Those from wealthy families not only trained at the beast taming dojo in the evenings, but also used beast taming orbs and training potions, making rapid progress. As the college entrance exam approached, which would determine their future, parents spared no expense, with some even taking out loans. Besides car and mortgage loans, banks offered low-interest beast taming loans, which could be easily obtained with proof of a child's beast taming talent and contract spirit potential rating. This was the country's way of supporting students from less affluent families. Meanwhile, Chen Shu continued to prepare free potions in the black market, putting the start of school out of his mind. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of February. Chen Shu put away the wooden sign, pausing the free potion event. His proficiency with the 3 types of potions had reached the master level, but advancing to the grandmaster level would take much longer. The fire attribute herbs in his shop were sold out, and his account now had an extra 120 million yuan, undoubtedly a huge sum. Xiao Huang. Chen Shu used a partial summoning, and a giant mouth appeared from a spatial rift beside him. He tossed 30 extra elemental potions to the slime. The slime had already been fed to its limit with elemental potions, but the master level proficiency allowed it to consume 10 more. Although feeding elemental potions to a non-elemental contract spirit had little effect, Shu couldn't help himself. Not feeding it felt wrong to him. This wasn't perfect training but rather wasteful training. Hey boss, are you not preparing potions anymore? A customer walked into the shop with herbs. Shu's mouth twitched. What do you mean I'm not preparing anymore? I'm just taking a break. For the next event, stay tuned to the latest news from the mighty potion shop. The customer left disappointed. What should I do next? Shu muttered to himself. I feel like I've forgotten something. Just then, his phone rang. Shen Wushuang? Who's that? Shu was stunned for a moment, then it hit him like a bolt of lightning. Oh crap. Shen Wushuang. He widened his eyes, finally remembering what he had forgotten. Did I forget to go to school? Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Shen Pai, are you trying to get yourself killed? School started almost a month ago. Where are you? Shen Wushuang's furious voice came through. He had reminded Shu 3 days in advance to prevent this exact situation. Unexpectedly, Shu still didn't show up. If he hadn't visited the school today to check on the students, he might never have known. Mr. Shen, if I told you I forgot, would you believe me? Get lost. Don't bother coming to school. Meet me at Zymishan in the west of the city. Zymishan? Shu was alarmed. That was a notorious graveyard in Nanjing City. Mr. Shun, I'm sorry. If he really went to Zymishan, Shen Wushuang would probably bury him there. I'm on my way to school. Right now, I'll be there immediately. He sprinted out of the black market shop, racing towards Nanjing No. 2 High School. Driver, hurry, hurry. To Nanjing No. 2 High School. Kid, why are you in such a rush? You're not racing against time. Driver, if you don't speed up, I might actually be racing against time. 20 minutes later, Shu arrived at the school gate. The scene before him made him pause. Crowds of parents and students filled the entire entrance area. It was clearly the first day of school. Amid the noise and commotion, Shu's eyes locked onto one person. A man with black-framed glasses who stood out in the crowd. His scholarly appearance couldn't hide the dark, brooding expression on his face, as if he could explode at any moment. Without a doubt, this was Shen Wushuang, the person Shu had been dreading. Instinctively, Shu closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and muttered, "You can't see me. You can't see me." He tried to blend into the crowd, but his distinctive aura made him stand out like a beacon. Realizing this wasn't working, he muttered another incantation. Tai Shang Lao Jun, make it so. Anyone who sees me is a fool. Just then, a heavy hand landed on Shu's shoulder. He stiffened and slowly turned his head, only to meet Shen Wushuang's displeased face. Forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, Shu stammered, "Happy New Year, Mr. Shan." Shen Wushuang coldly replied, "Follow me to the back of the school." Shu's eyes widened in terror. "This is it. I'm going to be buried alive. Start of school, end of me," he lamented internally, his face full of dread. He quickly explained, "Teacher, please give me a chance. I meant to come to school earlier, but things got in the way." Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow. "What were you doing? Building a nuclear bomb at home?" Shu was speechless, thinking, "What nuclear bomb? I'm not a bomb maker. I'm just a transporter." But aloud, he said, "A new alternate dimension appeared recently, and the dragon guards needed extra help." "You?" Shen Wushuang looked skeptical. "What can a level 9 Beastmaster do?" Shu hurriedly explained, "I have other skills." "Really?" "Of course. Otherwise, I would have returned to school long ago." "Mr. Shun, I think about school every day. Missing a day feels like a dinosaur is crashing around inside me." Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched and he sneered, "If I hadn't called you personally, you'd probably miss the college entrance exams." Shu quickly changed the subject. "Isn't February for cultural studies? You know my level." Shen Wushuang barked, "Get back to class. If you're not first in February, bring a shovel to the back of the school yourself." "Got it." Shu, feeling like he'd been given a reprieve, dashed towards the classroom. Inside the classroom, the cultural studies teacher was cheerfully summarizing, "Students, it's the end of February now. Your scores have been impressive, better than expected. Even compared to geniuses from big cities, there's not much difference except for those aiming for perfect scores. Tomorrow is our cultural exam, similar in difficulty to the college entrance exam. It will give a good indication of your level, so give it your all." Just then, a voice called from outside the door, "Excuse me." The teacher turned, puzzled. "Who are you looking for?" Shu's face twitched as he realized why no one had informed him. Apparently, the teacher didn't even know he was missing. He braced himself and said, "Teacher, I'm a student in this class." "A student? A new transfer?" I'm the class monitor." Shu and the teacher stared at each other, and the classroom fell silent. After a moment, The teacher asked again, "Are you really the class monitor?" At that moment, Shen Wushuang appeared in the doorway and explained, "Mr. Liu, he's a student in our class. He was delayed by some matters." Mr. Liu frowned, displeased. "Fine. Come in. Even as the class monitor, you must prioritize your studies. Cultural subjects are not as easy as you think." Chen Shu nodded vigorously and hurried to his seat. As soon as he entered, the previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense. Even after a month, his intimidating presence hadn't diminished. Mr. Liu picked up the biology textbook and continued his lecture. As he walked past Chen Shu's desk, he suddenly paused. Chen Shu was rummaging through his bag, pulling out random items. A bag of urea, a barbecue grill, spices, a wrench, an electric drill. Mr. Liu was speechless. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered a student whose bag contained no books but was filled with bizarre items. Chen Shu was equally stunned, realizing he had never actually packed any books in his bag. "Where are my books?" He frantically searched, hoping to find at least one book to ease the awkwardness. The entire class stared at him, not surprised at all. Finding a book in Chen Shu's bag would be the real shocker. Just then, Xie Sunan leaned over and whispered, "Chin Pai, you forgot to bring charcoal for the barbecue last time." Chen Shu's eyes widened suddenly, and he blurted out, "No way. Seriously?" The teacher let out a deep sigh and turned away, his face etched with confusion and disappointment. He couldn't help but think, how could a special training class full of promise fall into such disarray? This is a blatant waste of precious educational resources. Chen Shu yawned and stretched. Since there wasn't much to do, he decided to take a good rest. As night fell, the three of them gathered once more and returned to their dormitory. The moment Chen Shu walked in, he keenly noticed a change in Xie Sunan and exclaimed, "Wow, old Xie, you've become an 8th level beastmaster." Xie Sunan sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Can't compare with you two rich guys. My level is all hard-earned through rigorous training." Just then, Su Xingxing pushed open the dormitory door, and the room was immediately filled with the chatter of birds. Chen Shu was dumbfounded to see a huge cage packed with at least 100 birds flapping around. What the heck is going on? Chen Shu instinctively took a step back. Su Xingxing snapped, "I should be asking you, why the heck did you send me a bunch of birds? And why has my Thunderbird gotten so arrogant?" In just one day, the mutated Thunderbird's personality has completely changed. It acts like it's invincible. Chen Shu awkwardly explained, wasn't it to boost its confidence? Escaping unscathed from the pursuit of multiple Silver Lords would give any contracted spirit a huge confidence boost." "Give me a break." Su Xingxing sighed, pointing at the cage. "What am I supposed to do with all these birds?" "They're for your Thunderbird," Chen Shu replied. "Just to watch it shake its tail? It got bored in a day, and now only wants to show off in front of powerful creatures," Su Xingxing said helplessly. Chen Shu shrugged, licked his lips and suggested, "Then let's grill them." That suggestion instantly sparked their appetites, and both Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan couldn't help but swallow. "Makes sense," they said in unison. Without further ado, the three of them set up a barbecue grill in the dormitory. The aroma of grilled meat quickly filled the room as they ate and chatted, sharing their winter break experiences. Su Xingxing's winter break was extremely dull, spent almost entirely on studying and training. He was now just a step away from becoming a 9th-level beastmaster. Xie Sunan, on the other hand, took advantage of the frequent beast appearances to take on several tasks from the Beastmaster Association, earning himself a considerable amount of resources. When it was Chen Shu's turn, he began to recount his legendary adventures in great detail. "Your slime fought a Silver Lord for 800 rounds? You battled a king-level beast?" As Chen Shu's stories became increasingly outlandish, Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan couldn't help but exchange amused glances, thinking, "This guy really knows how to spin a tale without any regard for reality." Chen Shu's words were completely dismissed by the two. To them, no matter how much trouble a slime might cause at school, it couldn't possibly rival the Silver Lord. Chen Shu sighed helplessly, thinking to himself how no one believes the truth these days. Silently, he packed up the barbecue grill and went straight to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the three of them headed to the classroom. The culture class teacher announced that there would be a test today, which would affect the rankings for the February competition. The students immediately got excited, with some even casting challenging glances at Chen Shu. They thought smugly, "Even if we can't beat you in a fight, we can surely outdo you in the test, right?" Although Chen Shu had the highest culture class scores last year, everyone had been studying hard this semester while Chen Shu had been goofing off. How could he possibly keep up? Chen Shu yawned, completely unbothered. The moment he received the test paper, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. 1. Finish last. Reward, title, Hopeless Bandit. System rewards halved. 2. Finish in the top 10. Reward, 10 basic level beast control pearls. 3. Finish in the top 5. Reward, Skill, wind control, increased by 1 level. 4. Finish first. Reward, answers to the final high school exam questions, and a large amount of beast control power. Chun Shu's mouth twitched, especially at the first option. How was that even considered a reward? Without hesitation, he chose the fourth option. The large amount of beast control power and the exam answers were extremely valuable to him, especially the latter. Although he had already mastered all high school knowledge, the final exam questions couldn't be solved by knowledge alone. During the midterm exams in his sophomore year, without the final questions, he had scored 396. With the final questions, he could score no more than 380. Chun Shu pondered for a moment, guessing that the system would provide the answers during the exam rather than predicting the future. If he could get the answers, his culture class score in the college entrance exam would be nearly perfect. Coupled with his beast control scores, getting into Huaxia Academy would be a sure thing. As the test papers were distributed, Chun Shu immediately got into the zone, writing furiously. The knowledge rewarded by the system was deeply imprinted in his mind, never to be forgotten. The culture class teacher approached Chun Shu, intending to supervise and prevent cheating, but was stunned by what he saw. Chun Shu was solving problems at an incredible speed, like a machine without a pause. You actually know this? Mr. Liu looked at Chun Shu in surprise. Chun Shu didn't respond, focusing on his answers. The 2-hour test was completed in half an hour, except for the final question. This is simple. Anyone could do it. Chun Shu looked up and said. The whole class stared at him, cursing silently. You are so smug. Teacher, I'm done. Chun Shu stood up and dashed out. The culture class teacher sat down at Chun Shu's seat to check the answers. All correct, all correct. Not a single mistake. He couldn't help but marvel at the speed and accuracy, even better than his own. No wonder he was so arrogant, and could be class president had real talent. The surrounding classmates heard the teacher's muttering and felt frustrated. It was bad enough that Chun Shu's beast control skills were unmatched, but his culture class scores being so high left no room for anyone else. The worst part was that Chun Shu never seemed to put in any effort. The class was filled with a sense of injustice and gloom. Chun Shu. Shen Wushuang grabbed Chun Shu, who was trying to escape. Skipping class again? No way. I finished the test and came out to take a break. Chun Shu thought to himself how unlucky he was to be caught by Shen Wushuang again. He didn't know that Shen Wushuang had been keeping a close eye on him. After a whole winter break, he thought he could relax, but Chun Shu hadn't changed one bit. Come with me to the principal's office, Shen Wushuang said, striding forward. Chun Shu had no choice but to follow. In the principal's office, the principal took a sip of tea and asked, Mr. Shun, do you really want Chun Shu to be the team captain for the beast control competition? It's the end of February now, and the city beast control competition is already open for registration. Principal, there's no need to think about it. No one in the class can beat him, Shen Wushuang said confidently. With Chun Shu's formidable slime, he can thrash anyone. Although it's in level contract spirit, it seems to have no upper limit. Who knows how much it has improved over the winter break? The principal's eyes showed contemplation. I know Chun Shu is quite strong, but last year he dominated other schools mainly because of his level 9 beast control master advantage. Now that it's the second semester, most of the geniuses have reached level 9. Chun Shu's level advantage no longer exists. Making him the captain might tarnish Nanjing No. 2 High School's reputation. It's practically negative publicity. Principal, our goal isn't just the city competition, but the provincial one, Shen Wushuang argued. I believe with Chun Shu leading the team, we can achieve great results, at least not worse than Fang Xi back in the day. You're that confident in him? The principal widened his eyes. Shen Wushuang's words implied that Chun Shu was even stronger than Fang Xi. Rest assured, let him lead the team. Shen Wushuang, as the class teacher, had the authority to make decisions. This was a notification to the principal, not a discussion. All right then, the principal reluctantly agreed. I object. Chun Shu suddenly spoke up. I want to study. No one can stop me. The ocean of knowledge has completely captivated me. Shen Wushuang and the principal both looked at him, thinking, here he goes again? Even if the last-ranked student said this, it would be more believable than you. The principal kindly said, Chun Shu, this competition is an honor for the school and for you. Chun Shu closed his eyes slightly, starting to doze off. Shen Wushuang waved to interrupt the principal. Talking sense to the Nanjing bandit is like educating a fierce beast. It might be more effective. He got straight to the point. Name your price. Only Mr. Shun understands me. Chun Shu grinned widely, his eyes snapping open with renewed energy. With you saying that, I'm not tired at all. Without hesitation, he blurted out, 20 million. The figure rolled off his tongue as if he had calculated it long ago. The principal jumped up from his seat, disbelief written all over his face. No way. Are you kidding me? He said sternly. The budget for the seniors is already tight, and we've given Chun Shu too many resources. Do students these days have no sense of collective honor? I've never seen a student like this, always trying to squeeze the school dry. In the tense atmosphere, Shen Wushuang calmly spoke. If you can get first place in the provincial competition, then 20 million it is. Chun Shu's face twitched, and he immediately refused. Are you kidding me? He explained. If it were an individual competition, I might agree. But the team competition involves 3 people, and there aren't any strong contenders in our class. This means I'd have to face strong opponents mostly on my own. Chun Shu analyzed. If we come up against a team of 3 strength contract beasts, even a slime wouldn't stand a chance. My slime is only frank, boosted by various potions and system enhancements, but its weaknesses are too obvious. It's slow and has limited attack methods. Defeating 3 strength contract beasts is nearly impossible. Once they coordinate, I'd be completely overwhelmed. After weighing his options, Qin Shu compromised. Top 10, 20 million. Last time, Sister Fong Si only got 16th place. Our Nanjiang number 2 high school has never made it into the top 10, right? I've already set a new record. Hearing this, Shen Wushuang fell into deep thought. After a moment, he nodded. All right. The principal quickly gave Shen Wushuang a meaningful look. Mr. Shun, the school has almost no funds left for education. Chun Shu immediately stood up, solemnly declaring, for the honor of the school, I'll give it my all. His expression suddenly turned serious. I have no choice. The school has given me so much. The principal and Shen Wushuang were speechless, thinking, this guy can really change his tune quickly. Shaking his head, the principal realized he had no way to deal with Chen Shu. You can go now, Chen Shu. Once Chen Shu left, the principal, still worried, turned to Shen Wushuang. Mr. Shun, isn't this too much? We might not have enough resources for the next semester. Shen Wushuang reassured him. It's all right. Next semester, the school won't need to provide much. Every family will fully support their own child. Developing strong students is the school's responsibility, but families also need to contribute. The principal raised an eyebrow. Mr. Shun, do you have that much faith in Chen Shu? Even if he doesn't compete, it wouldn't affect the school. The biggest help would be if he performs well in the college entrance exams. Shen Wushuang explained. Chen Shu will give his all for the college entrance exams. It concerns not only the school but his entire future. Looking out the window with determination, he added, if anyone from the special training class can get into Huaxia Academy, it's Chen Shu. The principal suddenly understood. Since he's our top candidate, giving him more resources makes sense. A student from Huaxia Academy would be invaluable for Nanjiang number 2 high school. Even if others don't perform well, we would still receive strong support from the education department. He smiled. Let's hope it works out. The hope of Nanjiang number 2 high school lies in a student with an frank contract beast. Over the next 2 days, Chen Shu took 3 more cultural subject exams. He performed exceptionally well, quickly and accurately answering all but the final questions. Not only did he earn rewards, but his beast taming power also increased significantly, bringing him closer to the black iron level. However, the answers to the final questions of the college entrance exams weren't revealed, likely to appear only during the actual exams. The cultural subject teacher, seeing Chen Shu's top scores, couldn't help but sigh. I'm getting old. I must be losing my touch. Recalling his first impression of Chen Shu, he thought, I saw him as a lazy student with no ambition, but he's actually a genius? The other students also performed well, with the lowest score being 350, showing minimal gaps between them. Shen Wushuang walked into the classroom, announcing, all right, the February competition is over. He glanced at the rankings, feeling even more satisfied with Chen Shu. Follow me to the beast taming hall. Soon, the group returned to the familiar beast taming hall. Clearing his throat, Shen Wushuang said, I have something to tell you all. The city's beast taming competition is now open for registration, and Nanjiang number 2 high school will participate. If we win the city level first place, we'll represent Nanjiang City in the provincial competition. Most students remained indifferent, feeling it had little to do with them. Shen Wushuang continued, I've finalized 3 participants, the captain, Chen Shu, and team members, Su Xiaoyu and Tang Lai. Hearing this, Chen Shu frowned and raised his hand. Teacher, I object. I suggest replacing Tang Lai with Xiaobing. Tang Lai clenched his fists, feeling insulted. Despite his hard work to become a level 9 beast tamer, Chen Shu still looked down on him. Teacher, Chen Shu is biased against me, he exclaimed. Chen Shu smiled, unabashedly admitting, yes, I do have an issue with him. As the captain, if I don't exercise my authority, what's the point? Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, thinking, this guy really doesn't hold back. Chen Shu explained, Xiaobing's combat power might not be strong, but her Ice Wolf excels in control. Both Xiaoyu and I have plenty of attack power, so adding Tang Lai doesn't add much value. Tang Lai, enraged, shouted, you're going too far. Teacher, the beast taming class values strength above all. I request replacing Chen Shu and making me the captain. Confidently, he added, over the winter break, I became a level 9 beast tamer, and my contract beast learned 2 new skills. My combat power has skyrocketed. Today, I'll reclaim what's rightfully mine. Chun Shu grinned, unhesitatingly retorting, the sky hasn't cleared, and the rain hasn't stopped. Why do you think you're capable now? Tang Xiao, don't be impulsive. Wang Yun urgently grabbed Tang Lai's arm, his voice filled with obvious concern. Chun Shu has been dominating second high for over half a year. In January's duel arena, he almost killed and shrank contracted spirit. Hong Ming also kept trying to dissuade Tang Lai, his face full of worry. The pressure Qin Shu exerted on them last semester was overwhelming. Of course, their main concern wasn't really Tang Lai, but rather the fear of becoming Chun Shu's next target. After all, no one wanted to mess with this notorious figure from Nanjiang. Tang Lai snapped back to reality. He remembered how Xia Yan's level 9 strength contracted spirit had been easily defeated by Chun Shu. Although his wind beast had also reached level 9, it was nowhere near the power of an strength spirit. Recalling past events, Tang Lai hesitated, realizing he might have made a mistake. Hey, are we fighting or not? Stop stalling. Chun Shu shouted impatiently, his face full of disdain. His slime hadn't been in a battle for a while, and he was eager to test its new improvements. After an anomaly in early February, his slime had gained a 5 boost in all attributes, and with the potion from Feng Si, it had an additional 10. Already powerful, his slime was now capable of crushing opponents of the same level. Tang Lai hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to fight. Fine, let's do it, he said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. But let's agree on one thing first, Tory classmates, so let's not go too far. This was clearly an admission of fear. Chun Shu smirked, mocking, not only short but also lacking in courage. Tang Lai couldn't care about saving face anymore. He looked at Teacher Shen Wushuang with pleading eyes. Teacher Shen, can you be the referee? With Teacher Shen there, Chun Shu might hold back a bit. Chun Shu saw through Tang Lai's little trick but didn't mind. For him, this was a risk-free chance to showcase his strength. All right, let's keep it to a friendly match. Shen Wushuang agreed, also curious to see the power of Chun Shu's slime. Chun Shu stepped to the front of the class and summoned his golden slime. In an instant, the slime used its gigantification ability, swelling to 8 times its original size. A towering, third-dimensional golden behemoth appeared before everyone. Despite its seemingly cute big eyes, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Tang Lai's eyes widened in shock, almost feeling a sense of despair. This is insane, he cursed inwardly. Last semester it was only 20 meters, and now it's 30? Is this thing inflatable? Even Shen Wushuang couldn't help but gulp. A level 9 contracted spirit growing this large was simply unbelievable. With the slime's appearance, the entire classroom fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were on Tang Lai, filled with sympathy and a sense of mourning. Tang Xiao, where's your wind beast? Qin Shu asked with a mocking tone. Tang Lai took a deep breath and summoned his contracted spirit. The wind beast, in comparison to the slime, was like an ant facing an elephant. It let out a clear cry, its eyes full of doubt about its own existence. Let's begin, Shen Wushuang announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, the slime opened its huge maw and let out an intimidating roar. Despite its cute sound, the wind beast was instantly stunned. Without hesitation, the slime's eyes widened, and it used its crushing sit attack. Its massive body leaped into the air, and everyone instinctively looked up, as if witnessing the descent of a god. Boom! The wind beast was instantly crushed under the slime's weight, unable to even let out a cry. I give up. I give up. Tang Lai immediately conceded, his eyes filled with worry. The slime continued to wiggle its body, clearly still crushing the poor wind beast. Enough. Chen Shu. Shen Wushuang quickly called for a stop. Any more, and the wind beast might really die. Chen Shu smiled triumphantly and asked, Tang Xiao, still planning to join the beast taming competition? Tang Lai quickly changed his tune. I think Xia Bing is a better fit. Anyone who disagrees with her can deal with me. To save his contracted spirit's life, he had to abandon his pride. Chen Shu retracted his golden slime. The wind beast, now flattened like paper, was barely breathing. Chen Shu scanned the class, challenging, anyone else with objections? I'll settle it right now. The classroom was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Dulong, you seemed a bit dissatisfied earlier, didn't you? Chen Shu suddenly called out. Dulong was startled and immediately put on a smile. No way. Whatever the class monitor says goes. I'm the first to support it. Everyone sighed inwardly. Once hailed as geniuses, Dulong and Tang Lai had now been worn down by the prevailing threat. How did this place of learning produce such a tyrant? Good. Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction. I'm pleased with your attitude. Chen Shu turned to Shen Wushuang, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Teacher, let it be me. Su Xiaoyu, and Xiaobing who participate in the beast taming competition. His tone was firm, as if victory was already assured. Shen Wushuang shrugged and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Even if he disagreed, no one in the class would dare challenge Qin Shu. The beast taming competition officially starts on March 1st. In the meantime, you three should work on your teamwork and discuss tactics. Team competitions are not as simple as individual ones. Qian Shu nodded, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. To him, the city-level beast taming competition was no big deal. With the powerful strength of his slime, defeating 3-level contract spirits would be a breeze. The only thing he needed to watch out for was the S-level contract spirits. Shen Wushuang cleared his throat and suddenly changed the topic. Additionally, we have received the latest news about this year's college entrance exam. The classroom instantly fell silent, and everyone's attention turned to the teacher. Even Chun Shu perked up his ears. The college entrance exam was the real priority. Everything else seemed insignificant in comparison. The academic subjects remain unchanged, with 4 subjects totaling 400 points. Shen Wushuang paused briefly before continuing. As for the beast taming subject, the specific content is still unclear, but the practical component will likely require you to enter a different space. Really? Chun Shu's eyes lit up, his face full of excitement. The practical content varied each year. Last year it was battles between beast tamers. The year before it was challenging a lore-level beast. Choosing a different space as the battlefield this year would undoubtedly increase the level of danger. Shen Wushuang gave Qin Shu a meaningful look and his tone became serious. The location should be the ordinary level different space, the Scorching Sun Hill. Apart from Nanjing City, students from 4 other cities will also participate. There will be over 5,000 candidates. Anyone daring to use nuclear weapons or similar will face severe legal consequences. Chun Shu's mouth twitched, thinking, are you trying to broadcast my ID number? He recalled information about the Scorching Sun Hill. The beasts there mostly had light and fire attributes, their combat styles were relatively straightforward, and the open terrain made it easier for examiners to monitor. It was indeed an ideal examination site. Shen Wushuang looked around the classroom and said earnestly, there are just over 100 days until the college entrance exam. This will be a crucial test that will decide your future. After years of hard work, this is your chance to shine. Everyone must strive hard. In March, we will continue to train practical skills, with pairs facing off against each other. With that, Shen Wushuang took out a list and began assigning pairs. Chen Shu, Su Xiaoyu, and Xiaobing were exempt from training due to the upcoming beast taming competition. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan were also not assigned to a group, leaving the 3 of them like outsiders, free to play cards with Shen Wushuang. Su Xiaoyu approached Qin Shu, eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Shu, should we practice some techniques? Chun Shu waved his hand dismissively. No need, just go for it. He thought for a moment and added, Xiaoyu, Xiaobing, organize the talents and skills of your contract spirits and give them to me. Don't worry about anything else. The 2 nodded, feeling secretly pleased to have such a strong ally. As an opponent, Qin Shu could leave a lasting impression. As a teammate, he provided immense reassurance, making them even feel pity for their future opponents. Shen Wushuang spoke up. Qin Shu, since you 3 don't have training tasks, you can start coordinating now. Qin Shu immediately said, Teacher, I want to take a leave of absence. Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, thinking, are you deliberately opposing me? I just told you to train, and now you want to take leave? And didn't you just come back to school? Qin Shu spread his hands and explained, I have things to do. As the team leader, I need to formulate a battle plan. I am confident that with a week, I can secure first place in the beast taming competition. Shen Wushuang frowned and asked, really? Seeing Shen Wushuang's hesitation, Qin Shu added, Teacher, if you don't approve my leave, I'll beat up Tang Lai and Du Long every day. Tang Lai and Du Long exchanged looks of misery. They had already become punching bags. What did this have to do with them? It wasn't their decision whether Qin Shu got leave or not. They looked at Teacher Shen with pleading eyes, hoping he would agree to Qin Shu's request. In the end, Shen Wushuang chose to compromise. He feared that if he didn't agree, who knew what Qin Shu might do? Thank you, Tang Lai and Du Long. Qin Shu grinned, grabbed his backpack, and left the school. Now, he needed to focus entirely on raising his beast taming level. The school had less and less to offer him. On top of that, the school's education funds had been completely drained by him, leaving no reason for him to stay. Qin Shu thought to himself, he indeed had more important matters to attend to. At that moment, 3 options suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1. Focus on training before the competition to improve the team's coordination. Reward, slime obedience 2. 2. Relax and conserve energy, waiting for the competition to start. Reward, 2 basic beast control pearls. 3. Use the time before the competition to visit various high schools and force them to surrender. Reward, significant beast control power. Without hesitation, Qin Shu chose the 3rd option. Beast control power is the key, he murmured, a smile creeping onto his face. Since the system laid out the options like this, I guess I have no choice but to follow through. His tone sounded somewhat resigned, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide. He hadn't visited the various high schools for 4 months. He wondered if they missed him. Today, it was time to reawaken their nightmares. Chen Shu immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Fang Xi's number. "Hey, Sister Fang Xi," he urgently said, worried that some clueless bodyguard might stop him. After Fang Xi heard Chen Shu's plan, she excitedly rushed to the gate of Nanjiang No. 2 High School. "That's my brother, all right," she said with a grin, thinking even she hadn't been this bold back in the day. "Let's start with No. 1 High School." They quickly reached an agreement and took a cab to Nanjiang No. 1 High School. In the Beast Control Pavilion, Shun Wushuang watched the siblings leave, feeling a twinge of unease. Whenever those two got together, it was never a good sign. Before long, Chen Shu and Fang Xi arrived at the gate of No. 1 High School. Chen Shu cheerfully said to the guard at the gate, "Hey there, remember me?" The guard looked puzzled, feeling that the boy seemed familiar but couldn't quite place him. Chen Shu kindly reminded him, "Remember when your grade director got kicked by me?" The guard's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly remembered. "Oh my god, it's you?" He hurriedly reached for his phone to call the police, but Chen Shu quickly stopped him. "Don't be nervous, I'm here for a friendly exchange today," Chen Shu said earnestly. "Friendly exchange?" The guard's mouth twitched, thinking this kid sure had the nerve to use the word friendly. The security guard immediately spoke up. "No way, I haven't received any notice. This guy is clearly a troublemaker. If we let him in, the whole school will be in chaos. Didn't he just beat up our school last semester?" Chen Shu was about to try persuading him again, but Fang Xi stepped forward, holding a silver armband. Her voice was cold and commanding. "Imperial Dragon Guard." The 3 words struck like thunder, and the security guard's face turned ashen with terror in his eyes. Imperial Dragon Guard?" he stuttered, finally coming to his senses and opening the gate without another word. Chen Shu was inwardly amazed at the power of the armband, thinking, "Is it really that effective? I should get one from Wang Xianyang, even if it costs me 1,000,000. The two headed straight for the Beast Pavilion. Though Chen Shu had only been there once, he navigated with ease. At that moment, groups were being formed inside the Beast Pavilion. "Students," announced Wang Feng, the class teacher of the beast taming class. "The beast taming competition is about to begin. I've decided to make Jiang Tian the captain, with Wen Yu and Lin Zixuan as team members. Any objections?" Just as he finished speaking, the door to the Beast Pavilion was suddenly pushed open, and 2 figures walked in leisurely. The students immediately recognized the boy, and their past fears resurfaced. This was the guy who had once used a single slime to thrash the special training class. "You? Chen Shu?" Wang Feng also remembered the fierce student. "This is Nanjiang No. 1 High School. What are you doing here?" "Get out." Fang Xi remained calm and said, "Teacher, don't be so hasty. Let my brother finish what he has to say." Wang Feng was about to lose his temper when the space in front of him suddenly shattered, revealing 2 terrifying dragon heads that growled softly. He was instantly horrified. Holy crap! 2 dragon-type contract spirits. He looked closer. Fang Xi from 3 years ago? Seeing this, Chen Shu felt emboldened. "Mr. Wang, don't rush. I'm here to suggest you give up on the beast taming competition because I'll be participating." The special training class erupted in an uproar. Someone shouted, "You think it's still last semester?" Another taunted, "If you've got the guts, get on the stage." Chen Shu calmly replied, "Same old rules, all of you against just me." Everyone glared at him, feeling deeply insulted. At this moment, Jiang Tian stepped forward. "I alone am enough." Chen Shu sighed. "When will your skills match your arrogance? I can be cocky because I have the strength. You don't, yet you act even more arrogant than I do." Jiang Tian remained unfazed. "I was careless last time. Today you will lose." "Then let's find out." Chen Shu summoned a golden slime, and a massive third-turtle figure appeared, causing the entire beast pavilion floor to tremble. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including Wang Feng. They had seen big, but not this big. The golden slime yawned leisurely, looking down at everyone with a still adorable demeanor. Chen Shu looked at the dumbfounded Jiang Tian, smiling. "Arrogant fool. Weren't you going to duel me? Show me the power of your Thunderbird." He just loved seeing others' bewildered expressions. Otherwise, what's the point of training them? The contract spirit of the Southern River Bandit never plays by the rules. "Humph." Jiang Tian was furious, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, "This guy actually wants to challenge our entire class. Classmates, let's give him what he wants." Everyone, attack together. Chen Shu's lips curled into a sly smile, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. "You're quick to change your tune, aren't you?" Jiang Tian ignored Chen Shu's taunt, but his heart was in turmoil. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Damn, this thing is 30 meters tall. How are we supposed to fight that? We'll be crushed." The homeroom teacher, Wang Feng, also shouted, "Everyone, together!" With such a terrifying size, a single contract spirit can't break through its defenses. In an instant, 20 contract spirits appeared out of thin air, letting out deafening roars. The air was thick with tension. The golden slime closed its eyes, instantly activating its dream kill skill, which dramatically boosted its defense. A faint golden glow enveloped its surface, like an invisible suit of armor. Gurgle. The slime was the first to strike, using a control skill. An invisible wave spread out, stunning the contract spirits in front for a moment. They staggered, seeing stars. Seizing the opportunity, the slime leaped into the air, its massive body tracing a golden arc before landing heavily on 3 contract spirits. Ah! The piercing screams echoed throughout the arena, sending chills down everyone's spines. The crushed contract spirits howled in pain, as if they were about to be pulverized. Seeing this, Wang Feng immediately shouted, "Quick, retrieve them. If they're pinned down any longer, they'll die." The 3 students snapped out of their daze and hurriedly nodded. They cautiously approached and quickly recalled their contract spirits into their beast spaces, fearing that any delay would lead to irreversible consequences. Chen Shu, however, seemed indifferent, focused solely on controlling his own contract spirit in battle. Even in the second semester of their senior year, 9th-level beast tamers were still rare. Only 5 students in the elite class had reached 9th-level strength, and their contract spirits had to join forces to fight. Despite their fear, they had no choice but to face the enemy heathen. Gurgle. The golden slime turned its gaze toward the remaining opponents, its eyes suddenly fierce. It strained as if constipated, then used its charged skill. In an instant, it was like a mountain hurtling towards them. The terrifying momentum made all the contract spirits feel a chill in their hearts. The ground-bound contract spirits panicked, finally realizing that their opponent was not only huge, but also incredibly fast. The slime's charging skill was so high that it completely compensated for its speed disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. A series of crashes resounded, accompanied by agonized screams. Ah! The contract spirits wailed in pain, some suffering broken bones, others falling unconscious. Witnessing this, everyone present fell into a prolonged silence. They began to question their reality, exchanging stunned and incredulous looks. Someone couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is this thing really a contract spirit? Are we sure it's not some alien creature?" Blorp. The slime let out another intimidating roar, causing the contract spirits on the field to fall into a daze. Bang, bang, bang. Several contract spirits were knocked away like bowling pins, completely defenseless. A confident glint shone in Jiang Tian's eyes. "It's finally my turn," he declared. Up in the sky, the wind thunderbird began to emit a dazzling glow from its skills. A football-sized thunderball formed at its talons, surrounded by a greenish light, clearly a powerful dual-element skill of wind and thunder. Boom. In an instant, the thunderball shot forward at an impossible speed, making it unavoidable. The slime was hit directly, its soft skin tearing apart, and colorless blood splattering everywhere. As a top-tier A-grade contract spirit, the Wind Thunderbird skill was indeed capable of breaking through the slime's defenses. However, this was far from over. The slime's body suddenly burst into a blinding golden light, using its invincibility skill to completely negate the paralyzing effect of the thunderball. Blorp. The slime instantly switched to flight mode and began targeting the airborne contract spirits. Its massive size, despair-inducing speed, and impenetrable defense made it seem like an invincible aerial battleship, unstoppable in its path. It's invincible. A collective sense of despair rose among the crowd. As students of the special training class, they were supposed to be the elites among their peers, capable of challenging geniuses. But now, facing this cheat, they were completely at a loss. We give up? Wang Feng closed his eyes, reluctantly accepting the reality. Last year, Chen Shu had won by leveraging his Beastmaster level, but now, with 5 9th-level A-grade contract spirits in the class, they were still utterly defeated. This was a complete and utter overpowering. How can a slime be this strong? Everyone was filled with confusion. Neither Wang Feng nor Feng Si could comprehend the extraordinary combat prowess they were witnessing. Exceptional base attributes, terrifying skill levels, perfectly synergized skill combinations, and a gaudier skill of gigantification had created this unbeatable slime monster. The battle on the stage was over, and all the class's contract spirits were heavily injured. Wang Feng spoke up, "I have a question." Everyone turned to him, eagerly awaiting an answer. Chen Shu recalled his golden slime, his expression calm and composed, clearly having anticipated the outcome. "You want to know the secret to my success?" he said, crossing his arms and scanning the crowd. "I believe there are 3 main points to achieving success." Everyone held their breath, focusing intently. Despite their disdain for Chen Shu, his success was undeniably worth learning from. First, persistence. Everyone nodded, resonating with the sentiment. They hadn't expected Chen Shu to work so hard. Second, stir things up. Eyes widened in surprise. Could this really be a key to success? Chen Shu grinned and continued. Third, persist in stirring things up. The crowd fell silent. Was he messing with them? Apart from the first point, what did the other two have to do with success? Seeing their skeptical looks, Chen Shu shook his head. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. His combat prowess was the result of relentless effort and stirring things up. Fangxi, let's go. We have another school to visit, Chen Shu said as he turned to leave, then suddenly turned back. Remember, if you see the team from Nanjiang number 2 high, just surrender. Otherwise, I'll crush you every time. First place is mine. Hearing this, everyone clenched their fists. Chen Shu was incredibly arrogant. Yet, thinking of his strength, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. Is Chen Shu really my lifelong rival? Jiang Tian murmured to himself as he watched the two leave. The others looked at Jiang Tian, their expressions complex. They all knew that a true rivalry required comparable strength and back-and-forth battles. But Chen Shu clearly didn't regard Jiang Tian as an equal. Over the next week, Chen Shu and Fang Xi visited several other schools, with predictable results. Everyone thought Chen Shu had reached his peak, believing they had caught up to his Beastmaster level. However, the gap only widened. This round of challenges went unnoticed by the media, but the senior students of Nanjing were engulfed in a sense of powerlessness and even despair. The gap was so vast that they lost the motivation to even try to catch up. Meanwhile, a new global mystery emerged. Why was grade slime so incredibly powerful? A week flew by, and no one knew that Chen Shu had already determined the outcome of the Beastmaster competition. The much-anticipated event would be utterly predictable. As night fell, Chen Shu and his friends set up a barbecue on the rooftop, enjoying a feast. Fangxi, tomorrow is the Beastmaster competition. Are you coming? Chen Shu asked. I'm heading back to Kyoto tomorrow. School's starting, Fangxi replied. Although she was a member of the Dragon Guard, she was also a student at Huaxia Academy, and staying in Kyoto allowed her to balance both. What about you, Dali? Chen Shu asked. I'm heading back too. School starts in a few days, Zhang Dali responded. Why not stay until school starts? Tomorrow is my time to shine. Don't you want to see it? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. I know you've already beaten the other schools this week. Zhang Dali retorted, well aware of their bandit tactics. Don't you want to see the audience's reactions? They'll expect a fierce battle, but it'll just be a series of surrenders. Their faces will be priceless, Chen Shu tempted. Just record it for me. Zhang Dali laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? Going back with Fang Xi saves me a ticket. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. So it was all about saving money. The three chatted away, not feeling too sentimental, as Chen Shu would soon be heading to Huaxia Academy. After a week together, Fang Xi had a clear understanding of Chen Shu's strength. It was simply unbelievable. Even she hadn't been this powerful back in the day. Facing the current Chen Shu, she would undoubtedly lose. After a hearty meal, the three fell asleep on the rooftop. Early the next morning, Chen Shu was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt something amiss. He opened his eyes to see Zhang Dali and Fang Xi approaching with bags of urea, grinning wickedly. Just as the bags were about to cover him, Chen Shu rolled away, narrowly avoiding the seal. What the heck are you two doing? Chen Shu exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had almost been caught off guard. Isn't it cold for you this early in the morning? Chen Shu rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Fang Xi and another person standing by his bed, each holding a bag of urea. They both wore mischievous grins, clearly up to no good. We're about to leave and didn't want you to catch a cold, so we brought these to keep you warm, Fang Xi explained, his tone obviously insincere. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, eyeing them suspiciously. Your smiles just now told me you're up to something. Fang Xi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chenpai, do you really have some kind of sixth sense? He was amazed by Chen Shu's sharpness. You were fast asleep, yet you woke up instantly, like it was pure instinct. It's unbelievable. Chen Shu shrugged and stuffed the urea bags back into his backpack. I've always said, the outlaws of Nanjiang can't be taken down by mere urea bags. The three of them said their goodbyes, promising to meet again at university. Chen Shu headed to Nanjiang number 2 high school alone. It was just before 7 o'clock, and the special training class was empty. Bored, he sat at his desk and slowly ate his breakfast. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the classroom. Chenpai. Chen Shu looked up to see his former homeroom teacher, Li Yuan. Oldly, he raised an eyebrow. Li Yuan was visibly surprised. You're here so early? That's quite a change. He reminisced about Chen Shu's former lazy demeanor and remarked, no wonder you've improved so quickly. I always knew you had it in you. Just as Li Yuan was about to continue his praise, Shen Wushuang's voice interrupted. Chenpai, finally decided to come to school today? Li Yuan's face stiffened, realizing he might have overestimated the situation. Shen Wushuang asked. Mr. Li, what did you just say Chen Shu put effort into? Li Yuan chuckled awkwardly, noticing Chen Shu was focused on stuffing a fried dough stick into his mouth. He cursed himself inwardly for believing Chen Shu had changed and quickly found an excuse to leave. An hour later, Shen Wushuang drove Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu to the Royal Beast Hall in the city center to participate in a competition. Chen Shu yawned along the way, confidently assuring that everything was under control. The entrance to the Royal Beast Hall was bustling with people when someone suddenly exclaimed, Mayor Zhou is here. A middle-aged man with a square face appeared on the scene. He was the high-ranking official of Nanjiang City and a powerful silver-ear beast master. Mayor Zhou exchanged pleasantries with Director Wang of the Spirit Guard Bureau before heading into the hall with his entourage. Various media personnel were busy with live coverage, and the atmosphere was electric. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind, The outlaws of Nanjiang have arrived. The voice abruptly stopped, and numerous government officials turned around, only to see the crowd remaining calm. They didn't pay much attention, assuming it was just a citizen playing around. They continued into the hall, ready to watch the upcoming beast competition. The principal of Nanjiang No. 2 High School broke into a cold sweat instantly. He immediately recognized that extremely familiar voice. It was Chen Shu's voice, and he couldn't help but feel relieved that nothing major had happened. Everyone filed in one after another, entering the newly renovated competition arena. The former Beast Mastery Hall had undergone a complete transformation. A massive competition stage now stood in the center, surrounded by rows upon rows of spectator seats. High-level protective measures were in place around the stage, on par with those of a spirit duel arena, ensuring that beast masters below the black iron level could perform to their fullest. At that moment, Chen Shu suddenly spoke, his tone laced with provocation. What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shen Wushuang reacted swiftly, cold sweat forming on his forehead. As he quickly covered Chen Shu's mouth, lowering his voice, he warned, You start causing trouble the moment you get off the bus. There are important people here today, and it's being broadcast live. Keep it together. Got it? Chen Shu nodded reluctantly. Although he called himself the Nanjiang Bandit, he understood that this wasn't the time to be too ostentatious. The group arrived at the competitors' lounge. Chen Shu grinned and greeted the other contestants. Hello, everyone. As soon as his words fell, the entire lounge fell into a dead silence. The prodigies from various high schools lowered their heads, not even daring to make eye contact with Chen Shu. Sensing the odd atmosphere, Shen Wushuang frowned and asked, Did you do something? Did you nuke the other schools? Chen Shu defended himself with an innocent look. No way. Chen Shu, always convince people with reason, with strength. Right, everyone? The others, faces pale, nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as Shen Wushuang was about to press further, a staff member's voice came from outside. Teachers from various schools, please come draw lots. Shen Wushuang had no choice but to leave the lounge with the other teachers and head to the competition stage to draw lots and decide the matchups. Watching them leave, Chen Shu turned and gave the other contestants a meaningful smile. Remember our agreement from last week? Remember. Remember. They all nodded, still too terrified to look Chen Shu in the eye. If nothing else, they would never forget Chen Shu's face for the rest of their lives. The beast arena was packed, buzzing with excitement. Teachers took turns drawing lots. As soon as Shen Wushuang stepped onto the stage, he heard other teachers whispering, Please don't draw Nanjiang second high. Please don't. This made Shen Wushuang even more puzzled. Was second high really that terrifying? The slip he drew had a circular mark, identical to the one drawn by the teacher from Nanjiang third high. The special training class teacher from third high couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Just our luck. We don't even have a chance to make it to the top 4. With the drawing concluded, the competition officially began. A sweet-looking host gracefully walked onto the stage, her clear voice echoing through the arena. Today marks the beginning of the 981st Beast Taming Competition in Nanjiang City. I'm sure all the contestants from various high schools are raring to go. To reward the new generation of geniuses, we've prepared generous prizes. She continued with a smile. The first place winner will not only represent Nanjiang City in the provincial competition, but will also receive beast taming resources worth 5 million. The second and third places will receive 2 million and 1 million worth of resources, respectively. The host added, While the rewards may not seem extremely lavish, the honor is what truly matters. The Ministry of Education will also pay more attention to schools that rank higher. After briefly explaining the rules, the host announced the start of the competition. For the first match, we have Nanjiang second high against Nanjiang third high. Let's welcome the contestants from these two schools. Chen Shu appeared composed as he led Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu to the contestant area. Unlike the calm demeanor of second high, the team from third high looked dejected and drained, as if their spirits had been sapped. The long-awaited competition, and they didn't even have a chance to bond with their spirit beasts. Anyone would find that hard to accept. The mayor of Nanjiang City glanced towards Third High, frowning. Principal Li, your team's morale seems rather low. Principal Li could only force a laugh, unable to respond. On the stage, Wang Teng took a deep breath, trying to rally his teammates. Come on, let's show some spirit. Even if we surrender, let's do it with dignity. As the host announced, the match begins and left the stage. A sudden surge of confidence and pride flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, transforming his demeanor completely. He stood tall, his voice firm and resolute. I, Wang Teng, have never lost in my life. Today will be no different. Government officials and powerful beast tamers in the audience nodded in approval. Good. This is the kind of student I want to see, full of vitality and never giving up. This is what the new generation of geniuses should be like. I've heard Wang Teng from Nanjiang Third High is not only talented but also incredibly confident. Their performance reminded them of their own youthful days, filling them with excitement. However, just as everyone was anticipating an exciting showdown, Wang Teng suddenly turned to the referee, his eyes gleaming with determination, and said, "Referee, we surrender." In an instant, the bustling beast arena fell into a dead silence. The entire audience was stunned, their minds blank. Government officials and the Spirit Bureau personnel were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Seeing the reaction, Wang Ting frowned and raised his voice. "I'll say it again. We surrender." In his mind, not surrendering would mean breaking his undefeated record. Chen Shu was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Your mental fortitude is really something. He regretted not realizing earlier that the opponent was a true talent. The referee looked at Wang Teng, speechless. Surrendering was understandable. Teams had surrendered before, like when Fang Xi participated in the beast taming competition. But those teams surrendered with a sense of resignation and defeat, whereas Wang Teng did it with such grandeur and fighting spirit. What was this? Nanjiang's second high wins, the referee announced, as the rules did not prohibit surrendering. As the teams left the stage, the arena remained silent, devoid of any discussion. The anticipated thrilling match had ended in such an absurd manner, catching everyone off guard. Some began to sense something was amiss. Why do I feel like there's something off about this year's beast taming competition? The mayor of Nanjiang City frowned and turned to Principal Li. Give me an explanation. Principal Li wore a helpless expression, exchanging wry smiles with other principals before starting to explain the situation. Some principals, driven by strong emotions, even accused Chen Shu of atrocities. When the name Chen Shu was mentioned, the prominent figures of Nanjiang City raised their eyebrows, clearly familiar with the name. Last year's feat of single-handedly defeating 7 major high schools had left a deep impression on them. When the news broke that Chen Shu had visited 7 schools before the competition and forced contestants to forfeit through sheer strength, the expressions on everyone's faces became quite colorful. Some people gaped in astonishment, others furrowed their brows, and a few even involuntarily gasped. This guy is even more ruthless than Fang Xi 3 years ago. A middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with shock and a hint of reluctant admiration. And why doesn't he just prove his strength on the field? Why force others to surrender? Another person chimed in, clearly displeased. Chen Shu. Everyone rubbed their foreheads in unison, as if the mere mention of the name could induce a headache. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit stood up, his serious expression and sharp attire indicating his Statusa school principal. His voice trembled with long-suppressed anger. Mayor, this student has no sense of discipline. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's strong. Taking a deep breath, the principal continued. He even calls himself the South River Bandit. Is that how a student should behave? I suggest we disqualify him from the competition. However, to everyone's surprise, Mayor Zhou gently shook his head, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. His steady voice resonated in the conference room. For a beast tamer, strength is dignity. Besides, he hasn't broken any laws, which shows he has his own code of conduct. Neither the government nor the Spirit Control Bureau can do anything about him. Mayor Zhou paused, his gaze sweeping across each person in the room before continuing. What I'm most concerned about now is whether his slime is really that strong. This statement was like a bombshell, plunging the room into silence. Then, everyone sighed, their faces a mix of helplessness and respect. Strong and unreasonably so. One principal muttered, his slime is definitely not F-class. It might even be stronger than in S-class contracted spirit. I suspect that Blob is beyond S-class. Another principal interjected, his tone tinged with disdain but his eyes betraying his shock. South River Secondary School has produced a real talent. The mayor of South River City exchanged a glance with the Spirit Control Bureau chief, a hint of excitement in their eyes. Although Chen Shu's actions might affect the competition's entertainment value, it was a minor issue for them. After all, this event was just a small local competition in South River City. If Qinshu can place in the provincial competition, it would instantly bring renown to South River City. That would be a big deal. The mayor's words were filled with anticipation. At that moment, Qinshu was unaware that he was the topic of heated discussion among the city's bigwigs. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To him, it was just a friendly pre-competition exchange. What was wrong with that? Brother Wang Teng, your performance today truly opened everyone's eyes. Qinshu grinned, a playful glint in his eyes. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such strong mental fortitude, surrendering with such confidence. Wang Ting snorted, refusing to be outdone. Humph, I will catch up to you. On that day, I will challenge you officially. His eyes burned with determination, as if declaring, if I can't beat you at the basic level, I'll try at the bronze level. If that fails, then the silver level. Clenching his fists, Wang Ting silently vowed. He firmly believed that justice would ultimately prevail over evil. Teng Wang, I've known since we were kids that you had talent. Qinshu grinned, a sly glint in his eyes. Reality may be harsh, but at least you have guts. The people around shook their heads, their faces filled with helplessness. A shadow had been cast over their hearts. They no longer hoped to surpass Qinshu and just wished he would stop tormenting them. Xiaobing whispered, Pai, what exactly did you do? Su Xiaoyu also looked over, puzzled. The atmosphere of the beast-taming competition was off. They had prepared for a fierce battle, only for their first-round opponents to surrender immediately. Su Xiaoyu fell into thought, seemingly grasping Qinshu's earlier words. She pondered that maybe just bringing his photo onto the stage would be enough to win. Such is the power of charisma. Qinshu sighed theatrically. My overwhelming presence is a curse. The two girls' mouths twitched, deciding not to press further. They had a hunch. This guy probably rigged the competition in advance. The second match began. Fortunately, this time neither team surrendered, and the battle officially started. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. If everyone forfeited, what was the point of the competition? However, even though the battle was underway, both teams seemed lackluster. No matter how hard they tried, they could only vie for second place, having already lost the will to fight. To the school, second and third place were still honors, but the students only wanted to win the championship and interact with the province's top talents. Now that first place was essentially taken, they felt drained. Whispers spread through the audience. Man, this feels like a fixed match. Yeah, they're all fighting individually with no teamwork. This year's tickets were a total waste. On the stage, the 6 contestants looked dejected. Lin Zixuan from Nanjing No. 1 High School asked, Captain, should we win this match? Zhang Tian replied expressionlessly, do you want to surrender to Nanjing No. 2 High School? He had no intention of bowing to their rivals again. The other 2 team members shook their heads and said, how about we put on a good show and lose? Make it convincing. Meanwhile, the team from Nanjing No. 4 High School was also discussing privately. Captain Dooley, should we win? Win? Hell no. I'm not surrendering face-to-face. The 2 high schools were competing for advancement, and the winning team would face Nanjing No. 2 High School, which was basically setting themselves up for humiliation. Although both second and third place came with prizes, as top talents, they cared more about their reputation. One team member timidly suggested, actually, we could aim for second place. The whole city would remember us. Dooley sternly asked, do you know what the world's most dangerous extra-dimensional space is? The team member paused and replied, China's Longyuan. And the second most dangerous? Dooley wanted to illustrate that people only care about first place, not second. The team member promptly answered, the Western Beast Nest. Dooley was momentarily speechless and asked, the third? The Death Altar in Africa? Dooley's mouth twitched. Just stop talking. You spend too much time reading extracurricular books. Although high school geography covered mainly China's extra-dimensional spaces, knowledge of global extra-dimensional spaces was university-level material. Dooley gave up explaining and said, in short, we need to lose, and lose beautifully. Understand? The other 2 nodded, agreeing to follow their captain's plan. Thus, the 2 half-hearted teams began their all-out battle, aiming for a grand performance. Their contracted spirits exchanged skills, each attack accidentally hitting its mark, and soon, the spirits were all injured. The battle looked intense, but lacked any real strategy. In the audience, many began yawning. With long skill cooldowns, the back and forth dragged on for nearly half an hour, becoming increasingly dull. Almost there. The 3 from Nanjing No. 4 High School exchanged glances. Their contracted spirits were injured enough to justify withdrawing. At that moment, Zhang Tian suddenly spoke, your school is truly formidable. We surrender. With that, Nanjing No. 1 High School recalled their contracted spirits. The 3 from Nanjing No. 4 High School were stunned. Seriously, dude? Your wind Thunderbird only lost a couple of feathers. Do you really need to surrender? Zhang Tian, with a straight face replied, you don't understand. It's suffering internal injuries. Then, he led his team off the stage. This beast-taming competition was thoroughly ruined by Chen Shu. Shen Wushuang sighed, having gained some understanding. Next came the matches between the remaining 4 schools. Fortunately, Nanjing No. 5 High School aimed for the second-place prize. Not every genius disregarded monetary rewards. Their earnest fight barely entertained the audience, but the other lazy schools had lost everyone's interest. The school principals hung their heads in silence, feeling utterly embarrassed by the competition. Then it was time for the 4 advancing teams to compete. Unsurprisingly, as soon as they faced Nanjing No. 2 High School, their opponents surrendered immediately. The competition progressed so quickly that the championship match started in the afternoon. At the Beast Arena, a third of the audience had left. Those who remained held on to a sliver of hope, expecting the final battle to be somewhat exciting. Now, let's welcome Nanjing No. 2 High School and Nanjing No. 5 High School to compete for this year's championship. Sparse applause followed as the crowd tried to muster some enthusiasm for the showdown. Chen Shu and his team calmly walked onto the stage, waiting for their opponents to arrive. However, Nanjing No. 5 High School's team was nowhere to be seen. Chen Shu frowned, thinking the other side was being disobedient and planning to deal with it later. The host tried to smooth things over with a smile. It seems the students from Nanjing No. 5 High School are a bit nervous. Let's give them a moment. Just then, out of nowhere, a white cloth floated down, landing perfectly in the contestants' area. The audience and the host were stunned. What the heck? The principal of Nanjing No. 5 High School covered his face, too ashamed to look at anyone. His students were out of control. Everyone stared at the gently swaying white cloth, dumbfounded. So, in the championship match, the opponents didn't even show up? Have Chen Shu come see me. The mayor of Nanjing City said as he stood up and left, losing interest in the beast-taming competition. The direction of the competition had taken a bizarre turn, as if it were a meticulously staged drama. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The forfeiture by No. 5 High School meant that No. 2 High School of Nanjing had reclaimed the city championship after 3 years, but in such an unexpected way. Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing exchanged bewildered glances. They had just gone through the motions and inexplicably ended up as champions. Chen Shu remained calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. At that moment, Shen Wushuang approached, a hint of pity in his eyes. Chen Shu, the mayor wants to see you. He's waiting at the city hall next door. He pondered to himself. The consequences of disrupting a city-level competition had come swiftly. Chen Shu frowned slightly, unease spreading through his heart. He sought the company of his teacher, but Shen Wushuang jokingly dismissed the idea, saying, choosing a burial plot? With a sense of trepidation, Chen Shu headed to the city hall alone, conveniently avoiding post-competition interviews. 5 minutes later, Chen Shu stood before the mayor's office, took a deep breath, and knocked lightly. Upon receiving permission, he cautiously entered. The mayor's friendly demeanor put Chen Shu at ease, to the point where he almost relaxed on the sofa, even preparing to take off his shoes. The mayor, half amused and half exasperated, quickly stopped him. During their conversation, the mayor tried to understand the source of Chen Shu's abilities. Chen Shu began to weave fantastical stories about an elderly man named Yi, leaving the mayor bewildered. Frustrated, the mayor cut to the chase, pointing out that Chen Shu had ruined the beast-taming competition. Faced with the accusation, Chen Shu feigned ignorance, claiming he had just made an offhand remark. The mayor eventually gave up on probing further, merely reminding Chen Shu to bring honor to Nanjing City in the provincial competition. However, Chen Shu seized the moment to ask for money, a bold move that left the mayor flabbergasted. In the end, the mayor hurriedly excused himself with a fabricated meeting, leaving Chen Shu alone in the office, dumbfounded. After leaving City Hall, Chen Shu remained doubtful. Meanwhile, the mayor stood in the hallway, watching Chen Shu's departing figure, wondering if this young man could truly bring glory to Nanjing City. At the same time, in the beast-taming hall of No. 2 High School, the special training class students, upon hearing the news of their victory, were filled with enthusiasm for training. Everyone was striving to improve their combat skills, hoping to follow in Chen Shu's footsteps. Shen Wushuang sat alone at the entrance of the beast-taming hall, gazing into the distance with a melancholic expression. Even after school hours, he was reluctant to leave. Xie Sunan urged him to go eat, but Shen Wushuang shook his head and refused, saying, "It's not time to celebrate yet." The entire class suddenly froze. They had thought Shen Wushuang was worried about Chen Shu's safety, but it turned out she was waiting for this good news. At that moment, Shen Wushuang's gaze hardened as a figure slowly appeared in the distance. Chen Shu, with a casual demeanor, walked over with his backpack slung over one shoulder. "You're back alive?" Shen Wushuang sighed, her face showing undisguised disappointment. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but retort, "Seriously, Teacher Shen? Why do you look so down? It feels like the whole class is disappointed that I made it back." Everyone sighed in unison and quietly left the beast-taming pavilion, leaving only Chen Shu and his 2 friends behind. Su Xingxing excitedly exclaimed. Chenpai, you did it. I can't believe you got first place so easily. Chun Shu nonchalantly replied. I've already dominated Nanjing City. Next up, I'm going to make a name for myself in Nansong Province. The three of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and left the pavilion, celebrating together. Early the next morning, Chen Shu eagerly asked, Teacher Shun, when does the provincial competition start? Shin Wushuang explained, it'll be about a week. Some cities are quite far from Nansong City, and their city-level competitions take a few days. Not every place is as quick as Nanjing. Chen Shu felt a bit bored. After getting used to the break, staying at school felt uncomfortable. He thought to himself that he needed to find something to pass the time. Just then, three options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Study quietly and wait for the provincial competition. Reward, 1 power flower. Option 2. Get the school to allow the three of you to leave early for Nansong City. Reward, charge skill 1. Option 3. Prepare potions to reach a higher proficiency level. Reward, moderate proficiency in power potion. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose the second option. The charge skill was a core skill, enhancing both mobility and attack power. It was already at level 8, and one more level would make it level 9, which was almost inhuman. Chen Shu scanned the class. Although he said nothing, everyone felt a sense of tension. Compared to Shin Wushuang, Chen Shu's presence was much more intimidating. Even though he wasn't as powerful as Shin Wushuang, the key was that he was willing to act. Tang Xiao, you've been practicing well, huh? Chen Shu, hands behind his back, locked his gaze on Tang Lai. Let the class monitor give you some pointers. As soon as he finished speaking, a third turtle giant slime appeared out of nowhere, shaking the ground. Tang Lai's expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously, thinking, why do you always have to pick on me? Especially seeing the 30-meter tall slime. He was even more terrified, fearing that his wind beast would end up back in the hospital. Enough, Chen Shu. Shin Wushuang immediately intervened. You're turning into a tyrant. Calm down, and I'll give you a break, all right? Shin Wushuang decided to compromise because with Chen Shu in the class, no one else could study properly. She worried that if Chen Shu got into Huaxia Academy and everyone else failed, the school might never hire her again. Chen Shu flatly rejected the break offer. I have nothing to do at home. Now that Fang Si and Zhang Dali are gone, it's boring to stay by myself. Shin Wushuang's mouth twitched as she saw Chen Shu turn his attention to Du Long. Du Xiao, your earth dragon has grown quite big, huh? Du Long shuddered and immediately said, the sky may be vast, but the class monitor is the greatest. Shin Wushuang sighed and asked, Chen Pai, just tell me what you want to do. Chen Shu came clean. Teacher Shan, I just want to go to Nansong City early. For academic exchange. Shin Wushuang took out her phone, tapped a few times, and then said, you three have tickets for this afternoon? Efficiency. Chen Shu gave a thumbs up, and his charge skill successfully leveled up by 1. Xiaobing asked, Teacher Shin, should we go too? You two should go as well. The provincial competition isn't like the city one. You'll need to give it your all, Shin Wushuang said, pulling them aside and whispering, keep an eye on Chen Shu. I'm afraid he'll blow up Nansong City. The two exchanged glances, thinking, Teacher, you have too much faith in us. If the troublemaker wants to blow something up, no one can stop him. Shin Wushuang continued, you three go pack your things and leave this afternoon. Time waits for no one. When everyone heard that Chen Shu was leaving that afternoon, they couldn't hide their smiles. This was truly a cause for celebration. In the afternoon, Chen Shu and his two friends arrived at the school gate, where the entire special training class came to see them off. Someone pretended to be reluctant and said, Class monitor, take care. Everyone chimed in, yes, be careful. Whether they meant for Chen Shu to be careful, or for the people of Nansong City to be careful was unclear. I didn't expect everyone to be so reluctant to see me go. Chen Shu looked around and sighed. Your Nanjing bandit is touched. Everyone said in unison, Class monitor, have a safe trip. Passers-by glanced over, thinking it was some school leader going on a trip, only to see it was a student. Someone remarked, that class monitor must be well-liked. So many people came to see him off. Chen Shu suddenly said, how about I leave in a week instead? This statement made everyone tense up, thinking, oh no, did we overdo it? Please don't joke around. No, please don't. Shin Wushuang was the first to speak up. This is important. The honor of Nanjing City rests on your shoulders. She quickly shoved Chen Shu into the car, fearing he might change his mind. Chen Shu got into the car heading to the train station, leaving Nanjing No. 2 High School behind. He turned back and asked, Xiaobing, am I really that charismatic? I didn't realize everyone cared so much about me. The two in the back seat remained silent, thinking, do you have any self-awareness at all? After Chen Shu left, the special training class at Nanjing No. 2 High School couldn't contain their joy and burst into laughter. According to past experience, the provincial beast taming competition would last for more than 2 months. By the time Qin Shu won, the college entrance exam would be near. Once the exam was over, they would be free from Chen Shu's reign. Someone couldn't help but sigh. I can almost smell the scent of freedom. The principal of Nanjing No. 2 High School looked relieved and announced, I declare today the true start of the new year for Nanjing No. 2 High School. Shin Wushuang added, and for Nanjing City as well. Nansong City. Chen Shu leaned back in his seat, muttering to himself. As the capital of Nansong Province and a first-tier city in China, Nansong City's level of prosperity was far beyond that of Nanjing City. This is a place where geniuses gather, with the number of students admitted to Huaxia Academy each year exceeding the combined total from other cities in the province. Su Xiaoyu looked at Qin Shu worriedly and reminded him, Qin Shu, Nansong City is a big city. Don't get too carried away. She didn't want to come all this way only to end up regretting it. Qin Shu looked innocent. What do you mean by carried away? The people of Nansong City will definitely line the streets to welcome me. The three of them, each with different feelings, boarded the train to Nansong City. Meanwhile, despite Qin Shu being just a high school senior, the day he left, all the major high schools in Nanjing City were decorated with lights and filled with laughter. The oppressive feeling of having a menace around was gone, and every senior student was relieved to finally study in peace, silently praying for the students of Nansong City. By evening, the three arrived in the provincial capital, Nansong City. Faced with the brightly lit metropolis, Qian Shu's lips curved into a smirk as a wicked thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he released a bomb in the city? He was about to announce his arrival but remembered the police interrogation he faced when he shouted upon returning from Beijing, so he decided to keep a low profile. Passers-by at the train station glanced over, shaking their heads and sighing. Another social butterfly. Qin Shu looked back and found Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing had already disappeared. Hey, wait for me, he shouted, hurrying to catch up with them. Driver, to Nansong Hotel. The three of them got into a taxi, ready to settle their luggage at the hotel first. Qin Shu asked in confusion, why did you run so fast? Xia Bing explained, we were a bit hungry. You were about to announce yourself, so we thought we should get a head start. An hour later, they arrived at the hotel, right next to the venue for the upcoming Beast Battle Nansong City Spirit Arena. After checking in, Qin Shu suddenly announced, as the team leader, I'm giving you your first order. The two looked at him expectantly. Xiaoyu, you treat us to dinner tonight. Su Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, regretting she had expected Qin Shu to say something serious. The three of them went to a hot pot restaurant and enjoyed their meal together. Just as Qin Shu was indulging in his food, a familiar voice called out. He looked up and saw Xia Yin from Daxing City and 5 others, clearly another team of contestants. Qin Shu casually greeted, Hey Xia, long time no see. You seem to be getting worse. Xia Yin shuddered at the sound of the voice and turned around slowly, his heart sinking when he saw Qin Shu's beaming face. Yin, your friend is a bit rude. Li Longshu frowned, sensing provocation in Qin Shu's tone. Li Longshu stood up proudly and said, Friend, arrogance requires strength. As a 9th-level beast master with level contract spirit, he was always confident. Su, calm down. Xia Yin, snapping out of it, pulled Li Longshu back. Let's go. He knew from experience that crossing paths with Qin Shu would not end well. What's the matter? He's just a 9th-level beast master. Li Longshu remained unmoved. Qin Shu grinned, and Xia Yan's heart sank. He quickly whispered in Li Longshu's ear, He beat me up. Li Longshu's expression changed, and he eventually left the hot pot restaurant, wary. Watching the 6 of them flee, Qin Shu shook his head and said, I was just saying hello. After leaving the restaurant, Li Longshu asked in confusion, Xia Yin, do we really need to be this afraid? I don't believe he has an S-level contract spirit. Xia Yin sighed. Su, trust me, his contract spirit is almost like an S-level. No way. I haven't heard of anyone in Nansong City with an S-level spirit. Li Longshu's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were S-level, I might not be so scared. Xia Yan's eyes were filled with fear. His contract spirit is just in Flevel slime. Flevel? Are you kidding me? The 3 from Zhonghan City exclaimed in unison. The idea of an Flevel slime beating in Slevel contract spirit was more unbelievable than science fiction. Xia Yin replied in despair, It's true. I saw his contract spirit's information with my own eyes. Li Longshu shook his head, impossible. He must have a way to alter the information panel. Whatever the case, it's not something a normal person should have. Stay away from him. Xia Yin sighed, now with no intention of provoking Qin Shu. Unless he had a guaranteed win, it would only be asking for trouble. Alright then. Li Longshu's strength should not be underestimated. His combat power is on par with Xia Yin. Anyone who can cause psychological trauma to Xia Yin should have no problem dealing with me. Luckily, his teammates are of average strength. Otherwise, the genius team from Nansong City might really be in trouble. Xia Yin shook his head. He didn't know much about Su Xiaoyu, but he was well aware of his own sister's capabilities. With just a level contracted spirit, it would be difficult to shine in a provincial beast-taming competition. The night before the competition, Chen Shu and his two companions had a hearty meal at the hotel before going their separate ways. Chen Shu told them they could move freely since their skill levels varied greatly, making group training pointless. Besides, his goal was merely to reach the top 10, and with the abilities of his slime, it was within reach. Early the next morning, Chen Shu left the hotel alone and headed straight for Nansong City No. 1 High School. He planned to meet these so-called geniuses in person. However, standing in front of the grand entrance of the school, he couldn't help but marvel at its resemblance to a university gate. Nansong City boasts 6 nationally renowned high schools, sending numerous students to Huaxia Academy each year. With a mischievous grin, Chen Shu prepared to stir up some trouble. Unfortunately, his plan was cut short before it even began. Non-students are not allowed entry, the security guard shouted sternly. Despite Chen Shu's numerous attempts to explain, and even revealing his identity as a Yulong guard, nothing worked. The security guard immediately took out his phone to call the police, forcing Chen Shu to flee in a panic. Over the next few days, Chen Shu tried to enter all 6 high schools, but was thwarted at every turn, unable to even get past the gates. On the 3rd day, he nearly got caught by the Spirit Control Bureau, escaping with a fine of 1,000 yuan. If he had forged his Yulong Guard badge, the consequences would have been dire. On March 10th, Chen Shu lay on his bed at the Nansong Hotel, filled with regret. He had hoped to make a splash in Nansong City, but couldn't even get into a school, ending up at the Spirit Control Bureau instead. Just then, Su Xiaoyu called to inform him that the drawing of lots to determine opponents would take place today. With a sigh, Chen Shu got ready and headed out. The entrance to the Spirit Duel Arena was crowded, but most people could only watch from the outskirts. Today was the draw day, and the actual competition would begin the next day. After presenting their qualification certificates, Chen Shu and his two companions finally made it inside under strict scrutiny from the staff. The interior of the Spirit Duel Arena was vast, capable of holding thousands of spectators. The duel stage could withstand intense battles from silver-level beast tamers. As soon as they entered, Chen Shu noticed reporters interviewing students. Xiefeng Yu from Nansong No. 1 High School humbly stated that he would do his best, without making any bold claims. Just as the reporter was about to interview the next team, Chen Shu grabbed the microphone and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Chen Shu from Nanjiang City, also known as the Nanjiang Bandit. He enthusiastically promoted himself and even started pre-selling autographs. The reporter, both amused and annoyed, took back the microphone and hurried away. Chen Shu wanted to continue, but the reporter had already left. Looking around, he noticed people giving him strange looks. Helplessly, he joined Su Xiaoyu and Xiaobing in the contestants' lounge. The lounge was filled with about 100 people, grouped in threes, with little interaction among them. A total of 32 teams, each person carried an air of pride and confidence. As the top 100 geniuses in the province, they had every reason to be proud. Every year, Huaxia Academy selects 20 students from Nansong Province, mostly from these 100 individuals. As Chen Shu waited quietly, 2 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Wait quietly for the draw to start. Reward: a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Make a memorable impression on everyone. Reward: Slime's defense increases by 5. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. This was practically a free reward. Chen Shu cleared his throat and slowly stood up. He looked around the room and spoke with an air of authority. Since everyone is here, I'll keep it brief. His words immediately caught everyone's attention, and many began to wonder. Who is this guy? Without giving them much time to think, Chen Shu began his introduction. My name is Chen Shu, from Nanjing City. You can just call me Shu. This remark caused the crowd to exchange puzzled glances, all thinking the same thing. Is he trying to take advantage of us? Unfazed by their reactions, Chen Shu continued in a serious tone. I just want to inform you of one thing. And note that this is an announcement, not a discussion. If you encounter me, surrender immediately. Do not entertain any false hopes. As soon as he finished, the room erupted in laughter. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a genius? Nanjing City, what a backwater. Such arrogance. Most of the people looked at Chen Shu with sneers and disdain, convinced of their own superiority. At that moment, Xia Yan, who had been standing to the side, sighed softly and muttered, Chen Shu is so arrogant because he's genuinely strong. Chen Shu seemed to have heard Xia Yan and turned to him. Xia Yan, why don't you educate everyone on some life-saving tips? Xia Yan, from Daxing City, was taken aback and thought, why drag me into this? Besides, life-saving tips? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Seeing Xia Yan's hesitation, Chen Shu urged, hurry up. With that, he sat back down, leaving the stage to Xia Yan. Xia Yan stood there, stammering, well? He looked at the expectant faces staring back at him, unsure of what to say. This scene made the others' expressions change. They realized Xia Yin might have been coerced, and the fact that someone could intimidate Xia Yin, who had strength contract spirit, was alarming. Although the room was filled with nearly 100 geniuses, only a slight majority had strength contract spirits, with most possessing top-tier rank spirits. A common thought emerged in everyone's minds. Could Xia Yin really not defeat this guy? There's no record of strength spirit from Nanjing City. Could it be that they've been keeping a low profile? The crowd stopped mocking and began to scrutinize Qin Shu more closely. Just then, a staff member's voice came from outside. All contestants, please proceed to draw lots to determine your opponents. Xia Yin breathed a sigh of relief but thought, maybe I should brush up on life-saving tips, just in case. Qin Shu had only said a few words, but he had undoubtedly left an impression on everyone, especially with Xia Yan's reluctant cooperation, making everyone more cautious around him. There were 27 cities participating in the Beast Spirit Tournament, but 32 teams in total, with Nansong City alone fielding 6 teams. Why? Because the organizers could do as they pleased, and all 6 teams were exceptionally strong, each boasting at least one strength contract spirit. Aside from Nansong City's 6 teams, only 3 other teams had strength spirits: Xia Yan's team from Daxing City, Li Longshu's team from Zhonghan City, and Wang Qin's team from Nanwang City. These 9 teams did not have to draw lots for the first round, ensuring that they would not face each other initially, thus likely securing their spots in the top 16. Xia Yin stood aside, praying silently, please don't draw us. Please don't draw us. His gaze was fixed on Qin Shu. The nearby teams shook their heads in contempt. The absence of Nanjing City's team implied that Qin Shu did not have strength spirit, making them think he was just putting on a show, possibly with Xia Yan's deliberate cooperation. Qin Shu stepped forward and, following the staff's instructions, drew a slip of paper. A smile played on his lips as he glanced at Xia Yin. Xia Yin's heart skipped a beat, thinking, oh no, not really, right? Especially seeing Qin Shu smile, he felt a chill. Looks like fate has brought us together, Qin Shu announced, unfolding the slip to reveal Daxing City. Xia Yan's face turned pale, and he sighed in defeat. He had hoped that with his presence, Daxing City could make it to the top 8, maybe even the top 4 if they were lucky. But now, in the round of 32, they had already encountered their nightmare. Stay confident. This is a team competition. One strong individual doesn't decide the outcome. Li Longshu patted Xia Yin on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. Xia Yin was momentarily stunned, thinking, that's right, it's a team competition. If we can deal with Qian Shu's 2 teammates, we might have a chance in a 3-0. Though still anxious, he felt a renewed sense of determination to fight, rather than surrendering right away. I must defeat him, Xia Yin thought to himself, as Qian Shu's presence had already cast a shadow over him. One by one, the other teams drew their lots, determining their opponents. Finally, the staff announced, tomorrow, the Provincial Beast Spirit Tournament will officially begin. Please prepare yourselves and showcase the pride of your cities. The crowd dispersed from the Spirit Arena. Early the next morning, the top talents from Nansong Province gathered at the Spirit Arena for the official start of the Beast Spirit Tournament. The arena was packed, with an audience of at least 10,000. Cameras and live streaming equipment from various media outlets were aimed at the competition stage, creating a vibrant atmosphere. A middle-aged man stepped into the center of the arena, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Although he wasn't the anticipated governor of Nansong Province, his imposing presence was equally intimidating. Qin Shu murmured, at least a gold-level strength. The middle-aged man scanned the crowd and announced with a smile, welcome to the annual Nansong Festival. I hope everyone can perform to their fullest potential. Let the competition officially begin. Immediately, a male and a female host took the stage to read out the competition rules. Even though everyone was already familiar with them, this procedure remained indispensable. The host continued to announce the rewards. The champion team will receive 3 designated skill opportunities, allowing them to choose any skill below gold level, plus a cash prize of 100 million Huaxia yuan. The runner-up will get 1 designated skill opportunity and 50 million Huaxia yuan. The third place will be awarded 30 million Huaxia yuan. Qian Shu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The rewards were indeed tempting, especially the designated skill opportunities. Materials for silver-level lords were expensive and rare, sometimes hard to obtain even with a massive investment. These rewards, however, were drawn directly from national resources, free from time and resource constraints. Qin Shu calculated the chances of winning first or second place, but quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. Although his slime was unbeatable in Nanjiang, the competition against the province's elite offered slim chances of victory. Not to mention, he had to contend with the combined forces of Su Xiaoyu and Xiaobing. The host loudly announced, first round match, Nanjiang City versus Daxing City. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Go Nanjiang City. Nanjiang warriors are unbeatable, crush Daxing City. People turned in surprise, taken aback by Nanjiang City's sudden surge of support. Chen Shu crossed his arms and smiled silently. Xia Bing, puzzled, asked, "How do we have so many supporters?" Su Xiaoyu bluntly replied, "Someone must have hired fake supporters. Nanjiang City doesn't rank high in the province. There's no way we have this many fans." Chen Shu shrugged and defended himself. "What do you mean by fake supporters? They're just fans showing their support. Hopefully, the school will cover the costs." The three of them confidently walked towards the competitors' area while Xia Yan and his team from Daxing City appeared tense. They hadn't expected to face Chen Shu in the first match, which added extra pressure. Xia Yan took a deep breath to calm himself, repeatedly telling himself, "I can do this, I can do this." Gradually, he regained his usual confidence. However, when he opened his eyes, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. A massive pile of excrement dominated his view, with nothing else in sight. Xia Yan's confidence shattered instantly, and he internally screamed, "How the hell am I supposed to fight this? What on earth is this thing?" The sudden appearance of the golden slime stunned everyone in the arena. 30,000 spectators rose in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the colossal creature in the center of the spirit battleground. This ninth-level contract spirit, standing at 30 meters tall, resembled a moving mountain and exuded an aura far beyond that of an level contract spirit. The audience quickly pulled out their phones, eager to capture this bizarre and unprecedented slime. The air buzzed with chatter. Is this thing even real? Looks like everything we learned from books is a lie. In one of the private boxes, a middle-aged man who had just taken the stage also stood up in shock. As a gold-ranked beast master, he understood the significance of the slime before him. It completely overturned centuries of established knowledge and might even rewrite textbooks. "Minister, is this really a slime?" the man beside him asked, bewildered. The middle-aged man analyzed in a low voice, "This is a defensive golden slime, with size as its primary attribute. A typical 9th level defensive slime is about 2 meters tall, but this one is 30 meters. It's practically a different species. If I'm not mistaken, it possesses at least an 8th level gigantification divine skill." He doubted his own hypothesis. It's impossible. Could it have mastered the divine skill upon becoming a 1st level beast master, and then upgraded it perfectly with each advancement? Even professional slime experts can't explain this phenomenon. Chen Shu watched the astonishing scene before him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Just then, the system popped up with new options. 1. Finish in the top 16 of the provincial competition. Reward: significant beast mastery power. 2. Finish in the top 8 of the provincial competition. Reward: skill violent crush 1. 3. Finish in the top 4 of the provincial competition. Reward: slime receives a chance for bloodline evolution. 4. Finish last in the provincial competition. Reward: title reverse champion. Effect: earn the disdain of Nanjing City citizens. Chen Shu's smile twitched. The fourth option was utterly useless. But the reward for the third option was incredibly tempting. The last time a bloodline evolution option appeared, the difficulty was sky high. This time, he only needed to place in the top 4 to earn it. Just the top 4? Chen Shu pondered, stroking his chin. The system suddenly being so generous is a bit unsettling. Meanwhile, the team from Daxing City found themselves hesitating. Two team members looked at Xia Yin, their eyes filled with uncertainty. The pressure from the slime was overwhelming. "Fight!" Xia Yin ordered through gritted teeth. "Take out the other two first, then gang up on that giant slime." A blazing tiger appeared on the field, radiating level dominance. However, upon seeing the golden slime, its fierce roar turned into a whimper of fear. "Roar!" The blazing tiger called out to Xia Yin, its eyes full of dread, and it seemed ready to flee. Xia Yan's mind screamed, "I may not be human, but you're really a coward. How are we supposed to fight this?" After being crushed by the slime last time, the blazing tiger's obedience had significantly dropped. Another defeat today could severely impact his college entrance exam results. The spectators were dumbfounded, completely lost. Is that really an S-level contract spirit? They began to question their own understanding. An S-class tiger-type contract spirit, now cowering like a frightened kitten. Xia Yin thought to himself that this blazing tiger must have been beaten into submission. He raised an eyebrow and gave his teammates a knowing look. In an instant, two flashes of light appeared. A pure white frostbird materialized out of thin air, spreading its wings as icy mist enveloped the area. Almost simultaneously, a wood elemental spirit took shape, its potential also rated at a class. With the blazing tiger as the main force, the frostbird for control, and the wood elemental spirit for healing, this team from Daxing City had a near-perfect setup and formidable strength. However, they faced a tough opponent in Chen Shu right from the start. At that moment, a thunderous guji echoed across the arena. The slime unleashed a fearsome roar, instantly freezing the three contract spirits in place. Damn, ambushed again. Xia Yan's heart sank. It was only then he realized the match had already begun, but they had instinctively waited because Xia Bing and Su Xiaoyu hadn't summoned their contract spirits yet. Chen Shu wasn't going to miss this golden opportunity. The slime charged forward like a cannonball, closing the distance with loud booms. Then, the slime leaped into the air, targeting the wood elemental spirit. Its massive body traced a graceful arc, ready to execute a terrifying body slam. All eyes were on the seemingly inconspicuous slime, and countless cameras zoomed in on it. The Beastmaster with the wood elemental spirit felt a jolt of panic. The effect of the fearsome roar had just worn off. As the wood elemental spirit regained its senses, it saw a gigantic rear end hurtling towards it at breakneck speed. The next second, a deafening crash resounded through the arena. The slime landed heavily on the wood elemental spirit, using its unbeatable crushing skill to instantly seal all of the opponent's active abilities. It's over. The Beastmaster's face turned pale. Unable to use any healing skills, the wood elemental spirit could only take the beating passively. Guji! The slime called out triumphantly, rolling its body slightly and repeatedly crushing the unfortunate wood elemental spirit. Roaring fiercely, the blazing flame tiger and the frostbird joined forces, instantly turning the tide of the battle. With a single flap of its wings, the frostbird unleashed a chilling mist that enveloped the slime, aiming to control it and rescue the wood elemental spirit. Unexpectedly, the slime's body began to shimmer with a golden light, activating an immunity skill that rendered it impervious to the frost's effects. Seeing this, the blazing flame tiger wasted no time and lunged forward, its claws ablaze with scorching fire, intending to tear the slime apart. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the slime remained unusually calm. It closed its eyes and seemingly fell asleep, relying on its formidable defense to withstand the tiger's onslaught. Remarkably, in just over a month, the slime's combat prowess had increased dramatically. Seeing the dire situation, the Beastmaster from Daxing City quickly shouted, "This isn't good." He decisively recalled his wood elemental spirit, knowing that any further delay would cause irreparable harm to his contracted creature. It's just a Beastmaster competition. No need to go all out, he muttered under his breath. The slime did not pursue the blazing flame tiger and the frostbird. Instead, it patiently waited for its charged skill to cool down. Realizing this might be their only chance, the blazing flame tiger mustered all its strength for a desperate assault. It knew that once the slime's skills were back online, it would be in grave danger. After a relentless barrage, the slime's defenses finally cracked, and copious amounts of blood flowed out. However, its incredible vitality was astonishing, making it clear that eliminating it quickly was an impossible dream. Chun Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. Though the slime appeared battered, it was far from defeated. In the next moment, its charged skill activated, and its speed increased several-fold, moving with a force that stirred the air. Although both the blazing flame tiger and the frostbird could fly, the slime was not to be outdone and transformed into a flying mode. This unexpected turn of events left the audience in awe. Who would have thought such a massive creature could take to the skies? In a private box, a middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid's skill mastery is incredible." He knew that achieving such feats at the basic level of Beastmaster training was nothing short of genius. Xia Yan, seeing the slime targeting the frostbird, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly shouted to his teammate, "Hold on until my skills are ready." "I'll try," his teammate responded, though his eyes were filled with uncertainty and fear. As the slime barreled towards them, its terrifying bulk aimed at the frostbird, he finally admitted his panic. "Screw this, I'm out." In the next second, the frostbird vanished. It had been recalled to its Beastmaster space. Seriously now? Xia Yan's face turned grim, not expecting his teammate to give up so easily. Now, only the slime and the blazing flame tiger remained on the battlefield. But misfortune struck again. The blazing flame tiger suddenly lost control. Xia Yan scowled, preparing to forcibly recall it to the Beastmaster space. Mew, the blazing flame tiger, unexpectedly opened its mouth and emitted a sound more befitting a kitten. This sight left the audience dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the once mighty strength contracted beast now acting like a playful kitten. The slime's sleep skill had ended, and it approached the blazing flame tiger with its innocent-looking eyes. Just as everyone thought the two creatures might engage in a friendly exchange, the slime suddenly leapt and launched a surprise attack. "Damn, you're sneaky." Xia Yan's heart sank as he hastily recalled the blazing flame tiger. Shaking his head in frustration, he realized the foolish tiger had tried to act cute to make the slime back off, forgetting that it was the contracted beast of Chen Shu, a notorious figure. On the surface, it looked harmless, but it was cunning underneath. Moreover, the slime's loyalty to Chen Shu was unwavering. Even if it wanted to stop, Chen Shu's orders would prevail. With that, all three of Daxing City's contracted beasts were recalled, and the match was declared over. Chun Shu had fought alone from start to finish, while Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu watched from the sidelines. In the battle arena, the slime stood like an unstoppable force, plunging the entire place into silence. Someone couldn't help but voice the question on everyone's mind. Is this really a Beastmaster's creature? Everyone felt their previous understanding had been completely overturned. Defeating 3 opponents single-handedly, including a contracted beast, made this match far more complex than anticipated. As the arena fell silent, this astonishing scene was broadcast across major cities in Nansong province. Is the first Beastmaster match always this bizarre? Could this be some kind of opening ceremony act? A slime just thrashed 2 a rank and 1 rank contracted beasts. At Nanjing Second High School, classes were suspended, and everyone watched the provincial Beastmaster competition live. Even though Qin Shu was known as a school bully, at this moment, he represented the school's pride and naturally became the center of attention. Seeing the slime display such terrifying power, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The special training class fell into a deep silence. Everyone felt the overwhelming sense of futility being in the same class as Qin Shu. No matter how hard they tried to catch up, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. The most baffling part was that Chun Shu's prowess seemed to defy any logical explanation. Xin Wushuang murmured softly, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. I thought nurturing Feng Si was the pinnacle of my career, but now there's Chen Shu? He vaguely realized that Qin Shu might become the best student he had ever taught. In Xin Wushuang's eyes, Chun Shu was already qualified to be considered one of China's top geniuses and had the potential to compete with world-class beast tamers. The teachers and students of Nanjiang Second High School were immersed in pride and amazement, and Mayor Zhou of the city government was also deep in thought. He secretly rejoiced that having Chun Shu represent the city in the competition had indeed been a wise decision. However, just then, the TV screen showed Chun Shu turning around to rummage through his backpack, and Mayor Zhou's expression froze, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Moments later, Qin Shu calmly pulled out a loudspeaker from his bag, turned up the volume to the maximum, and played a carefully prepared recording. The booming voice instantly shattered the silence in the arena, echoing throughout the entire battleground. Attention all contestants, look over here. Look over here. This sudden shout drew everyone's gaze toward Qin Shu, their faces filled with confusion. I'll say it one last time. If you encounter the Nanjiang Bandits team, surrender immediately and don't entertain any false hopes. If your contracted spirit accidentally gets crushed, don't doubt I did it on purpose. Chun Shu's voice was laced with mockery, yet carried a hint of threat. He continued, also, does anyone want my autograph now? Only 99,998. Get it while you can, folks. These 3 sentences hit the crowd like a sledgehammer, plunging everyone into a deep silence. People had thought that the slime was already the oddest entity in the beast-taming world, but its owner turned out to be even more indescribable. The host quickly stepped forward, fearing that letting Chun Shu continue might cause unforeseen incidents. He swiftly announced, let's congratulate the team from Nanjiang City for advancing to the top 16. At this moment, the audience seemed to snap out of their shock. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced the silence. Poop monster, forever the best. This shout seemed to ignite a fuse, and other spectators began to follow suit, the entire atmosphere of the venue reaching a fever pitch. Poop monster, forever the best. Poop monster, forever the best. The deafening chants echoed throughout the battleground. The slime's innocent eyes darted around, sensing the unfriendly crowd despite its low intelligence. Chun Shu's lips twitched. He thought to himself, this wasn't his doing. Why was everyone saying the slime looked like a poop monster? Although, it did bear some resemblance. To Chun Shu's surprise, once the beast competition ended, the classification in the textbooks changed. His slime was so peculiar that it was designated as a new species, the poop monster. This decision relieved other beast tamers with ordinary slimes, who otherwise feared their contract spirits would be constantly bullied. Amid cheers, Qin Shu and his 2 companions returned to the rest area, drawing wary and fearful glances from other contestants. Qin Shu grinned and greeted them cheerfully, hello everyone. Yet, no one responded, clearly intimidated by his earlier fierce display. He shrugged and said no more. To keep the teams in peak condition, the competition schedule was very relaxed, with each team only competing once a day. This was why a provincial-level competition could last for 2 months. Luckily, the contestants were all prodigies who didn't rely much on teacher guidance. Their self-study was just as effective. Except for Xiaobing, the others were already level 9 beast tamers. Now, their main focus was on academic subjects and practical experience. Chun Shu wanted to grab some attention by giving an interview, but after just a couple of sentences, the reporter fled with the camera. He couldn't help but lament the fragility of today's journalists. In truth, Chun Shu was already quite famous. His formidable slime had piqued everyone's curiosity, and the nickname, Nanjing Bandit, quickly spread throughout the Nansong province. People didn't remember a genius student from Nanjing City. They remembered a bandit leader. Chun Shu swaggered out of the rest area, leaving behind a room full of silent contestants. Their concern was due to their uncertainty about Chun Shu's abilities. It wasn't just about having an class contract spirit. They didn't know what other tricks he had up his sleeve. The Nansong First High School team asked their captain, Xie Fengyu, for his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Xie Fengyu replied seriously, I'll keep an eye on him. Seeing his teammates' speechless reactions, he added, no need to worry too much. He's strong, but the other two team members might not be. Besides, our trio is known as the unbeatable combination. As the three walked along, Chen Shu asked, Xiaoyu, Xiaobing, do you have any plans? We won't be competing for at least 16 more days. Studying at the hotel, they answered in unison. Without any system assistance, they had to focus fully on the college entrance exams. Chen Shu shook his head and sighed, lamenting how competitive students had become. While Chen Shu was idling at the hotel, a message suddenly popped up on his communication app. Shen Wushuang warned, Chen Pai, keep a low profile and don't cause trouble in Nansong City, or no one will be able to save you. He was worried that Chen Shu might stir up trouble in a city full of strong individuals due to boredom. Chen Shu smirked and replied, who are you? I don't know you. Then he promptly blocked Shen Wushuang. The thrill of provoking recklessly excited him, thinking Shen Wushuang wouldn't abandon his training class just to deal with him. Early the next morning, Chen Shu arrived at the Spirit Arena. Behind him, a few people carried a round gambling table into the rest area. The other contestants looked on in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Chen Shu grinned and announced, the sexy bandit is dealing cards online. To keep everyone entertained while waiting, I've brought some fun. Just scan the QR codes on the table to place your bets on your favorite team. To ensure fairness, I only charge a 20 commission from the winners. Have fun. The rest area fell silent. Everyone thought, is he really setting up a gambling den at the Spirit Arena? Isn't he afraid of getting caught? And a 20 commission for just a table and 2 QR codes? Seeing their hesitation, Chen Shu added, don't be shy. If anything happens, I'll take the blame as the Nanjing bandit. Also, if anyone dares to report me, I'll beat them every time I see them until they're dead. He exuded a bandit's aura, scaring everyone into thinking he was too audacious. At that moment, the rest area door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Chen Shu, I need to talk to you. Can you step outside? Wang Qing said, noticing the gambling table and twitching his mouth in disbelief. Chen Shu's heart sank. He knew he was in trouble. This man had announced the competition yesterday, a figure of authority. Wang Qing frowned and ordered, get rid of this thing. If it happens again, you'll be disqualified and handed over to the Spirit Bureau. He thought, this kid is bold, trying to profit from the competition on the second day. The other contestants secretly rejoiced, thinking the bandit was finally being punished. Chen Shu wore a pained expression as he had the table removed. His business ended before it even started, and he lost money bribing the security guards at the entrance. Chen Shu feigned innocence. I'm just an ambitious young entrepreneur. What did I do wrong? Cut the crap. Come with me. Wang Qing snapped. He didn't want to bother with such trivial matters, but couldn't completely ignore them either. Chen Shu hung his head and followed Wang Qing out of the rest area. They went to an empty room, where Wang Qing got straight to the point. I have a question for you. The question costs 100,000 Huaxia yuan. Non-negotiable, Chen Shu suddenly said. Wang Qing was taken aback, then laughed, surprised that the kid dared to extort him. Clearing his throat, Wang Qing stated, I'm the Minister of Education for Nansong Province. In other words, I oversee the college entrance exams here. Chen Shu was shocked, realizing the man's significant authority. He immediately changed his tone, Minister. I'll answer any question you have honestly and thoroughly. Wang Qing raised an eyebrow. What about the 100,000 yuan fee? Chen Shu looked confused. Fee? What fee? Wang Qing shook his head, his expression serious as he said, is your contract spirit really a slime? We've discussed this. A slime can't be that big. Last night, all the bigwigs in Nansong City held a meeting, including experts who specialize in slimes. They concluded that it absolutely can't be a slimy, at least not in level 1. Chen Shu was about to speak when 3 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Tell the truth about the system. Reward. A Namu coffin. Option 2. Lie and say your contract spirit isn't a slime. Reward. 3 basic raid beast control pearls. Option 3. Use your skills to bluff. Reward. A combustion potion. Chen Shu's mouth twitched slightly as he quickly skipped the first option. He couldn't reveal the existence of the system, and the reward already hinted at the consequences. The potion in the third option piqued his interest. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shu cleared his throat and said seriously, it's a slime, but it's a bit special. Every night, Xiao Huang absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, merging it into itself. Each time it absorbs, it grows a bit bigger. That's how it got this large in such a short time. Wait a minute. Wang Qing interrupted, eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? A contract spirit absorbing the essence of the sun and moon? This isn't some mythical creature. How could a contract spirit have the intelligence to cultivate? Chun Shu continued calmly. Really, it cultivates using the invincible sleeping technique. Stop. Stop. Wang Qing's mouth twitched. What technique? The invincible sleeping technique. Did you teach it that? It figured it out on its own. Then how do you know the name? I translated it. Wang Qing was momentarily speechless. Taking advantage of the pause, Chen Shu pressed on. Xiao Huang also reads and writes. On weekends, I even enrolled it in a dance class to cultivate its artistic talents. During the winter break, Xiao Huang started learning programming by itself. Minister, don't leave. I'm not done talking yet. Chun Shu shouted, watching Wang Qing's quick retreating figure. Their conversation ended abruptly as Wang Qing fled the scene. If he stayed any longer, he feared his mind would truly get muddled. Every word Chen Shu said made sense individually, but together, they were utterly nonsensical. In short, Wang Qing's sanity was rapidly declining. Chen Shu returned to the lounge, waiting for the competition to start. Today was Nansong High School versus Zhejiang City. He wasn't particularly concerned until Nansong High School summoned 3 Slevel contract spirits, which caught his attention. 3 Slevel spirits formed an undeniably impressive lineup, explaining their consecutive championship wins. Even with his current slime, there was no way to defeat 3 Slevel spirits. Their coordination was flawless, leaving no room for flashy techniques, only complete domination. The gap between Slevel and a level was just too vast. The first round of the competition lasted 16 days, with each team showcasing their strength. The other 5 high schools in Nansong City also had Slevel contract spirits. While it was rare for other cities to have even 1 Slevel spirit, Nansong City had 10. Of course, not all the spirit owners were local. Some were from smaller cities and had been recruited by Nansong schools due to their exceptional talent. With the first round concluded, the next phase was for 16 teams to compete for the top 8 spots. The host took the stage to announce, "Will all teams please come forward for the draw to determine your opponents?" He then read out the names of the 16 advancing teams. The draw was entirely random. If luck wasn't on their side, Nansong High School might face Nansong Second High School. In the past, Fangxi had drawn a team with 2 Slevel spirits and failed to make it to the top 8 due to bad luck. As Chen Shu went up for the draw, he muttered quietly, "I'll trade 20 years of the other contestants' lifespans for a weak opponent." Unfortunately, his voice wasn't low enough, and the other teams heard him, staring at him in shock. "You really deserve a beating." Su Xiaoyu and Xiaobing looked at him in disbelief, thinking that Chen Shu's knack for attracting resentment was maxed out. Chen Shu carefully pulled out a slip of paper marked with NX. The team from Nangon City looked over with grim expressions, realizing they would face Chen Shu's team. No way, that worked? Chen Shu grinned. The Nangon City team had 3 level contract spirits, which he could handle on his own. With that statement, all the contestants looked at him with resentful eyes, as if saying, "So we lost 20 years of life for nothing." Especially the Nangon City team, who not only supposedly lost years, but were also deemed a weak team. With the matchup set, the competition would officially start the next day. On the way back, Su Xiaoyu asked, "Chen Shu, are Xiaobing and I competing tomorrow?" "Yes, it'll be good practice." Chen Shu nodded. Although they weren't as strong as him, they could still provide some support. If they drew a team from Nansong City in the semifinals, they would need to give it their all. Without proper coordination, they might fail. The next morning, Chen Shu and his team arrived at the Spirit Arena. According to the schedule, their match was the following day. The first day featured an internal match between Nansong High School and Nansong Sixth High School. Despite both being from Nansong City, Nansong High School had 3 Slevel spirits, while Sixth High only had 1, a huge disparity. Nansong High quickly defeated the other 2 A-level spirits, leading to an inevitable victory. "They're really strong." The audience marveled. Just looking at their lineup was enough to cause despair. By the way, isn't Nanjing City competing tomorrow? I'm kind of looking forward to the poop monster's appearance. Watching a slime beat up various strong contract spirits is oddly satisfying. The crowd started discussing again. Thanks to the formidable slime, Nanjing City garnered significant attention. Early the next morning, Chen Shu and his team arrived at the Spirit Arena. The enthusiasm of the live audience and the number of viewers on the live stream surpassed the previous day. "Nanjing Invincibles. Go for it. Crush them." Countless people shouted, their voices echoing and shaking the arena. "How many fake fans did you hire?" Su Xiaoyu looked exasperated. The crowd was too overwhelming. She even worried that the school might go bankrupt from paying for all these fake fans. "What are you talking about? This is truly the will of the people today." Chen Shu chuckled to himself. He had only hired some internet trolls for a day, yet the response was overwhelming. He shrugged, surprised at his growing popularity. It seemed like he could start live streaming and selling products next. He really had a knack for the internet. Pondering, Chen Shu walked to the contestant area of the Battle Spirit Arena. The three competitors from Nanxian City were already there, but their faces were filled with despair. They had barely made it to the top 16, only to face Chen Shu. They would have preferred to go up against a team with S-level contract spirits. Are you thinking of ways to surrender? Chen Shu said with a hint of mockery in his voice, there's really no comparison between us. The gap is too wide. Don't be so arrogant. The three exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly becoming resolute. They simultaneously summoned their contract spirits. A pitch-black bull appeared on the field, its eyes flashing with violent light. It was a level black force bull. Although it had no long-range skills and was an attributeless contract spirit, its physical strength was enough to make it the main force. The other two contract spirits were a fiery red cheetah and a dirt-colored little monkey. The trio seemed like a reasonably strong team. Chen Shu turned to look at Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing, nodding lightly. In an instant, a golden slime, a flaming bird, and an ice wolf appeared in the arena. The audience was stunned. A level ice wolf? And it's only an 8th level contract spirit? Is this a joke? Damn, this is a one-man carry. I thought the Nanjiang team was a favorite to win, but the other two members are completely outclassed. Even if you're carrying teammates, there's a time and place for it. Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing's contract spirits instantly ignited the crowd. Compared to the golden slime, they were too weak, especially Xia Bing's ice wolf, which was only a level contract spirit and just level 8 a complete liability. Listening to the audience's comments, Xia Bing's face turned pale, and she lowered her head in silence. She knew she was dragging the team down. Noticing her reaction, Chen Shu gently patted her shoulder, giving her a sunny smile and said firmly, believe in yourself. You're not any worse than anyone else. Xia Bing's heart trembled. She looked up at Chen Shu, nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to ignore the audience's chatter. It seems we can relax. One strong player isn't enough. Xia Fingyu and his teammates from Nansong High School exchanged glances and smiled. Clearly, the terrifying strength Chen Shu had shown earlier had made them nervous. If the other two teammates were as strong as the slime, it would have been absurd. Let the match begin, announced the referee. Chen Shu's expression remained calm as he gave his orders. Xiaoyu, hold off that cheetah. Ice Wolf, stay behind Little Yellow. As soon as he spoke, the flaming bird flapped its wings and went straight for its opponent. Both were a level fire attribute contract spirits, with similar combat power. Little Yellow used its charge skill, but its speed wasn't fast, allowing the Ice Wolf to follow closely. Chen Shu's control over skills had become increasingly refined, and he could now easily control the speed of the charge. Earth Spikes. The dirt-colored little monkey's eyes glowed as 7 or 8 earth spikes materialized, shooting towards the slime. Bang, bang, bang. The slime's robust defense shattered the spikes on impact. The distance between them closed quickly. Chen Shu commanded, Xia Bing, use Ice Domain. The Ice Wolf howled, releasing an invisible chill that spread over dozens of meters. The dirt-colored little monkey tried to cast another skill, but yellow earth appeared in the air, covering the slime. A control skill? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. The slime's body glowed, and its overlord skill activated, rendering it immune to control. Its innocent eyes widened, and it used a violent body slam. Its massive body leaped towards the little monkey. The monkey's speed was reduced, and its eyes filled with fear. It couldn't handle such a large opponent. The Beastmaster from Nanxian City remained focused, showing no signs of panic. At the last moment, he decisively recalled his contract spirit. Seriously? The other two teammates were caught off guard. That was way too quick. The slime changed its target and charged at the black force bull. The bull's eyes widened, its thick hooves pounding the ground as it charged forward. Bang! The collision of two melee contract spirits made everyone's hearts race. As expected, the black force bull spat blood and was sent flying. The flaming cheetah in the distance trembled at the sight, rolling around as if having a seizure. The flaming bird above was puzzled, thinking, are you faking it? Chen Shu, did you use some kind of skill? Su Xiaoyu asked, confused about the cheetah's sudden behavior. Chen Shu began to explain, a hint of helplessness in his expression. The immersion is too strong. It's starting to feel painful. On the other side, the three people from Nanxian City looked gloomy, especially the owner of the leopard, whose face was filled with embarrassment. His contracted spirit had fallen ill in front of everyone, making him feel utterly humiliated. Brother, let's admit defeat. We really can't win, one of them whispered, his tone full of defeat. Sigh, let's give up, another agreed. The two of them tacitly recalled their contracted spirits, announcing their withdrawal from the competition. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but their opponent was simply too powerful. Chen Shu and his teammates exchanged smiles, surprised at how easy their advancement was. However, Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing knew well that it was all thanks to the incredible power of the slime. If Du Long or Tang Lai had competed, Nanjiang City would have been eliminated in the first round. Another 2 million in the account. Chen Shu sighed, a complex look in his eyes. The funds from Nanjiang's second high school came so easily, making him marvel at the twists of fate. As the match concluded, the spirit arena erupted in cheers once more. Xiaobing's talent skill, ice domain, was not only wide-ranging but also a long-lasting crowd control skill, playing a crucial role in the team. More importantly, it could perfectly synergize with Chen Shu's slime. In the afternoon, the trio celebrated briefly outside before returning to their hotel. The April sunshine gently bathed the streets, full of springtime vitality, with birds singing and grass growing lush. As the college entrance exams drew ever closer, Chen Shu was about to pack his things for a walk when his phone rang. He answered it, hearing a familiar voice on the other end. "Hello, Fangxi? You're back in Kyoto?" "Yes, I'm back. I need to talk to you about something." Fangxi's tone was urgent. "Do you remember Lu Ping?" Chen Shu was momentarily puzzled. "Who? Someone who owes us money?" Fangxi clarified. "The Black Iron level Beastmaster who attacked us last time." "Oh, right. What about him?" Chen Shu finally recalled. "I found some information. It's from an international organization, possibly with a stronghold in Nansong City. You're competing there, right? Be extra careful." Chen Shu was startled. A Black Iron level assassin was indeed worrisome. It should be fine, he tried to reassure himself, but decided to stay vigilant. Fangxi continued, "Better safe than sorry. By the way, I saw you made it to the top 8 in the competition. Well done." Chen Shu sighed modestly, "Just playing around. This year's contestants aren't that strong. I haven't even exerted myself." "Stop kidding around." Fangxi's tone turned serious also. "Don't cause any trouble in Nansong City." Chen Shu defended himself. "I've always been well behaved. Even the Minister of Education praised me today." "The minister? Praised you for what?" "Said I have ambition, a good business mind and entrepreneurial spirit." Before Chen Shu could finish, the call was cut off. "So impatient," he muttered, shaking his head. Just then, 3 options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Finish the competition quietly and return to Nanjiang City. Completion reward, moderate amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2. Report directly to the Dragon Guard and investigate the Knight Organization's stronghold. Completion reward, skill rebound power 1. Option 3. Find an opportunity to destroy the opponent's stronghold. Completion reward, Slime's attributes 10 large amount of Beastmaster power. Chen Shu was taken aback, and his vision was suddenly illuminated by a red light. Moving to the window, he quickly identified the Sauersea luxurious office building, standing prominently in the center of Nansong City. "The stronghold is right in the center of Nansong City?" Chen Shu murmured in surprise, a look of vigilance and contemplation flashing in his eyes. "It's not that I want to cause trouble. It's the system that's forcing my hand." Chen Shu's face was filled with helplessness, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. With a flick of his right hand, a mysterious potion appeared out of thin air. There was no liquid inside the bottle, just a flickering yellow flame. This was the burning potion he had obtained earlier. Clearly, it wasn't meant to enhance his power but served a different special purpose. Chen Shu thought, using an explosive potion in the center of Nansong City would be too risky, but a burning potion was different. There was still some time before the second round of the competition ended, enough for him to stage a burning building drama. After leaving the hotel, Chen Shu arrived in front of the office building emitting a red glow. After some inquiries, he learned that the entire building belonged to one of the top companies in Nansong Province, the Nansong Dingshan Group. Who would have thought this was actually a hideout for a criminal organization? As night fell, the office building was still brightly lit, indicating that people were working overtime. Chen Shu was itching to start a fire but shook his head to suppress his excitement. Without evidence, he feared he might end up in prison prematurely. With a quick thought, Chen Shu took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Lao Xie, I need help. It's urgent. 1 million. The voice on the other end began to haggle, causing Chen Shu's mouth to twitch. "Who taught you to bargain like this? Talking money hurts feelings." "But talking feelings hurts money. I need to make a living," Lao Xie retorted confidently. "Fine, come to Nansong City. I need to use your bugs and butterflies. I'm busy studying, can't come. I'll mail them to you. Make sure to check your mail." "Oh? Are you serious? Mailing them?" Chen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. A day later, Chen Shu indeed received the bugs and butterflies. Over the next few days, he observed the building's every move like a patient hunter. Finally, he identified something suspicious. One day, Chen Shu sat in a cafe across from the building, holding a cup of coffee while keeping a close eye on the building. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the silence. "Hello? Xiaoyu." "Chen Shu, where are you?" "Today is the day to draw opponents." Su Xiaoyu's voice came from the phone. "What opponents?" Chen Shu was puzzled. In the dueling arena, Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, "The second round of the competition is over. What are you doing?" How could you forget something so important? I'm busy with surveillance. I mean, investigating. Chun Shu almost let it slip, quickly coughing to cover up. You draw for me. I won't be there. And remember to sacrifice the lifespan of the other contestants. Let's go big this time, 30 years. Su Xiaoyu fell silent, thinking, does he really not see the other contestants as human? For the next few days, Chun Shu closely monitored the building, looking for the perfect opportunity. The bugs and butterflies carried out his tasks meticulously. Another Sunday arrived, and Su Xiaoyu called again. Chun Shu, where are you? Our match is this morning. Who's the opponent? Chun Shu asked nonchalantly. The team from Nansong 4th High. They only have one rank contract spirit. Then it's fine. Tell the organizers to wait. I'm going to set a building on fire. What building? Hello. Hello. The call ended with only the busy tone left. Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing exchanged worried glances. This guy is probably up to something again. Before leaving, Shen Wushuang had specifically told them to keep an eye on Chun Shu, but now they couldn't even find him. Don't worry, he's the most popular contestant this year. The organizers will surely accommodate him, Xia Bing reassured. Chun Shu is the ticket guarantee. Most people are here for the slime. Plus, the competition rules allow for temporary delays. At this moment, Chun Shu was already at the cafe, eyes fixed on the office building entrance. He held a stack of photos, the first showing a man working at a computer, and the rest were close-ups of the computer screen displaying assassination orders from the organization. These photos, taken by CS Sunan's bugs and butterflies, were enough to prove that the man was a member of the criminal organization. Chun Shu felt pleased. With this evidence, burning down the criminal organization's hideout should be justifiable, right? Just then, his eyes lit up. The man from the photos appeared. The man, carrying a briefcase and wearing a black mask, was heading towards the office building. So tired, another night of work, Lu Pingfen yawned, then thought about the task he completed last night, feeling excited. With a bounty of 50 million, I should get at least $500,000. Suddenly, he noticed a wallet on the ground. Huh, finding money as soon as I step out? Must be my lucky day. Lu Pingfen smirked and bent down to pick up the wallet. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Hey, did you find my wallet? Chun Shu walked over casually, hands in his pockets. Lu Pingfen cursed his luck, having just found the wallet only to be confronted by the owner. Reluctantly, he asked, how can you prove it's your wallet? My ID is inside. You can check for yourself, Chun Shu said nonchalantly. Lu Pingfen opened the wallet, only to find it empty except for a note. Puzzled, he took out the note, which read, Hey, you dropped your urea bag. Oh? Before Lu Pingfen could react, everything went black, and he instinctively shouted, what the heck? Why did it go dark? Bang! Chun Shu knocked him out with a single punch. Despite not having fought for a while, his skills remained sharp. Lu Pingfen, being an ordinary person, stood no chance against this godlike punch. Robbery! Robbery! A passerby who witnessed the scene cried out in shock. Isn't this the center of Nansong City? Where's the law? Chun Shu slowly turned his head, his fierce gaze and sinister smile making him look like a classic villain. Sorry, my bad. I didn't see anything. The person fled in terror. Chun Shu smirked, surprised that his presence alone had scared the person away. He dragged Lu Pingfen into a nearby public restroom. 10 minutes later, the restroom stall contained an unconscious man in just his underwear, while Chun Shu now held a USB drive. Another piece of evidence. Perfect, Chun Shu muttered to himself. Even if the dragon guards catch me, I can prove this is a criminal organization. 10 minutes later, Chun Shu emerged from the restroom in a suit, carrying a briefcase, looking every bit the part of a business elite. He confidently walked towards the office building. I'm coming for you. Dark Knight Organization? Chun Shu whispered to himself, striding towards the building. Although he had the evidence, he still wanted to see the organization from the inside, maybe even snag some money. And if things went south, he could always set the place on fire and escape. However, just as he was about to step into the building, a stern voice suddenly called out, Stop right there. Chun Shu's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, have I been found out? He and Lu Pingfen had similar builds and both wore masks, making him believe he wouldn't be recognized. Just then, a security guard stood up and asked, Old Lu, how did the progress go last night? Not bad. Chun Shu replied without a change in expression, but his inner alertness skyrocketed. As he got closer to the guard, he keenly sensed that this was no ordinary person, at least a black iron-level beastmaster. The guard continued to probe. Have you arranged the escape route for the executor? What about the cleanup work? Although he appeared to be just a regular security guard, his status within the organization was evidently high. Chun Shu gave a terse response, yeah, almost done? The guard's expression turned cold, and his tone became harsh. What do you mean almost done? As a liaison, you need to be meticulous. One mistake from you could jeopardize the executor. Remember what happened with Lu Ping last time? The assassination failed because the liaison didn't gather enough intel, alerting the dragon guards and making the job much harder. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Lu Ping was indeed the Black Iron Beastmaster who had hunted Fong Si last time. He thought to himself, this really is a den of thieves. The guard droned on for 10 minutes and Chen Shu, growing impatient, rubbed his head and thought, damn, I never expected to run into this guy. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Chen Shu snapped, why the hell are you talking so much? The guard at the door was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. A low-level liaison dared to speak to him this way? Chen Shu continued angrily, burn it all to the ground. I have a competition to get to, and you're wasting my time. As he spoke, he suddenly produced a vial. With a swift motion of his right hand, he hurled the vial into the office building. The vial shattered, and a blaze erupted as if unleashed from a seal. The fire spread rapidly, igniting everything it touched as if it were doused in alcohol. In no time, the entire office building was engulfed in flames, with thick black smoke billowing skyward, alerting the entire city to the disaster. The guard at the door was dumbfounded, speechless. He couldn't believe it. Had people become this short-tempered? He thought, I scolded you a bit, and you set the whole place on fire? Chen Shu was also shocked by the vial's potency. In mere seconds, the entire building was ablaze, with no sounds of crying or shouting. Thankfully, it was the weekend, and regular employees weren't at work. Chen Shu couldn't be sure every employee was a criminal, so he chose to act on the weekend. The fire was so fierce that it even spread underground, where the organization's real base was located. In the underground base, a gaunt middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed, something's wrong? Flames surged above him, and despite the company activating its fire suppression systems, the fire only grew fiercer. This isn't ordinary fire. Damn it, how did this happen out of nowhere? The middle-aged man looked grim and immediately left his room. But the fire spread like a plague, and even with his physical resilience, he couldn't withstand the intense heat. Damn, it must be a high-level fire element contract spirit. Panic gripped him as he thought the dragon guards were closing in. How could we have been exposed so easily? It doesn't make sense. The organization took over Non-Song Prosperity Group without leaving any traces. There's no way we were discovered. At that moment, 3 subordinates rushed in, panicked. Boss, what do we do? The middle-aged man decisively ordered. Protect the data and break out. He summoned a terrifying ice tiger. It turned out the organization's leader was a gold-level beastmaster. Using the ice tiger's abilities, the fire was finally contained, but he dared not use all his power, fearing the dragon guards would detect the presence of a gold-level beastmaster. Their escape hinged on him. The underground base had only a few dozen people, all frantically gathering data. Meanwhile, outside the office building, the guard shouted, "Stop, you bastard!" His eyes were filled with terror, unable to believe that the organization's stronghold was lost just because he scolded a subordinate. This is insane. Chen Shu grinned. This is the price for messing with the Southern Jiang bandit. With that, he mounted a golden slime and fled swiftly. He's not Lu Ping fan? The guard's eyes narrowed. Realizing it was too late to give chase, he could only rush back to the base through the flames. At this moment, in the battle arena, the host smiled and said, due to some unexpected delays, our contestant Chen Shu will be here shortly. Please bear with us. Despite the situation, the host remained calm. The audience murmured among themselves but expressed no complaints or criticisms. As long as I get to see the poop monster, I don't mind waiting, an excited spectator shouted, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. Exactly. Chen Shu is so strong because of his talent and hard work. He's probably training right now. Another enthusiastic fan chimed in. What do you mean probably? As a genius, he's definitely studying hard. A third voice firmly responded. From their seats, Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing exchanged a helpless glance, their mouths twitching in unison. They wondered silently, are you sure these aren't Shinpai's hired fans? Just as the crowd grew impatient, a startled cry pierced through the noise of the doling arena. Oh my god, something's happening outside. There's a fire. There's a fire. The match hasn't even started yet. What's burning? I'm so anxious my blood is running cold. Someone grumbled impatiently. I'm talking about the Dingsheng building. It's on fire. The person explained urgently. Are you serious? The news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting chaos in the arena. The noise level surged, and some people even left their seats to see for themselves. Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing exchanged another look, swallowing hard, filled with unease. No way. This is right in the city center, they muttered under their breath. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the Dingsheng building, a security guard rushed in to report, Boss, it's the Nanjiang bandits who started the fire. Nanjiang bandits? The gold-ranked beast master frowned, clearly puzzled. When did our organization provoke such a dangerous group? the guard explained. It seems it's because we tried to get revenge on him. A silver-ranked beast master seemed to recall something and interjected. Is this about Feng Xi's mission? Everyone started to remember. The organization rarely failed missions, and it was even rarer for operatives not to return. Feng Xi's mission had naturally become a notable cautionary tale. Why bother with revenge? The middle-aged man's mouth twitched, his tone filled with frustration and regret. Damn it! If the mission failed, it means the target is too difficult. We should either increase the reward or just give up. Although the battle footage had been sent back, the organization never seriously considered avenging Qinshu. That would have required a different level of payment. But now this guy had come knocking on their door and set the place ablaze. Who the hell am I supposed to complain to? The middle-aged man muttered in frustration. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Why do I feel like he's the real criminal here? He set the building on fire just because of a disagreement. Even our usual suspects aren't this ruthless. The world-renowned and feared Dark Knight organization being taken down by a high school senior? This would become an international joke. Forget about everything else. Retreat immediately. The head of the Dark Knight organization, Lu Wuji, ordered decisively. The team quickly packed up important documents and used the power of their contract spirits to safely evacuate the building. Dozens of people stealthily moved through the shadows of the streets, unaware that someone had been waiting for them. Lu Wuji, why the rush? Wang Qing from the Ministry of Education stood under a street lamp, smiling, but his eyes were cold. Recognizing Wang Qing instantly, Lu Wuji's face turned grim. Wang Qing, it's been 10 years, hasn't it? Wang Qing shook his head, anger flaring in his eyes. No wonder you escaped the siege of the Dragon Guards back then. You joined the Dark Knight? Memories flashed before Lu Wuji's eyes. To hunt a silver-tier king beast, he had lured it to a spirit guard base. After a fierce battle, he killed the remaining spirit guards, took the beast, and fled, eventually being rescued by the Dark Knight organization. Never thought it would be you. Lu Wuji sighed, realizing that Wang Qing's reconnaissance contract spirit must have sensed the power of the Ice Lion. After all, there were no rumors of a gold-tier beast master in the Dingsheng group. You're no match for me. Lu Wuji's Ice Lion roared, unleashing a powerful gold-tier aura. Unfazed, Wang Qing pointed to the sky. I'm just buying time. Your opponent is up there. Lu Wuji looked up to see a terrifying icy bird descending. The Ice Phoenix King? Fear flashed in his eyes, realizing that the governor of the South Tsang province, the strongest in the province, had arrived. Standing on the phoenix's back was a cold-faced man who spoke. The Dark Knight dares to meddle in Hua Nation? You're courting death. As he spoke, the temperature within a kilometer plummeted, the cold biting. The Ice Phoenix King let out a clear cry, spewing frost that instantly turned the burning Dingsheng building into a massive ice sculpture. However, the flames continued to burn within the ice, hissing and crackling. What's this? The governor of South Song was surprised. In the next moment, the ice sculpture shattered into countless shards, the flames extinguished, and the luxurious office building reduced to ruins. Wang Qing chuckled, Governor. You can make your move now. In an instant, a transparent barrier appeared around Lu Wuji and his men, sealing them off like a cage. The blue dragon cat on Wang Qing's shoulder emitted a dazzling light, clearly the source of the barrier. Lu Wuji's heart sank. This is bad. He regretted underestimating Wang Qing's control-type contract spirit. The governor of South Song no longer hesitated and went all out. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Meanwhile, the mastermind, Qian Shu, whistled leisurely on his way to the beast arena. A system notification sounded, reward received. All attributes of slime, 10 a large amount of beast power. Qian Shu's beast power surged, reaching the peak of a 9th-tier beast master, just a step away from breaking through. In high spirits, Qian Shu returned to the arena, only to find the entire audience's attention focused on the battle outside. Xiaoyu, Xiabing, Qian Shu called out. The two snapped back to reality, instinctively stepping back. Did you do this? Huh. What? Qian Shu feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Really not you? Xiaobing was half convinced, seeing Qian Shu's puzzled expression. Su Xiaoyu, however, wasn't buying it. Xiaobing, are you stupid? He's the notorious bandit of Nanjiang. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. How could it be a coincidence? He just said earlier he wanted to light a building on fire. The two stared at Qian Shu in shock. This guy actually took time out before the match to burn down a building? And in the center of South Song City? Qian Shu shrugged. Come on, it's cold. I just wanted to warm up a bit. Warm up? The two were dumbfounded, almost unable to breathe. They feared that before the match ended, the three of them might end up behind bars, oblivious to the world outside, referring to iron bars. At that moment, the battle outside concluded. As the province's only king-tier beast master, the governor of South Song easily subdued the gold-tier opponents. Lu Wuji and his dozens of men were frozen into sculptures, and 2 gold-tier contract spirits had perished. The governor turned to Wang Qing. Old Wang, well done. Even the Dark Knight organization couldn't escape your grasp. The state has been secretly investigating them for a long time. Governor Nand Tsang put away the contract spirit, a knowing smile playing on his lips. His gaze settled on Wang Qing, a hint of mockery in his tone. Your methods are a bit unconventional, to say the least. We are supposed to think before we act, but you went ahead and set the whole building on fire like some kind of criminal. Wang Qing gave a wry smile at the governor's words. Shaking his head, he explained, Governor, do you really think I dare to publicly set a fire in the city center? I just sensed a golden level presence and realized something was wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, the word criminal echoed in his mind, involuntarily bringing up the image of Chen Shu. Wang Qing knew all about Chen Shu's background and was well aware of his notorious nickname, the Fierce Bandit of Nanjiang. He pondered silently, it can't be him, right? He's just a high school senior. No matter how tough he is, he can't be that extreme, can he? But if it's not Chen Shu, then who could it be? Could it be some hidden beast master among the populace? Governor Nand Tsang furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed. He didn't dwell on the issue, knowing that without the fire, they wouldn't have been able to so easily destroy the Dark Knight organization's base. His expression turned icy, his voice commanding and resolute. Investigate all employees of Dingshan Group thoroughly, including those from the subsidiaries. It's absurd that a major provincial corporation has become a den for the Dark Knight organization. Wang Qing nodded in agreement, already anticipating a busy period ahead for Nantong province. The governor added, by the way, you go ahead and oversee the beast contest. I'll have the Dragon Guard handle this matter. Meanwhile, the news of the fire in the city center spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the province, thanks to the numerous media outlets already gathered in the soul fighting arena. At Nanjiang No. 2 High School, Shen Wushuang stared blankly at the live stream, his throat constricting. He didn't need any deduction. As long as Chen Shu was present, the culprit was obvious. Shen Wushuang suddenly stood up and strode towards the principal's office, muttering to himself, Principal, I resign. The teacher, who once took pride in Chen Shu, was now overwhelmed with fear. He was terrified that if he continued teaching, it wouldn't be long before he ended up in police custody. Even more frightening was the thought that Chen Shu might one day refer to him as his teacher. Shen Wushuang's mind was in turmoil. This kid is absolutely out of control. He's only a high school senior, and he's already daring to set the city center on fire. What's next? Blowing up planets for fun. In the dual spirit arena, the audience's attention shifted back to the match, though the previous epic battle still lingered in their minds. At that moment, Chen Shu summoned a golden slime, prompting a new wave of exclamations. No way, how did it get even bigger? Steroids? Even steroids wouldn't work this fast. Did it get inflated? It's definitely grown a lot. The crowd buzzed with chatter, clearly astonished by the sight. Chen Shu smiled silently, knowing that the 10 attribute boost he recently gained was the cause. The team from Nansong 5th High showed signs of shock, unable to hide their bitter smiles. Seeing their own contract spirits, only 2 or 3 meters tall, they felt a sudden wave of inferiority. How was this even logical? Suddenly, Zhao Chun, the captain of Nansong 4th High, stepped forward and stared directly at Chen Shu. I admit you're strong. Dare to face me unknown? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and smiled, cautious of any surprise skills Zhao Chen might have, but still agreed readily. Unknown? You sure? All right, let's do it. A glint of joy flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes, pleased at Chen Shu's apparent recklessness. He immediately summoned his contract spirit, a nearly 3-meter humanoid monster, its body made of condensed dark light, with faintly discernible facial features. It was its class Dark Elemental Spirit. Although Chen Shu had battled various elemental spirits before, this was his first time facing its class opponent. The Dark Elemental Spirit glanced up at the massive slime, a hint of confusion in its eyes. It turned to look at its master, spreading its hands as if to ask, Are you sure? Zhao Chen nodded, and the Dark Elemental Spirit, as if ready to face death, clenched its fists and charged at the slime. With a roar, the Dark Elemental Spirit opened its mouth and shot a stream of purple-black light. Zhao Chen, secretly pleased, murmured, You're done for. Seeing this, Chen Shu immediately commanded the slime to use its charge skill. With a rumble, the slime's speed surged, almost outpacing the incoming light. However, just as they were about to pass each other, the light suddenly changed direction. A rare homing skill? Chen Shu squinted, realizing Zhao Chen's plan. Though the slime had the speed advantage now, once the charge ended, it would become an easy target. Stop! Chen Shu commanded decisively. The slime abruptly slowed down, but the charge effect remained. This level of skill control was something even the top 3 of Nansong First High couldn't match. Zhao Chun was overjoyed. Giving up? I've won. As the light was about to hit the slime, he trembled with excitement. Eliminating the slime would secure their place in the top 4. At the critical moment, Chanshu nodded to Xiaobing. Instantly, an ice wolf appeared out of thin air, blocking the incoming attack. The ice wolf let out a weak howl, its strength severely depleted, teetering on the brink of collapse. A weakening skill? Chanshu realized. If the slime had been hit, its defense would have plummeted, likely resulting in severe damage. Despite knowing the slime had a tough body, Zhao Chun still had confidence, indicating the weakening skill probably bypassed that defense. Zhao Chun was stunned. Scoundrel, echoing in his mind. Wasn't it supposed to be a unknown? His teammate protested on his behalf. At that moment, a firebird joined the fray, its eyes glowing with skill energy, launching fireballs at the dark elemental spirit like a machine gun. The slime seized the opportunity, leaping up and executing a violent body slam, pinning the bewildered dark elemental spirit beneath it. Captain, recall it quickly, Zhao Qin's teammate urged. The slime, looking pleased, wriggled its bottom furiously. Just watching it made one's scalp tingle, and who knew what the dark elemental spirit was enduring? Zhao Chun snapped out of his daze and hurriedly recalled his contract spirit. Pointing at Qin Shu, he was at a loss for words. You. Qin Shu feigned innocence. What did I do? Zhao Qin's teammate couldn't help but voice their thoughts. You cheated. It was supposed to be a unknown. It's a unknown duel. Qian Shu nodded solemnly, a sly glint in his eye. He then declared, the 3 of us, against him alone. Totally fair. This brazen statement instantly electrified the crowd. At first, they were stunned, but then they erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Go, shameless outlaw. Shameless. Shameless. The chants echoed with an odd tone of admiration. Watching from a private box, Wang Qing was jolted by the sudden shift in atmosphere. He muttered to himself, what the heck is going on? Are people celebrating shamelessness now? Then, pondering, he added, but come to think of it, Beastmasters do use any means necessary in battle, or else Blue Star would have been overrun by fierce beasts long ago. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he remarked, this student is quite precocious. To be this shameless, he must be at least a gold-level Beastmaster. On the arena floor, Qin Shu calmly withdrew his slime and spread his arms, basking in the crowd's adulation. In the realm of shameless cunning, he was practically deified. The opposing team's captain was defeated, and the remaining 2 members immediately surrendered. Just like that, the team from Nansong 4th High was vanquished. Nanchang City had made it to the final 4, achieving an unprecedented milestone. Su Xiaoyu and Xia Bing exchanged shocked glances, overwhelmed. It was their first time realizing how simple battle could be. The thrill of ambush was so exhilarating. No wonder Qin Shu was hooked. With an easier path available, who would choose a heathen clash? Qin Shu flicked his hair nonchalantly and strode out of the arena. Just as he stepped outside, a middle-aged man blocked his path. Hello, Minister. Qin Shu immediately dropped his casual demeanor and stood at attention. Changing his tone, he continued, I didn't finish telling you last time. Since my slime started learning programming. Stop right there. Wang Qing's eyes flashed with panic as he hastily interrupted. I just recovered, and now you want to drive me nuts again? He took a deep breath and asked, you know about the fire at Dingsheng Tower, right? Yeah, Qin Shu replied earnestly. I was nearby, squatting, and suddenly my butt felt really hot. I thought it was hemorrhoids, but then flames started shooting up. Stop. Stop. Wang Qing furrowed his brows and sighed helplessly. You are completely nuts. What on earth are you talking about? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.